Lu Feiyu jolted awake, his body drenched in cold sweat. The searing pain of the bloodthirsty demon tiger tearing through his chest lingered in his mind, making every hair on his body stand on end. As his eyes scanned the familiar yet alien furnishings around him, realization dawned had been reborn, back in the Lu family. As he was recalling the injustices of his past life, a sharp, piercing female voice shattered his thoughts. His stepmother, Zhang Fengxia, her face contorted with rage, wrinkles rippling like waves, spat venomously, "Lu Feiyu, playing dumb won't save you. You despicable scum, secretly filming your second sister in the shower aisle, make sure you're ruined for life." His second sister, Lu Sihan, her eyes red with tears, screamed, "How am I supposed to face anyone now? You filthy lowlife. You should have died in the beast tide." Meanwhile, his father, Lu Guanzhong, merely furrowed his brows, sighed deeply, and cast a doubtful glance his way. Lu Feiyu's cold gaze swept over them all, finally landing on his younger brother, Lu Qianjun. The most arrogant and domineering figure in his past life was uncharacteristically silent now. Lu Feiyu had already pieced it together. The real culprit behind the secret filming was Lu Qianjun. Yet, not a single person in the household questioned him. Such blatant bias was all because he was born of his father's first wife. Even in daily life, his bowls and chopsticks were kept separate, as if sharing utensils with him might contaminate others. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feiyu retorted with a cold, cutting voice, "It wasn't me. Use that lump on your neck to think for once. Lu Sihan's room has its own private bathroom. Do you think anyone would give me a key to get in?" Zhang Fengxia was momentarily at a loss for words, but just then, Lu Qianjun exploded with fury. Grabbing Lu Feiyu by the collar, he roared, "Where did you get the money to buy a Class B beast egg? You sold the video of our sister, didn't you?" Smack. Lu Feiyu slapped his hand away and growled, "You all suspect me, don't you? Then show me the evidence. If not, stop barking like a dog." Zhang Fengxia's anger flared even more. "Is that how you speak to your elders? With that attitude, get out of my house." "Gladly," Lu Feiyu sneered. "From this moment on, I have nothing to do with the Lu family. And if you keep talking like this, they'll show you what true strength looks like." As he turned to leave, a golden-furred puppy bit down on the hem of his pants. It was his first contracted beast, Jin Laoban, affectionately named for its obsession with paper money. Holding the little creature in his arms, Lu Feiyu walked away without hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Fengxia sneered coldly, "The boy thinks he's grown wings. Just wait, he'll be crawling back in 3 days." She knew the truth, but would rather let her stepson take the fall. Just like their names suggested. One was as light as a feather, while the other carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Leaving the Lu family estate, the entire avenue lay empty and desolate. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its rays piercing through the clouds like sharp arrows, landing directly on Lu Feiyu. He took a deep breath, feeling the searing heat of the sunlight, and a surge of indescribable pride and determination filled his chest. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he gazed toward the horizon, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips, as though challenging fate itself. "Starting today, my life will burn as fiercely and brightly as this sun." It was long overdue to sever ties. Lu Feiyu scoffed inwardly. The indifference and disdain from the Lu family had extinguished any sense of belonging he once felt. His elder sister, Lu Fian, had also been unable to endure the blatant favoritism. She had run away from home as a child and had since vanished without a trace. Now, it was his turn. With resolute eyes and an unwavering stride, Lu Feiyu turned decisively and walked away, his steps firm and purposeful. In his arms, Jin Laoban, his small companion, seemed to sense his master's shifting emotions. Letting out 2 soft yips, the little creature affectionately licked Lu Feiyu's arm with its moist tongue, offering its silent support and comfort. Glancing down at Jin Laoban, Lu Feiyu's smile deepened. He gently patted its tiny head and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Jin. From now on, we'll live a life that's bold and extraordinary together." But just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lu Feiyu's mind. "Detected. Host is in a solitary environment. Beast King system is initiating awakening. Current talent level, grade, incompatible with the system. Awarding host one-time SS grade Beast Mastery Talent Draw. Beast space has been expanded by a factor of 100, spiritual energy increased by 100 times, and special effects have been added to the space. A mythical bloodline pool has been installed in Beast space. Note, the talent draw is only valid for today. Upon acquiring new talent, the effects of the original talent will be retained. Host will receive another talent draw opportunity upon advancing to the Starry Sky Beast Master rank." The voice abruptly ceased, leaving Lu Feiyu frozen in place as if struck by lightning. His mouth hung open so wide it could nearly fit an ostrich egg. Reborn into this life, he had never imagined he would gain such a heaven-defying system. He suppressed the wild beating of his heart, his fingers trembling ever so slightly. In this world, beasts reigned supreme. A century ago, natural disaster struck, unleashing hordes of ferocious beasts that ravaged the land, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Yet, fate had not completely abandoned mankind. Humans discovered they could awaken beast mastery talents, forming contracts with beasts to wield their immense power. The strongest beast masters could incinerate mountains, boil seas, shatter the heavens, and even defy the cycle of life and death. Even the weakest beasts were several times more powerful than ordinary pets. In such a world, the strength of a beastmaster directly determined their social status and access to resources. Beastmasters were ranked into 10 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, starry sky, lunar, and solar, with each tier further divided into 9 sublevels. A gold tier beastmaster was already considered a pillar of society, while a diamond tier beastmaster could dominate an entire region. Lu Feiyu's father, Lu Guanzhong, was a gold tier beastmaster, while the highest-ranking leader of Changnan City was only a diamond-tier beastmaster. Advancing as a beastmaster required immense resources, but the most critical factor was one's beast mastery talent. Talents range from a grade to SS grade, directly determining a beastmaster's future potential. Just a few days ago, Lu Feiyu had awakened his beast mastery talent grade strength enhancement. In battle, his beasts could temporarily increase their strength by 30 for 1 minute. Though only a grade talent, it still granted him the qualifications to step into the ranks of beastmasters. However, when he excitedly shared this news with his family, their response was nothing but cold indifference and perfunctory remarks. They casually handed him 10 bills, not even offering a proper congratulation. This apathy and disdain completely shattered Lu Feiyu's heart. But now, it seemed that fate had finally smiled upon him. The awakening of the Beast King system would change everything. Clenching his fists tightly, his gaze burned with intensity. He knew that this time, he wouldn't just rise, would make those who once looked down on him pay the price. Even after 2 lifetimes, Lu Feiyu could still vividly recall the shock he felt when he first received that 1,000 huaxia yuan. It was his very first bit of seed money, the starting point of his journey to becoming a beast tamer. However, beast eggs were far from cheap. That 1,000 yuan could only afford the worst of the A-grade beast eggs, creatures with no potential for growth and combat power that paled in comparison to beasts of the same rank. To make matters worse, a beast tamer could only form a contract with 1 beast per level. If Lu Feiyu spent his 1,000 yuan on one of those inferior eggs, his path as a beast tamer would have ended before it even began, leaving him trapped at the very bottom with no hope of rising. His gaze fell on the backs of his hands, which were covered in a web of needle marks, a silent testament to the price he paid to change his fate. Over the course of 3 days, he went to the black market to sell his blood 4 times. The first 2 times, he sold 400 cubic centimeters each. The third time, 300 cubic centimeters. By the fourth, his face had turned paper white, and even the cold-hearted black market doctors hesitated to draw more blood, fearing for his safety. But Lu Feiyu gritted his teeth and begged until the doctor reluctantly took another 100 cubic centimeters, giving him a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk as compensation. Even those morally bankrupt black market doctors showed him more kindness than his own family. When he returned home pale and so weak he could barely stand, his family didn't spare him a single word of concern. Fortunately, Lu Feiyu had a rare blood type, known as panda blood, which was worth several times that of ordinary blood types. After 4 trips to the black market, and deducting the cost of a cab ride when he could barely walk, he managed to save up 7,380 yuan. Adding his initial 1,000, he had just over 8,000 yuan in total. With this money, he finally bought a fairly decent grade beast egg. It was his only hope in a desperate situation. But then, fate seemed to show him a rare glimmer of mercy. When the beast egg hatched, it underwent an unexpected mutation. What was supposed to be an ordinary fire attribute golden retriever pup evolved into a rare grade beast with light attributes. Not only did its value skyrocket, but it even surpassed the grade beast egg his younger brother, Lu Qianjun, had purchased for 100,000 yuan. In his previous life, Lu Feiyu had been overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of luck. Excitedly, he shared the news with his family, never expecting that what should have been a life-changing moment of joy would instead mark the beginning of a nightmare, becoming the scapegoat for their schemes. Shaking off those painful memories, Lu Feiyu quickened his pace toward the school. Near the campus, he found a shabby little hostel and rented a shared bunk bed for 50 yuan. The room had no air conditioning or private bathroom. Lying on the narrow bed, he closed his eyes and silently called out to the system. Moments later, a glowing blue screen appeared before him. The screen displayed his current information clearly. Host, Lu Feiyu. Level, Black Iron, Rank 1. Talent, Strength Enhancement Grade. Talent effect, increases the strength of contracted beasts by 30 for 1 minute during combat. Contracted beast, Radiant Hound grade. Special privilege. 1 SS grade talent draw opportunity. Lu Feiyu's gaze locked onto the final line, and a wave of excitement surged through him. He focused his consciousness on the screen, and in an instant, a massive wheel appeared before him. The wheel was divided into 10 segments, each representing an SS grade talent, the pinnacle of power that every beast tamer dreamed of possessing. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement and chose to spin the wheel without hesitation. No matter which talent he landed on, any of them would far surpass his current grade strength enhancement, transforming his destiny. The golden pointer began to spin slowly, then picked up speed, eventually becoming a blur of light. Lu Feiyu held his breath, his eyes fixed on the wheel until the pointer abruptly stopped. A crisp, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SS grade talent, Eye of Ascension. Lu Feiyu's pupils contracted as the details of the Eye of Ascension flooded his mind. 1. Doubles the training speed of contracted beasts. 2. Reveals all potential evolution paths of contracted beasts and the materials required for each. 3. Allows the user to view the basic attributes of beast-type enemies. 4. Ensures 100 loyalty from contracted beasts. Any damage directed at the beast tamer will be transferred to the beast. Staring at these game-changing abilities, Lu Feiyu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. From this moment on, his fate had been irrevocably altered. With just one glance, Lu Feiyu was utterly stunned by the effects of the SS-level talent. He could hardly believe it. A single talent with 4 distinct effects? This was completely beyond his comprehension. Each effect was overwhelmingly powerful, as if it had been tailor-made just for him. The first effect, doubled cultivation speed. What did this mean? Lu Feiyu took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. With the same resources and beasts of the same level, what would take others a year to achieve would take him only 6 months. Day by day, year after year, this gap would grow exponentially, leaving his peers far behind. And what amazed him even more was the fact that the system had previously mentioned that the spiritual energy concentration in the beast space would increase 100-fold. With 100 times the spiritual energy combined with doubled cultivation speed, this efficiency was nothing short of a cheat. His beasts would grow at an almost unbelievable pace, could only describe it as leaping forward. The second effect, the ability to discern evolution paths and the materials required for evolution. This was, without a doubt, a dream ability for any beastmaster. It was important to note that since the calamity struck a century ago, humanity's research into beasts was still far from complete. Even for common beasts, only a portion of their evolution paths had been discovered, and these clear paths often came with prohibitively expensive beasts. For mutated beasts like his contracted partner, Jin Laoban, there was almost no reference material for evolution. Beastmasters could only rely on trial and error, painstakingly exploring possibilities, sometimes spending their entire lives without finding the correct path. But with this talent, Lu Feiyu could skip all the guesswork and precisely grasp every piece of information needed for evolution. Moreover, the choice of evolution materials was critical, as using the wrong ones could result in failed evolution or even a regression in power. Now, all of this would be effortless. He no longer needed to waste time or resources. This was an enormous boost to both his growth speed and financial burden. As for the third effect, the ability to analyze enemy beasts, it was a combat-focused skill that seemed made for battle. Imagine being able to foresee an enemy beast's skills and ultimate moves before a fight. He could prepare countermeasures in advance, crafting strategies to exploit their weaknesses. Once the battle began, his opponents would find themselves caught in his carefully laid trap, overwhelmed and even facing total defeat. This strategic advantage alone would ensure his dominance in any fight. But the most astonishing effect had to be the fourth. Setting aside the guarantee of 100 loyalty from his beasts, the damage transfer ability was enough to drive every beastmaster wild. It was common knowledge that a beastmaster's greatest vulnerability was their own fragility. Although a beastmaster's physique would improve as their beasts grew stronger, they were still leagues behind their beasts in durability. This made beastmasters prime targets in life-or-death battles, where enemies often bypassed the beasts to attack the masters directly. However, with this ability, Lu Feiyu's beasts could fully absorb any damage meant for him. Enemies would exhaust themselves attacking him, only to realize that their efforts were futile. The despair this would create in his opponents was enough to crush their spirits. He could already imagine the look of utter defeat on their faces. It could be said that with this one SS-level talent, paired with his contracted mutated beast, Jin Laoban, Lu Feiyu was fully confident he could dominate the upcoming college entrance exams in just 100 days. He would sweep through his competition like an unstoppable force. And that wasn't even considering the system's comprehensive enhancements to his beast space. His potential had surpassed anything that could be measured by conventional standards. With this realization, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate. He focused his mind, diving directly into his beast space. Yet, when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but let out a cry of shock in his heart. Wait, is this really my beast space? His original beast space was nothing more than a cold, desolate 3-square-meter iron shack. Perhaps this explanation might not be clear enough. To put it simply, the space was about the size of 1/3 of a student dormitory. Forget letting a beast move around in it, just standing inside made Lu Feiyu feel cramped and uncomfortable. The beast space was originally nothing more than a narrow little compartment where even turning around was difficult, let alone having room to move freely. Because of this, Boss Jean always resisted staying inside. But now, the beast space was utterly transformed, as if it had become a completely different place. What used to be a mere 3-square-meter room had turned into an expansive meadow, lush with greenery and filled with the fresh, invigorating scent of grass and trees. When Lu Feiyu looked up, he saw a sky so blue it seemed freshly washed, with a few lazy white clouds drifting by. The sunlight was warm and gentle, not harsh at all. The entire space felt meticulously designed, brimming with vitality and beauty. This wasn't just a 100-fold expansion, it was as if he had stepped into a whole new world. Moreover, Lu Feiyu keenly noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy in the beast space was astonishingly high, so dense it almost felt tangible. Boss Jean was sprawled lazily on the soft grass, squinting its eyes and panting with its tongue out, looking as content as could be. The rich spiritual energy flowed into its body effortlessly, like a tidal wave, rapidly enhancing its strength at a rate visible to the naked eye. Lu Feiyu was stunned. At this speed, Boss Jean could probably reach Black Iron Tier 2 just by lying there for an hour. Watching Boss Jean so at ease, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but sigh. It seemed his beast companion was living a far more comfortable life than he was as a beastmaster. Sensing Lu Feiyu's gaze, Boss Jean lazily rolled over, turning its back to him and wagging its tail lightly, clearly showing off. After all, beasts could stay in the beast space for extended periods, whereas beastmasters couldn't. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu shook his head in resignation and scooped Boss Jean up in one swift motion. It wasn't out of jealousy, he had something far more important to investigate. The mythical bloodline pool at the center of the beast space. With one man and one dog walking slowly through the vast meadow-like space, they soon arrived at the central area. There lay a serene pool of blood, its liquid as red and lustrous as the finest ruby, with a faint shimmer on its surface. Strangely, it emitted no trace of a metallic or bloody scent. Instead, a light fragrance, reminiscent of gardenias, wafted through the air. As Lu Feiyu approached, he even felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Woof, woof, woof. The moment Boss Jean laid eyes on the mythical bloodline pool, it leaped out of Lu Feiyu's arms and barked excitedly, its tail wagging so furiously it resembled a high-speed fan. Although it was barking at Lu Feiyu, its eyes stayed fixed on the pool, clearly captivated. If it weren't waiting for its master's permission, it might have already dived in head first. Go ahead. Sensing Boss Jean's eagerness, Lu Feiyu waved his hand without hesitation. He, too, was filled with anticipation, eager to see what surprises the mythical bloodline pool, bestowed by the Beast King system, might bring. With the command given, Boss Jean wasted no time. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs, leaping gracefully into the air and forming a perfect arc before plunging into the pool with a soft plop. To Lu Feiyu's surprise, the blood in the pool behaved unusually. It didn't splash at all. The surface merely rippled gently before returning to its calm state. As time ticked by, Lu Feiyu's excitement began to turn into unease. The pool's surface was so unnervingly still that he started to worry Boss Jean might have been foolish enough to drown itself. Just as he was about to rush over to check, the stillness was shattered by a sudden, violent upheaval. In the next instant, a radiant golden light burst forth from the pool. Boss Jean emerged, its entire body glowing with a fiery golden hue. Its fur shimmered like blazing flames, dazzling under the sunlight. Standing tall in the pool, it exuded an aura of majesty and power, like a divine beast descended from the heavens. It radiated an awe-inspiring presence that commanded respect. The scene was so breathtaking it resembled a masterpiece painting, leaving Lu Feiyu utterly speechless. He stood frozen, staring at the transformed Boss Jean in amazement. Lu Feiyu was utterly stunned as he looked at Jean Laoban, who had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once petite and adorable golden retriever had now stood up, and to his shock, its height had reached his thigh. Its stature had tripled in size, at least. Not just that, its body length had grown proportionately, giving it a perfectly balanced and athletic appearance. The sleek, well-defined muscles beneath its lustrous golden-red fur hinted at immense power, ready to burst forth at any moment. It exuded a calm exterior, but there was no mistaking the latent explosive strength it possessed. Even its fur had changed. It was no longer the pure golden hue it once had. Now, streaks of blood red intertwined with the gold, transforming the once cuddly puppy into a commanding and majestic presence. The air around it carried an aura of authority, with a hint of lethal sharpness. But what truly caught Lu Feiyu's attention were its eyes. Jean Laoban's once soft hazel eyes now burned like two miniature suns, radiating a dazzling golden light. The intensity of its gaze was both awe-inspiring and oppressive, impossible to ignore. So majestic, Jean Laoban. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim, his heart filled with admiration. The beast before him had far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Its imposing and charismatic appearance was every man's dream of the ultimate beast companion. Hearing its master's voice, Jean Laoban, who had been striking a pose moments before, immediately trotted over. Despite its massive size, its movements were graceful and light. It lowered its head, brushing its soft golden-red fur gently against Lu Feiyu's leg, like an affectionate child seeking attention. Its eyes carried a touch of dependence and warmth, making it even more endearing. The sensation was warm and smooth, prompting Lu Feiyu to reach out and run his fingers through its fur. The silky texture of the golden-red coat was unparalleled, a perfect blend of softness and sleekness. As Lu Feiyu savored this heartwarming interaction, he activated his SS-grade talent, Eye of Ascension. In an instant, Jean Laoban's detailed attribute panel materialized before him. Species: Crimson Sun Hound. Attribute: Light. Talent grade: A. Rank: Black Iron Tier 4. Skills: Desperate Struggle Rare, Crimson Sun Scorch Rare, Blessing of Light Rare. Desperate Struggle infuses the beast with the power of the Crimson Sun, growing stronger the more it is injured. The beast will not weaken from injuries until death. Crimson Sun Scorch summons the power of the Crimson Sun to immolate enemies. Targets suffer excruciating pain, significantly reduced healing and regeneration, with the effect bypassing most defenses. Blessing of Light grants immunity to most control skills and strong resistance to light and fire-based attacks. Evolution Path: Crimson Sun Hound Grade A. Solar Divine Hound Grade S. Sun-Chasing Wolf King Grade SS. Lord of Radiance Grade SSS. Sun-Swallowing Deity Mythical Grade. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can ascend to the mythical grade. Materials required for first evolution: Solar Crystal, Earth Vein Flame, Millennium Snow Lotus, Spirit Concentrating Wood. As Lu Feiyu read through the information, he was completely dumbfounded. 3 rare grade skills, an evolution path spanning 3 tiers, detailed evolution materials, and even the potential to ascend to the mythical grade. This attribute panel was nothing short of extraordinary. This is the power of an SS grade talent? Lu Feiyu's heart raced, his breathing quickened. Jean Laoban's potential was so overwhelming that it left him in disbelief. The 3 rare grade skills alone placed it leagues above any other Black Iron tier beast. It was worth noting that beast skills were categorized into 7 tiers: common, fine, excellent, rare, exceptional, epic, legendary, and supreme. Rare grade skills sat in the middle of the hierarchy, but for a Black Iron tier beast to possess even one rare skill was exceedingly rare. Most Black Iron tier beasts only had 1 or 2 common grade skills. Having a fine grade skill was already considered exceptional. Yet Jean Laoban had 3 rare grade skills, an anomaly that defied all expectations. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feiyu fixed his gaze on Jean Laoban, his eyes burning with determination. This beast would undoubtedly become his greatest ally in his future conquests. But what about Boss Jean? 3 rare grade skills in total. What does it mean to be invincible? This is invincibility. With 3 skills that combine physical enhancement, long-range attack, and immunity to control, he's both offensive and defensive, excelling at both close and long-range combat. He's maxed out. That's all Lu Feiyu can say, completely maxed out. He never imagined that Boss Jean could be this powerful. Moreover, Lu Feiyu noticed that after being baptized in the mythical bloodline pool, Boss Jean, who was originally at Black Iron Tier 1, leapt 3 tiers to Black Iron Tier 4. For an ordinary contracted beast, wouldn't this take months of arduous training? But Boss Jean achieved it in just a few minutes. The difference is staggering, to say the least. What's more, with the advantage of his higher tier, combined with those 3 practically unbeatable Black Iron skills, Lu Feiyu was confident he would crush his competitors in future school competitions, earning more resources in the process. At this rate, his cultivation progress would surpass his peers by leaps and bounds. At the thought of this, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. The next morning, Lu Feiyu woke up on the small, shared cot in the inn. After a solid night's sleep, he felt refreshed, but the surroundings made him frown slightly. The air was thick with an odd smell, and he pinched his nose as he headed to the communal restroom to freshen up. While waiting for a stall, he couldn't help but complain internally, "Dude, what on earth did you eat last night? Garlic and onions?" He silently vowed that once he earned enough money, he'd upgrade to a better room and never endure this kind of torment again. After finishing up, Lu Feiyu felt completely rejuvenated. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he dashed toward the school. After Boss Jin's breakthrough to Black Iron Tier 4 yesterday, Lu Feiyu, as his Beast Master, had also advanced to Black Iron Tier 4. The improvement in his physical condition gave him an unprecedented sense of ease. Sprinting nearly a kilometer to school, he arrived barely out of breath, with hardly a drop of sweat on him. At Changnan First Beast Master High School, the campus was already bustling with students. Groups of them stood chatting and laughing together. There were no beasts running amok, of course, as the school's rules strictly prohibited releasing contracted beasts from their spaces except during combat practice classes. Violators would be immediately suspended. Though strict, this rule ensured the campus remained orderly. Following his memories of the layout, Lu Feiyu made his way to Class 32. Before even stepping into the classroom, he overheard some loud boasting from inside. Hey, what tier are your beasts at now? What tier? It's only been 5 days, it's still Black Iron Tier 1, obviously. No way. Really? I'm already at Black Iron Tier 2. I thought you guys were at the same level as me. Get out of here. Black Iron Tier 2? Are you even human? Hearing this, the corners of Lu Feiyu's mouth lifted slightly in amusement. He thought to himself, with that attitude, I almost thought you'd reached Bronze Tier. Black Iron Tier 2? Kid, keep working on it. Your bro here is already at Black Iron Tier 4. With that thought, he strode confidently into the classroom. However, the moment Lu Feiyu stepped inside, the lively chatter abruptly ceased. Countless scrutinizing gazes shot toward him like daggers, and the atmosphere seemed to grow colder. The boisterous voices were replaced by hushed whispers, like ants scurrying across the floor. Lu Feiyu's here. Did he really take those pictures? Of his own sister? What a scumbag. Hey, you don't know that for sure, do you? Got any proof? Come on, meow meow. Don't defend him just because he's good looking. You can't judge a book by its cover. Exactly. There's no smoke without fire. If it's all lies, then why is it only about Lu Feiyu and no one else? These murmurs reached Lu Feiyu's ears, and his expression darkened slightly. He suddenly remembered back in his previous life. Zhang Fengxia had spread rumors of Lu Feiyu taking secret photos throughout the school to shift suspicion away from Lu Qianjun. This incident had left him unable to hold his head high in front of his classmates. Burdened by the psychological pressure, he eventually dropped out of school, skipping the college entrance exams altogether and diving straight into society. But as a young man with a tarnished reputation, what adventure team would ever take him in? Reflecting on this, Lu Feiyu's gaze turned icy. He silently vowed, Zhang Fengxia, your little scheme, I won't let it succeed this time. Lu Feiyu was accepted into a notorious adventurer group, only to be used as live bait and die under the claws of a vicious beast. June 7th, Lu Feiyu murmured to himself it was the day he died in his previous life, and also the day Lu Qianjun took his college entrance exams. While he, a forsaken soul, perished in the desolate wilderness, his mangled body left to be devoured by beasts, Lu Qianjun, the family's beacon of hope, confidently strode toward a promising future. One side shrouded in darkness, the other bathed in light. How cruel. How ironic. Idiot. Lu Feiyu snapped back to reality, cursing his former self under his breath. So what if others talked? Why did he cower like that? He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil surging in his heart, and stepped toward his seat. The classroom was abuzz with whispers and curious glances, some laced with disdain. Yet, Lu Feiyu acted as though he saw none of it, his expression calm as he walked to his seat and sat down. As soon as he sat, his deskmate and close friend, Chen Yuanshan, leaned in. Though his voice was naturally loud, he deliberately lowered it to a whisper. Ah Fei, are you okay? Those rumors. He trailed off, hesitation flickering across his tanned face. As a straightforward and rugged guy, he truly didn't know how to offer comfort. But when Lu Feiyu looked his way, Chen Yuanshan clenched his teeth and said firmly, no matter what others say, I believe in you. I know you're not that kind of person. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu felt a warmth bloom in his chest. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Memories from his past life flooded back. Back then, Chen Yuanshan had been just the same, the only one who stood by him unwaveringly, despite the world's attempts to smear his name. Even when Lu Feiyu insisted on dropping out of school, Chen Yuanshan had tried desperately to stop him, doing everything he could to change his mind. Lu Feiyu nodded slightly and softly replied, thank you. The moment of warmth was abruptly interrupted by the sharp click of high heels against the tiled floor, echoing from the classroom's front door. Lu Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he instinctively looked up. A long, slender leg clad in black stockings stepped into view, followed by the strikingly elegant face of Lin Wenhui, their homeroom teacher. Her expression was cold and stern as she strode to the podium with steady steps, her eyes sweeping across the class. As she moved, the murmurs in the room gradually died down, leaving the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Bang! Lin Wenhui slammed her teaching materials onto the podium with a crisp sound that pierced the silence of the classroom. What's all this noise? Don't you know it's time for class? She frowned slightly, her tone sharp. Today's lesson is practical training mixed group sparring. Instead of lining up outside, you're all here chattering away. You're honestly the worst class I've ever taught. At her words, the classroom fell into dead silence. The students, visibly cowed, stood up one by one and obediently filed out the door. Only Lu Feiyu remained seated, his gaze following Lin Wenhui as he momentarily lost himself in thought. He knew that beneath her seemingly cold and fiery demeanor, this young teacher wasn't as harsh as she appeared. In his past life, when he announced his decision to drop out, Lin Wenhui had been the only teacher who tried to persuade him to stay. Even after he left, she visited him personally, bringing supplies and even offering financial help. But back then, consumed by a mix of pride and inferiority, he had dismissed her kindness as pity and foolishly rejected her help. Thinking of this, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but mock his past self for his stupidity. If only he hadn't been so stubborn back then, perhaps everything that followed could have been avoided. What are you still sitting there for? Lin Wenhui's voice rang out again, tinged with impatience. Get in line and head to the training field. What are you looking at me for? Do you think staring at me will help you improve your beast-taming skills? Startled, Lu Feiyu snapped back to the present, only to realize he was now the only one left in the classroom. He sat there, staring at Lin Wenhui with a complex, unreadable expression. From the podium, Lin Wenhui's gaze met his. For reasons she couldn't explain, she saw something indescribably broken and desolate in the boy's eyes. It was a feeling akin to seeing a tattered doll abandoned in the snow, its stuffing blending with the frost-battered and forgotten. Lin Wenhui's brows furrowed ever so slightly as fragments of Lu Feiyu's family background and the rumors circling the school yesterday surfaced in her mind. Lin Wenhui let out a soft sigh but said nothing. She gave a light cough to pull Lu Feiyu out of his memories and then stepped out of the room. She understood that for a young man like him, the best form of protection was to act as if she knew nothing. Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He followed her out and naturally made his way to his friend Chen Yuanshan, walking side by side. Combat training. I've been waiting 18 years for this, a nearby classmate exclaimed excitedly. What are you even excited about? You're just a rank 1 Black Iron Beastmaster. Isn't it more likely you'll get beaten to a pulp? Another classmate retorted mercilessly. Hey. No need to be so harsh with your words, the first one protested. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the real dagger. The other replied mockingly, drawing a few chuckles from the group. Listening to the lively chatter, Lu Feiyu's lips curled up slightly in a barely noticeable smile. Chen Yuanshan, however, leaned in and patted his shoulder, speaking in a deliberately mysterious tone. Ah Fei, I heard we're sparring with Class 5 this time. Isn't your brother in Class 5? Lu Feiyu paused for a moment before replying with a blank expression. I've cut ties with the Lu family. He's not my brother. Chen Yuanshan froze, then stammered awkwardly. Oh, I didn't know, I'm sorry. Lu Feiyu gave him a strange look, his tone calm but tinged with sarcasm. Why apologize? To me, that entire family combined isn't worth a single nose hair of yours. Huh, should I feel touched? Here, let me pull one out for you, Chen Yuanshan said, pretending to pluck a nose hair with exaggerated movements. Get lost. Lu Feiyu chuckled faintly, giving him a light kick. The two continued to banter as they walked, and before they knew it, time had flown by. In no time, the group arrived at the training grounds. The training grounds of Changnan High School were designed in a standard arena format. The vast space housed over 100 neatly arranged platforms. The edges of each platform were engraved with glowing runic patterns that separated the arenas from the spectator area, ensuring that the aftermath of battles wouldn't affect the students watching. Ms. Lin, over here. The homeroom teacher of Class 5 waved enthusiastically, signaling to the Class 2 group. When the two classes met, the teachers gave their usual pre-match speeches. The Class 5 teacher scanned his students with a booming voice. I've got 2 things to say. First, give it your all. Second, no commanding your beasts to attack the opposing beastmaster directly. Got it. Got it, the students responded lazily in unison, dragging out the word as if they'd heard it 100 times before. After all, these were just sparring matches between students, not life-and-death battles. No one would seriously break the rules to harm their classmates. Good. The Class 5 teacher nodded, and then pulled out a list to announce the matchups. Class 2's Song Miao Miao versus Class 5's Zhang Jun, Class 2's Chen Yuanshan versus Class 5's Lu Jinhao, Class 2's Lu Feiyu versus Class 5's Lu Qianjun. Upon hearing that name, Lu Feiyu's expression remained calm, though a cold edge surfaced in his heart. This arrangement was exactly the same as in his previous life. He remembered how, in his past life, Lu Qianjun had relied on family resources to elevate his beast to rank 2 Black Iron by the end of senior year. With a great talent, Lu Qianjun had completely overshadowed him, a beast master who had clawed his way up through sheer effort. Even though Lu Feiyu's beast, Boss Jean, had superior potential, he was utterly defeated. Lu Feiyu stepped onto the platform slowly, his gaze calm and unflinching. As he took his position, he heard Lu Qianjun's grating voice ring out. Well, look who it is. What a small world. Lu Qianjun sneered, his beady eyes scanning Lu Feiyu up and down. Then, with an exaggerated sniff, he wrinkled his nose and covered his mouth. What's with your wrinkled clothes? Don't tell me you spent the night sleeping under a bridge? As if that wasn't enough, Lu Qianjun fanned the air in front of his nose dramatically and mimed gagging. Ugh, so smelly. Lu Feiyu stood on the platform, his gaze coldly fixed on Lu Qianjun's clownish antics. It was true he had left home with nothing but Boss Ji and hadn't brought a change of clothes. But it was late February, the weather was cool, and he had taken a shower that morning. There was no way he could smell bad. Lu Qianjun's remarks were nothing more than a deliberate attempt to humiliate him with cheap insults. Hee, just kidding. You don't smell bad at all, Lu Qianjun said sarcastically, his tone dripping with mockery. What stinks is your soul. You scum who sneaks pictures of your own sister. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's expression turned peculiar. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. Are you insulting yourself? Or have you lied so much that even you believe it? The commotion in their exchange quickly drew the attention of their classmates nearby. In an instant, countless dagger-like gazes locked onto Lu Feiyu, as if trying to shred him into 1,000 pieces. Memories from his past life surged like a tidal wave. Back then, he was publicly slandered by Lu Qianjun, and during the subsequent sparring match, he was brutally beaten, left utterly humiliated with his reputation in ruins. Disheartened, he chose to drop out of school, refusing to listen to anyone's persuasion. He even skipped the annual school competition, a prestigious event he had once dreamed of. But this life would be different. With his Black Iron Tier 4 ranked Boss Ji and his powerful grade talent, Lu Feiyu's current strength was enough to dominate the entire Changnan First High School, leaving him truly unmatched. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over Lu Qianjun's greasy face. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure. All you can do is talk. Deep down, you know the truth. Lu Qianjun sneered, his face full of disdain. Under the light, his oily skin gleamed unpleasantly. All I can do is talk? Just wait till I make you cry, loser. The resources you can't even dream of obtaining are as easy as picking fruit for me. Sure, we share the same last name, Lu, but our statuses couldn't be more different. You're nothing but a pathetic little nobody. Ha ha ha. His voice was drenched in mockery, attempting to crush Lu Feiyu's resolve with words alone. Inwardly, Lu Qianjun scoffed. He was a Black Iron Tier 2 beast tamer. Why would he fear someone as insignificant as Lu Feiyu? But just as Lu Qianjun was indulging in his smugness, a thunderous roar cut through his taunts. You're supposed to spar, not chat. If you don't start now, I swear I'll come up there and deal with you myself, Lu Qianjun. The booming voice belonged to the homeroom teacher of Class 5, whose commanding tone froze Lu Qianjun in place. His expression stiffened, and he hurriedly stopped his jeering, reluctantly summoning his contracted beast. Roar! A deep, guttural growl echoed across the arena. Moments later, a black boar with sharp, menacing quills appeared before Lu Qianjun. Its quills gleamed dangerously under the light, resembling blades ready to tear through any defense. A razorback porcupine, someone exclaimed from the crowd. Lu Feiyu eyed the beast, a faint glimmer of white light flashing across his pupils as information surfaced in his mind. Species, razorback porcupine. Element, Earth. Talent grade, B. Level, Black Iron Tier 2. Skills, tough hide common, piercing quill shot refined. Evaluation, decent quills perfect for toothpicks. Looking at the unimpressive stats on the panel, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Compared to his Boss Jean, Lu Qianjun's beast was utterly insignificant. At the same time, Lu Feiyu softly called upon his own contracted beast. Woof! A crisp bark resonated through the training ground. In the next instant, a striking golden figure leapt onto the stage. Boss Jean had arrived. Its coat of lush, fiery gold fur shimmered under the lights, as if wrapped in blazing flames. Its golden eyes, once playful and endearing, now burned with icy determination. Standing tall in front of Lu Feiyu, Boss Jean exuded an aura of majesty and power. Its piercing gaze locked onto Lu Qianjun, flames of fury flickering within. It seemed ready to tear apart the arrogant, overweight opponent at any moment. How dare you insult my master? Unforgivable. Boss Jean growled lowly, its claws scraping the platform eagerly, as though it could barely contain its anticipation. The crowd erupted. Whoa, that's incredible. Are you kidding me? Why does his beast look so majestic while mine's just a clumsy fool? This is so unfair. It's big, strong, and insanely cool. Ugh, and yes, I'm talking about the dog. Back on the stage, Lu Feiyu's lips curled into a faint smile. His eyes gleamed with determination, his fighting spirit ignited. He spoke softly, "Boss Jin, are you ready?" With a deep growl, Boss Jin's golden fur flared like a raging fire, its aura surging to new heights. What's the point of having a good-looking beast if it's useless in battle? It's just a shiny ornament, flashy but worthless. Lu Qianjun sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. However, his mockery was abruptly interrupted by a wave of snickers from the crowd. Wow, who's feeling sour? That's some serious jealousy right there. Someone in the crowd shouted, triggering a burst of laughter. Just then, a deep growl silenced the crowd. Striding into the arena with an air of majesty was Jin Laoban. Its presence immediately commanded everyone's attention. The sleek, crimson fur gleamed like silk under the sunlight, and its proud demeanor was the epitome of a king among beasts. The moment it appeared, the crowd erupted into cheers. Just based on appearance, Jin Laoban absolutely crushes Lu Qianjun's black pig, someone murmured, their tone dripping with envy. Lu Qianjuan's face darkened instantly. His gaze locked onto Jin Laoban, and the scorn in his expression gave way to shock. Impossible. How did your beast change so much? He stammered, unable to hide the panic in his voice. Just yesterday, when he saw Lu Feiyu's beast, it had been an ordinary-looking dog. How could it now exude such overwhelming power? Its coat was radiant, its size imposing, and its aura completely transformed. But Lu Feiyu didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he leaned down and whispered to Jin Laoban, "Go. Take down that beast in one move. Do well, and he'll give you $1 tonight." At the promise of the familiar reward, Jin Laoban's eyes lit up, and its tail wagged slightly in excitement. Known for its love of money, even a single dollar was enough to fire up its enthusiasm. Spike Wind. Activate Spiked Barrage. Lu Qianjun commanded urgently. The black pig tensed its muscles, and the sharp quills covering its body stood on end. With a flash of cold light, the quills launched like deadly arrows, hurtling toward Jin Laoban with a chilling whistle, their aura menacing and lethal. The students watching gasped in unison, with some of the more timid girls covering their eyes, unable to bear the thought of the majestic dog being pierced by the onslaught of spikes. Yet Jin Laoban didn't even flinch. It didn't so much as blink. Instead, it opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. In the next instant, a fiery red orb resembling a miniature sun materialized above the arena, its scorching radiance bathing the entire area. Crimson Sun Burn. Lu Feiyu's voice rang out, steady and cold with unshakable confidence. The moment the crimson sun appeared, the temperature in the arena soared. The air shimmered and distorted from the intense heat. Beams of crimson light shot out from the fiery orb, moving so fast they were nearly imperceptible. In a heartbeat, they struck the black pig's body. Boom! Flames erupted and spread like wildfire, blackening the pig's fur as smoke rose from its body. The sound of sizzling flesh filled the air, and the pig let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing in agony as it tried in vain to extinguish the flames. It was futile. The skill of an A-grade beast was not so easily countered. As for the spiked barrage that had been launched moments earlier, the searing heat of the crimson sun had already reduced the quills to ash before they could even reach Jin Laoban. The students stood frozen in shock, their breath caught in their throats. Oh my god, it's so powerful. And so cool. I'm officially jealous, someone muttered under their breath. That crimson sun is insane. Is that a light-type beast? Those are so rare, others exclaimed, their excitement growing. Even students who had originally supported Lu Qianjun couldn't help but switch sides, cheering for Jin Laoban with fervor. On the stage, the black pig had collapsed, its body twitching weakly, completely incapacitated. Jin Laoban, on the other hand, calmly flicked its tail, as if the entire display had been nothing more than a casual warm-up. Lin Wenhui and the homeroom teacher of Class 5 exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with awe and admiration. They were far more aware than the students of the rarity of Jin Laoban's Crimson Sunburn. The skill was undoubtedly an advanced one, and any beast capable of mastering it had to be at least a grade in potential. And a grade beast as his first companion, the potential is simply, Lin Wenhui murmured, her eyes fixed on Lu Feiyu, her opinion of him taking a dramatic turn. At that moment, everyone in the arena was utterly captivated by Jin Laoban's overwhelming strength. Standing tall on the stage, Jin Laoban looked down at the cheering crowd with the poise of an invincible divine beast, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. As for Lu Qianjun, his face turned as dark as overcooked pork as he stared at the black pig rolling and howling in agony on the stage. His fingers clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, and his gaze grew as stormy as the night before a tempest. Both beasts were of the same rank. In fact, his resources were superior, and his talent outstanding. By all logic, The outcome should have been clear-cut. Yet, why was there such an enormous gap in their performance? His head buzzed with confusion and frustration, his heart swelling with unwillingness. When he raised his eyes to look at Lu Feiyu, he saw that calm, handsome face, and the venomous snake of jealousy slithered back into his chest, threatening to crush his heart with its bite. But the sound that reached his ears was the agonizing, weakening cries of his own beast, as if accusing him of his incompetence. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qianjun suppressed the shame and discomfort boiling in his chest, his voice trembling with fury. "Stop this at once." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow, a mocking curve playing at the corner of his lips. He replied in a calm, indifferent tone, "You'll have to admit defeat first. Isn't the outcome obvious by now?" Lu Qianjuan's fists clenched even tighter, his nails nearly digging into his palms. His glare was as sharp as a blade, fixed on Lu Feiyu, and the fire of rage in his chest threatened to burn away his reason. Through gritted teeth, he spat out each word like venom. "No way. I want to hear you admit defeat first." Lu Feiyu remained composed, shaking his head lazily, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. "Am I being unreasonable? I don't think so. But I do think you're being quite cruel to your beast. It's on the verge of death, and you're still dragging this out." With that, he turned his gaze to the black pig on the battlefield. The creature's body was charred black, large patches of carbonized skin peeling away to reveal sticky, raw muscle underneath. Its injuries were so severe that it could barely struggle. Yet the searing flames of the scorching sun continued to burn on its body, as if determined to consume the last remnants of its life. "You." Lu Qianjuan's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently as he could no longer ignore the brutal reality before him. His eyes fell on the dying black piga rare beast his father had spent over 100,000 yuan to acquire. If it died, not only would he face punishment, but his spirit would also suffer a devastating blow. Taking a deep breath, he finally let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping as if all his arrogance had been drained away. He lowered his head dejectedly, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "I admit defeat." This pitiful display was a stark contrast to his arrogance before the fight. Watching him, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but feel amused. For 18 years, this younger brother of his had sought to overshadow him in every way, from toys to clothes, from meals to resources. Anything that belonged to Lu Feiyu, even if Lu Qianjun had no need for it, he would forcibly take. But now, after 18 years of oppression, Lu Qianjun was finally bowing his head in defeat. And yet, that voice was far too soft. Lu Feiyu shook his head, his tone calm but laced with a hint of provocation. "What? I didn't quite catch that." Hearing this, Lu Qianjuan's head snapped up, his bloodshot eyes glaring daggers at Lu Feiyu, as if he wanted to tear him apart. His chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a cornered beast making its final stand. Lu Feiyu, still as composed as ever, sighed and shook his head. "Little brother, is this too much for you to handle? This kind of humiliation, I've endured it countless times over the past 18 years, if not thousands, then at least hundreds. I'll kill you." Lu Qianjun finally lost all control, roaring in fury as he charged at Lu Feiyu like a small mountain of flesh. But Lu Feiyu, now at Black Iron Rank 4, was no longer the same as before. His physical abilities far outmatched Lu Qianjuan's. With a cold glance, he sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the attack. At the same time, he lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Lu Qianjuan's bulky frame. Bang! The force of Lu Feiyu's kick, combined with Lu Qianjuan's momentum, sent him flying out of the ring. He crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The comical and embarrassing state of affairs provoked unrestrained laughter from the students present. Each burst of laughter felt like a needle piercing into Lu Qianjuan's heart. His face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening from the pressure, and his eyes brimmed with humiliation and fury. Yet, despite his seething anger, he didn't dare to provoke further. He could only grit his teeth and endure the mortifying scene. "Lu Feiyu, stop fooling around." Lin Wenhui's voice rang out at just the right moment. Though her tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. As the supervising teacher, she couldn't allow her student to burn an opponent's beast alive. Not only would this breach school rules, but it also crossed a moral boundary. Besides, she could tell that Lu Feiyu had already vented enough. Hearing Lin Wenhui's stern reprimand, Lu Feiyu's playful expression faded. He gave a slight nod and softly called, "Boss Jean." The beast immediately responded with a low growl, and the blazing heat on the stage vanished in an instant. The air cooled as if the fiery inferno moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. The flames entwining the black boar like venomous snakes extinguished, leaving the arena in peace. However, the scorched and charred fur of the black boar, along with its mangled body, silently testified to Boss Jin's overwhelming power. Lu Feiyu approached and patted the soft fur atop Boss Jean's head, a satisfied smile spreading on his face. Well done. Receiving his master's praise, Boss Jean wagged his tail enthusiastically, the speed making it resemble a high-speed fan. Seeing this endearing scene, several girls couldn't help but blush and whisper, "So adorable. I think I'm falling in love." What? Weren't you just calling him a creep for spying on people? Oh, that was a misunderstanding. Look at him, so strong, so handsome, and so gentle. How could he possibly be a creep? It must have been a malicious rumor. How awful to slander my dear brother like that. Exactly. In the world of beast tamers, strength reigns supreme. Indeed, in this world, power is the ultimate currency. As long as one displays enough strength and potential, past mistakes are often overlooked. Moreover, Lu Feiyu wasn't just powerful. He possessed a face that rivaled that of a celebrity. Growing up, he had never seen anyone more handsome than himself. With just one overwhelming victory, Lu Feiyu's reputation soared among the students of both Class 2 and Class 5. Even those who had held prejudices against him began to change their opinions. A few more performances like this, and his reputation could completely turn around. Reflecting on this, Lu Feiyu sighed softly to himself. Strength is everything. Then, with Boss Jean by his side, he gracefully stepped off the stage under the admiring gazes of the crowd. However, one venomous gaze trailed his back, cold and viper-like. It was none other than Lu Qianjun, whom he had kicked off the stage. Lu Qianjun's face alternated between pale and livid as resentment churned within him. Not only had he been utterly humiliated by Lu Feiyu, but he had also lost face in front of both classes. Recalling his arrogant declarations before the match and juxtaposing them with his disgraceful fall from the stage, he was overwhelmed with shame, wishing he could vanish into thin air. From this moment on, he would never be able to lift his head in class. This scandal would haunt him for the remainder of his senior year. Meanwhile, the battles continued. With 5 arenas shared between Class 2 and Class 5, each fight captivated the attention of the onlookers. Time flew by amidst the intense matches, and soon, the 2 practical training periods were nearing their end. As the bell rang, all the students returned to their places. Lin Wenhui stepped onto the podium, her gaze sweeping across the room before briefly pausing on Lu Feiyu. Her tone was calm but firm. "Class, after today's battles, I believe you all have a clearer understanding of your current skill levels. Those who are lagging behind must work harder to catch up. Those in the lead should maintain their progress. 3 days from now is the school-wide competition. The top 10 will receive generous rewards. Make sure to give it your all." She paused, scanning the room once more, then concluded in a steady voice, "Class dismissed. Lu Feiyu, come to my office after class." The group, who had been quietly enduring the teacher's lecture moments earlier, suddenly couldn't contain themselves after hearing Lin Wenhui's words. The atmosphere in the classroom ignited like a struck match, and countless pairs of male eyes instantly locked onto Lu Feiyu's back. Their gazes brimmed with jealousy and frustration, as if wishing they could switch places with him immediately. After all, Lin Wenhui was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful teacher at Changnan No. 1 High School, a perfect combination of grace and intellect, and the unattainable dream of many male students. Normally, she carried herself with poise and maintained appropriate boundaries with her students, rarely ever singling anyone out for private interaction. But now, she had publicly called out Lu Feiyu to meet her in her office. This move was nothing short of earth-shattering. "So much for staying mediocre together. How did you secretly become so outstanding?" Chen Yuanshan, Lu Feiyu's close friend, muttered enviously under his breath. "Betrayal. This is a betrayal of friendship. It's not the struggle of brothers that hurts. It's when your brother starts driving a luxury car." Before anyone could piece together what had just happened, Lin Wenhui's face suddenly turned cold. Her sharp gaze swept across the room, her voice calm yet commanding. "What are you all whispering about? Get back to the classroom and focus on your lessons." Her frosty demeanor silenced the room instantly. No one dared utter another word as they hastily packed up their belongings and shuffled out of the practice field. Meanwhile, under the weight of countless envious and curious stares, Lu Feiyu quietly stood up and followed Lin Wenhui towards her office. "Leave the door open," Lin Wenhui said casually, stopping Lu Feiyu's instinctive move to close it. She walked to her desk, pulled 2 sheets of paper from a stack of documents, and handed them to him. Her tone was calm but left no room for argument. "Your contracted beast is ranked at a level, correct? These are the special subsidy forms the school provides for students with a-level beasts. Fill out your basic information." Lu Feiyu took the papers, noticing the faint scent of ink and the warmth still lingering on them. He frowned slightly but said nothing, finding a chair to sit on before picking up a pen to begin filling them out. As she watched him write, Lin Wenhui's lips parted slightly, as though she wanted to say something but hesitated. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. "Your first beast being a level is already exceptional. Even if your talent isn't the best, Your future is still incredibly promising. So don't let trivial matters weigh you down, just focus on your studies and training. If you ever face any difficulties, don't hesitate to seek help from the school. Pausing his writing, Lu Feiyu glanced up at her, then smiled and replied, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Lin Wenhui felt a subtle sense of relief when she saw his easygoing demeanor, unbothered by her concern. At his age, with his background, many boys would react like a powder keg to even the slightest remark. But clearly, Lu Feiyu was not one of them. We're teacher and student, no need for thanks, Lin Wenhui said with a wave of her hand, taking the completed forms and placing them back into her desk drawer. All right, head back to class. She turned and walked to the blackboard, picking up a piece of chalk. In bold letters, she wrote, The 4 fundamental principles of beast bonding. Her lecture resumed as normal, and the classroom atmosphere settled once again into its usual rhythm. After school, Chen Yuanshan sidled up to Lu Feiyu, his curiosity barely contained. So, what did teacher Lin want to talk to you about? Lu Feiyu didn't keep it a secret and explained the matter of the special subsidy. What? Special subsidy? Chen Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising a few notches. But the deadline for that was last night. All the students with a level beasts had already contacted their homeroom teachers, and the subsidies were distributed first thing this morning. Why would teacher Lin? Halfway through his sentence, Chen Yuanshan seemed to realize something. His expression grew even more complicated, and his tone was filled with envy. I get it now. Teacher Lin went out of her way to make an exception for you. She really looks out for you. Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned. A warm feeling surged in his chest as he realized the thoughtfulness behind what he had initially assumed to be a routine task. He genuinely hadn't expected there to be such consideration behind it. After all, an A-level beast was something far beyond what he could have imagined before. Level beasts could still be purchased on the market for a price, but A-level beasts were truly rare treasures. Each one possessed extraordinary combat abilities and incredible growth potential, making them the dream companion of every novice beast tamer. Once, the son of a corporate tycoon in Chang'an City had spent nearly 10 million at an auction just to acquire an A-level beast egg, which showed how precious they were. This made the mythical bloodline pool granted by the system seem all the more remarkable. However, Chen Yuanshan didn't press Lu Feiyu on how he had come to possess an A-level beast. He understood well that as a friend, there were questions you didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets, especially when it came to something so private and valuable. By the way, since you've cut ties with those people, where are you staying now? After a brief pause, Chen Yuanshan suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu casually pointed to a small motel not far ahead. Over there. That rundown place? Chen Yuanshan was taken aback. He quickly walked over to the motel's entrance and gave it a closer look. The worn-out sign was barely hanging on. Faded advertisements were stuck to the glass at the entrance, and through the window, he could see the cramped interior and shabby furnishings. He couldn't help but gasp. Even washing up must be a struggle, right? Lu Feiyu nodded lightly, his tone calm. It's not just washing up. Even using the bathroom is a fight. I'm thinking of renting a cheap little room, even if it's farther from school. I'll buy a small pot and cook my own meals to save money. His tone was matter-of-fact, without a trace of self-pity over his situation. Instead, there was a quiet acceptance, as if this was simply a part of life. But Chen Yuanshan felt a pang of discomfort. He stood there, stunned for several seconds, unable to speak. At 18 years old, he was still fretting over how much to spend on in-game purchases, while his friend was already worrying about basic living expenses. The stark contrast hit him hard. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuanshan suddenly patted Lu Feiyu on the shoulder, speaking with firm resolve. You can't stay here. Come live at my place. We can look out for each other, and there's plenty of room at my house. Lu Feiyu was about to decline, but Chen Yuanshan had already grabbed him by the arm and started dragging him towards his home without giving him a chance to refuse. As soon as they entered the house, Chen Yuanshan kicked off his shoes and shouted, Mom, my good friend is staying with us for a while. He's amazing's got an A-level beast. He might even be the top student in the whole school in 3 days. Before his words had fully landed, a warm and friendly-looking woman in casual home clothes appeared from the kitchen. She quickly walked over to the doorway and greeted them enthusiastically. Oh, you're one of Yuanshan's classmates. No need to change shoes. Come in and have a seat. Here, have some fruit, I just washed it. She pointed to the end of the hallway. I've already tidied up a room for you. The things in there are old, but everything's been cleaned thoroughly, so don't worry. Make yourself at home. No need to feel awkward. Standing in the entryway, Lu Feiyu was momentarily at a loss as he felt the warmth and kindness radiating from Chen's mother. He had rarely experienced such gentle treatment growing up, and he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He managed to force a smile in response, but deep down, a mixture of warmth and melancholy swirled within him. Sensing Lu Feiyu's discomfort, Chen Yuanshan quickly grabbed his hand and picked up the fruit platter. Come on, come on, let's go to my room and play a couple of games. It's been ages since I played. Mom, call us when dinner's ready. Without waiting for a reply, he dragged Lu Feiyu into his bedroom. 3 days later, Lu Feiyu and Chun Yuanshan walked to school together. It's the school competition today. Are you nervous, Ah Fei? Chun Yuanshan asked casually, kicking a small pebble at his feet. His eyes, however, were fixed on Lu Feiyu's ever-calm expression. Without waiting for a response, he continued, well, I guess there's no reason for you to be nervous. Your beast is already at Black Iron level 5. If anyone should be nervous, it's me. Sigh. Why is my beast only at Black Iron level 2? Comparing myself to others is just pure torture. Lu Feiyu's lips curled into a faint smile, just as he was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chan Yuanshan's endless complaints. In the past 3 days, thanks to the hundredfold spiritual energy in his beast space, his SS-grade beast taming talent that significantly boosted cultivation, and the special resources provided by teacher Lin Wenhui, his beast, Boss Gene, had astonishingly advanced by an entire level. Reaching Black Iron level 5, the pinnacle of the mid-tier Black Iron stage, was no small feat under normal circumstances. It would take at least half a month of grueling effort for a mid-tier Black Iron beast to advance a single level. Boss Gene, however, had done it in just 3 days. If word got out, it would surely shock the entire Chang'an High School. The two chatted and joked along the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at their classroom. The moment they stepped inside, Lu Feiyu could immediately sense that the atmosphere was different from usual. Everyone in the class seemed unusually excited, their eyes filled with anticipation and nervous energy. The school-wide competition wasn't just a stage for individual performance, it was also a contest between classes. The classes with the best overall performance would receive generous rewards, and Lu Feiyu was clearly the ace of their class. With this in mind, the attitudes of his classmates had undergone a complete transformation. Just 3 days ago, some of them were mocking and ridiculing him, but now they were all smiles, greeting him with an enthusiasm that felt almost overwhelming. Brother Feiyu, we're counting on you. Good luck, Lu Feiyu. Feiyu, my man, I'm your biggest fan. If you make it to the top 3, I'll send you some photos of me in a dress. Haha, a slender and slightly effeminate boy said with a mischievous grin, his gaze carrying an unusual hint of playfulness. Lu Feiyu's casual smile froze instantly upon hearing that. He instinctively turned to look at the boy, only to see him wink flirtatiously. A shiver ran down Lu Feiyu's spine as he inwardly screamed, please, no, anything but that. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from outside the classroom. The noisy room fell silent in an instant. Teacher Lin Wenhui stepped onto the platform in black high heels, her gaze sweeping across the class. Her voice was clear and commanding as she announced, the rules for this year's school competition are slightly different. The class with the best overall performance in the practical training sessions will directly advance to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinal matches will take place alongside the regular arena battles. After the quarterfinal rankings are determined, the top 3 contestants from the arena battles will have the right to challenge the semi-finalists. If they succeed, they will take their spot in the rankings. Lin Wenhui paused for a moment, scanning the room before continuing, for our class, the chosen representative is tentatively Lu Feiyu. If anyone has objections, raise your hand now. As soon as she finished, the class erupted into murmurs, and all eyes turned to Lu Feiyu. In just 3 days, he had dominated everyone in the class with an overwhelming display of strength, and his giant canine beast had proven to be unbelievably powerful, nearly unbeatable. Even those who had once looked down on him had to admit that Lu Feiyu's abilities far exceeded their expectations. As expected, it's Lu Feiyu. Someone murmured in admiration. That guy's beast might even be able to go toe-to-toe with the top-tier students. Another student said, their tone tinged with envy. Lu Feiyu remained composed, nodding slightly. At this moment, his spot in the quarterfinals was already secured, along with the guaranteed individual rewards that came with it. And knowing Chang'an High School's reputation for generosity, the quarterfinal prizes alone were enough to make anyone jealous. But for Lu Feiyu, this was just the beginning. Even the individual rewards for placing 8th were incredibly generous. Such treatment naturally sparked envy among everyone else towards Lu Feiyu. While they were still racking their brains over how to secure a win in the first round, Lu Feiyu had already advanced directly to the top 8 with ease enough to make anyone grind their teeth in jealousy. Comparing oneself to others truly could be infuriating. Still, despite their envy, no one dared voice any objections. After all, Lu Feiyu's strength was undeniable, earned through sheer skill and effort, leaving no room for criticism. Lin Wenhui lightly tapped the podium, the crisp sound promptly silencing the murmurs in the room. Her expression was stern as her gaze swept across the students. Lu Feiyu, stay back and follow me later. Don't join the class lineup. Class monitor, you lead the team to the training grounds, she said in a steady tone laced with an undeniable authority. Once her instructions were issued, everyone quickly sprang into action, preparing according to her orders. Under Lin Wenhui's guidance, Lu Feiyu soon arrived at the training grounds. Along the way, he passed countless arenas, feeling the weight of numerous gazes fixed on him. The two of them made their way to the innermost part of the grounds, where the atmosphere seemed even more intense than elsewhere. In the spectator stands, countless eyes followed their every move. As they came to a stop, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. That's the strongest from Class 2? He does look pretty handsome. Don't you know who Lu Feiyu is? He's been making waves lately. Lu Feiyu? That name sounds so familiar. Wait, isn't he the scumbag who secretly filmed his sister? What are you talking about? Your info is outdated. He's now a grade beast tamer with impeccable character. There's no way he'd do something like that. Exactly. I heard he defeated the top contenders from both Class 2 and Class 5 recently, leaving no one who could challenge him. Then who was the one who did the filming? And who's spreading false rumors? I just heard. Okay. Apparently, it was his younger brother. I don't know the details though. These murmurs drifted into Lu Feiyu's ears, carried by the breeze. Over the past 3 days, his strength and transformation had already been uncovered by those paying close attention. There was no hiding it. However, Lu Feiyu had no intention of concealing anything. He understood that only by demonstrating absolute strength and unrivaled talent could he completely erase the stains on his reputation and solidify his place. Stay safe. Aim for at least 4th place, but try for 3rd, Lin Wenhui said as she turned to him, her tone low yet firm, with a hint of concern in her eyes. As she spoke, she pulled out several thin sheets of paper from her pocket and handed them to him, signaling for him to take them. Lu Feiyu accepted the papers and glanced at them, noticing they contained rough profiles of the top contenders from the other 7 classes. Clearly, Lin Wenhui had anticipated that he might lack access to information about his opponents and had prepared these materials specifically for him. Thank you, teacher, Lu Feiyu said solemnly, his tone filled with gratitude. Though these papers held little practical value to someone with his SS grade talent, Ascension eye, the thoughtfulness behind the gesture warmed his heart. Hearing his thanks, Lin Wenhui offered a rare smile. Waving her hand dismissively, she said, if you perform well, they'll also get a performance bonus. Keep it up. With that, she gave him a thumbs up, her jade-like fingers catching the sunlight and radiating a soft glow, exuding an air of elegance that commanded respect. Just then, a thunderous wave of gasps erupted across the arena. Moments later, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the air, so loud it made everyone's ears ring. A fierce gust of wind swept through the training grounds, enveloping the entire area in its turbulent flow. Even Lu Feiyu felt his footing falter slightly as his body swayed against the force. The wind came as swiftly as it left. In the blink of an eye, calm returned to the surroundings. Lu Feiyu slowly raised his head, his gaze drawn upward. Above, a massive silhouette streaked across the clouds. His eyes reflected a wee rare spark of excitement, as if he had glimpsed a brand new realm of possibilities. In the sky above the training ground, a majestic white eagle hovered, its feathers as pure as jade. Each plume gleamed with dazzling brilliance, like intricately crafted works of art. The faint, swirling air currents around it were razor-sharp, exuding an awe-inspiring sense of power. Lu Feiyu tilted his head back, gazing at the creature in awe. He murmured under his breath, Wang Zhentian, Principal Wang. The name surged into his mind like a rushing torrent, stirring countless memories and aspirations. Wang Zhentian, the legendary Jade-rank master, and one of the most formidable figures in Chang'an City, second only to the city's mayor. The magnificent Eagle Shinfeng White Eagle was his signature beast, renowned for its unmatched speed and celebrated as one of Changnan's finest. To Lu Feiyu, Wang Zhentian wasn't just a childhood idol, but an unattainable pinnacle in the hearts of countless students. At the center of the training ground stood Wang Zhentian, his posture tall and unyielding like a pine tree, his presence as sharp as a spear. As the wind roared around him, his clothes tightened like ancient, weathered bark. Spiritual energy surged from his throat as his voice boomed like a tidal wave, drowning out the howling winds and the thousands of voices in the crowd. Students, I hereby declare the annual school competition officially open. His words were concise and powerful, embodying the commanding style of his military background. No sooner had his words fallen than thunderous applause erupted, reverberating through the ground and shaking Lu Feiyu to his core. Yet, he remained unfazed by the atmosphere. His gaze was fixated on a small box ahead, his mind already immersed in the competition. It was the number box, which would determine each contestant's first opponent. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyu stepped forward and reached into the box, pulling out a slip of paper. Unfolding it, he saw a large 2 written on it. Arena 2, he muttered, his eyes immediately locking onto the second arena in the distance. On the platform stood a towering man, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Song Chongfeng, the strongest in Class 8 of Grade 12, from a renowned beast-taming family, within a grade beast-taming talent. Lu Feiyu recalled as information about his opponent flashed through his mind. While the exact effects of students' talents were classified and inaccessible to outsiders, the strength of an A-grade talent was indisputable. Yet, a faint smirk tugged at the corners of Lu Feiyu's lips as he thought to himself, a grade talent? Can it possibly compare to my SS grade talent? As his thoughts raced, Lu Feiyu had already arrived at the base of the arena. The platform, reinforced for safety and sturdiness, was no obstacle for him. Beast-taming energy surged within him, and a flash of radiant golden light accompanied by a spirited bark heralded the sudden appearance of a golden-furred beast. Boss Jean. Lu Feiyu patted the massive golden retriever's side gently before leaping onto its back with ease. Up, he commanded. With a powerful push of its legs, Boss Jean launched them both into the air, landing gracefully in the center of the arena. Their dramatic entrance instantly captured the attention of the crowd. Countless pairs of eyes were drawn to the commanding presence of Boss Jean and Lu Feiyu's confident demeanor, sparking a wave of excited murmurs among the spectators. However, in the farthest row of the audience, in the parents section, Zhang Fengxia's face tightened, her expression resembling a crumpled piece of paper. She stared intently at Lu Feiyu on the platform, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this brat have changed so much in just a few days? Zhang Fengxia's thoughts swirled with confusion as her gaze shifted to Boss Jean, whose majestic aura left her even more shaken. But when her eyes landed on Lu Qianjun on the other side of the arena, her expression grew complicated. Lu Qianjun was struggling to climb onto the platform, panting heavily as beads of sweat rolled down his face. The injuries inflicted by Lu Feiyu 3 days prior still throbbed painfully, causing him to wince and grimace. Compared to the composed and confident Lu Feiyu, his appearance was utterly disheveled. Watching this scene, Zhang Fengxia couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. If only Lu Feiyu were my real son. The thought lingered briefly before her expression turned cold. She remembered the bold words Lu Feiyu had spoken before leaving home, and a sinister smile curled her lips. Song Changfeng is a star student at Chang'an First High, strong enough to rank among the city's top contenders. How could a country bumpkin like Lu Feiyu possibly compare? Zhang Fengxia sneered, her eyes locked onto the arena where Lu Feiyu stood. She muttered under her breath, "Crush him! Crush him!" Her unhinged demeanor caused the parents seated nearby to subtly shift away, wary of being caught in the storm of her madness. On the arena platform, Lu Feiyu leaped gracefully off Jin Laoban, landing firmly on the ground. The moment his feet touched down, a sense of steadiness surged through him. He lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings until his eyes locked on Song Changfeng, who stood poised and ready on the opposite side. Song Changfeng had been preparing for this moment, and as the beast insignia in his hand began to glow, a sudden burst of earthy light erupted. The stage quivered slightly, causing Lu Feiyu's footing to sink ever so slightly. His expression grew serious. It was a massive figure constructed entirely of brown stone blocks, a towering giant. Its eyes glimmered with a dim yellow light as it fixated on Lu Feiyu, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. This was a rock titan, a beast renowned in the earth element category for its unparalleled defense and endurance in prolonged battles, akin to a moving fortress. Lu Feiyu narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of mysterious light flashing within them. In an instant, the attributes of the rock titan unfolded in his mind. Species, rock titan. Element, earth. Talent grade, B. Rank, black iron, tier 3. Skills, rock body advanced, stone thrust advanced, shatterstone explosion elite. Evaluation, a tank with offensive capabilities, just one step shy of a great potential. Lu Feiyu's thoughts stirred as he silently assessed, a black iron tier beast with grade potential and 3 skills. While its skill potency falls short compared to Jin Laoban, it far surpasses Lu Qianjuan's beast. More importantly, this rock titan has a complete evolutionary path. With sufficient resources, it could even grow to Scrade. A beast like this, even at the black iron tier, is worth over 1 million Huaxia coins. Truly, the foundation of a beast-taming family runs deep. His gaze shifted to Jin Laoban, who stood confidently beside him, and a faint, self-assured smile curved his lips. Jin Laoban's potential far exceeded that of the rock titan. It was a difference as vast as night and day. Moreover, after 3 days of intensive training, Jin Laoban's combat prowess had reached an entirely new level. In this battle, Lu Feiyu was certain of his victory. On the elevated platform, the referee slowly rose to his feet, his eyes sweeping across the two beasts. With a deep, resonant voice, he declared, "Let the battle begin." As soon as the words fell, Lu Feiyu let out a sharp command. "Jin Laoban, go." Jin Laoban responded instantly, darting out like a streak of crimson lightning. Its razor-sharp claws glinted coldly, enveloped in searing flames and dazzling light as it charged straight for the rock titan's waist. This strike was not only blindingly fast but also carried the effects of burning and blinding, enough to throw any opponent into immediate disarray. This was a special ability Jean Laoban had mastered through rigorous training. Its ordinary attacks could now inflict debilitating status effects, showcasing the terrifying potential of an Agrade beast. The Rock Titan, however, seemed caught off guard by Jean Laoban's ferocious speed, its massive form appearing sluggish in comparison. As Jean Laoban's claws closed in for the strike, a flicker of unease crossed Song Chongfeng's face. With a determined glint in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and shouted, unyielding as stone. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming earthy light erupted from Song Chongfeng, enveloping the Rock Titan entirely. This was his Agrade beast taming talent, unyielding as stone. When activated, the defense of all contracted beasts increased by 50, and they entered a berserk state, completely numb to pain. For Earth Element beasts, this boost was even more dramatic, doubling to a staggering 100. The effect lasted for 3 minutes. It was precisely because of this talent that his family had carefully selected the Rock Titan, a beast with perfect synergy for him. Within the radiant glow, the Rock Titan's body began to expand rapidly. Its stone muscles grew increasingly pronounced, and its originally brown surface took on a brilliant golden hue, resembling a majestic war deity standing unshakable in the center of the arena. Its aura surged dramatically, radiating an overwhelming sense of dominance that made the entire platform seem to tremble beneath its feet. Just as Jean Laoban's claws were about to strike, the Rock Titan intercepted with a swift and powerful swing of its stone arm. Flames and golden light clashed in a spectacular display, scattering dazzling sparks and stirring up a cloud of dust across the arena. The battle was now fully underway, and the tension was palpable. The Colossus of Stone stood in the center of the arena, towering like a mountain and exuding an unmatched aura of dominance. With a thunderous roar, its massive form swelled even larger. Jean Laoban, who had initially aimed a precise strike at its waist, now barely managed to land a hit on its thigh. Thud! The sharp claws struck the giant's leg with a deep, resonating impact. 5 long claw marks instantly appeared, and shards of rock rained down onto the arena floor. At the same time, the raging flames engulfing Jean Laoban's claws spread rapidly, slithering up the giant's leg like venomous serpents. In mere moments, the fire had consumed the three-meter behemoth. Impossible? Song Changfeng's stoic expression finally cracked. His eyes widened, and disbelief filled his face as he watched his beast being devoured by the flames. The Colossus of Stone was renowned for its unmatched defense, further bolstered by his innate ability to enhance his beast's resilience by 100. Such a combination was virtually impenetrable. Yet this crimson gold hound had broken through its defenses in an instant. The searing heat waves rolled towards Song Chongfeng, forcing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. His expression grew increasingly grave. He knew all too well that if not for his gift, which allowed his beast to be immune to pain, this single blow would have been enough to shatter the Colossus entirely. Fortunately, there's still a chance. Song Chongfeng narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Now's the time." At his command, the Colossus of Stone let out an earth-shaking roar. Its rocky body began to crack apart, with chunks of stone breaking free as if alive, whirling rapidly around it. As the rotation intensified, the stones blurred into a swirling mass, becoming indistinguishable to the naked eye. In the next instant, the stones launched forward with devastating speed, hurtling toward Jean Laoban like a storm of destruction, the shattering stone barrage. The arena was engulfed in a downpour of flying rocks, their impact raising jagged spikes from the ground and sealing off all avenues of escape for Jean Laoban. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Feiyu remained calm, his expression unwavering. A hint of serenity, even confidence, gleamed in his eyes. From the moment he saw the opposing beast's ability in action, he had already deduced its general capabilities. With planning and foresight on his side, even the Colossus of Stone's full-force assault couldn't rattle him. Without needing a command, Jean Laoban instinctively knew what to do. The bond between a beastmaster and their beast was profound, and in this moment of perfect synchronization, the Crimson Gold Hound was ready to act. As the flying stones whistled toward him, Jean Laoban stood firm. Suddenly, a blinding orb of light erupted in front of him, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. The power of the Crimson Sun illuminated the entire arena. The dazzling radiance forced the Colossus of Stone to shut its eyes tightly. But the light was only the prelude. The true threat lay in the searing heat and the raging inferno encased within the Crimson Sun. The golden-red fur of Jean Laoban shimmered brilliantly under the radiant glow. His mane flowed as if caught in an unseen wind, giving him the appearance of a war deity descending upon the battlefield. A moment later, the flames of the Crimson Sun surged outward, snaking through the air to meet the oncoming storm of stones. Boom! Fire clashed with rock, and in an instant, the stones were reduced to ash, disintegrating under the intense heat. Mere stones stood no chance against the power of the crimson sun. The flames, having consumed the flying stones, did not dissipate. Instead, they coiled in midair, their blistering heat forming a fiery barrier that encircled both the colossus of stone and Song Chongfeng. It was as if the inferno could descend at any moment, reducing them both to cinders. Song Chongfeng felt the oppressive heat pressing down on him, a single bead of cold sweat sliding down his temple. He knew, without a doubt, that Lu Feiyu had shown mercy. If his opponent had intended harm, the raging flames would have already annihilated both his beast and himself. Drawing a deep breath, Song Chongfeng pushed aside his pride. Raising his hand, he shouted, "I yield." And with that, the battle in the arena came to an end. Or perhaps, it could hardly be called a battle at all. It was a one-sided domination. From beginning to end, the Colossus of Stone's desperate resistance was utterly powerless against the might of Jin Laoban, resembling little more than a child's futile tantrum. Seeing his opponent admit defeat, Lu Feiyu refrained from pressing further. After all, there was no deep enmity between them. With a calm wave of his hand, he signaled Boss Jin to withdraw his powers. In that instant, the blazing dragons that filled the sky disintegrated into shimmering particles of light, fading away along with the radiant glow that had illuminated the arena. All that remained was the lingering heat in the air, silently telling the tale of the intense and terrifying battle that had just unfolded. On the stage, the scorched ground bore faint traces of blackened marks, and the faint smell of burning still lingered. The fight had ended so quickly that no one had time to react. The referee, seated high above, was stunned for a moment, his gaze shifting back and forth between Lu Feiyu and Song Chongfeng as if trying to process what had just occurred. It wasn't until several seconds later that he snapped out of it, raising the red flag in his hand with a swift motion. His voice rang out, loud and clear. "The winner is Lu Feiyu." As the announcement echoed across the arena, the large central screen immediately updated. Lu Feiyu's name shot to the top of the rankings at lightning speed, accompanied by bold red letters that read, "Advanced to the semifinals." Beside it was his enrollment photo, a young man with striking features and an extraordinary presence. The entire stadium's attention was instantly drawn to the screen, with countless eyes fixed on it. That was so fast. How long was that fight? A few minutes. A few minutes? No way, it was barely 30 seconds. Wait, did you even see who his opponent was? That was Song Chongfeng from the Song family. What? A genius from the Beastmaster family, defeated just like that? Who is this Lu Feiyu guy, anyway? The crowd erupted into a chorus of murmurs, each voice carrying a mix of admiration and astonishment for Lu Feiyu. Meanwhile, on a nearby spectator stand, Zhang Fengxia's face had turned ashen. Every word of praise for Lu Feiyu felt like a slap to her face, stinging and relentless. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms so deeply that they nearly drew blood. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she shot to her feet and shouted in a sharp voice, "What's so impressive about that? It's just dumb luck. His beast must have mutated. Sure, it looks powerful now, but wait until he tries to advance, it'll all fall apart. There's no real potential there." Her words dripped with scorn and disdain, a blatant attempt to vent her bitterness and frustration to everyone around her. Yet before she could finish, the surrounding atmosphere shifted. The eyes on her grew increasingly puzzled, even judgmental. Those who had been seated near her had quietly moved away, leaving an oddly empty space around her. It was as if she had become a pariah, isolated by the crowd. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhang Fengxia couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. Still, she was Zhang Fengxia. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to sit back down, her gaze fixed on Lu Feiyu with unyielding intensity. Inwardly, she seethed. They'll be watching. Let's see how far this so-called lucky stepson can go. When he faces the top talents from Class 1 in the finals, he's bound to lose. Then we'll see the look on his face. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu had already stepped off the stage and was now standing in the winner's resting area. He paid no attention to the chatter and commotion around him, instead focusing quietly on the ongoing matches of the other quarterfinalists. This was not only a time to rest but also a perfect opportunity to observe his potential opponents. His gaze was locked onto the remaining arenas, his expression focused and his eyes sharp. "So strong," he murmured under his breath as his attention settled on one particular arena. There, a fierce battle was nearing its conclusion. At the center of the stage stood a figure resembling an oversized Teru Bozadal, wielding a long sword forged from ice and snow. Snowflakes danced around it, freezing the air and slowing the movements of its opponent. The icy sword traced a chillingly beautiful arc through the air, aimed directly at the enemy's chest. Its speed was so blindingly fast that it was almost imperceptible, yet the killing intent it carried sent a wave of cold dread down Lu Feiyu's spine, even from a distance. "It's over," Lu Feiyu muttered softly, his eyes narrowing slightly. As expected, the beast summoned to counter the puppet fell without even managing to react under the influence of the falling snow. Is this truly the strength of the top student from Class 1? Lu Feiyu's gaze remained fixed on the arena, his mind racing with information about the beast. Species, Frost Assassin. Attribute, Ice. Talent grade, A. Level, Black Iron Tier 3. Skills, Sword Mastery Superior, Snow Domain Excellent, Frost Flash Rare. Evaluation. When the sword's light shines, the enemy's demise follows. This was the first time Lu Feiyu had seen someone else's a grade beast in action. Although it, too, possessed 3 skills, only one was of rare grade, which, on the surface, seemed far inferior to his own Jin Laoban. However, Lu Feiyu was well aware that the biggest disparity lay in their bloodlines. Jin Laoban, with its mythic bloodline, possessed talent and skill strength far beyond that of an ordinary A-grade beast. Moreover, the Frost Assassin was inherently countered by Jin Laoban's light attribute. Snow Domain? No matter how strong its control effects were, they were no match for the cleansing power of Light's Blessing. Lu Feiyu was confident had a 99% chance of winning this fight. His only concern was whether such confidence might make him overly complacent. As Lu Feiyu pondered, a girl exuding a chilling aura approached slowly, the coldness of the arena seeming to intensify with every step she took. Her expression was emotionless, her gaze indifferent, as if Lu Feiyu didn't exist at all. She was Wang Xueyo, the sole heiress of the Wang Corporation. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but think to himself, talk about an ice queen. Since she clearly had no interest in acknowledging him, he decided not to waste his energy and simply stood in place, waiting quietly for the next battle to conclude. Before long, the matches on the arena came to an end one by one. Lu Feiyu stepped forward to draw his next opponent. This time, it was the top student from Class 6. However, their strength was even less impressive than Song Chongfeng from before. The battle ended in mere seconds, with Lu Feiyu facing almost no resistance. The speed of his victory once again caused an uproar in the audience, leaving everyone in awe of his dominant performance. Even Principal Wang, perched atop his giant eagle, couldn't help but cast an admiring glance his way, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. On the other side, Wang Xueyo's battle had also concluded. Even in victory, her demeanor remained cold and detached, her pale face devoid of expression. It was as if winning held no meaning for her perhaps. No one in this school was capable of stirring her emotions. As time passed, the winner's bracket was reduced to just 2 contenders, Lu Feiyu and Wang Xueyo. When the referee asked if they needed a break, both answered in unison. For a moment, even the referee was taken aback, but he quickly nodded and signaled the staff to prepare the arena for the final match. The blue defensive barrier activated, its glow enveloping the entire field. The protective measures were set to their maximum capacity to guard against any potential mishaps. Lu Feiyu and Wang Xueyo stepped onto the arena, one on the left and the other on the right. The final battle had officially begun. Wang Xueyo, as composed as ever, wasted no time summoning her beast. As the Frost Assassin appeared, the temperature on the arena plummeted, and snowflakes began to drift through the air. It was as if the entire world had been enveloped in frost. The bone-chilling cold slowly crept into Lu Feiyu's body, even dulling his thoughts under its icy grip. Feeling this, Lu Feiyu took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly as he quickly summoned his beast companion. His beast space was a unique realm with a 100-fold increase in spiritual energy. Even just a brief moment inside was enough to rejuvenate Jin Laoban, who had already fought 2 consecutive battles. Now, bursting with vitality, Jin Laoban exuded a reassuring and formidable aura, his robust state almost unbelievable. His vigor and spirit rivaled that of the Ice Assassin, who had taken a secret elixir. The moment Jin Laoban appeared, Lu Feiyu felt as though a blazing sun had risen before him. The searing warmth instantly drove away the bone-deep chill, the biting cold retreating as if faced with its natural nemesis, vanishing without a trace. A faint smile tugged at Lu Feiyu's lips as he stood taller, a newfound confidence gleaming in his eyes. Take your positions. Battle begin. The referee's voice rang out from the elevated seat, like a resounding hammer striking deep into the hearts of everyone on the platform. Instantly, the atmosphere on the stage grew tense, almost suffocating, as if the air itself had thickened. Without hesitation, Jin Laoban swung his claws, summoning Chianga blazing orb of light that hovered by his side, radiating intense heat and light. The scorching waves of heat swept across the arena, instantly melting the snow on the ground into rivulets of water that trickled through the cracks in the stone floor. Even the snowflakes drifting down from above evaporated into mist before they could touch the ground, disappearing into nothingness. The Ice Assassin's snow domain crumbled rapidly under the oppressive heat of Qiyang, its once flawless cold suppression completely shattered. On the other side of the stage, Wang Xueyo's icy gaze, as cold as eternal frost, flickered with a subtle ripple of emotion. Yet, this ripple lasted only a fleeting moment before she forcibly suppressed it. Raising her delicate hand, the ice assassin responded in kind. A long sword formed of pure, crystalline ice materialized in its grasp, the blade glinting with an icy sheen so sharp it seemed capable of slicing the very air. The moment the ice assassin gripped the sword, its aura surged dramatically. The oppressive energy it exuded was suffocating. This was the manifestation of its class beast talent innate sword heart unleashed to its full potential. When wielding a weapon, the damage output increased by 70, but when the weapon was a sword, the damage doubled, reaching a staggering 150 boost. With this talent, the Ice Assassin, originally at Black Iron Tier 3, saw its combat power soar far beyond Black Iron Tier 5. A glint of light flashed in the Ice Assassin's icy blue eyes, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished like a phantom. Gasps erupted from the audience, while others locked their gazes on the stage, unwilling to miss a single detail. Before anyone could react, the Ice Assassin had already reappeared silently behind Jean Laoban, its icy longsword aimed directly at his waist, carrying a chilling intent that made hearts race. Hard head, iron bones, tofu waist. Someone muttered under their breath, referencing the common phrase about beast vulnerabilities, their heart tightening in worry for Jean Laoban. Yet, as the deadly sword wind approached from behind, Jean Laoban remained completely still, seemingly oblivious to the threat. He stood there motionless, as if paralyzed by fear. The audience erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Those who had initially held some hope now wore expressions of disappointment. Is this it? This is all the combat awareness he has? And he's supposed to be in a class beast? Typical Laki, no matter how lucky they get, they never amount to anything. Elemental advantage? So what? Against Wang Shueyo's Ice Assassin, this mutt doesn't stand a chance. See? A class talent is nothing compared to its class talent. Mocking voices rippled through the crowd, even spreading to the family seating area, where parents began murmuring their doubts. Among them, Zhang Fengxia, seated with a smug expression, couldn't hide her satisfaction as she listened to the disparaging remarks about Lu Feiyu. Yet, on the stage, Lu Feiyu's expression remained calm, composed. If anything, the slight curve of his lips seemed to deepen, hinting at a quiet confidence that had yet to reveal itself. Only Wang Zhantian, standing at the highest point, had a flickering, enigmatic light in his eyes. From his vantage point, with his sharp vision, he could clearly see that the red-haired hound's eyes held no trace of fear or panic. Instead, they brimmed with anticipation and a fierce fighting spirit, as if it had been injured on purpose. That's right, Boss Jean had deliberately taken that blow with its body. A desperate death match. The more severe its injuries, the stronger its physical attributes would become. In an instant, the icy blade of a longsword pierced through Boss Jin's slender waist. Enhanced by its rank beast-taming talent, the Ice Assassin's full-powered strike easily penetrated Boss Jin's muscles and fur, reaching its internal organs. With a twist of the blade, a spray of blood and shredded flesh erupted, and along with it, fragments of internal organs spilled from the gaping wound. Boss Jin's once majestic fur, now soaked in blood, appeared disheveled and tragic. Enough! Wang Shueyo, standing at one side of the arena, witnessed the gruesome scene and softly commanded her beast to cease its next move. However, in the very next moment, her usually calm and composed eyes widened in shock. Reflected in her pupils was the sight of Boss Jin launching a valiant counterattack. After being injured, Boss Jin's golden eyes were instantly overtaken by a blood-red hue as molten fire. From afar, they resembled two blazing flames burning fiercely in its pupils. Ignoring the gory wounds on its body, Boss Jin turned with ghostly agility, its figure flashing like crimson lightning. Its sharp claws swung directly toward the long sword in the Ice Assassin's grasp. The speed of this move was so astonishing that even the assassin, known for its agility, couldn't react in time. How is this even possible? So fast. This thought crossed Wang Zui's mind, echoed by countless others in the audience and among the parents watching. Such speed was simply unattainable for a low-tier beast of the iron rank. Clang crash. Two sharp sounds exploded across the arena. The longsword, formed entirely of condensed ice, shattered under the full force of Boss Jin's strike, scattering shards of ice across the ground. The sheer power of the blow, undiminished after breaking the sword, surged forward and struck the Ice Assassin, who had just used its frost dash ability. With a muffled thud, the puppet-like Ice Assassin was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, tracing a parabola through the air before crashing down. Its chest visibly caved in, and chunks of ice and snow scattered along with its falling figure. At the center of its collapsed chest, mysterious flames burned, preventing the icy energy within from healing its injuries. Xiaobing! Wang Shueyo cried out in alarm at the sight. instinctively reaching out her right hand as if to catch her beast's falling figure. But with a distance of dozens of meters between them, there was no way for her to reach it. Boss Jean's strike had sent the opponent flying out of the arena, rendering it unfit to continue the battle. There was nothing Wang Shueyo could do. However, Boss Jean seemed to be consumed by bloodlust. Even after its opponent had fallen out of the arena, it dashed forward in pursuit, clearly intent on continuing the fight. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu stepped sideways to block its path and shouted firmly, "Boss Jean." His deep voice rang out like thunder, instantly snapping Boss Jean out of its frenzy. The crimson in its eyes faded, replaced once again by its dazzling golden hue. Yet, at this moment, it was no longer the spirited beast it usually was, appearing instead weak and fatigued. After all, while its desperate deathmatch state allowed it to ignore pain, it couldn't stave off the toll on its stamina. At that moment, an eagle's cry pierced the heavens, echoing across the sky. Amid the howling wind, Wang Zhentian leaped down from the eagle's back. A flash of white light appeared before him, and a palm-sized, fluffy round creature materialized on his shoulder. The instant the creature appeared, it emitted a soft, radiant glow that split into two beams. One beam enveloped the ice assassin, while the other gently shrouded Boss Jin's scarred body. Lu Feiyu could clearly see a fist-sized bloody wound on Boss Jin's waist was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if time itself were reversing on his body. A pure white glow flowed over Boss Jin like a tidal wave, not only mending the wound but also eradicating the hidden ailments within his body. Such an extraordinary healing ability defied imagination. Feiyu marveled inwardly, his gaze unconsciously shifting to the ice assassin. He noticed that her injuries had also completely healed, and the tension in his chest finally eased a little. He understood well that Wang Shueyo was no ordinary individual. As the only daughter of the Wang family conglomerate, her background was deep, her influence far-reaching. It was undoubtedly wise to avoid making an enemy of someone like her. Meanwhile, before the audience could recover from their shock, Wang Zhentian turned around to face the two on the stage. His eyes burned with intensity as he regarded them, a pleased smile spreading across his face, tinged with genuine admiration. "You two are the finest students I've ever seen," he exclaimed. Before his words had fully landed, he began clapping, the sound crisp and powerful, echoing far across the now silent training ground. The once bustling arena had grown astonishingly quiet, an oppressive stillness akin to that of a high-stakes exam room. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape, their gazes fixed on the stage. There stood a majestic golden hound, exuding an aura of dominance, alongside a spirited and striking young man. Their minds were blank, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. What on earth had just happened? Moments ago, it seemed certain that Lu Feiyu was doomed to lose. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had turned the tables with overwhelming force, securing an indisputable victory. And not just a victory, a resounding, crushing triumph. Though the crowd was brimming with questions, they followed Principal Wang Zhentian's lead and began to clap. The applause, starting as sparse and scattered, quickly grew into a thunderous roar. Thousands of students from the first and second years erupted in cheers, their voices reverberating throughout the training ground, causing it to tremble slightly. The electrifying atmosphere spread like wildfire. At the same time, the screen in the arena prominently displayed 6 golden, glowing characters. "Lu Feiyu wins the finals." This announcement hit like a bombshell among the third-year students, sending shockwaves through their ranks. Those still locked in heated competition froze mid-action, their faces etched with disbelief as they gawked at the screen. Their eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Among them, none looked more devastated than Lu Qianjun. He stared at the 6 words on the screen, his eyes bulging as wide as saucers, refusing to believe what he was seeing. He even rubbed his eyes vigorously, but when he looked again, the 6 words remained, glaring and unchanging. In that moment, it felt as if a sledgehammer had shattered Lu Qianjuan's heart. A wave of weakness surged through him, making it difficult to even stand upright. His body swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. All that remained in his mind was a desperate wail. How is this possible? How can he be this powerful? As he recalled all the disdain and insults he had directed at Lu Feiyu in the past, Qianjun felt as though he had swallowed an entire mountain of bitter herbs. The regret gnawed at him like a swarm of relentless ants, eating away at his nerves inch by inch. Meanwhile, in the parents' section, Zhang Fengxia's expression was equally remarkable. She sat frozen in her seat, her face etched with disbelief, her entire body as stiff as a statue. While the surrounding parents erupted in applause and cheers, she seemed utterly drained of life, completely out of place amidst the celebratory crowd. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Feiyu, as though she had yet to recover from the shock. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the boy she had once looked down upon the most had now ascended to a peak that everyone else could only look up to? This stepson she had always looked down upon had grown to such unimaginable heights. This, this felt like a dream. Zhang Fengxia stood below the stage, gazing at Lu Feiyu's figure, which seemed almost divine. Her heart churned with a cacophony of emotions. The boy she once treated as worthless now stood at the pinnacle of admiration, the center of countless gazes. Regret surged through her like a tidal wave, and she couldn't help but fantasize if only she had treated Lu Feiyu a little better back then. Could she now bask in a sliver of his glory? After all, technically speaking, she was still Lu Feiyu's stepmother. But fantasies were just that, fantasies. A bitter smile crept onto Zhang Fengxia's lips, followed by a long sigh. Deep down, she knew better than anyone that her relationship with Lu Feiyu had long turned as cold and distant as that of strangers. Even so, a glint of ambition flashed across her eyes, and the way she looked at Lu Feiyu grew increasingly fervent. She might not be able to benefit from this stepson herself, but old Lu? He was Lu Feiyu's biological father. If old Lu stepped in, getting a share of the boy's success wouldn't be difficult at all. With this thought, Zhang Fengxia's gaze became laced with greed. She stared at Lu Feiyu like a hungry wolf eyeing a plump prey. Especially now, with the generous rewards for winning the school's grand competition, just the thought of it made her mouth water. If an opportunity arose, she wouldn't hesitate to grab her share of the spoils. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lu Feiyu calmly stored Jean Laobin back into his beast space to let it rest before stepping down gracefully. He stood quietly on the sidelines, waiting for the ordinary group's battles to conclude. According to the rules, the top 3 from the ordinary group would have their chance to challenge before the final rankings of the grand competition were determined. However, to Lu Feiyu, no matter how aggressive these challengers might be, they were no real threat to him. His strength had been proven time and time again through grueling battles. There was no room for doubt. Yet, events took an unexpected turn. When the ordinary group's battles concluded, the 3 top students all turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. In the next moment, they spoke in unison. I challenge Lu Feiyu. I challenge Lu Feiyu. I challenge Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing serious. This was clearly an attempt to wear him down with consecutive battles. What was even more surprising was that these 3 challengers were all elite students from Class 1, each with formidable combat abilities. It was evident that this had been premeditated. Before Lu Feiyu could say anything, Lin Wenhui, one of the teachers, stepped forward. Her gaze swept coldly over the 3 challengers, sharp as a blade, before turning to Principal Wang. In a low voice, she said, "This violates the rules." But no sooner had Lin Wenhui spoken than an arrogant voice rose from the crowd. May I ask, Teacher Lin, which rule is being violated? Where in the school's regulations does it say the top-ranked student cannot be challenged? And where does it say 3 challengers can't challenge the same person? As the voice rang out, a boy with bangs barely brushing his eyebrows and streaks of reddied hair stepped forward from the crowd. His face bore a mocking smile, and his eyes flitted slyly between Lu Feiyu and Lin Wenhui. Or could it be, he sneered, that Teacher Lin is trying to shield her student? Or perhaps there's something inappropriate between the 2 of you, and you can't bear to see your little lover suffer. The crowd erupted in shock at his words. The boy, clearly pleased with himself, raised an eyebrow as the smirk on his face deepened. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Without hesitation, Lin Wenhui struck him across the face. Her expression was as cold as frost, her eyes like daggers brimming with fury. Such slander would be intolerable to any woman, let alone someone like Lin Wenhui. Even Principal Wang furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing those words. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the student who had spoken. His tone was low yet commanding, leaving no room for argument. Disrespectful. Regardless of your ranking this time, all rewards will be revoked. The moment those words fell, the entire room fell into stunned silence, as if even the air had frozen for a split second. The boy with dyed hair Wan Peng was utterly unfazed. He shrugged nonchalantly, his face bearing the same irreverent smirk as always. He gave a half-hearted nod, his expression mocking, as though Principal Wang's reprimand was nothing more than noise in the wind. Revoke them if you want, he sneered inwardly. After all, I, Wan Peng, come from a wealthy family. These trivial rewards mean nothing to me. What truly irked him, however, was that Lu Feiyu from another class had stolen the spotlight from Class 1. How could someone like Wan Peng tolerate such a thing? So, he discreetly passed messages to 2 other students from Class A, promising them rewards double the school's prize if they would team up to challenge Lu Feiyu in the ring. Yet, just as he was feeling smug about his scheme, a cold voice broke through from nearby. Wan Peng, stop these petty tricks, you're embarrassing Class 1. The words had barely landed when a tall, poised girl stepped forward from the crowd. It was none other than Wang Xueyo. Her expression was icy, her gaze filled with undisguised disdain as she looked at Wan Peng. Wan Peng's smirk froze for a moment, then twisted into a grimace. He turned abruptly, his eyes sharp and venomous. "Shut up, you wretch. You useless thing. Letting an outsider take first place. And you still have the nerve to lecture me?" The atmosphere grew instantly tense with those words. Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. He had assumed Wan Peng was Wang Shueyo's lackey, specifically targeting him on her behalf. But now, it seemed their relationship was anything but cordial. There was clearly a long-standing grudge between them. One more outburst like that, and you're out of here. Principal Wang's face darkened, his voice as cold as ice. As Wang Shueyo's uncle, he clearly would not tolerate anyone insulting his niece. Wan Peng flinched for a brief moment, a trace of fear flashing across his face before he quickly masked it. He said no more but redirected all his resentment toward Lu Feiyu on the platform. His lips curled into a sneer, his tone dripping with contempt. "Think you've got the guts? Come on, you lucky punk." He had intended to hurl a harsher insult, but, remembering Principal Wang's earlier warning, awkwardly changed his phrasing, making his taunt sound almost laughable. However, Lu Feiyu found nothing amusing about it. Standing atop the raised platform, his eyes were sharp and piercing. His gaze swept across Wan Peng's mocking expression and lingered briefly on the trembling figure of teacher Lin Wenhui, who was visibly enraged. Then, without hesitation, he leapt from the 3-meter-high stage, landing with effortless grace, like an eagle gliding through the air. He walked toward Wan Peng, each step steady and deliberate, the sound of his footsteps reverberating like a drumbeat in the latter's chest. With every step, the space between them seemed to shrink, and Wan Peng's breathing grew audibly uneven. Stopping just short of Wan Peng, Lu Feiyu's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. His voice was calm yet carried a chilling weight. You think you're worthy of challenging me?" The moment those words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted. "No way, is Lu Feiyu insane? Daring to provoke the Wan family?" Someone in the audience blurted out in shock. "Does he have a death wish? The Wan family is the top underground power in Chang'e. They've done all kinds of dirty deeds. And he's just a commoner. What does he think he's doing? Picking a fight with them?" The murmurs and exclamations spread like wildfire, and many in the crowd looked at Lu Feiyu with a mix of pity and ridicule. Yet, Lu Feiyu stood his ground, his expression unyielding, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Wan Peng. As for Wan Peng, he began to laugh. But his laughter was laced with an unsettling madness he could no longer contain. He went from a soft chuckle to an arrogant laugh, and finally to a hysterical roar, clutching his stomach and unable to stand straight. "Ha ha ha! Is your family running a garbage dump? How do you manage to act this much? If you're scared, just admit it. Give me the first place already. What's all this talk about being worthy or not? You're killing me with laughter." Wan Peng's laughter was sharp, like a piercing drill, shattering the silence of the training ground. Straightening up, he exaggeratedly wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain. Suddenly, his tone turned icy cold, like a chilling wind cutting through flesh. "If you're scared, then get lost. Don't hog the first place." His final words were a deafening roar, reverberating across the training ground. For a moment, the entire training ground fell into complete silence, as if the very air had frozen. Everyone was stunned by Wan Peng's aggressive demeanor, their gazes fixed on him. Outside the field, Wang Zhentian frowned deeply, his cold gaze scrutinizing Wan Peng, his mind swirling with suspicion. He couldn't believe Wan Peng would dare act so brazenly at Chang'an First High School, let alone challenge the Wang family. Unless Wan Peng had the backing of his family patriarch, how could he have such confidence? Lu Feiyu stood motionless, his calm eyes fixed on Wan Peng's face, flushed red with smugness. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he uttered 2 words, his voice soft but crystal clear. "Clown." The words hit like a sudden clap of thunder, leaving everyone breathless. Their gazes shifted to Lu Feiyu with a mix of emotions. Wan Peng's exaggerated expression froze instantly, a flicker of confusion and disbelief flashing in his eyes before being overtaken by fury. He glared at Lu Feiyu, unable to comprehend how someone like him could exude such confidence. This boy, neglected by his family since childhood, with only a grade talent and a grade mutant beast obtained by sheer luck, what gave him the audacity to act so arrogantly? But Lu Feiyu seemed to see right through Wan Peng. His composed gaze swept over the remaining 2 students in Class 1, and he spoke with a calm yet commanding tone. "I mean, all of you come at me together. Don't waste everyone's time. Time is precious and shouldn't be squandered on fools like you." His voice was steady, devoid of urgency, yet carried an undeniable authority, as if stating an unchangeable fact. The previously agitated atmosphere caused by Wan Peng's provocation cooled instantly. The training ground fell silent once again. Even Wan Peng was momentarily stunned by Lu Feiyu's words, his gaze complicated as he studied him. He simply couldn't understand where Lu Feiyu's confidence came from. "Fine. You said it yourself. Wanpeng sneered, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to suppress his unease, he declared, "A real man keeps his word. Don't make me look down on you." He hastily locked the terms, fearing Lu Feiyu might back out. While he had initially worried that even a three-man rotation might not guarantee victory against Lu Feiyu's beast, the prospect of a 3-0 battle left no room for doubt it was an easy win. Lu Feiyu, don't act recklessly. From the crowd, Lin Wenhui stepped forward anxiously, her face full of concern. Her gaze lingered on Lu Feiyu for a moment before she urged him with urgency, "You can't fight them heathen in this situation." Wanpeng noticed her intervention, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "What's this? You need a woman to speak on your behalf? Are you even a man?" he taunted coldly. But Lu Feiyu didn't even spare Wanpeng a glance. Instead, he gently patted Lin Wenhui on the shoulder, offering her a reassuring look. In a low voice he said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lin Wenhui was momentarily stunned, her worry still apparent, but she ultimately stepped back, reluctantly advising, "Be careful. If it's too much, just concede." Lu Feiyu nodded slightly, saying nothing more as he strode towards the stage. His back was straight, his steps steady, as if the impending battle was of no consequence. Concede? That was out of the question. In his earlier match against Wang Shueyo, under the enhancement of his SS grade talent, Eye of Ascension, and the stimulation of intense combat, Lu Feiyu's beast, Boss Jean, had undergone another breakthrough within the beast space's hundredfold spiritual energy. Now at Black Iron level 6, Boss Jin's strength had soared, just shy of the late Black Iron stage. These developments, however, were completely overlooked by Wanpeng. Confident in his victory, he failed to realize that Boss Jean was no longer the same. Even without using Desperate Duel, Boss Jean could easily crush the Ice Assassin, let alone these three beasts that were inferior to the Ice Assassin. Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Only one thought occupied his mind. Weaklings like these? I'll take them all down one by one. Stepping onto the arena, Lu Feiyu's eyes flashed as he watched the three opponents eagerly summon their beasts. In an instant, information about the three contracted beasts flooded into his mind. Two of them were grade beasts at the third tier of the Black Iron rank, mediocre in potential and unworthy of attention. Only Wanpeng's a grade beast stood out slightly, but even that barely managed to catch Lu Feiyu's interest. This beast, Wrath of Thunderstorm, boasted a lightning attribute as its racial trait, and a grade talent level, and a Black Iron third-tier cultivation. Its skills included Furious Roar, partial elementalization, and the rare ability Thunder God's Wrath, earning it the evaluation of a short-tempered beast favored by lightning. Yet, in Lu Feiyu's eyes, neither its potential nor its abilities were anything more than flashy but superficial tricks. After all, his own beast, Jean Laoban, had already reached the Black Iron 6th tier. Dealing with these three Black Iron 3rd-tier beasts would be as effortless as crushing ants. Lu Feiyu's gaze remained indifferent. What truly made him slightly wary was the inherent talent of these opponents. To be accepted into Class 1, a student's family background was either wealthy or powerful, and their superior genetic inheritance granted them talents far beyond the average person. It was likely that all three of them possessed a grade talents. But grade talent? Lu Feiyu sneered. Across the entire school and even the whole city of Changnan, only Wang Shueyo possessed its grade talent. It was this distinction that made her the top student in Class 1, overshadowing even Wanpeng in prominence. This, however, was precisely what Wanpeng couldn't stomach. He prided himself on his extraordinary talent, yet he had been repeatedly overshadowed by Wang Shueyo. What infuriated him even more was that Wang Shueyo had once lost to Lu Feiyu, a nobody from humble origins. This humiliation fanned the flames of Wanpeng's fury. To make matters worse, his family's instructions were clear. This match had to end in a resounding victory for him. He was to utterly disgrace Lu Feiyu, making him a laughingstock in front of the entire school and even the whole city. A sinister smile curled on Wanpeng's lips as dark thoughts swirled in his mind. My Thunder God's wrath has a wide range. If it accidentally affects the Beastmaster, it would be understandable, wouldn't it? The might of heavenly thunder could strike him dead on the spot. Even if Principal Wang intervenes in time, the overwhelming force would still leave him humiliated before thousands, his reputation in tatters. While Wanpeng was scheming, Lu Feiyu had already summoned his beast. A warm, radiant energy emanated from in front of him as Jean Laoban stood firm like an unshakable mountain. Its body seemed to radiate even more heat than usual, its blazing aura as dazzling as the sun. Standing there, it exuded an unyielding presence, as though nothing could move it. Crush them! Lu Feiyu's command was abruptly cut off as a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. A terrifying energy brewed in the heavens, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger locking onto him. Raising his head, he saw that the once clear sky had been consumed by storm clouds. Lightning surged within the dark masses like enraged dragons, and blinding flashes of white light crackled ominously. In an instant, a torrent of lightning poured down, its range so vast that it engulfed both Lu Feiyu and Jin Laoban. Instinctively stepping back, Lu Feiyu realized with alarm that the lightning seemed almost alive, adjusting its trajectory to follow his every move, relentlessly pursuing him. At that moment, Lu Feiyu understood with chilling clarity. Wan Peng's target was not his beast, it was him. Such a ruthless and calculated assault caused an icy glint to flash in Lu Feiyu's eyes. He turned his gaze to Wan Peng, his expression now laced with undisguised killing intent. Just as the lightning was about to strike Lu Feiyu, Boss Jean moved with incredible speed, leaping into the air and positioning himself above Lu Feiyu in an instant. His bulging muscles resembled rugged hills, while his thick, fluffy fur formed a natural barrier, shielding his master from harm. Thunder roared as bolts of lightning, originally aimed directly at Lu Feiyu, were absorbed by Boss Jin's massive frame. The air was soon filled with the nauseating stench of burnt flesh, causing onlookers to recoil in horror. The scene left the entire crowd gasping in shock. The match hasn't even officially started yet, someone exclaimed. Exactly. And the lightning was clearly targeting the beast master himself, not the beast. That's a blatant violation, another voice angrily accused. This is outrageous. He should be disqualified immediately. Furious shouts erupted as the audience grew increasingly outraged by Wan Peng's audacious actions. The crowd below the arena buzzed with heated discussion, their indignation palpable. Wan Peng's behavior had crossed a line for everyone present today. It was Lu Feiyu who was attacked. Who could guarantee it wouldn't be someone else next time? Yet, amidst the anger, a sense of pity began to emerge in the hearts of many. That kind of brutal attack, if a mid-tier black iron beast takes a direct hit, it's either dead or seriously injured. Lu Feiyu probably won't be able to continue fighting after this. Yeah, but what an honorable loss. You don't see such loyal and protective beasts very often, especially one that's been trained for only a few days. I envy Lu Feiyu. To have such a strong and devoted beast is truly rare, someone remarked wistfully. Just as everyone thought the tide of the battle had turned decisively, Lu Feiyu shattered their expectations with his next move. They were wrong, completely and utterly wrong. On the stage, Lu Feiyu's expression darkened, his face a storm of fury. His eyes locked onto Boss Jean, who stood protectively before him. The beast's once lustrous golden-red fur was now charred black from the lightning, exposing patches of scorched skin covered in gruesome wounds. These injuries, though severe, had been cauterized by the intense heat, trapping blood beneath the surface and limiting movement. Yet, for Boss Jean, who possessed the desperate duel ability, such injuries were nothing more than superficial. In fact, the lightning strike seemed to have awakened a hidden reservoir of power within him. Lu Feiyu could feel it clearly. Boss Jean's physical strength was rapidly escalating. At this moment, his power had doubled, reaching the peak of the black iron tier. This fight, we give it everything we've got, Lu Feiyu muttered, his voice low but resolute. His gaze sliced through the air like a blade, landing on Wan Peng with a chilling intensity. His eyes conveyed a promise of vengeance, cold and merciless, as if he were staring at a dead man. Hearing his master's words, Boss Jean let out a deep, guttural growl. His muscles swelled once more, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he launched forward, leaving 2 deep craters in the arena floor. In the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Wan Peng's 3 contracted beasts with unstoppable force. Wan Peng's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief washing over him. How could Lu Feiyu's beast still possess such explosive energy? What are you waiting for? Attack, he roared, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice tinged with panic. Spurred by his command, the other 2 beast masters finally snapped out of their daze and unleashed their strongest techniques. Thick vines erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a cage in an attempt to trap Boss Jean. A towering wall of water rose swiftly, standing between the crimson beast and its targets, aiming to halt his charge. Meanwhile, the Thunder Wrath beast opened its massive jaws, letting out a deafening roar. The sound waves rippled through the air, tangible and disorienting, leaving those nearby momentarily stunned. But these seemingly formidable defenses and attacks were laughable in the face of Boss Jean's heightened state. Without slowing down, he tore through them like a force of nature. A blazing sun materialized above him, larger and more intense than ever before. Its searing light cast an ominous glow over the battlefield, and flames erupted around him with ferocious intensity, as if heralding the arrival of an infernal apocalypse. In an instant, the scorching sunlight burst forth, accompanied by searing flames that spread in all directions. The blinding light cut like a blade, and the roaring fire surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire arena in mere moments. The thick, black vines that had barely touched the blistering flames were instantly reduced to ash, like dry grass meeting a wildfire, with no chance to resist. The water wall that had stood in front of Boss Jean fared no better. It melted away like thin ice under the blazing sun, evaporating into steam that billowed outward, filling the air with a scorching heat. The steam rolled and hissed, its heat sharp as knives, even searing the skin of Wan Peng's 3 summoned beasts. Their flesh blistered almost instantly, swelling into fluid-filled boils that covered their bodies like a plague. The flames then burst these boils, compounding the agony. The excruciating pain of the scalding steam and relentless fire fused into a cruel torture, forcing the beasts to let out blood-curdling screams. Their anguished cries echoed across the arena, sending chills down the spines of the spectators. Even those seated far away couldn't help but shudder, their scalps tingling. They stared wide-eyed, trying to make out what was happening on the stage, but the scene was obscured by the dense white steam and the leaping flames. Whatever lay within the inferno and mist was completely hidden from view. The Crimson Sun, summoned by Boss Jean, was like divine retribution descending from the heavens. In the brief moment it appeared, it overwhelmed Wan Peng's 3 beasts with an unmatched, domineering force. The creatures writhed in agony on the scalding ground, futilely rolling to ease the burning pain, but their efforts were in vain. This sight left Wan Peng and his companions utterly dumbfounded. The beasts they had prided themselves on were unable to withstand even a moment in the presence of the Crimson Sun. What made their despair even worse was the fact that they hadn't even been given a chance to use their beasts' innate abilities. But the nightmare was far from over. The Crimson Sun hovering in midair suddenly began to move, its glow intensifying and its flames growing wilder. With a roar of heat and fury, it hurtled directly toward Wan Peng, its speed leaving no room to breathe. No! Wan Peng's pupils shrank, and the arrogance on his face was instantly replaced by sheer terror. Gone was the haughty young master of the Wan family. In his place was a man on the brink of being reduced to ashes. He flailed his arms frantically, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop! I surrender!" The heat from the Crimson Sun rushed toward him, and Wan Peng could already feel his long bangs curling and emitting a sharp, acrid smell of burning hair. His entire body trembled as he raised his hands high in surrender, his eyes filled with desperation as he stared at Lu Feiyu, pleading for mercy. But Lu Feiyu stood motionless, his cold, indifferent gaze betraying not the slightest hint of emotion, as if Wan Peng's fate was of no concern to him. That icy detachment crushed Wan Peng's last shred of hope. Meanwhile, the 2 students beside Wan Peng had already collapsed under the oppressive heat, their bodies too dehydrated to even stand. Their pitiful state elicited no sympathy from Lu Feiyu, whose gaze remained as unyielding as iron. In his heart, there was only one thought. Those who enable the wicked are no different from the wicked themselves. They were unworthy of pity. Boom! The Crimson Sun suddenly accelerated, resembling a blood-red inferno hurtling straight toward Wan Peng with the force of annihilation. The rolling heat distorted the air, and the unbearable temperature seemed capable of burning the very fabric of reality. Under such pressure, Wan Peng could no longer hold himself upright. He stumbled and fell, scrambling backward in a desperate, undignified crawl. His movements resembled those of a stray dog kicked to the curb, pathetic and wretched. At that moment, a thunderous, earth-shaking roar erupted from the skies above. "What audacity, boy! How dare you harm someone from the Wan family?" An enraged voice thundered from the skies, followed by a foul, chilling wind laced with an overwhelming oppressive force that seemed intent on crushing Lu Feiyu completely. The gale swept across the arena, causing the stage to tremble ever so slightly. Lu Feiyu felt his chest tighten, as though a massive mountain had suddenly pressed down on him, making even breathing a struggle. Yet, the suffocating sensation lasted only a fleeting moment. A sharp cry of an eagle pierced through the air, and a familiar silhouette descended from the heavens. The massive eagle spread its wings wide, forming a protective barrier that shielded Lu Feiyu and his beast companion. With a powerful motion, the eagle withdrew its wings, creating a solid defense. In the next instant, a deafening crash echoed as if thunder had erupted, shaking the entire arena under the force of the impact. Yet, thanks to the eagle's protection, both Lu Feiyu and Boss Jean remained unharmed, untouched by even a hint of the oppressive wind. At that moment, a cold scoff resonated from above. A steady and commanding voice echoed across the training grounds, "Master Wan, what is the meaning of trespassing on Changnan High School without permission?" Principal Wang Zhentian's voice carried no trace of emotion, yet it reverberated through the air like the toll of a great bell, leaving all who heard it awestruck. The giant eagle slowly spread its wings, and Lu Feiyu finally caught sight of the confrontation in the sky. A grotesque, featherless bird hovered midair, exuding a nauseating stench. Its body was covered in bulbous yellow growths that looked as though they might burst at any moment, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed as a faint glow flickered within them, instantly revealing the details of the monstrous bird. Species: malignant tumor crow. Element: poison. Talent grade: S. Rank: Emerald Tier 7. Skills: tumor detonation rare, voodoo domain exceptional, healing band toxin exceptional, poison crow swarm exceptional. Evaluation: when the crow cries, death follows. An Emerald Tier latest stage flying beast. Such a creature was a rare sight, even in all of Changnan City, where only a handful of individuals could boast such a companion. And the one capable of commanding such a beast? A name immediately surfaced in Lu Feiyu's mind: Wan Mingjia, the head of the Wan family. An elite Emerald Tier beast tamer, just a step away from reaching Diamond Tier, and second only to the city's mayor in status. Trespassing, you say? A mocking laugh came from the man atop the malignant tumor crow. His voice dripped with scorn and anger as he spoke. Had I not come, my own son's life might have been forfeit. Is this what Changnan High School teaches its students? To mercilessly attack their peers? Such viciousness. It seems this school is nothing but rotten to the core. Before his words even fully landed, murmurs erupted from the crowd of students in the audience. What a shameless accusation, one whispered. Exactly. It was Wan Peng who started it, another added. Losing and then calling his dad? What is he, a kindergarten kid? Ha ha ha. Though the comments were hushed, the students' indignation was palpable. Wan Mingjia, however, clearly heard the murmurs. His brows furrowed, and with a sudden roar, he shouted, silence. His voice, amplified by the power of his beast, boomed like rolling thunder, sweeping across the training grounds and instantly quelling all noise. A heavy silence fell over the arena. This display only deepened the displeasure in Principal Wang Zhenqian's eyes. He spoke coldly, his voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. This is not your place to raise your voice. Though his tone was quiet, it carried a weight that easily overpowered Wan Mingjia's thunderous shout, like a towering mountain that brooked no defiance. Wan Mingjia's expression shifted, his eyes scrutinizing Wang Zhenqian as he cautiously asked, "Have you broken through?" His tone carried a mix of suspicion and apprehension. Wang Zhenqian merely let out a disdainful snort, refusing to dignify the question with a response. Instead, his gaze turned toward the three individuals on the stage. With an impassive expression, he declared, "Wan Peng, for initiating an attack during a formal duel and deliberately targeting a fellow student, your actions are deemed severe. You are hereby expelled. Xie Zhaolin and Lu Jinhao, for enabling Wan Peng's misconduct and even assisting him, your actions are likewise severe. A disciplinary record will be added to your files." Hearing these words, the entire audience was stunned. For a student, a disciplinary record in their file was already a severe consequence. Any reputable beast taming university would never consider accepting a student with a blemished record. And expulsion? That was the harshest punishment Principal Wang Zhenqian could impose. After all, an expulsion record would follow someone for life. Originally, with Wan Peng's family background, talent, and strength, even gaining admission to the two top academies in the capital was not out of reach. Yet now, all his hopes and dreams were shattered in an instant by Wang Zhenqian's ruthless verdict. The air was thick with tension, as if even the surrounding students who had gathered to watch held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Everyone understood what this meant. Wan's family had completely angered Wang Zhenqian, and perhaps even the entire Changnan Beast Taming Academy. Below the arena, Wan Peng stood with his head lowered, his face ashen, fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his palms. His pride, dignity, and future had been mercilessly trampled and crushed. Meanwhile, Wan Mingjia, standing atop the venomous crow, looked even more sullen, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. His gaze, venomous and filled with resentment, was fixed on Wang Zhenqian like a snake ready to strike. "Very well. I hope you don't regret this." Wan Mingjia spat out each word through gritted teeth, his voice seething with fury. Without saying anything further, he waved his hand. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, sweeping Wan Peng from the arena and depositing him onto the back of the venomous crow. The crow let out a hoarse screech, carrying with it a foul wind as it soared into the sky. The Wan father and son departed in disgrace, without even a single parting word. Their figures disappeared into the horizon, and the surrounding students finally exhaled in relief. Their faces reflected a mixture of gratitude and liberation. No matter how powerful the Wan family had been, their downfall was a stark reminder of one undeniable truth: in this world ruled by beast taming, strength was the ultimate authority. Wang Zhenqian had taught the entire school a profound lesson through his actions. Emerald Tier 9, is it? Lu Feiyu stood on the arena, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. His gaze fell upon the majestic white eagle beneath Wang Zhenqian, and his thoughts churned. That white eagle was unmistakably at the peak of the emerald tier, just one step away from diamond tier. This also meant that Wang Zhantian's strength was likely second only to Changnan City's mayor, which explained his boldness in confronting the Wan family. Lu Feiyu murmured softly to himself, his heart surging with ambition and determination. With the help of the mythical bloodline pool and his SS-level beast-taming talent, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he too reached the diamond tier. Or perhaps even higher. Even feathers can soar into the sky, he thought, his gaze unwavering as if envisioning his own brilliant future. The students below the arena erupted into cheers, standing taller with pride. For them, having a principal who was both protective and assertive was a source of immense pride. At that moment, Wang Zhantian descended slowly from the sky, riding the white eagle. His sharp eyes swept over Lu Feiyu, and a rare smile broke through his otherwise stern expression. Lu Feiyu, first place in the school competition, facing 3 opponents and remaining composed under pressure. Wang Zhantian's voice was loud and commanding, resonating through the crowd. Your reward, 200 spirit beast stones and 4 special resource exchange privileges. The announcement caused Lu Feiyu's eyes to widen in shock and delight. The reward was incredibly generous, double what had been given in previous years. Spirit beast stones, condensed forms of pure spiritual energy, could be directly absorbed by beasts to significantly accelerate their cultivation. Each spirit beast stone was worth as much as 1,000 huaxia currency, making the total value of 200 stones a staggering 200,000 huaxia currency. As Lu Feiyu mentally calculated the figure, he felt a dizzying rush. Never in his past or present life had he possessed such wealth. These spirit beast stones, combined with his innate talent, would allow Jean Boss to rapidly ascend in rank within a short time. Yet what thrilled Lu Feiyu even more than the spirit beast stones were the 4 special resource exchange privileges. He had already used the Ascension Eye to deduce the specific rare materials required for Jean Boss's next evolution, exactly 4 items. The reward was so perfectly tailored that it felt almost too good to be true. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Lu Feiyu looked up at Wang Zhantian with eyes full of gratitude and respect. Within him burned an even fiercer resolve. His legend was only just beginning. Well, this couldn't have come at a better time. It's like being handed a pillow just as you're about to doze off. With Boss Jean's promotion to Steer Beast Master certification practically guaranteed, things are looking great. Lu Feiyu was secretly elated, though he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Yet, the generous rewards announced caused a stir throughout the venue. The other contestants were left stunned, their mouths agape, while gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. The shock was palpable. Such extravagance. Someone murmured under their breath, unable to contain their amazement. In the parents section, Zhang Fengxia's eyes lit up at the comment, a glint of greed flashing in her gaze. She had already begun scheming how to extract resources from Lu Feiyu. Her sharp, snake-like stare fixated on him as if he were a walking gold mine. At that moment, the training ground was awash with murmurs and exclamations. Yet, Principal Wang simply raised his hand slightly, a gesture that exuded calm authority. Without any visible force, the noise subsided instantly, as if an invisible pressure had silenced the crowd. The audience instinctively held their breath, their eyes collectively drawn to the figure standing at the center of the field. Clearing his throat, Principal Wang spoke in a low, commanding tone. Not just the first place, the rewards for the top 8 will also be doubled. Before the words could fully sink in, the crowd erupted once again. But Principal Wang didn't allow the excitement to linger. He delivered yet another bombshell. To support the development of senior high students in beast mastery, the Changnan City Secret Realm Administration will host a secret realm exploration competition in 10 days. The top 8 students from our school will represent us in this event. The top 5 competitors will receive exceptionally generous rewards. He paused briefly, scanning the crowd before continuing. Additionally, representatives from major universities will be observing the participants' performances, offering reduced admission scores or even guaranteed placements. The principal's announcement swept through the venue like a storm, leaving everyone in awe. Even Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned. Memories from his past life, Surfaceed, had dropped out early and had never heard of such an opportunity. The words, secret realm, thundered in his mind. In this world of beast masters, secret realms were synonymous with both peril and promise. A single misstep could result in utter ruin, but success could lead to meteoric ascension. These realms were rich in resources, brimming with rare materials, and occasionally home to extraordinary beast eggs with unparalleled potential. Many had amassed fortunes through secret realms, underscoring their immense value. However, access to such opportunities came at an exorbitant price, one far beyond the reach of an ordinary student like Lu Feiyu. But now, he had a chance to enter for free. A surge of joy coursed through him, and his fists clenched involuntarily. 10 days more than enough time to train Boss Jean to Black Iron Tier 9, or possibly even push him to the Bronze Tier. By then, Exploring the secret realm would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. As Lu Feiyu envisioned the future, Principal Wang's calm voice interrupted his thoughts. That concludes the school competition. The moment he finished, his gaze shifted slightly, settling on Lu Feiyu. In a low voice he said, "You, come with me." As he spoke, a majestic white eagle lowered its head, spreading its wings to form a path that seemed to lead straight into the sky. Its sharp eyes radiated authority, yet there was a hint of warmth in its demeanor as it looked at Lu Feiyu. "The principal wants to see me?" Lu Feiyu's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But he quickly suppressed his emotions, stepping onto the wide, feathered wings and climbing onto the eagle's back. He knew there was no resisting someone of Principal Wang's caliber. Besides, if the principal had any ill intentions, he wouldn't have intervened to stop Wan Mingjie earlier. The white eagle spread its wings and ascended gracefully, carrying Lu Feiyu higher and higher into the vast sky. The moment Lu Feiyu steadied himself, the giant eagle suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The fierce winds at high altitude cut against his face like sharp blades. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his face, but such a defense proved futile against the relentless gusts. Principal Wang noticed Lu Feiyu's struggle, and a trace of guilt flickered in his eyes. With a low command, he said, "Activate the barrier." In an instant, an invisible shield enveloped the two of them, completely isolating the piercing wind. The surroundings grew calm and peaceful. "Apologies, it's been a while since Xiaobai carried anyone else," Principal Wang said with a light chuckle, his tone tinged with a hint of teasing. He glanced at Lu Feiyu, whose handsome face appeared even more resolute under the sunlight. Yet, deep down, the principal couldn't help but sigh. The boy's background and the hardships he had endured over the years stirred a sense of compassion within him. "Focus on your cultivation. The school will handle the rest." Principal Wang's voice was low and firm, carrying the weight of a promise and the tone of an arrangement. "Thank you, Principal," Lu Feiyu responded, sensing Wang Zinshan's goodwill. His voice was filled with genuine gratitude. As they conversed, the scenery beneath them changed rapidly, and the distant mountains gradually came into view. The giant eagle suddenly pressed its wings downward, diving with a whistling wind. Before long, they arrived atop a low mountain. At the summit, a white villa glimmered under the sunlight. This is a sudden, incredulous thought flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind, and his gaze fixed on the villa. Just then, a key was tossed toward him. He instinctively reached out and caught it. "Until the college entrance exams, you'll stay here," Principal Wang said in a gentle yet firm tone. "It's close to the school, safe, and convenient. However, it hasn't been occupied for a while, so it might be a bit dusty. You'll need to clean it up yourself. Hope you don't mind?" Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook his head, his voice betraying his excitement. "I don't mind, not at all." But his excitement was soon replaced by hesitation. He looked at Principal Wang, unsure, and said hesitantly, "Isn't this too much?" "This how?" Before he could finish, Wang Zhantian cut him off with a wave of his hand. "This house has been sitting idle anyway. You might as well use it. Remember, Wang Zhantian, never take back what I've given. Or do you intend to break my rule?" Hearing this, Lu Feiyu no longer declined. Instead, he etched this kindness deeply into his heart. He nodded solemnly, his eyes full of gratitude. "I won't help you with moving in or cleaning up. That's up to you," Principal Wang said, his tone lightening. "Oh, and have you decided how to use your special resource privileges? Let me know once you've made up your mind, and I'll arrange for the resources and spirit beast stones to be delivered." Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu immediately listed the 4 resources needed for Jin Laoban's evolution. Wang Zhantian nodded in acknowledgement, then patted the giant eagle's neck and flew off gracefully. As the principal of the school and one of the city's top experts, he had countless matters to attend to. Supporting promising students was merely a routine part of his responsibilities. But for Lu Feiyu, this was a monumental opportunity. Standing in front of the villa, with a gentle breeze brushing past him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Since his rebirth, he had gone from cramming into a small hotel room to staying at Chen Yuanshan's home as a guest, and now, he had his own private villa within the span of just 5 days. "It feels like a dream," Lu Feiyu murmured to himself as he raised the key and unlocked the villa's door. The iron gate creaked softly, revealing the view inside the courtyard. A dry fountain stood silently at the center, surrounded by lush greenery that exuded tranquility. He stepped through the yard and pushed open the villa's door, taking in the interior layout. The house was fully equipped, with even the larger furniture covered by protective dust cloths. A quick cleanup would make it Muvian Riyadh a true example of turnkey living. However, in the corners, he could still spot some accumulated dust and faint cobwebs. Instead of feeling put off, Lu Feiyu found the place brimming with a sense of life. Without hesitation, he summoned Jin Laoban and began cleaning together. Though the house's size was considerable, their teamwork was seamless, and the tidying process went smoothly. For the first time in his life, he had a place he could truly call his own. After about half an hour, Lu Feiyu and Jean Laoban worked together to clean the house and courtyard until they were spotless. The spacious and tidy new home made the already lively Jean Laoban even more excited. The nimble little figure darted from room to room like a whirlwind, sweeping through every corner. Every now and then, it would rub its dust-covered head against Lu Feiyu's waist, expressing its joy in a playful and endearing way. Lu Feiyu glanced down at Jean Laoban, smiled, and patted its fluffy head, completely unbothered by its dirty appearance. After all, after a thorough cleaning session, he wasn't exactly clean himself. It's about time I went to greet Chen Yuanshan's family, Lu Feiyu muttered to himself, then turned decisively and headed toward the bathroom. After washing off the dust and grime, he changed into the clean clothes that had already been prepared in the wardrobe. The thoughtfulness of Principal Wang surprised him. His wardrobe was packed with various outfits, all perfectly tailored to his size, clearly prepared well in advance for him. Just as he finished tidying up and was about to head out, a dull thud suddenly came from outside the courtyard, as if something heavy had been dropped onto the ground. Lu Feiyu's heart tightened, and he instantly became alert. His gaze shifted toward the courtyard gate as a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Wan family's retaliation has come so soon? The next moment, a familiar voice came from outside, easing his tension slightly. Lu Feiyu, this is the reward for placing first in the school competition. The voice was loud and cheerful, carrying an air of friendliness. Immediately after, the iron gate was knocked on with a series of loud thuds, the sound echoing throughout the courtyard. Although the voice sounded familiar, Lu Feiyu didn't completely let his guard down. He quickly walked to the door and carefully looked through the peephole. Upon seeing that the person outside was indeed the teacher in charge of his physical education at Changnan High School, he finally relaxed and opened the door. The sight outside left Lu Feiyu momentarily stunned. A box of spirit beast stones, piled as high as a small hill, lay at the teacher's feet. The spirit beast stones were perfectly faceted in a diamond shape, glistening like crystals and radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. A rich spiritual energy wafted from them, making the air in the courtyard feel fresh and invigorating. It dawned on Lu Feiyu that the heavy thud head heard earlier was the sound of this box of spirit beast stones being set down. In the teacher's arms were 4 exquisite sandalwood boxes. Judging by the careful way he held them, it was clear that they contained something even more precious. Lu Feiyu's heart stirred as he guessed that these boxes likely held the special resources required for Jean Laoban's evolution. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Lu Feiyu quickly stepped forward to take the sandalwood boxes, his tone carrying a hint of gratitude. Hearing this, the teacher's sun-kissed face broke into a bright smile. Train hard. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. And remember, living here alone, you need to stay safe. After giving his advice, the teacher turned and left. Watching the teacher leave, Lu Feiyu lowered his gaze to the sandalwood boxes in his hands, then glanced at the box of spirit beast stones on the ground. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He temporarily set aside his plan to visit Chen Yuanshan's family, as he was now eager to help Jean Laoban evolve. Jean Laoban, with its mythical level bloodline, required far fewer conditions for evolution compared to ordinary beast companions. As long as the resources were sufficient, it didn't need to wait until reaching the bronze or silver stage. It could evolve at any time. In contrast, ordinary beast companions, no matter how exceptional their talents, had to honestly reach a certain stage before they could begin their second evolution. This stark difference only heightened Lu Feiyu's anticipation for Jean Laoban's transformation. Jean Laoban, come here. Lu Feiyu called out, lifting the box of spirit beast stones onto Jean Laoban's back. Carrying the 4 sandalwood boxes himself, he headed inside. Sensing that its evolution was imminent, Jean Laoban was so excited that its tail wagged like a propeller. Even with the heavy box on its back, it didn't seem to mind at all, instead sprinting ahead in high spirits. After running a short distance, it would occasionally glance back at Lu Feiyu, tongue lolling out as if urging him. Come on, master. Can't you move any faster? Sensing the urgency in Jean Laoban's demeanor, Lu Feiyu quickened his pace. Together, man and beast swiftly entered the room. Lu Feiyu shut the door behind him and carefully retrieved 4 small boxes from his chest, placing them cautiously on the table. As he gently lifted the lids, a wave of distinct and extreme auras surged forth, instantly captivating the senses with their overwhelming intensity. The first object to catch the eye was a crimson crystal, its irregular shape speckled with dark blotches resembling sunspots, deep, mysterious, and commanding an undeniable presence. It was the Great Sun Crystal. Next was a chunk of dark brown earth, its surface charred like coal, yet faintly streaked with fiery red veins, as though flames from the earth's core were raging within. This was the earth vein flame. Moving further, there was an elegant snow lotus, pure white like untouched snow, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. The legendary 10,000-year snow lotus. Finally, Lu Feiyu's gaze rested on a piece of withered yellow tree bark. It appeared unremarkable, like something one might find anywhere, yet it radiated a tranquil and soothing energy, capable of calming even the most restless of spirits. This was the Serenity Wood. As Lu Feiyu surveyed these four priceless treasures, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Each of these items was worth a fortune, with a market value starting at no less than 200,000 Huaxia yuan. In the past, gathering all four might have taken him years, if not longer. Yet now, in just 4 short days, he had managed to secure them all. Go ahead, Jin Laoban. Show me your limits. Lu Feiyu took a deep breath and carefully placed the 4 treasures in front of Jin Laoban. Simultaneously, he retrieved 10 spirit beast stones from a nearby chest and gave them a firm slap. In an instant, the immense spiritual energy contained within the stones surged outward like a tidal wave, dramatically increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the room. Even so, Lu Feiyu's brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't help but lament inwardly if this evolution could take place within the beast-taming space. The results would be even more remarkable. Unfortunately, his beast-taming space had yet to reach the gold tier, making it impossible to connect it to the real world or bring these precious resources inside. For now, this limitation could only be addressed once he broke through to the gold tier. But that day wasn't far off. Lu Feiyu was confident that achieving the gold tier was merely a matter of time. Before Lu Feiyu had fully gathered his thoughts, Jin Laoban was already on the move. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and swallowed the great sun crystal and earth vein flame in one gulp. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted as crimson flames burst violently from its abdomen, surging outward in relentless waves. The searing heat forced Lu Feiyu to retreat several steps. The immense light and fire energy contained within the 2 treasures was overwhelming, even for Jin Laoban. Its fiery red fur quickly curled under the intense heat, turning to ash and flaking away. The flames seemed almost alive as they consumed its fur, burrowing into its skin and wreaking havoc. On Jin Laoban's face, a distinctly human-like expression of pain appeared. Just as Lu Feiyu's frown deepened in concern, Jin Laoban suddenly took a bold step forward and swallowed the 10,000-year snow lotus. A wave of icy energy exploded outward, the extreme cold forcefully clashing with the raging flames and pushing them back. Moments later, a soft blue glow enveloped Jin Laoban, gradually mending its damaged body. Its muscles, subjected to the alternating forces of burning and healing, grew tougher and more resilient with each cycle. The process was undoubtedly excruciating, yet the presence of the Serenity Wood acted like a calming spring, stabilizing Jin Laoban's mind. It kept the creature lucid through the torment, ensuring it would not succumb to the overwhelming pain. About 3 minutes later, Boss Jin suddenly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The deep and commanding sound carried an overwhelming sense of majesty, causing the very air around it to tremble. The flames that had once danced wildly around it instantly became subdued, as if bowing in reverence to an emperor. They no longer dared to flicker chaotically, instead surrounding it in quiet submission, like loyal subjects kneeling before their sovereign. In the next moment, Boss Jin's body underwent a stunning transformation. Hair began to grow at an astonishing speed, visible to the naked eye. Unlike the fiery red of before, this time the fur turned into a dazzling golden hue, each strand shimmering as if imbued with sunlight. Its body expanded rapidly, growing from 3 meters in length to 5 meters, and its height now reached up to Lu Feiyu's chest. At this point, Boss Jin no longer resembled an ordinary dog, but rather a majestic, kingly lion of the plainsnow, even more regal than a lion. Amazing, my Jin. As expected, following a handsome master like me, you've become more and more spectacular. This is what they mean by, you are who you surround yourself with. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration as he gazed at Boss Jin's evolved form. Hearing Lu Feiyu's voice, a glimmer of gentleness flashed in Boss Jin's crystalline eyes. Despite its now imposing and powerful stature, it still acted like a loyal and affectionate companion, trotting over to Lu Feiyu and gently rubbing its massive head against his chest. Its lush, golden fur lightly brushed against Lu Feiyu's chin, sending a tingling sensation through him. My child has grown up, Lu Feiyu murmured, stroking Boss Jin's head with a mix of pride and sentimentality. Without hesitation, he activated his Ascension Eye, eager to examine the details of Boss Jin's evolution. As streams of data filled his vision, his smile froze, and his pupils quivered in disbelief, as if he had seen something utterly extraordinary. This is insane, old Jin. A moment later, Lu Feiyu barely managed to compose himself, patting Boss Jin's head with a mixture of shock and amazement. The information displayed on the screen laid everything bare. Species, Solar Divine Hound. Attribute, Light. Talent grade, S. Rank, Black Iron Tier 9. Skills, Endless Battle Will Excellence instantly puts the beast into combat mode, doubling physical strength and significantly enhancing battle instincts. Soaring Sunlight Excellence summons a radiant sun-like orb that deals penetrating damage, ignoring enemy defenses. Sunlit Blessing Excellence. Under sunlight, the beast becomes immune to all control skills and gains a significant boost to recovery abilities. Solar Burst Epic triggers an explosion of the summoned orb, causing massive area damage. After use, the beast enters a weakened state for 1 hour. Evolution Route. Solar Divine Hound Grade Sun-Chasing Wolf King S Grade Lord of the Sun, SS Grade, Sun-Devouring Deity, Mythical Grade. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can ascend to the mythical grade. Materials required for next evolution: Solar Essence, Radiant or Core, Gale's Whisper. 3 Excellence Deer. 1 Epic Deer. Lu Feiyu took a deep breath, unable to suppress the excitement surging within him. This skill configuration is the pinnacle of what an S-grade beast can achieve. He couldn't resist comparing Boss Gene to Wan Mingjia's Malignant Poison Crow. Despite both being S-grade, the Malignant Poison Crow only had 1 rare tier skill and 3 excellence tier skills, with no trace of an epic tier ability. In terms of skill power and future growth potential, it was leagues behind Boss Gene. If they were at the same rank, even if Boss Gene were just Jade tier 1, it could easily crush the Jade tier 7 Malignant Poison Crow, Lu Feiyu thought to himself, marveling at the sheer power of an epic tier skill. The difference it made was like night and day, enabling a beast to fight far beyond its rank. Lu Feiyu looked at Boss Gene once more, his eyes filled with pride and anticipation. Boss Jin's future was destined to be as radiant and awe-inspiring as the sun itself. Boss Jin's 4 skills once again formed a flawless synergy. An unstoppable battle energy surged through his entire body like a violent storm, enhancing his physical attributes and combat instincts, making him nearly invincible in close-range combat against opponents of the same level. What was even more surprising was the optimization of one of his skills, Desperate Duel. The previous requirement of sustaining injuries for activation had been removed, transforming it into a pure amplification skill. Additionally, skills like Sunlit Ascension and Sunlit Blessing were comprehensive upgrades of his existing abilities, significantly boosting both their power and range. But the most awe-inspiring skill was the epic-level move Blazing Sunburst. This was the ultimate trump card. Instant activation, delivering devastating damage over a wide area. Just imagining the scene of this skill in action sent a chill down Lu Feiyu's spine. The enemy would likely have no time to react before being obliterated by the overwhelming force of Blazing Sunburst. As for the skill's drawback, temporary weakness after activation, Lu Feiyu considered it negligible. After all, if even this ultimate move couldn't defeat the enemy, their opponent's strength would already be far beyond their league, rendering the outcome of the battle irrelevant. At the same time, Boss Jin's cultivation level skyrocketed, directly breaking through to Black Iron rank level 9, leaping 3 sublevels in one go, as if propelled by a rocket. Lu Feiyu could clearly sense the energy fluctuations within Boss Gene, vigorous and powerful, as if he could shatter his current limitations and ascend to the bronze rank at any moment. Once Boss Gene achieved the bronze rank, Lu Feiyu would gain another opportunity to contract a beast companion, doubling his combat strength instantly. Even more crucially, the advancement of the contracted beast wouldn't just enhance its own capabilities, it would also provide feedback, strengthening the Beastmaster's physical attributes. Lu Feiyu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, washing away the fatigue from earlier chores in an instant. This was the true charm of the Beastmaster system. Beastmasters didn't need to fight on the front lines themselves. They could simply rely on their contracted beasts to risk life and limb to break through realms, reaping the rewards effortlessly. Watching Boss Gene complete his evolution, Lu Feiyu decided not to linger. He recalled his beast into the beast space and set off with a spring in his step toward Chen Yuanshan's house. The villa on the low hill wasn't exactly close to Chen Yuanshan's home. Although Lu Feiyu's physical fitness had improved dramatically, he clearly had no intention of covering the distance on foot. He rented a shared bike, speeding through the wind, enjoying the exhilarating sense of freedom rushing past his ears. After entering the residential complex, Lu Feiyu headed straight for the elevator. As he stepped inside, he noticed a group of high school girls in uniforms, huddled together, their eyes glued to a phone screen. They seemed completely absorbed, occasionally letting out soft exclamations of excitement, oblivious to Lu Feiyu's presence. Lu Feiyu pressed the button for the 11th floor. The elevator doors closed slowly, and the familiar sensation of weightlessness followed as the elevator began its ascent. Just then, he heard the girls whispering behind him. Wenwen, what's the name of that guy from Chang'an First High? He's so handsome. Scroll down a bit. The comments section should have it. Found it. Senior year class 2, Lu Feiyu. Hearing his name, Lu Feiyu instinctively turned around, his gaze locking onto one of the girls who had just looked up. For a moment, their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. The moment Wenwen caught sight of Lu Feiyu's face, Her light brown pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. A rosy blush quickly spread across her otherwise fair and composed face. Her lips parted slightly, as though she was about to exclaim, "Lu," but just as the words were about to escape, she seemed to realize something, and abruptly raised her hand to cover her mouth. This sudden action immediately drew the attention of the other girls around her. "Wenwen, what's wrong?" one of the girls asked curiously, following Wenwen's gaze. In the next instant, their eyes locked onto Lu Feiyu, who failed to avert his gaze in time. "Ah, it's you. It's really you," one of the girls exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement, practically jumping on the spot as her trembling finger pointed at Lu Feiyu. "You're Lu Feiyu, right? The one from Changnan No. 1 High School. Senior year, Class 2. In no time, the small elevator was filled with the girls' excited shrieks. Their voices were high-pitched and brimming with energy, as though they had just unearthed an extraordinary treasure. One of the bolder girls even whipped out her phone, thrusting it in front of Lu Feiyu with the screen held up. "Senior, this is you, isn't it?" Lu Feiyu glanced down at the phone screen, and there it was, a video playing unmistakably. In the footage, a towering arena was engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a scene straight out of mythological hell. At the center of it all stood Lu Feiyu, his figure upright like a spear, his expression cold and unyielding as he gazed down at three individuals scrambling away in disarray. His aura was commanding, like that of an emperor descending upon the battlefield. Lit by the flickering flames, his sharp eyes, chiseled jawline, straight nose, and thin lips were captured with striking clarity by the camera. The flames dancing around him only enhanced his presence, making him appear almost unreal, like a peerless hero stepping out of a manga. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu's face froze, and a wave of embarrassment surged within him. He felt as though someone had opened a Pandora's box, exposing all his secrets to the world. He was well aware that the school recorded the annual competition matches for promotional purposes, but he never imagined that within just a few hours, the footage would land in someone else's hands. "Wait, where did you even get this video?" Lu Feiyu asked, trying to suppress his growing embarrassment, his voice slightly hoarse. Hearing him speak without denying it, the girls became even more excited. They eagerly replied, "Senior, don't you know? Your video is trending on Changnan City's Weibo Hot Topics." With that, they quickly navigated their phones and brought up the trending page, shoving it in front of Lu Feiyu. He took a brief glance at the screen and felt his heart sink. The top trending title read, "Changnan's top-tier handsome genius. 1 versus 3. A total domination." Beside the headline was a screenshot of him on the arena. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feiyu tried to push down the shame bubbling up inside him and continued scrolling. However, what he saw next made his scalp tingle even more. 4 out of the top 10 trending topics on Changnan City's Weibo were all about him. "Never thought I'd become famous in such a way," Lu Feiyu mused to himself bitterly. His performance in this match, overpowering 3 opponents with ease, had indeed fulfilled all the fantasies people had about young prodigies in the world of beast taming. But what really sealed his fate was his face, which was simply too striking to ignore. It wasn't just the online viewers. Anyone who saw him would be left in awe. As soon as the video was uploaded, it spread like wildfire, quickly shooting to the top of the trending charts. Netizens practically dug out every detail about Lu Feiyu's life, to the point where even the color of his underwear that day was almost uncovered. His family background, as well as past incidents where he had been falsely accused, were all unearthed by the ever-resourceful online community. Look, the second trending topic is about this peerless genius neglected. Who's the real culprit behind the secret recording? Lu Feiyu glanced at the headline on the screen, his lips twitching in exasperation. And that wasn't the end of it. The netizens even managed to uncover the culprit, Lu Qianjun, who had recorded him. Not only did they figure out how the recording was done and what equipment was used, but even the distribution path of the footage was laid bare. Screenshots of chat logs were flying all over the internet, turning the whole ordeal into a nationwide detective frenzy. Truly, people are blind to brilliance. Lu Feiyu thought with a wry smile, never imagining that his rise to fame would take such an absurd turn. Lu Feiyu glanced at the trending topics, feeling both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying the internet could be. Privacy seemed non-existent. He never imagined that his grievances would be cleared in such an absurd manner. With dozens of chat logs and undeniable evidence laid bare, could the Lu family still deny it? Could they manage to throw the blame back onto him again? That would be nothing short of wishful thinking. Even if the Lu family had the audacity to try, the netizens wouldn't let them get away with it. Ding, the elevator chimed softly. It hadn't reached the 12th floor yet, but stopped at the 8th, the destination of a group of young girls. As they prepared to leave, their eyes were filled with reluctance at the thought of parting from their idol. Suddenly, one of them mustered up the courage, pulled a black pin from her backpack, and held it out to Lu Feiyu. Her voice was sweet and pleading as she said, "Brother Lu Feiyu, Can you sign an autograph for me? With a genius like you blessing me, I'm sure I'll awaken a great beast-taming talent next year. Gotta soak up some of your good luck. Faced with such a small request, Lu Feiyu naturally wouldn't refuse. He took the pen and smoothly signed his name on the backs of the shirts of 3 of the girls. After finishing, he smiled faintly and waved goodbye to them. The girls clutched their autographs, overwhelmed with excitement, as the elevator doors slowly closed and continued its ascent. Ding this time, the elevator finally stopped on the 12th floor. Lu Feiyu stepped out and walked to Chun Yuanshan's apartment door. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he noticed the door was ajar, not fully closed. His brows furrowed slightly as he gently pushed it open and stepped inside. However, the moment he entered, a voice he found all too familiar and utterly loathsome rang out. Where's Lu Feiyu? Huh? Where are you hiding him? That little brat thinks he's so untouchable now. It was Zhang Fengxia's voice, sharp and grating, filled with aggressive hostility. Lu Feiyu's expression darkened instantly as he followed the sound. He saw Zhang Fengxia standing with her hands on her hips, resembling a shrew, yelling at Qin's mother. Behind her, Lu Qianjun stood with his head hanging low, looking timid and pathetic, with a bright red slap mark on his left cheek. I've already told you, Xiao Chan isn't here, and I don't know where he is, Qin's mother replied, her tone calm yet resolute, clearly unshaken by Zhang Fengxia's overbearing demeanor. In contrast, Chun Yuanshan's temper wasn't as restrained. Although he was good-natured, he wasn't one to back down. Seeing his mother being berated, his eyes widened in anger, and he bellowed, Get out! Get out! How did you treat Ah Fei before? Now that he's doing a little better, you come crawling back to find him? Have some shame. Get out of here right now. Zhang Fengxia, however, wasn't someone who could be easily driven away. She sneered and retorted, Figures. Anyone who sticks with Lu Feiyu can't be decent. Disrespecting elders' no upbringing. You, a kid with a mother, are just as bad as that motherless. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a powerful force slam into her side. She was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Everyone in the room froze, their eyes all turning toward the culprit. Lu Feiyu lowered his leg, his face cold and expressionless, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Zhang Fengxia. Zhang Fengxia, being just an ordinary person, couldn't withstand such a blow from Lu Feiyu. She collapsed onto the floor, clutching her waist and crying out in pain. Her face, usually full of arrogance, was now pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Lu Feiyu didn't spare her another glance. With steady steps, he walked toward her. When he reached her, he bent down slightly, grabbed a handful of her dry, brittle hair, and yanked it upward, forcing her head up against her will. A pair of murky, yellowish eyes met Lu Feiyu's gaze, unavoidable and direct. Those eyes held a trace of resentment and unwillingness, but what dominated was fear. Lu Feiyu let out a cold chuckle, his voice low yet icy. Didn't I warn you before? If I ever hear you talk to me like that again, you'd get slapped. His aura suddenly turned sharp and menacing, like an ancient beast awakening, making the air around them feel oppressively heavy. Zhang Fengxia was completely subdued by this overwhelming pressure. Her entire body froze, and even breathing became difficult. Instinctively, she turned her face away, trying to escape those razor-sharp eyes. However, just as she averted her gaze, a piercing sound cut through the air. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the quiet living room like a clap of thunder. Zhang Fengxia's head snapped to the side, and a bright red handprint quickly emerged on her left cheek. The stinging pain left her momentarily stunned. Her face swelled visibly, and she staggered, nearly losing her balance. Mom! Lu Qianjun shouted, his face twisting in fury as he lunged toward Lu Feiyu. But before he could take another step, a towering figure loomed in front of him like an immovable mountain. Boss Jean had entered the scene. The colossal beast, as though it had crawled out of the depths of hell, fixed its glowing golden eyes on Lu Qianjun, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty light. The overwhelming aura of an glass beast tamer emanated from it, pressing down on Lu Qianjun like a tangible weight. His legs trembled, and he dared not take another step forward. Lu Feiyu coldly observed the scene, his expression one of utter disdain, as though he were watching a pair of stray, defeated dogs. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed Zhang Fengxia to the ground as if discarding trash. Towering over her, his voice was as cold as ice. Get out. Don't ever let me see you again. If I do, it won't just be a slap next time. Then, his gaze shifted to Lu Qianjun, filled with contempt. That goes for you too. At that moment, Lu Feiyu saw the true nature of this mother and son duo. Zhang Fengxia and Lu Qianjun were cut from the same cloth, conniving and shameless. Words alone were useless against people like them. Only fists and slaps could make them remember their place. So, he didn't hold back. Not in the slightest. Zhang Fengxia was completely stunned by the slap. All the schemes she had meticulously planned to extort resources crumbled in an instant. She had originally intended to bring Lu Guanzhong along, using family ties as a pretense to pressure Lu Feiyu into giving up his resources. She had even generously decided that taking half of his rewards would suffice, while also forcing him to clear up online rumors and help salvage Lu Qianjun's reputation. But never in her wildest dreams did she expect that Lu Guanzhong, the man who used to cower and obey her every word, was no longer her pawn to manipulate. Not only did he refuse to help, but he also dealt Lu Qianjun a heavy slap himself. Left with no choice, Zhang Fengxia had to bring her son alone to confront Lu Feiyu. Yet the moment she opened her mouth, she was kicked, and soon after, slapped. Now, Zhang Fengxia felt as though her entire body had been shattered into pieces from the pain. The fiery sting on her face made her scalp tingle with shock and humiliation. She wished she could grow a few extra legs on the spot and flee from this place as fast as possible. Behind her, Lu Qianjun was equally disheveled and downtrodden, his head hanging low in silence. He trailed after Zhang Fengxia, and the two of them stumbled away in disgrace, disappearing from Lu Feiyu's sight. As Lu Feiyu left the villa, he informed Qin Yuanshan and Qin's mother through his phone that he was planning to move out. However, before he could even properly say goodbye, chaos had already erupted in the Qin household. The living room was in complete disarray. An overturned coffee table and scattered items bore witness to the earlier commotion. Standing amidst the mess, Lu Feiyu felt a wave of guilt rising within him. His head hung low, his gaze fixed on the floor, his eyes filled with remorse. After all, this was Chen Yuanshan's home. Just 3 days ago, the Chen family had kindly taken Lu Feiyu in, providing him not only with food and shelter, but also with a few sets of clothes thoughtfully prepared by Chen's mother. For someone like Lu Feiyu, who had never experienced the warmth of a family in his 18 years of life, this gentle care and maternal attention were like rays of sunlight piercing through a long, cold winter. Yet now, before he could repay their kindness, his presence had inadvertently led to chaos in their home. How could he not feel ashamed? "I'm sorry," Auntie Lu Feiyu apologized softly, his voice tinged with deep regret. He scuffed the floor lightly with the tip of his shoe, looking very much like a child who had just been caught misbehaving, unsure of how to continue. Sensing his owner's low spirits, Jean Boss, his loyal companion, approached him gently, nuzzling his back with its soft, furry head. That tender and warm touch felt like a soothing current flowing from his back and spreading through his entire body, calming him down a little. "Out with the old, in with the new, Feiyu," Chen's mother said with a warm smile as she walked up to him. Her tone was as gentle as a spring breeze, her eyes filled with affection. "Why don't you stay for dinner tonight?" Her voice was soft and comforting, without a trace of blame. In truth, she had already heard from her son about Lu Feiyu's family situation. But it wasn't until she witnessed Zhang Fengxia's overbearing behavior in person today that she fully realized just how difficult Lu Feiyu's life must have been. With a stepmother like that, how could anyone expect her to treat another's child kindly? Chen's mother didn't even need to imagine. She could feel the pain and hardship Lu Feiyu had endured over the years. Far from blaming him, she only felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Standing nearby, Chen Yuanshan joined the conversation, giving Lu Feiyu a hearty pat on the shoulder. His tone carried a hint of disdain as he said, "Feiyu, what are you apologizing for? This isn't your fault. That old hag. Don't stoop to her level. Look at you now, your future is bright. No need to let her drag you down." Their words of comfort lightened the heavy weight in Lu Feiyu's heart. He looked up at Chen's mother and Chen Yuanshan, their smiles bringing a glimmer of warmth to his eyes. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the spirit stones he had prepared earlier. The glowing stones instantly illuminated the entire living room, their warm radiance dancing across everyone's faces. Lu Feiyu had originally planned to gift these spirit stones to the Chun family as a token of gratitude for their care. But the earlier disruption caused by Zhang Fengxia and her daughter had momentarily made him forget. Thankfully, it wasn't too late. "Auntie, this is a small token of my appreciation," Lu Feiyu said earnestly as he handed over 5 spirit stones to Chen's mother. Chen's mother froze in surprise at the sight of the spirit stones, immediately shaking her head in refusal. This is too valuable, Feiyu. You should keep these for yourself." Although she wasn't a beast tamer, she was well aware of the rarity and value of spirit stones. The 5 stones in Lu Feiyu's hand were worth at least tens of thousands of yuan, equivalent to more than half her husband's monthly income. A mere messy living room hardly warranted such an extravagant gesture. Seeing Chen's mother's persistent refusal, Lu Feiyu had anticipated this reaction and smiled knowingly. He had already prepared a response. "Auntie, these were rewards from school. I still have plenty more. Please don't decline." Chen's mother paused at his words, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. Looking into his sincere eyes, she eventually accepted the spirit stones, her voice soft. "Feiyu, I'll accept them, but promise me you won't waste such precious items so easily again. Lu Feiyu nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He knew that this was more than just a gift, it was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. And with this gesture, he had taken the first step toward repaying the kindness he owed the Qin family. Now that Qin Yuanshan also needed this item for his cultivation, especially with the college entrance exams around the corner, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate. After all, your care for me is far more valuable than a few spirit beast stones, he said firmly, pressing the stones into Qin's mother's hands without giving her a chance to refuse. For most people, these spirit beast stones were incredibly precious cultivation resources. However, to Lu Feiyu, they held little value. His beast space was already brimming with spiritual energy, making these stones unnecessary for his training. Giving them away didn't cost him much at all. Qin's mother looked down at the small, softly glowing stones in her palm. Though they were light, they felt incredibly weighty in her hands. These were not just precious gifts, but also a genuine expression of gratitude from a young man's heart. Lu Feiyu's warm smile was as comforting as a spring breeze, softening her heart a little more. With a gentle sigh, she stopped resisting and smiled, saying, "You're such a thoughtful child. You must stay for dinner tonight." After dinner, Lu Feiyu leaned back in satisfaction, patting his now full stomach before letting out a contented burp. Grabbing a shared bike, he waved goodbye with a carefree smile and disappeared into the night. 9 days later, the air in the beast space was thick with spiritual energy, exuding an almost imperceptible pressure. Lu Feiyu stood on a grassy field, his gaze fixed on Jin Laoban in front of him. The creature had undergone a remarkable transformation over these 9 days. Its body was now more muscular and robust, with sinewy lines that resembled forged steel, each muscle brimming with explosive power. Its golden fur gleamed brilliantly, as though it had been plated in radiant light. Jin Laoban had finally broken through to the bronze rank. 9 days to ascend from iron to bronze. This speed of advancement would be considered monstrous even in the talent-filled capital city. Yet, with an SS-grade Beastmaster talent and a 100-fold spiritual energy boost, such progress seemed almost inevitable. Jin Laoban's breakthrough wasn't just a leap in strength. Its physical form had also undergone a dramatic transformation. Standing tall now, it towered over Lu Feiyu at a staggering height of 10 meters, resembling a resurrected ancient beast radiating an overwhelming aura. Jin Laoban's golden canine eyes gazed down at Lu Feiyu, exuding an aura of dominance and majesty. But the moment their eyes met, all that imposing energy melted away. Instead, a goofy, endearing smile replaced its intimidating demeanor. Lowering its massive head, Jin Laoban nuzzled against Lu Feiyu's chest like an oversized, affectionate puppy. Its soft fur was irresistibly pleasant to touch, making it hard not to give it a few more pats. Lu Feiyu gently stroked Jin Laoban's head, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He could feel it clearly along with Jin Laoban's breakthrough. Something in his own mind seemed to have shattered, as though a lock had been undone. From the depths of his soul emerged a new surge of power. It was the signal, the opportunity to contract a second beast. The time had come. With that thought, Lu Feiyu withdrew his consciousness from the beast space and glanced at the spirit beast stones stacked in the corner of his room. There were still 185 stones left, worth a total of 370,000 huaxia yuan. That amount was enough to purchase a decent grade beast egg. Since these spirit beast stones were of little use to him, he decided it was better to exchange them for money and invest in a second contracted beast. This move would significantly enhance his combat power, just in time for tomorrow's secret realm exploration. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyu heaved the box of spirit beast stones and left his villa. Carrying such valuable items, he decided to take a taxi for once instead of riding a bike. The taxi sped toward the busiest commercial district in Chang'an's City Wanbao Pavilion. Known for its extensive selection of Beastmaster resources, it was the best place in the city to purchase beast eggs. For the second time, Lu Feiyu stood before the grand, towering gates of Wanbao Pavilion, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. The last time he was here, he barely had 10,000 yuan to his name, not even daring to glance at the more ordinary goods on display. Yet now, just a few days later, he returned with nearly 400,000 yuan at his disposal, his mindset entirely transformed. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today?" A sales associate dressed in professional attire approached him as soon as he stepped inside the pavilion. Her smile was warm and impeccably polite, her demeanor flawless. There wasn't even a trace of condescension or impatience despite Lu Feiyu's youthful appearance. Lu Feiyu gave a slight nod, placing the suitcase in his hand onto the nearest table. He opened it and said calmly, "Please help me convert these into cash." As the lid flipped open, a neat array of spirit beast stones came into view, their faint, otherworldly glow shimmering under the lights, captivating all who saw them. A flicker of surprise flashed in the sales associate's eyes. but her professionalism only made her smile even more genuine. Right this way, sir. Please give me a moment. She led Lu Feiyu to a finely decorated VIP room, personally served him a cup of hot tea, and then left with the suitcase. In no time, the crisp sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed again. The sales associate returned to the VIP room, her smile still as polished and professional as before. Sir, there are a total of 185 Spirit Beast stones. At the current market price of 2,000 yuan each, that comes to 370,000 Huaxia yuan. Additionally, if you make any purchases within our pavilion today, you'll enjoy a 10 discount. Hearing this, a glint of surprise crossed Lu Feiyu's eyes. He hadn't expected Wanbao Pavilion to offer such a discount. It was indeed a good opportunity to save some money. He nodded lightly and said directly, "Take me to see the beast eggs." "Of course, please follow me." A trace of joy flashed through the sales associate's eyes. Customers like this, who not only traded Spirit Beast stones but also planned to buy other items, were a rare and lucrative Finda win-win situation for both sides. She led Lu Feiyu to a spacious exhibition area. Rows upon rows of beast eggs were displayed on shelves, their vibrant colors radiating a mysterious glow. Bowing slightly, she respectfully informed him, "Sir, all the eggs here are grade beast eggs. Please take your time to browse." She then stepped aside, giving Lu Feiyu plenty of space to examine them. Lu Feiyu's eyes swept over the beast eggs on the shelves. Each one was brimming with vitality and rich spiritual energy. However, a faint white light flashed in his eyes as he quietly activated the power of his Ascension Eye. Instantly, detailed information about the beast eggs flooded his mind. Species: Xian Iron Turtle. Attribute: Metal. Talent grade: B. Skills: Iron Spike Shell excellent. Power Taunt excellent. Species: Swaying Clover. Attribute: Wood. Talent grade: B. Skills: Swaying Breath excellent. Healing Spell excellent. Line after line of data streamed into his consciousness, but Lu Feiyu's brows furrowed deeper with each passing moment. While these beast eggs were decent in quality, and some even boasted excellent level skills, they seemed far too ordinary compared to what he had encountered before with Boss Jean. None of them managed to spark his interest. Besides, Lu Feiyu was well aware that higher-tier A-grade beast eggs were not only prohibitively expensive, but also incredibly rare. He glanced around and didn't spot even a single A-grade beast egg in the entire display. Never mind, he thought, comforting himself. With the mythic bloodline pool, even the most mediocre beast can undergo a complete transformation. Having the bloodline pool in his possession assured him that the strength and potential of any beast he acquired could be elevated to an entirely new level. Still, a hint of hope lingered in his heart. Turning to the sales associate, Lu Feiyu asked casually, "Do you have any A-grade beast eggs that are reasonably priced?" After all, an A-level beast egg is a rare treasure, something one might encounter only by chance. Even with a fortune of millions, there's no guarantee of obtaining one. Let alone someone like Lu Feiyu, who only had 370,000 left in his pocket. He had initially thought this amount was quite substantial, but in the face of the dazzling array of items at the Wanbao Pavilion, it felt woefully inadequate. Although beast tamers held a high status, the cost of enhancing their strength was equally staggering. As he was lamenting this, Feiyu spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of probing curiosity. "Sir, we actually do have an A-level beast egg here," she said with a charming smile, stepping closer. Her voice was light and polite, yet professional. According to expert appraisal, this egg is indeed a genuine A-level item. However, the life force within it is extremely weak, and the chances of it hatching are almost zero. Because of this, the price is relatively low, just 350,000 Huaxia coins. Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, his eyes lighting up. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and decisively said, "Bring it over. Let me take a look." With the Ascension Eye at his disposal, he was confident he could discern the true nature of this beast egg. Feiyu smiled faintly and turned to retrieve a delicate jade box from behind the counter. Her movements were practiced, but her expression carried a hint of complexity. Though she said nothing aloud, she had already made up her mind internally. There was no way this young man would spend almost everything he had on an egg that was nearly impossible to hatch. It would be nothing short of madness, a completely irrational decision. Despite her thoughts, Feiyu maintained her professional demeanor as a sales consultant at the Wanbao Pavilion. She gently placed the jade box in front of Lu Feiyu and slowly opened it. Inside, the beast egg appeared lifeless, its surface a deep, deathly black, devoid of any trace of vitality. Lu Feiyu stared intently at the egg, his gaze sharp. After a moment, he suddenly declared, "All right, no need to look further." Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, silently thinking, as expected. She was about to close the jade box and take it back when Lu Feiyu's voice rang out again, this time filled with unshakable determination. "This is the one. Wrap it up for me." Her hand froze mid-motion, and she almost doubted her own hearing. The abruptness of her movement caused a slight pain in her waist, but she quickly suppressed her shock. She looked at Lu Feiyu's confident expression in disbelief. Sir, are you sure about this? You might want to reconsider. This beast egg. Before she could finish, she glanced down at the egg in the jade box. Through the transparent lid, the egg's pitch-black shell remained as lifeless as ever, its chilling stillness seeming to drain the warmth from the air around it. There wasn't even the faintest fluctuation of energy. Without the expert's appraisal, the Wanbao Pavilion would have long since discarded it as worthless. But Lu Feiyu was unwavering. He interrupted her firmly. No need to say more. This is the one I want. I'll take full responsibility for any risks. Feiyu stared at him for a moment, then ultimately chose to remain silent. Her job was to serve customers, not to question their decisions. She quickly adjusted her mindset, suppressing her lingering surprise, and turned to package the egg. In less than half a minute, the jade box was securely placed into a bag, along with a complimentary item, and handed to Lu Feiyu. She maintained her professional smile as she said, "Sir, here you go. The receipt and items are in the bag. We've included a complimentary box of vitality serum for you. Have a wonderful day." The total for your purchase is 350,000 Huaxia coins, leaving you with a balance of 20,000. Would you like to continue shopping? Lu Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, declining without hesitation. He clutched the bag tightly, his heart racing with excitement. He couldn't wait to get home and bond with this beast egg. With the Ascension eye, he had already discerned its true nature. This was no ordinary A-level beast egg, but a miraculous treasure infused with the bloodline of a true dragon. The mere thought of it made his heart pound even faster. Feiyu, still smiling professionally, handed him the balance card with both hands. "Very well, sir. Wishing you all the best. We look forward to your next visit." Lu Feiyu accepted the card and casually slipped it into his pocket before turning and hurrying away. His steps were brisk and filled with urgency, as if the beast egg in his possession had already begun paving a path to an extraordinary future. "Yu, you're so lucky. You managed to sell this thing, and the commission is insanely high." As soon as Lu Feiyu stepped out of the door, a few idle sales assistants in the Wanbao Pavilion gathered around Feiyu, their faces full of envy. "That beast egg. They call it a grade, but it's basically a dud. The commission is a whopping 50. That means Feiyu made a cool 150,000, just from this one sale, practically her entire year's salary. That young man must be some rich heir from Waknoshire. Dressed so plainly, yet spending money so recklessly," one of the sales assistants added. She had been the first to notice Lu Feiyu when he entered the store, but seeing him dressed in clothes worth no more than 300 yuan, she didn't bother to approach him. Now, thinking about the hefty commission Feiyu would earn, she felt a sharp pang of regret in her chest. Her insides twisted with jealousy, and she could almost hear her own heart screaming at her mistake. Hearing their chatter, Feiyu merely smiled faintly and said nothing. She glanced in the direction Lu Feiyu had left, puzzled as well. This wasn't the first time she had seen this boy. The first time Lu Feiyu came to purchase a beast egg, she had been the one to assist him. Back then, his face was as pale as a sheet, his expression filled with fear like a frightened young animal. He had clutched onto 8,000 yuan as if it were his lifeline, nervously buying a beast egg. That image was still vivid in Feiyu's mind. So when Lu Feiyu walked into the Wanbao Pavilion again, Feiyu recognized him instantly. She also realized that the handsome student who had recently gone viral online was none other than Lu Feiyu. However, what surprised her even more was the drastic change in him. The same boy who had once struggled to scrape together 8,000 yuan now casually spent over 300,000 yuan on what others deemed a useless item. "He doesn't seem like the type to throw money around carelessly," Feiyu murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu had already returned to the villa near the small hill. He held the jade box in both hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. The information about the beast egg he had seen in the Wanbao Pavilion replayed in his mind. Species: 7-colored serpent. Attribute: poison. Talent grade: A. Level: skills: fatal poison exceptional, rainbow scales rare, transformation into flood dragon rare. Note: this beast egg contains a trace of true dragon bloodline. Note: hatching this beast requires a large amount of high-grade beast blood. If the blood is insufficient or of low quality, the hatching will fail with absolute certainty. Evaluation: a trace of true dragon bloodline, both a treasure and a curse. True dragon bloodline. Lu Feiyu's heart raced with excitement. In the world of beast taming, any beast with even a hint of a dragon-related bloodline was a dominant force, capable of overpowering other beasts of the same level. Even a flood dragon, a lesser dragon, possessed immense combat power. Typically, beast eggs containing dragon bloodlines were at least grade. Yet the egg in Lu Feiyu's hands contained a trace of true dragon bloodline, so potent that it suppressed the egg's aura to the point of near lifelessness. This misled the so-called appraisal experts into deeming it worthless. As expected, Experts are useless, Lu Feiyu thought gleefully. Beast eggs, like the beasts themselves, could be stored in a beast tamer's beast space. Holding the pitch-black beast egg tightly, Lu Feiyu focused his mind, and in an instant, he found himself inside his beast space. Wasting no time, Lu Feiyu ignored the golden-scaled boss who approached him and headed straight for the mythic bloodline pool. What kind of essence could be stronger than the bloodline of a mythological beast? Lu Feiyu muttered softly as he casually tossed the beast egg in his hand into the mythical bloodline pool. The egg traced a graceful arc through the air before landing in the pool, causing only a faint ripple to spread across the surface. The gentle waves radiated outward in concentric circles before the water returned to its calm state. Lu Feiyu's gaze sharpened slightly, but there was no trace of panic in his heart. With Boss Jin's prior success as a precedent, he was confident his choice would not fail. Seated steadily atop Boss Jin's massive frame, Lu Feiyu watched the bloodline pool with a calm expression, patiently awaiting the miracle to come. Time ticked by minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and yet the surface of the pool remained utterly still, as if the beast egg had never existed. Rising to his feet, Lu Feiyu walked slowly to the edge of the pool and leaned forward to peer inside. All he could see was the tranquil surface of the water, without even the faintest ripple to suggest any disturbance. An hour passed. For the first time, a faint crack appeared in Lu Feiyu's composed demeanor. Although he still appeared outwardly calm, a hint of anxiety began to creep into his heart. Could the beast egg he had spent over 300,000 coins to acquire truly have vanished without a trace? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the unease rising within him, silently reminding himself to remain patient. Yet, despite his efforts, an unwelcome thought surfaced in his mind. Could it really have been just an empty sound? Suddenly, Boss Jin, who had been silently standing by his side, let out a resounding howl. A war. The unexpected cry jolted Lu Feiyu from his thoughts. He instinctively turned his head, frowning slightly as he muttered under his breath, "What are you howling for?" But before the words had fully left his mouth, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind him. Boom! Lu Feiyu spun around, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. A colossal dark serpent burst forth from the bloodline pool, its massive body ascending into the air. Its obsidian scales, meticulously arranged like finely crafted black jade, gleamed faintly under the sunlight, exuding an eerie, cold light. A faint black mist lingered between its scales, twisting and writhing as though alive, radiating an unsettling, soul-chilling aura akin to the whispers of death. Atop the serpent's head, two bulging protrusions hinted at the imminent emergence of fearsome horns. The beast coiled midair, its gaze cold and enigmatic, as though scrutinizing the entire world. In Lu Feiyu's mind, information about this formidable creature began to materialize with startling clarity. Species: Sky-Devouring Serpent. Attribute: Poison. Talent grade: S. Stage: Black Iron, Tier 6. Skills: 1. Serpentine Physique Exceptional Passive Skill. Enhances physical attributes threefold and allows the beast to adjust its size at will. 2. Venomous Aura Exceptional Passive Skill. The beast's body carries lethal poison, inflicting status effects such as paralysis, dizziness, bleeding, and debilitation upon its enemies. 3. Dragon's Wrath Exceptional. The wrath of a true dragon, instilling fear in all living things. Unleashes a wave of oppressive energy, reducing enemy defenses and exerting crowd control. 4. Dragon Ascension Epic activates the latent true dragon bloodline within the beast, temporarily transforming it into a dragon. Enhances physical attributes fivefold and amplifies all abilities. Note: after using this skill, the beast will enter a 6-hour weakened state. Evolution Path: 1. Abyssal Demon Dragon SS-rank. 2. 5-Element Dragon King SSS-rank. 3. Immortal Dragon Ancestor mythical rank. Note: only beasts infused with a mythological bloodline can ascend to the mythical rank. First evolution requirements: high-grade poison element beast cores, essence of the 5 poisons, and true dragon blood. Evaluation: just one step away from becoming a true dragon. As Lu Feiyu stared at this information panel, waves of astonishment surged within him. Each of the 4 skills was overwhelmingly powerful, but the Dragon Ascension skill, with its mythical potential, was particularly mind-blowing. He slowly shifted his gaze to the dark, coiling figure in the air, his eyes brimming with a mix of exhilaration and fervent admiration. This is the power of a true dragon's bloodline," he murmured, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Compared to Boss Jin, the Sky-Devouring Serpent's talents, though similarly boasting 3 exceptional and 1 epic skill, were entirely different in focus. The serpent was a perfect blend of offensive power and defensive might, designed for decisive and ruthless combat. Lu Feiyu tilted his head back, gazing at the dark silhouette against the sky. The sight of the magnificent serpent filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of pride and ambition, as though he could glimpse an entirely new world unfolding before him. If Jin Laoban is a pentagonal warrior, with no weaknesses whatsoever, embodying offense, defense, and healing all in one, then Lu Feiyu's newly acquired beast companion is nothing short of a pure offensive monster. Its 4 abilities are all designed to kill, a natural-born battle fiend. The first ability, Dragon's Body, is straightforward and brutally effective, yet so powerful it sends chills down one's spine. It triples the beast's physical capabilities without any prerequisites. This means that even in its normal state, the strength of the creature's body is enough to crush most beasts of the same rank. That overwhelming power feels as though it exists solely for combat. The second ability combines damage with control. Not only does it injure enemies, but it also inflicts a series of negative effects. The long list of debuffs described in the ability made Lu Feiyu feel a deep sense of pity for any future opponents. It would be the beginning of a nightmare. The third ability, Dragon's Fury, is an area effect skill that provides both crowd control and armor breaking. Once activated, all enemies within a 10-meter radius are instantly paralyzed with fear, unable to move or fight back, left helpless as the beast tears them apart. The sheer despair it induces is utterly chilling. As for the fourth ability, it's nothing short of legendary. It allows the beast to temporarily transform into a true dragon. Its physical capabilities surge from 3 times to 5 times their original level. This kind of boost defies logic. Even enemies a rank higher than the beast might struggle to match its physical power, let alone face its enhanced abilities in dragon form. The sheer terror of this transformation is beyond imagination. Of course, great power comes with a price. After the brief transformation, the beast will enter a weakened state for 6 hours. Compared to Jin Laoban's half-hour recovery time, this cost is 12 times greater. Yet, Lu Feiyu had no complaints. After all, such power was worth it. Come here. Lu Feiyu called softly, looking up at the dragon-like beast circling high in the sky. Its fierce figure exuded an ancient majesty, as if it were a ruler from a bygone era. Hearing its master's call, the creature dove down suddenly, cutting through the air with a roar. Its massive shadow blanketed the ground, creating a suffocating sense of pressure, as if the heavens were collapsing. "They'll call you Blackscale," Lu Feiyu said, his gaze falling on the beast's jet black, ink-like scales, giving it a name on the spot. Upon hearing its new name, the beast let out a long, resonant cry and gently nuzzled Lu Feiyu's forehead with its massive head, showing surprising affection. To it, the name didn't matter as long as its master liked it. So did it. Woof. Woof woof woof. At that moment, Jin Laoban bounded out from behind Lu Feiyu, barking energetically at Blackscale, its tail wagging furiously as if warmly welcoming the new companion. However, Blackscale simply turned its head away with an air of arrogance, completely ignoring Jin Laoban's gesture. "Quite aloof, aren't you?" Lu Feiyu chuckled to himself. After all, dragons were known for their pride. It wasn't surprising that Blackscale looked down on other beasts. Jin Laoban, on the other hand, was furious. It was the senior here. How dare this newcomer ignore it like this? Its golden eyes filled with indignation as it turned to Lu Feiyu, as if seeking justice for its grievance. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to turn Blackscale's head back toward Jin Laoban. "You two need to get along," he said firmly. Hearing its master's command, Blackscale begrudgingly extended its long tail and swayed it briefly in front of Jin Laoban, a half-hearted acknowledgement of its greeting. Later, Lu Feiyu entered the beast space alone, spending time with both companions and deliberately encouraging their interaction to foster a bond. Through his efforts, the relationship between Jin Laoban and Blackscale gradually improved, moving toward a more harmonious dynamic. After all, as a beast master, one's duty isn't just about fighting. It's also about maintaining harmony among their beasts. Early the next morning, Lu Feiyu sprang out of bed, full of energy and ready to embrace this long-anticipated day. After a quick wash and a simple breakfast, he hurried off to school. Today marked the 10th day after the school-wide competition and the day of the Secret Realm exploration. Lu Feiyu had been eagerly anticipating this exploration for some time. The resources he had won during the competition had long been used up, fully converted into tangible combat power. However, evolving his 2 beasts to SS level required an astronomical amount of resources. Among the 6 key treasures needed, even the cheapest one was worth a staggering 500,000 Huaxia coins on the market, while the rarer 2 hadn't been seen for years. Such precious resources could only be found in the depths of a secret realm. When Lu Feiyu arrived at the gathering point at school, a bus was already waiting. As he boarded, he noticed that the other 7 participants were all present, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. With a soft sigh, he found his seat and settled in. Once everyone was accounted for, the bus roared to life, and the scenery outside the window blurred as it sped by. About an hour later, the bus came to a smooth stop in an open area. All the secret realms in Chang'an City were located outside the urban area. In fact, nearly all secret realms worldwide were situated far from cities. Though these realms were generally stable, occasional incidents of instability made it safer to keep them away from populated areas. The chosen secret realm for this exploration was the lowest level, perfectly suited for students. Standing on a raised platform, the event coordinator announced loudly, "This secret realm is divided into silver, bronze, and iron zones. For this exploration, all students will be assigned to the iron zone. However, since the realm has been sealed for 10 years, the internal zonal boundaries may not be entirely accurate. That said, there's no need to worry. We've prepared return bracelets for everyone. If you encounter danger, simply tear off your bracelet, and you'll be instantly transported out of the realm." As the coordinator finished speaking, several staff members moved among the students, distributing the bracelets. Feiyu took his and fastened it to his left wrist. A faint, mysterious spatial ripple emanated from the bracelet before fading away. He examined it briefly, ensuring everything was in order, and then waited quietly for further instructions. The subsequent proceedings, however, were tedious and monotonous. One leader after another took turns giving speeches, their words long-winded and hollow. One particular middle-aged, balding leader spoke for a solid half-hour without showing any signs of stopping. Standing below the stage, Feiyu couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Man, how much can you possibly have to say?" Sensing the growing restlessness among the students, the leader finally coughed and said, "All right, just 2 final points, only 2. Yet, those 2 points dragged on for another half-hour, testing everyone's patience to the limit. At last, the speeches ended. As white glowing circles appeared one by one, the students began stepping into the teleportation arrays. Without hesitation, Feiyu entered one, and the world around him immediately spun. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, but he gritted his teeth and steadied himself. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in an endless desert. The ground was covered in fine yellow sand, and a blazing red sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays beating down relentlessly. The heat rolled in waves, and Feiyu's body was quickly drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking uncomfortably to his skin. Without delay, he summoned Jin Laoban and Black Scale. The two beasts appeared instantly, their eyes scanning their surroundings vigilantly, ready to face any challenge that might arise. In this vast and treacherous desert, danger lurked in every shadow. The real adventure was only just beginning. The Crimson Flame Desert? Not bad. Feiyu glanced around, quickly piecing together his location by consulting the map provided by the staff. This secret realm was divided into 3 distinct areas: the Crimson Flame Desert, the Withered Wasteland, and the Muggy Rainforest. The desert and the rainforest were located at opposite ends of the realm, with the Withered Wasteland sandwiched in between, making it the most perilous region. Not only was the environment harsh, but beasts of the silver tier also roamed the area. For a high school student, encountering such a creature would almost certainly mean death without even the chance to use the special wristband for a quick escape. In comparison, the Crimson Flame Desert, where Feiyu currently stood, was far safer. Most of the beasts here were of the Black Iron tier, with only a rare few reaching Silver tier. For students newly entering the secret realm, this was practically a beginner's training ground. With the added protection of the special wristband, as long as one avoided venturing recklessly into the Withered Wasteland, their life was unlikely to be in danger. Feiyu gazed at the vast expanse of desert before him, his mind racing through everything he knew about the secret realm. However, the next moment, his sharp instincts caught a subtle shift in the sand beneath his feet. His eyes narrowed as he looked down. The once quiet surface of the sand suddenly churned violently. Golden yellow sand erupted into the air like a torrential storm, surging straight toward his face. Along with the stench of blood in the wind, a sharp tail stinger sliced through the air, aiming directly for his throat. This was a lethal strike, revealing the ferocity of the predator. Yet, faced with such a sudden attack, Feiyu remained utterly calm. He didn't flinch or show any sign of panic, standing still as though he had anticipated it all along. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Feiyu's shoulder. A thin black line, barely noticeable moments ago, suddenly expanded rapidly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering 20-meter-long black-scaled serpent, his contract beast, Black Scale. With piercing eyes, Black Scale opened its massive jaws and released a thunderous roar. A tangible shockwave of sound energy surged forward, blasting straight at the desert scorpion. The dragon's fury. The roar was like the awakening of a true dragon, momentarily stunning the massive desert scorpion. Its enormous body froze in place. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a golden blur streaked through the air like lightning. Boss Gene made his move. With claws gleaming like cold steel, Boss Gene struck with precision, severing the scorpion's raised stinger in a single swipe. Dark green blood gushed out, vanishing quickly into the desert sands. But this was just the beginning. Boss Jean's figure darted again, his claws slicing through the air in a flurry of strikes. The sound of rending metal echoed as the scorpion's once impenetrable exoskeleton shattered into fragments. In less than a second, the top-tier black iron beast collapsed into a lifeless heap, its body soaked in its own blood, utterly powerless to resist. In under a second, a beast capable of overpowering any other student in the competition was completely annihilated. This battle showcased Lu Feiyu's overwhelming strength, leaving no doubt about his dominance. It was almost inconceivable that he was only a high school student. Not a bad haul, Lu Feiyu remarked with a slight smile as he casually walked over to the scorpion's corpse. With practiced ease, he retrieved the severed stinger and tucked it into his backpack. This was a prized treasure from a top-tier black iron beast, easily worth tens of thousands of huaxia coins. Earning such a fortune right at the start of the expedition naturally lifted his spirits. Shrink down a bit, or you'll scare off the others, he teased, glancing at Blackscale, who still exuded an imposing aura. Obediently, Blackscale shrank back into its unassuming thread-like form and nestled quietly on his shoulder. Boss Jean, meanwhile, licked his claws, clearly satisfied with the recent fight. Let's move, my treasures. With a light leap, Lu Feiyu darted deeper into the desert, accompanied by Blackscale and Boss Jean. Their figures soon disappeared into the endless expanse of golden sand. He had finally made it to the mysterious realm, and there was no way he'd settle for merely taking down some low-level black iron-ranked beasts. For Lu Feiyu, who commanded 2 scrayed beasts, even a top-tier bronze-ranked ferocious beast might not be beyond his reach. Thus, Lu Feiyu's journey of slaughter began. The scorching sun blazed down on the desert, while the sound of winds sweeping through the golden sands echoed like a whispered melody. An hour later, the backpack slung over Lu Feiyu's shoulders was bulging. Inside were not only treasures from defeated beasts, but also an array of rare resources unique to the desert environment. These resources glimmered faintly under the sunlight, as if proclaiming their immense value. It was during this exploration of the mysterious realm that Lu Feiyu discovered an unexpected ability of his Ascensionite had a remarkable talent for treasure detection. Any special resource, no matter how well hidden, would be marked with a faint blue outline the moment it entered his line of sight. Thanks to this ability, Lu Feiyu had made a fortune in no time. The special resources in his backpack alone were worth no less than 100,000 huaxia credits on the market. Adding the beast treasures to the mix, Lu Feiyu had already earned a total of 200,000 credits in just 1 hour. At this rate, the funds required to evolve both of his beasts to S-grade could be amassed in less than 2 days. The thought filled Lu Feiyu with excitement. This feels amazing, he exclaimed inwardly, quickening his pace as he headed deeper into the mysterious realm. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks, his ears twitching slightly. He had caught the sound of a battle. The noise was a chaotic blend of ferocious beast roars, the shouts of beastmasters, and the sharp clash of metal on metal. Initially, Lu Feiyu had no intention of interfering. Although the mysterious realm was open to high school seniors free of charge, exploration opportunities were available to the general public as well at a steep price of 100,000 huaxia credits per slot. This meant the realm was teeming with all sorts of individuals, good and bad alike. Lu Feiyu had no interest in unnecessary trouble. He was here to focus on making money, so he chose to steer clear. However, fate had other plans. Just as he began to move away, the sounds of the battle grew louder, as if the fight was being drawn toward him. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly, his gaze scanning his surroundings warily. Sure enough, beyond a nearby sand dune, 3 burly men and their beasts were encircling a massive desert python. The python's sandy yellow scales were shattered in many places, exposing raw, pink flesh underneath. Blood oozed from its wounds, staining the desert floor a dark red and filling the air with an overwhelming metallic stench. Despite its severe injuries, the python still had fight left in it. With a powerful swing of its tail, it sent the 3 attacking beasts flying before surging forward with unstoppable momentum straight toward Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed. This was a bronze-ranked beast. He took a small step back, but his expression remained calm. A faint glow flickered in his eyes as he activated the ability of his Ascension Eye, instantly analyzing the python and the 3 beasts behind it. After a brief moment, a subtle smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. He had pieced everything together. The information of one beast surfaced in his mind. Species, Wrath of Thunderclap. Attribute, Electric. Talent grade, A. Rank, Black Iron Tier 4. Skills, Furious Howl Refined, Partial Elementalization Excellent, Thunderclap's Wrath Rare. Evaluation, a short-tempered beast favored by lightning. Lu Feiyu couldn't possibly forget this beast. It belonged to Wan Peng. Yet now, the Wrath of Thunderclap's signature purple lightning had completely vanished, and its body had taken on a sandy yellow hue, resembling an earth element beast. As for the three beast masters, their faces were entirely unfamiliar to Lu Feiyu. He narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming on his lips. This so-called unfamiliarity was undoubtedly the handiwork of another Biasta master of illusions. Species: Shadow of 1,000 Faces. Attribute: Illusion. Talent grade: B. Rank: Bronze Tier 5. Skills: 1,000 Faces Refined. Conceal Presence Refined. Hypnotic Control Excellent. Evaluation: A Master of Disguise. It all made sense now. A chilling glint appeared in Lu Feiyu's gaze as he formulated a plan. His eyes landed on the three men, and a dangerous light flickered within them. The Wan family really doesn't hold back, Lu Feiyu thought to himself with a sigh. Standing beside Wan Peng were two beast tamers, both of whom had astonishingly reached the bronze level. Each of them wielded at least 4 beasts of the same rank. To his surprise, Lu Feiyu realized that the ferocious giant python, which had been besieged by 3 earlier, was actually a transformation of one of their tamed beasts. For a mere student like him, the Wan family had gone to such lengths truly in honor, he found hard to believe. Sensing the unfolding situation, Lu Feiyu quickly formulated a plan. As the attacking python lunged toward him, he wasted no time in retreating swiftly. At the same moment, Jin Laoban let out a low growl and moved to shield Lu Feiyu. In the blink of an eye, the already scorching desert seemed to blaze even brighter as another radiant sun appeared in the sky. Under the sun's intense energy, Jin Laoban's power surged. The searing sunlight slashed down like blades, piercing through the python's scales in an instant, sending blood spraying everywhere. The once swift serpent faltered in midair, its movements slowing significantly. Seizing the moment, Jin Laoban launched himself forward with a powerful push of his hind legs, scattering sand in all directions. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot upward, his sharp claws carving a deadly, icy arc through the air aimed straight at the python's heart. With a single strike, a torrent of blood gushed forth, staining half the desert red. The massive snake's body stiffened before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jin Laoban landed gracefully, his left forepaw clutching a massive, still beating heart. He's advanced yet again. Wan Peng, disguised as a burly man, muttered darkly under his breath, a shadow crossing his face. Clenching his teeth, he growled in frustration. How can a mere lackey have such ridiculous luck? Yet, recalling his own plan, he swallowed his resentment and exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 men beside him. The trio instantly understood, their faces breaking into friendly smiles as they began to approach Lu Feiyu slowly. Their seemingly casual steps were anything, but they were carefully maneuvering into a formation that would leave Lu Feiyu with no escape. "We owe you one, young man." "What an incredible display of skill," one of them exclaimed with a grin. "Absolutely. If it weren't for you, we might have ended up as that python's dinner," the other chimed in, all the while discreetly observing Lu Feiyu's expression. Lu Feiyu's face remained calm and unperturbed. He maintained an innocent, unassuming demeanor, like a naive student unaware of the dangers around him. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied modestly, "You gentlemen are the real heroes here. If you hadn't weakened the python first, how could my black iron-level beast have had any chance of defeating it?" The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of disdain they couldn't completely hide. Foolish kid, revealing his strength so carelessly in a secret realm, they thought to themselves. Outwardly, however, the man closest to Lu Feiyu gave him a hearty thumbs-up and praised. "A young prodigy, defeating opponents above your level impressive." As he spoke, he casually placed a hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, the gesture seemingly friendly but brimming with hidden menace. Lu Feiyu continued to act as though he was completely unsuspecting, which only made Wan Peng's smirk grow darker. The humiliation from 10 days ago replayed vividly in his mind, fueling his twisted glee. He could hardly wait to see Lu Feiyu bleeding out on the desert sands, begging for mercy. The thought sent a surge of excitement through him, and with a sharp glint in his eyes, he barked, "Do it." In an instant, the man with his hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder revealed his true intent. His expression turned sinister, and a murderous gleam filled his eyes. The ring on his finger suddenly glowed ominously, its black light swirling like the depths of an abyss, chilling and foreboding. A violent spatial fluctuation erupted from the ring, instantly sealing off all spatial abilities within a 5-meter radius. Wan Peng and his group had meticulously orchestrated an elaborate scheme, all with the sole purpose of disabling the teleportation ability of Lu Feiyu's special bracelet. The Wan family never acted without ensuring a guaranteed kill. If not for the limited mimicry abilities of the 1,000-faced shadow beast restricted to imitating individuals or beasts of a similar level, Wan Peng would have considered bringing along several silver-tier beast tamers to ambush Lu Feiyu. However, seeing Lu Feiyu's seemingly oblivious and foolish demeanor, Wan Peng confidently deemed 2 bronze-tier level 9 beast tamers more than sufficient to deal with him. Yet, Everyone overlooked the subtle disturbance beneath the yellow sand at their feet. A hair-thin black line silently weaved through the sand, darting like lightning. As it moved, a black toxic mist began to rise, transforming into a fog-like haze that stealthily seeped into each enemy. Feiyu, however, was fully aware that the poison would take time to activate, and if he was to play along, he would play the role convincingly. Following the enemy's plan, he feigned panic. The moment he sensed the spatial fluctuation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted in apparent terror, "What's going on? My bracelet isn't working. Who are you people?" Feiyu's panic-stricken reaction brought immense satisfaction to Wanpeng, who felt as though he had just devoured a whole cold watermelon under the scorching desert sun. With a smug grin, Wanpeng abruptly dropped his illusionary disguise, revealing his true appearance. His dyed long hair swayed lightly with his mood, and a sinister smile spread across his face as his voice dripped with malice. "It's me, Feiyu. Surprised to see me? We meet again. This time, have you decided how you want to die?" Behind Wanpeng, the two beast tamers stood with arms crossed, observing coldly, their gazes as indifferent as if they were appraising a corpse. One of them, however, wore a scowl of barely concealed rage, still harboring resentment for the beast Feiyu had once slain. "Wanpeng!" Feiyu exclaimed in mock surprise, raising an eyebrow as if he had just seen something amusing. Internally, he counted down the seconds, feeling a surge of satisfaction, knew the poison was just about to take effect. Dropping his pretense of panic, his lips curled into a faint, contemptuous smirk as he coldly remarked, "Seeing you again. You're still as repulsive as ever." The word struck Wanpeng like a blow. His stride faltered, and his once menacing grin froze awkwardly on his face, leaving him looking like a ridiculous clown. Veins bulged on his forehead as rage coiled within him like a venomous snake, gnawing at his composure. He couldn't comprehend how Feiyu, already a trapped prey, could dare to act so brazenly. "What are you waiting for? Get him," Wanpeng bellowed, attempting to command his subordinates. But his words abruptly cut off as he froze in shock. He looked down at his arm in disbelief, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, it felt as though it had been filled with lead completely immobile. "What's happening?" Wanpeng turned in horror to his two beast tamers, only to find them equally distressed. They struggled desperately, trying to move their bodies, but their feet seemed rooted to the ground, utterly immovable. Worse still, their summoned beasts stood paralyzed as well, letting out helpless cries. At this moment, the only ones capable of movement in the field were Feiyu and his beast. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had turned. Looking at Feiyu, whose face was filled with a cold sneer and whose eyes betrayed unmasked killing intent, Wanpeng was genuinely panicked for the first time. This was a secret realm desolate, uninhabited, with no surveillance and no witnesses. The rules here were brutally simple. The strong prevailed, killing carried no consequences, as long as no one found out. It was this very lawlessness that had emboldened Wanpeng to strike at Feiyu without restraint. Yet, the unfolding situation had spiraled far beyond what he had anticipated. He hadn't even had the chance to make a move before being tightly subdued. He glanced down at his limp, powerless arms, cold sweat dripping profusely. The complete loss of sensation sent a shiver through his heart. At this moment, his mind raced frantically, trying to assess the situation. Wasn't Feiyu's beast a light or fire element type? How could such attributes, known for their purity and intensity, possibly carry poison? It defied all logic. And then, a terrifying thought surged into his mind. Could it be that Feiyu had already advanced to the bronze tier and contracted a second beast? Impossible. Wanpeng roared inwardly, desperately rejecting the idea. It had only been 20 days since awakening his beast-taming talent. Advancing to bronze in just 20 days, what kind of monstrous talent would that require? An SS-grade aptitude? Yet the reality before him left no room for denial. The venomous properties exhibited by Feiyu's beast far exceeded the capabilities of a typical Iron-tier beast tamer. To make matters worse, Wanpeng could feel his physical condition deteriorating rapidly. It wasn't just his arms anymore, his entire upper body felt as though it had vanished, devoid of any sensation. Even breathing was becoming excruciatingly difficult. The poison was ravaging his body, his consciousness beginning to blur, while waves of fear surged relentlessly through his mind. "Please, don't kill me. I'm begging you." Wanpeng forced the words out, his voice hoarse and broken, like the desperate cries of a man on the brink of death. His face, flushed red from lack of oxygen, looked grotesque, his bulging eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Blood, a strange blackish red hue, trickled from the corners of his mouth. He stared at Feiyu with terror and despair etched into his gaze. "Money. They'll give you money." Feiyu, however, stood there coldly, expressionless. his icy gaze piercing like a blade. He neither responded nor moved, as if Wanpeng was nothing more than a dying husk, irrelevant and insignificant. A deeper, more suffocating despair gripped Wanpeng's heart. He wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but the venom had already paralyzed his body. His limbs were as rigid as stone, unable to even manage the act of kneeling. At this moment, he was like a puppet under someone else's control, helplessly succumbing to the poison that was consuming his life force bit by bit. Before long, Wanpeng's body froze entirely and his breathing ceased. His eyes remained wide open, locked on Lu Feiyu, but they were now devoid of any light. With a dull thud, his body fell stiffly onto the soft yellow sand, kicking up a small cloud of dust. At the same time, the rageful thunder beast he had contracted lost its life in an instant, dissolving into nothingness. The two remaining bronze-tier beast tamers didn't fare any better, despite their stronger physiques compared to Wanpeng. Under the relentless assault of the venom, they too succumbed. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and unwillingness. Their contracted beasts met the same fate, dying the moment their tamers perished. This was the fatal flaw of the beast taming system. A beast tamer's strength largely depended on their beasts, while they themselves were highly vulnerable. And beasts like Lu Feiyu's Black Scale, adept at using poison, were the nightmare of low-tier beast tamers. However, for Lu Feiyu, such weaknesses posed no threat to him. The power of the Eye of Ascension allowed his beasts to absorb any damage directed at him. As long as his beasts remained alive, he would remain invincible. And now, his enemies had all fallen. Unstoppable, indeed. What a pity. Watching the massive snake's heart gradually disintegrate in Jean Laoban's claws, Lu Feiyu sighed softly. He shook his head slightly, scanning the area to ensure no prey had been overlooked before walking slowly toward a nearby corpse. Lu Feiyu was well aware of the difference between spirit beasts and feral beasts. When a beast tamer dies, their contracted beasts' bodies vanish into nothingness, leaving no usable materials behind. If that weren't the case, the corpses of those 4 bronze-level spirit beasts alone would have been worth a fortune. Unfortunately, reality was different, and Lu Feiyu could only sigh before turning his attention to Wanpeng's body. Well, it wasn't a complete waste coming here. A glint flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes as he moved in an instant to Wanpeng's corpse. Without hesitation, he crouched down, his sharp gaze locking onto a dimly glowing ring on Wanpeng's hand. With a quick tug, he easily removed the ring. Clutching the ring, Lu Feiyu released his spiritual energy, enveloping it entirely. The moment his energy touched the ring, his mind wavered slightly. In the next instant, a 3 cubic meter space appeared vividly in his consciousness. A spatial ring. A smile tugged at the corner of Lu Feiyu's lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. Such a ring was already worth a fortune, even with just a 1 cubic capacity easily valued at tens of thousands of huaxia currency. But this one, with a full 3 cubic meter space, was worth well over 1 million. What thrilled Lu Feiyu even more was the abundance of black iron-level resources stored within the ring. While the grade wasn't high, the sheer quantity was astonishing, easily worth another 200,000 or 300,000. This trip was turning out to be incredibly lucrative. Grinning widely, Lu Feiyu casually wiped the ring's surface with his sleeve before slipping it onto his finger without a second thought. He had been fretting over the limited capacity of his backpack, but now it seemed like fate had handed him exactly what he needed. Wanpeng, this generous soul, had practically gifted him a priceless treasure. Fair trade, I'd say. Lu Feiyu muttered to himself as he instructed Jean Laoban to dig a small pit in the sand. Together, they buried the corpses of Wanpeng and his 2 companions. Of course, before burying them, Lu Feiyu thoroughly searched the other 2 bodies as well. However, they were merely bronze-level lackeys and carried nothing of significant value. The only other ring he found had already been rendered useless after a single use. Time to ride this lucky streak. Lu Feiyu clapped his hands and prepared to move on. He called out to Jean Laoban, while He Lin transformed into a streak of black, perching silently on his shoulder, ready to strike at any moment. Together, the trio ventured deeper into the crimson flame desert. This vast desert, perilous and daunting to others, felt like a backyard playground to Lu Feiyu. His steps were steady, his expression calm, and his gains along the way piled up like snowflakes in a blizzard. Time flew by as the stars shifted in the sky. The spatial ring on Lu Feiyu's hand was rapidly filling up, its contents alone already worth over 1 million huaxia currency. On this day, he had truly struck gold. As night fell, the desert's scorching heat was replaced by a chilling cold. Lu Feiyu glanced up at the darkening sky, a hint of regret crossing his face. Time to leave, he murmured. The free Secret Realm exploration competition was slated to end at 8 p.m., at which point the organizers would tally everyone's gains and rank them based on value. The top 5 participants would receive generous rewards, though the specific prizes remained a mystery, adding to the anticipation. With that thought, Feiyu focused his mind and reached for the special wristband on his left arm, preparing to exit the secret realm. But just as he made his move, a brilliant blue light shot into the sky from the corner of his vision. Startled, Feiyu froze, his gaze snapping to the right. In the stillness of the desert, a radiant blue beam pierced the heavens, dazzling and intense. A treasure has appeared? Feiyu muttered in awe, a fiery gleam igniting in his eyes. He immediately abandoned his plan to leave, commanding Jin Laoban to investigate. With renewed determination, the man and his two beasts set off once more, venturing toward the unknown dangers and opportunities that lay ahead. Boss Jin led the way ahead, scouting the path. Feiyu treaded lightly, following silently behind him. His gaze alternated between the sandy ground ahead and the surroundings, his senses on high alert. The sound of the wind howling through the desert filled his ears. In a place where such strange phenomena occurred, there was bound to be a powerful beast guarding it. Feiyu quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Was likely a creature of at least late bronze rank, or perhaps even one at the silver level. Although official records indicated no silver-ranked beasts had been observed in the Crimson Flame Desert, a secret realm left untouched for a decade could easily harbor unknown dangers. Feiyu heightened his vigilance, his steps as light as falling leaves, as he moved closer to the dazzling blue light ahead. The glow grew increasingly intense, forcing him to squint slightly. This phenomenon was not something only he could perceive. It was a celestial sign that accompanied the emergence of a rare treasure, making it obvious to all living beings within a 10-mile radius. The thought of the countless powerful contenders and ferocious beasts this might attract caused his heart to sink, but his resolve only hardened. Had to claim it before anyone else. When he finally caught sight of the treasure, his breath quickened involuntarily. Before him stood a blue gemstone, roughly the size of a human head, radiating a brilliant light that pierced the sky. Surrounding the gemstone, cobalt blue flames danced incessantly, resembling ghostly will-o'-the-wisps in the night. However, these flames carried not a trace of eerie dread, but rather an air of dominance. Its appearance was unmistakable. This was one of the three treasures essential for Boss Jin's evolution. The essence of the scorching sun. The distinctive blue flames encircling it were the hallmark of this legendary item. A surge of joy erupted in Feiyu's heart, almost impossible to restrain. Yet, his actions remained calm and precise, unaffected by his emotions. He quickly noticed something else. A towering, stone figure stood guard beside the essence of the scorching sun. The massive stone giant was constructed of blazing red rock, with two blazing crimson flames flickering in its eye sockets like pupils, exuding an aura of frenzy and vigilance. Its enormous head rotated in an unerringly rapid motion, as if scanning for any and all threats in the vicinity. Feiyu held his breath and swiftly dropped to the cool sand, concealing himself entirely. His sharp eyes narrowed as detailed information about the stone guardian surfaced in his mind. Species: explosive stone golem. Attributes: earth-fire dual attribute. Talent level: A. Rank: silver tier 2. Skills: explosive stone body excellent, blazing fist excellent, scorching collision excellent, fiery stone burst rare. Evaluation: high offense, high defense, but not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Silver tier 2. Feiyu's heart tightened. This explosive stone golem was a full rank higher than Boss Jin and 2 ranks above the black scales. Despite the overwhelming challenge, there wasn't a hint of retreat in his eyes. Instead, a spark of battle intent ignited within them. After all, while this beast was formidable, it was not invincible. More importantly, Feiyu had an escape route. His special wristband could teleport him to safety at any moment, ensuring his life was never truly at risk. Even more crucially, Feiyu's beast companion possessed 2 epic-level skills: Solar Flare Burst and Dragon Transformation. With these powers unleashed to their fullest extent, he was confident that even a silver-ranked beast could be defeated. Pressing himself against the cold sand, Feiyu carefully analyzed the situation, weighing his options. After a brief moment, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He had devised a plan. These stone-based creatures lack flesh, blood, and nerves. As such, they are generally immune to toxins. With this in mind, Feiyu slowly rose to his feet, ready to fight Hedon. His gaze was icy, and the black lines on his shoulders suddenly expanded, transforming into the shadowy image of a dragon that soared into the sky. Its black scales coiled in the night air, glinting coldly under the moonlight. The massive, 10-meter-long form loomed like a storm cloud, radiating an oppressive presence. At the same time, Boss Jin stopped holding back. With a shake of its body, it stirred up a whirlwind of yellow sand, revealing its dazzling golden fur, gleaming like a suit of golden armor. The appearance of the 2 beasts immediately drew the attention of the explosive stone golem. It let out a furious roar that shook the desert, sending waves of sand cascading around it. Flames ignited on its crimson stone fists, exuding an intense heat. With a sudden crouch, it surged forward, resembling a volcanic eruption in motion. But just as it lunged, the black-scaled dragon hovering midair suddenly opened its eyes. Those dark pupils exuded an ancient and unfathomable authority, as though the gaze of a primordial beast had pierced through the fabric of time. In an instant, an invisible pressure blanketed the battlefield. The explosive stone golem froze mid-attack, its motion halted, and even the flames dancing on its fists momentarily ceased. However, the stone giant was a formidable creature of silver-deer strength, far surpassing the black-scaled dragon in raw power. The dragon's oppressive aura only managed to suppress it for a single second. But 1 second was all Boss Jean needed to act. Its golden fur rippled as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a radiant golden sun suddenly rose into the night sky. Its brilliant light pierced the darkness, illuminating the area around Lu Feiyu as though it were broad daylight. Even the previously glowing blue essence of the blazing sun paled in comparison to Boss Jin's radiance. The golden sun did not remain stationary, it rapidly expanded, unleashing waves of light and heat that surged outward like a tidal wave. Countless fiery fragments dripped from its surface like molten lava, distorting the air around it with their searing heat. In mere moments, the golden sun swelled from the size of a round table to several times its original size, exuding an apocalyptic aura of destruction. The explosive stone golem, having just shaken off its stupor, was immediately overwhelmed by the immense power surging toward it. Its pupils contracted, and instinct drove it to turn and flee. But it was too late. Boss Jin's ultimate move was already in full swing. Solar Burst. A low growl heralded the attack as the golden sun reached its critical point. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion echoed across the desert. Blinding white light engulfed the entire scene, and searing flames rained down like a fiery storm from the heavens. Each droplet of flame ignited the ground on impact, reducing everything in its path to ashes. Lu Feiyu stood at the forefront, his expression calm and composed. As a beast tamer, he was naturally immune to the attacks of his own beasts. He watched as the golden sun erupted in the sky, its devastating shockwave sweeping across the landscape like a tidal wave of destruction. Within a radius of several miles, all life was obliterated. Even the desert sands were blown away, exposing deep craters in the earth below. The explosive stone golem, which had attempted to flee, was completely annihilated in the cataclysmic blast, leaving no trace of its existence, not even fragments of stone. With a single strike, a silver-deer beast was utterly obliterated. The destructive power of the blazing sun burst far exceeded Lu Feiyu's expectations. He had initially believed that this skill would at most severely injure the exploding stone golem. After all, it was a silver rank 2 beast, a whole tier higher than Jin Laoban. However, reality shattered his assumptions. The light from the blazing sun burst erupted like a miniature sun, its dazzling brilliance accompanied by a deafening explosion. In an instant, the exploding stone golem was torn into countless fragments, and even the surrounding terrain was violently reshaped. The deep crater and charred marks silently testified to the terrifying power of this skill. This isn't just heavy damage, it's utterly obliterated. Dead beyond dead, Lu Feiyu muttered under his breath, his gaze sweeping over the devastation. His understanding of the blazing sunbursts might deepened. This level of attack was approaching the damage output of a gold-tier beast. As expected of an epic-level skill, its power truly lives up to its reputation, he thought to himself with a mix of awe and satisfaction. The victory in this battle owed much to He Lin's precise control and Jin Laoban's explosive performance. Their seamless cooperation left the silver-deer enemy with no chance to retaliate. Yet, when Lu Feiyu's eyes fell on Jin Laoban, his heart sank. At this moment, Jin Laoban, who was usually full of vigor, looked visibly drained. The once fiery glow in its eyes had dimmed, and its shiny, lustrous fur had lost some of its luster. Its body trembled slightly, struggling even to stand. This was the price of forcibly unleashing an epic-level skill: extreme exhaustion. Lu Feiyu quickly approached Jin Laoban and placed a gentle hand on its head, softly ruffling its fur. "You've worked hard," he said in a low, warm voice. Jin Laoban, feeling his reassurance, narrowed its eyes contentedly. Its tired tail wagged faintly, as if responding to its master's care. "Let's get you some proper rest," Lu Feiyu said gently before returning Jin Laoban to the beast space, a realm rich in spiritual energy that would help it recover more quickly. After ensuring Jin Laoban was settled, He Lin obediently perched back on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, lying quietly as if awaiting further instructions. Only then did Lu Feiyu turn his attention to the glowing blue essence of the blazing sun. He approached it carefully, using a specially crafted jade container to seal it, ensuring not a trace of its energy would escape. After scanning the area to confirm nothing was left behind, he tapped the special bracelet on his wrist. With a surge of intense spatial distortion, Lu Feiyu's figure was completely enveloped. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the endless desert. The surroundings fell silent, devoid of any living presence. All that remained was the massive crater at the center, silently narrating the ferocity and intensity of the battle that had unfolded. Outside the secret realm's entrance, the sky had fallen into complete darkness. The plaza was brightly illuminated by rows of floodlights, making it as bright as day. Several round tables were neatly arranged, with a professional evaluator seated behind each one. Contestants lined up in an orderly fashion, placing their spoils from the secret realm onto the tables, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they awaited the evaluator's value assessments. After all, these evaluations would determine their rankings. On the high platform overlooking the plaza, nearly all of Changnan City's senior officials were present, along with representatives from various prestigious universities. Their eyes scanned the crowd, searching for promising talents to recruit for their institutions. However, the atmosphere on the platform was unusually heavy, as if shrouded by an invisible cloud of tension. Among the group, Wang Zhenqian's expression was particularly grim. He asked in a low, stern voice, "Lu Feiyu hasn't returned yet?" His tone carried a restrained urgency. The person he addressed was the leading teacher from Changnan First High School. The teacher's face was equally troubled, clearly consumed by unease. Beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead under the harsh light, reflecting an oily sheen. Wang Zhenqian took a deep breath, his voice low yet trembling slightly. "No." The moment the words left his lips, everyone on the high platform stiffened, falling into a heavy silence. The air seemed to freeze, an oppressive tension blanketing the entire place. Everyone present knew full well that the Lu Feiyu Wang Zhenqian referred to was none other than the most brilliant prodigy of Chang'an First High School. Wang Zhenqian's high expectations for him were no secret. But now, half an hour had passed since the agreed closure of the secret realm, and Lu Feiyu was still nowhere to be seen. The dangers of the secret realm were well known. If he had yet to return, it was likely that something disastrous had occurred. This grim possibility was not only clear to those around, but also to Wang Zhenqian himself. His sharp gaze swept over the students below the platform, as if desperately searching for a glimmer of hope. Yet, that familiar figure remained absent. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his eyes betrayed a deep mix of sorrow and fury. Suddenly, a jarring laugh pierced the silence, emanating from behind him. It was followed by a voice dripping with mockery. "Wang Jiaming's. Well, isn't this Principal Wang? Why the long face? Feeling under the weather, perhaps? TSK, TSK, TSK. A beast master of your caliber falling ill? Now that's a rarity. You might want to have that checked out. Could be something serious or, heaven forbid, incurable." Wang Jiaming sauntered forward, stopping in front of Wang Zhenqian with a smug smirk. His tone was flippant, every word laced with barbs, as though he were dancing on the edge of a blade. Under the glow of the lights, his grinning face appeared all the more detestable. Inside, Wang Jiaming was reveling in delight. He knew that the plan to eliminate Lu Feiyu, carried out by Wan Peng, had been orchestrated by none other than himself. The ring capable of disrupting the special wristband signals was handed to Wan Peng personally by him. To ensure the plan's success, he had even dispatched 2 bronze-level experts to assist. One specialized in altering appearances and concealing presence, lowering Lu Feiyu's guard, while the other excelled in tracking targets over great distances, guaranteeing Lu Feiyu's precise location. Though not top-tier powerhouses, these 2 were more than capable of dealing with a mere iron-level beastmaster. Wang Jiaming was brimming with confidence in his scheme. If Lu Feiyu perished within the secret realm, not only would it cleanse the Wan family's humiliation because of him, but it would also cause Wang Zhenqian to lose face among Changnan's elite. The brilliance of this two-pronged plan filled Wang Jiaming with glee, erasing the sting of his prior disgrace. His grin widened, revealing teeth that gleamed coldly under the lights. "It was you." Wang Zhenqian's head shot up, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. In an instant, he pieced together the truth. With the Wan family's resources and ruthless methods, Wang Jiaming was undoubtedly the prime suspect behind such a despicable act. Realizing this, Wang Zhenqian's fury erupted uncontrollably. Like a surging flood, his overwhelming aura burst forth, and several powerful beasts materialized around him, encircling Wang Jiaming. A man of military background, Wang Zhenqian was known for his fiery temper and straightforward nature. Now, consumed by rage, he was ready to strike on the spot. The oppressive force of his aura caused the onlookers' faces to pale, prompting them to retreat several steps. Yet, Wang Jiaming maintained his infuriating grin, showing no sign of panic. "Principal Wang, accusations require evidence. Just because you say I did it, does that make it true? Do you really think all of Changnan operates under your command?" As he spoke, Wang Jiaming cast a deliberate glance toward the high platform. There sat Song Tonglin, the mayor of Changnan, presiding over the scene. As the city's sole diamond-level powerhouse, Song Tonglin commanded absolute authority, his formidable strength keeping everyone in check. The crowd's gaze followed Wang Jiaming's, settling on Song Tonglin, hoping he might intervene to defuse the situation. However, Song Tonglin merely blinked, then spread his hands with a faint air of impatience. Why are you all looking at me? If you want to fight, take it somewhere else. Don't ruin my mood here. Honestly, the lot of you aren't you supposed to be professionals? Yet you're acting like kids, ready to throw punches at the drop of a hat. And you, Wang Jiaming, do you really have to provoke someone when they're clearly not in the mood? You're just asking for it. Though Song Tonglin's words carried a hint of jest, they were laced with an undeniable authority. He clearly had no intention of intervening directly, yet his tone alone was enough to quell the brewing conflict between Wang Zhantian and Wang Jiaming. Just then, a powerful spatial disturbance rippled from the entrance of the secret realm. All eyes turned toward the source, where a figure began to emerge from the shimmering portal. As the hazy outline grew clearer, it became unmistakable. It was Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu? The moment this name was uttered, the entire scene froze. The most shocked wasn't the bystanders, it was Benjamin Wan. His face, which usually wore a sly grin, looked as though it had been struck by lightning. The smile froze, and his eyes filled with disbelief. His gaze was locked on Lu Feiyu, his eyes wide as if he were staring at something that simply shouldn't exist. How can he still be alive? Benjamin muttered to himself, his voice so low it was barely audible. His mind raced chaotically. Wan Peng's assassination plan had been flawless, an ambush by two bronze-level beast tamers, a calculated attack against an unsuspecting target. Lu Feiyu should have had no chance of survival. And yet, the reality before him was a stinging slap to the face. The turmoil in his mind tightened like a knot, growing more tangled by the second. But then his gaze fell on a faintly familiar spatial fluctuation emanating from Lu Feiyu. In that instant, his thoughts ignited like a fuse, exploding into clarity. His pupils contracted sharply, and a chilling light erupted from his eyes. That fluctuation, he knew it all too well. It was from Wan Peng's spatial ring. How is this possible? How is that ring on him? Benjamin's breathing turned ragged, his chest heaving violently as a terrifying realization loomed over him like a dark cloud. Could it be that not only had Lu Feiyu survived, but he had killed Wan Peng in return? The thought sent an icy chill coursing through Benjamin's body, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. Wan Peng was his only son, the last hope of his life. If Wan Peng was dead, then what meaning was left in his existence? Ayaha! Benjamin threw his head back and roared in fury, his eyes erupting with a murderous intent as overwhelming as a volcanic eruption. His aura surged in that moment, breaking past its limits, vast and oppressive like mountains and seas, nearly tearing apart the very fabric of space. 6 emerald-level beasts appeared in an instant, led by the malignant poison crow. The crow screeched, its body erupting with toxic boils that burst into streams of foul yellow pus, shooting straight toward Lu Feiyu. The remaining 5 beasts launched their attacks simultaneously, breath attacks, razor-sharp claws, and massive bodies charging forward. Each strike carried enough force to shred Lu Feiyu into pieces. Benjamin moved with such extraordinary speed that even Wang Zhantian, who stood nearby, couldn't react in time. Benjamin Wan, stop! Wang Zhantian shouted, his voice a mix of anger and alarm as he tried to intervene. But it was too late. The barrage of attacks had already enveloped Lu Feiyu. At that moment, Lu Feiyu felt a numbing chill spread through his entire body. Every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat drenched his back. He could clearly sense the terrifying power behind these attacks' emerald-level strength. For entire realms above bronze, it was an insurmountable gap, one he had no chance of bridging, even with his SS-grade talent. The black-scaled Jiao perched on his shoulder sensed its master's life-or-death crisis and let out a low growl. Its body swelled abruptly, transforming into a black shield that wrapped tightly around Lu Feiyu. Yet, even its strength seemed pitifully inadequate against such overwhelming attacks. But just as disaster seemed inevitable, a deep, commanding voice echoed through the air. It was cold and ancient, carrying an authority that pierced through space and struck directly at the soul. Then came an earth-shaking roar, a sound like the clash of countless weapons. In an instant, it exploded across the battlefield. Everyone looked up, and what they saw left them breathless. A towering steel giant stood imposingly in the sky. Its entire body was forged from gleaming steel, holding a blade in its left hand and a sword in its right. The giant radiated an unmatched aura of majesty. Though it remained motionless, its weapons left afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless sword and blade beams descended like a torrential storm, surging across the heavens and heading straight for the area where Lu Feiyu stood. However, just as the blades and sword energy were about to reach Lu Feiyu, they split into 2 streams. One surged like a torrential storm toward the venomous strings in the air, while the other, sharp and invisible as a blade, slashed at the incoming beast's mid-flight. In an instant, the ferocious blades tore the venom into countless fragments, which disintegrated into fine particles and dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, the beasts struck by the sword energy seemed to be shredded by 1,000 cuts, their bodies covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds that crisscrossed like a web. Blood gushed out like a fountain, forming a putrid river of crimson that spilled over the square in mere moments. As the stench of blood began to spread, a crimson-feathered bird suddenly shot skyward. Its fiery plumage unfurled like a cascade of flames, releasing waves of scorching heat that swept across the air, evaporating the falling blood completely. With a piercing cry, the bird cleared the air, restoring a refreshing clarity to the square. Not a single student was affected by the foul stench, and Lu Feiyu's life-threatening predicament was completely resolved thanks to the combined efforts of the steel giant and the crimson bird. The students below had barely registered what had happened, only feeling that the appearance of the crimson bird and the steel giant was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The crimson bird let out a resounding cry and abruptly folded its wings, transforming into a streak of red light that shot toward the high platform. Sitting on the platform, Song Tonglin's eyes turned sharp as he stood, leaping onto the bird's back in one swift motion. From his elevated position, he gazed coldly down at Wan Mingjie, his expression as sharp as a blade. His voice carried an undeniable authority as he spoke. Who gave you the audacity to make a move in front of me, and against a student, no less? Is there anyone in Changnan who doesn't know that I, Song Tonglin, am renowned for valuing talent? Your Wan family's reckless behavior has truly sealed your fate. Before his words were even finished, the steel giant took thunderous steps forward. Its blades crossed, forming a chilling arc aimed directly at Wan Mingjie's neck. As the icy blade aura swept past, Wan Mingjie felt a bone-chilling cold at his throat, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He was certain that his life was about to end, but Song Tonglin, as the mayor of the city, would not resort to senseless killing. Though Wan Mingjie had brazenly commanded his beasts to attack others in public, a grave offense, it was not severe enough under the law to warrant execution. Song Tonglin cast a frosty glance at Wan Mingjie and barked, "Take him away. Await trial. I want to see just how much influence your Wan family truly has. Let's see if they can save you this time." A group of guards immediately stepped forward, subduing Wan Mingjie with specially designed handcuffs. These cuffs were crafted specifically for beastmasters, sealing off their ability to summon or control their beasts entirely. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the notorious head of the Wan family in Changnan was taken away on the spot, leaving the audience in shock. The students below couldn't help but murmur to themselves, as expected of a diamond beastmaster. Mayor Song's decisiveness and authority are truly unmatched. Standing in the center of the square, Lu Feiyu's gaze flickered slightly. Though his heart felt a ripple of unease, his expression remained calm and composed. Inwardly, he wondered, could Wan Mingjie have discovered something? That's impossible. I've long since hidden the spatial ring containing the matter with Wan Pong. Even if it were found, it would still fall under self-defense. There's no flaw in my actions. Quickly regaining his composure, he cupped his hands toward Song Tonglin in the air as a gesture of gratitude, then strode purposefully toward the round table. Reaching into his robes, he retrieved a spatial ring and lifted his hand slightly. In an instant, the round table was piled high with resources, forming a veritable mountain. From materials of ferocious beasts at the early Iron rank to the late Bronze rank, the dazzling array gleamed brilliantly, each item radiating a formidable aura. The sight left the entire crowd of students stunned, their hearts sinking with a sense of deep inadequacy. Comparing their own meager gains from the secret realm to this treasure trove, they felt an overwhelming shame, as if they wanted to bury their faces in embarrassment. As the crowd remained in shock, Lu Feiyu spoke calmly. Though his voice was not loud, it carried clearly across the square. The resources are quite plentiful, so I took a bit longer. I trust this won't be a problem? Upon hearing this, a question mark slowly rose in every student's mind. As everyone knows, when I raise a question mark, it's not because I have a question, it's because I think you're the one with the problem. This scene was nothing short of absurd. Seriously, buddy. Wasn't your initial appearance already flashy enough? First, there's a high-level ambush, then the mayor personally steps in to protect you, and now, during the results phase, you somehow manage to outdo yourself with another over-the-top move? Are your resources just a bit excessive? No, they're an insane amount excessive, aren't they? For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Lu Feiyu turned a little strange. Especially those self-proclaimed prodigies who usually prided themselves on their exceptional talents. They now wore complex expressions, a mix of unwillingness and disbelief. Even Song Tonglin, hovering in midair, had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Having spent 40 years in the world of beast taming, he considered himself familiar with all kinds of geniuses and eccentrics. Yet today, he had to admit this young man might be even better at showing off than he was in his youth. In contrast, Wang Zhentian could barely contain his grin, his face practically glowing with pride. Standing tall with his chest puffed out, he looked at Lu Feiyu with bright, sparkling eyes, as if announcing to the world, "That's right, this is my student, the one trained by Wang Zhentian." Meanwhile, on the raised platform, the recruiters from various prestigious universities exchanged glances, their interest clearly piqued. They all knew that for a student to awaken their beast-taming talent less than 20 days ago and already be capable of independently slaying a bronze-tier beast was an extraordinary rarity. Such talent easily met the criteria for early admission. Even the representatives from the two top-tier universities, Capital University and Huazhong University, rose from their seats, their eyes gleaming as they looked at the spirited young man below with newfound curiosity. This kid is interesting. At the round table, one of the staff members, upon seeing the mountain of resources piled on the desk, widened his eyes in disbelief and instinctively asked, "Are you sure these are all the resources you obtained on your own during this trial?" The moment those words were spoken, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Indeed, how could one person possibly gather such a vast amount of resources in less than a single day? The sheer quality of the materials was so high that many couldn't help but doubt whether a student who had only been a beast tamer for less than 20 days could have achieved such a feat. Whispers of skepticism rippled across the square. No way, how does he dare to show off like this with his level of strength? This is killing me. Does he even have a brain? How does he dare to bring out materials from a latest-stage bronze-tier beast? I haven't a rank support-type talent, and my beast is barely at the late iron tier. How does he even compare? If this turns out to be real, I'll livestream myself eating my hat upside down. Away. Stop trying to scam us for attention again. However, amidst the noisy doubts, the students from Changnan High School remained unusually silent. They neither joined in the ridicule nor voiced any suspicion. On the contrary, their gazes were fixed on the massive black serpent circling above Lu Feiyu's head. Its menacing scales gleamed like ink under the lights, exuding an oppressive aura. They knew very well that Lu Feiyu's first contracted beast had been a large dog. This meant that the black serpent before them must be his second contracted beast. And the ability to contract a second beast signified that Lu Feiyu had already advanced to the bronze tier. The sheer speed of his progress left the students of Changnan High School in awe and admiration. They realized that their former classmate had long since left them behind, standing at a height they could only look up to. At the same time, these students couldn't help but reveal faintly amused smiles. They glanced at the doubters with a peculiar sense of anticipation. Just wait. Soon enough, you'll all understand what it means to be truly stunned. Back in the day, it was always them who were left speechless by Lu Feiyu's feats. Now, they were eagerly looking forward to seeing the shock on everyone else's faces. The high-ranking officials on the stage, however, remained far more composed, their expressions betraying no emotion. They simply watched Lu Feiyu quietly, waiting for his explanation. These doubts were something Lu Feiyu had anticipated. He lifted his head, his gaze calm and confident, as if everything was firmly within his control. After all, in the eyes of others, he was merely a lucky individual with a clever talent who happened to acquire a powerful beast companion. It was inconceivable for someone like him to achieve such feats. Yet, within the secret realm, Lu Feiyu had already prepared himself to reveal everything. He had done his research beforehand. There were records in the history of beast taming of individuals with dual talents. It's just that Lu Feiyu's beast taming talent was, well, a tiny bit more extraordinary. Faced with skepticism, Lu Feiyu didn't bother to explain. He simply smiled faintly and gave a gentle wave of his hand. The space around his beast companion trembled slightly, and an overwhelming, familiar aura erupted forth. In the next moment, the figure of Jean Boss slowly emerged. Though still somewhat fatigued from its brief rest in the beast's space, its radiant golden fur shimmered once again, like flowing molten gold, leaving the surrounding crowd breathless. The oppressive aura of a bronze-tier beast was unleashed without restraint, weighing down on everyone like a towering mountain. Within seconds, the atmosphere turned deathly silent. All eyes were locked on the majestic golden-haired canine, faces filled with shock and disbelief. A second beast companion? Someone finally gasped in a hushed voice. He's already a bronze-tier beast tamer? The astonishment in their tone was impossible to ignore. As the crowd buzzed with murmurs, a sudden exclamation broke through the noise. It's him. The voice, loud and clear, instantly drew everyone's attention. The student who had spoken turned bright red, clearly realizing he had overreacted. Yet, pointing at Lu Feiyu, he hurriedly said, "He's the guy from the video at Changnan High a few days ago. The super cool one." The words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples of realization among the crowd. The scene from the video instantly surfaced in their minds, the young man commanding a golden-furred giant dog in a fight against his foes. That young man was none other than Lu Feiyu standing before them now. Although Lu Feiyu had been ambushed by Wan Mingjie upon arrival and quickly moved forward afterward, leaving most people with little time to study his face. The reappearance of Jean Boss, despite some changes in its fur and size, was unmistakable, and Lu Feiyu's strikingly handsome features were impossible to ignore. Holy crap, it really is him. They said he had clever talent? Advancing an entire tier in just 20 days, this is what they call clever talent? Is this even fair? It's bad enough that he's ridiculously good-looking, but now he's insanely strong too. Give the rest of us guys a chance to survive. Wait, did anyone notice? His black-scaled beast companion, it looks like a dragon bloodline beast, starting at least its level. No wonder he's been able to secure so many resources. I'm convinced. Totally convinced. Same here. 1, 2, 10,086. The chatter grew louder and more animated, and the crowd's perception of Lu Feiyu shifted dramatically. In the world of beast taming, strength reigned supreme. As long as you could demonstrate enough power, all doubts would dissolve into nothingness. Lu Feiyu smiled faintly, gently stroking Jean Boss' head as it leaned toward him. His gaze shifted calmly to the staff member in charge, and he spoke in a composed tone. Shall we proceed now? The staff member blinked, clearly taken aback, before quickly nodding. His demeanor had noticeably softened, now tinged with respect. Of course, we can proceed. Without further ado, he began assessing the items on the table. Low-grade special resources, 42 pieces, total value 700,000 Huaxia credits. Iron tier beast materials, 12 pieces, total value 100,000 Huaxia credits. Bronze tier beast materials, 10 pieces, total value 350,000 Huaxia credits. As the staff member continued to tally the items, his eyes were drawn to the final object on the table. It was a jade box, larger than a human head, with a smooth, lustrous surface that emitted a faint glow. Judging by the craftsmanship alone, the jade box itself was likely worth no less than 10,000 Huaxia credits. Even with the box tightly sealed, the fiery energy contained within was palpable. An intermediate special resource? The staff member's heart skipped a beat, his fingers trembling slightly. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he carefully opened the jade box. The moment the jade box was opened, a dazzling blue light surged upward, piercing the night sky like a towering beam. The brilliance of the blue light outshone the surrounding lights in the square, casting the entire area in a hazy blue glow. Simultaneously, a wave of searing heat swept through the air, transforming the once pleasant evening breeze into an unbearable, desert-like heat. Even more bizarrely, small flickering blue flames began to emerge around the jade box, spreading outward as if alive. Wherever they passed, faint blue patterns appeared on the ground. Sensing the anomaly, the staff member's face turned pale. He quickly shut the jade box and looked up sharply at Lu Feiyu, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. A mid-tier special resource, the essence of the blazing sun. His voice trembled as he scanned the area, as if trying to confirm the reality of what he was witnessing. After a brief pause, he stood up, took a deep breath to steady himself, and announced loudly, 1 million Huaxia coins. The square erupted in an instant. The crowd burst into a cacophony of astonished exclamations, as though a bomb had gone off. What? 1 million? This is just one resource. How is that even possible? What's the total value of all the resources? The staff member quickly followed up with another announcement. The total value of all resources is 2,150,000 Huaxia coins. Ranked first. Like a massive stone dropped into a calm lake, the announcement sent the noise in the square surging to a deafening peak. Unbelievable. Over 2 million? That's insane. The second place total is only 400,000. This gap is 5 times as much. It's a complete blowout. This kind of luck is just otherworldly. How could anyone get their hands on something like the essence of the blazing sun? Don't be naive, man. Resources this rare are always guarded by top-tier beasts, maybe even stronger ones. You think you could try? You'd be torn to shreds before you got close. The chatter grew louder and more animated. Some students began casting envious or even jealous glances at Lu Feiyu, but most were filled with awe and admiration. Just then, a crisp sound of clapping broke through the noise, silencing the restless crowd almost immediately. Clap, clap, clap. Standing atop a massive red-feathered bird, Song Tonglin was the first to applaud. His gaze filled with appreciation and admiration. His lead prompted the other leaders and teachers on the high platform to join in, and soon the students below followed suit with enthusiastic applause. The sound of clapping swelled into a thunderous wave. Amid the chaos, a student from Chongnan First High School shouted jokingly, "Lu Feiyu, you're my idol. They'll have your babies." The remark sent the crowd into fits of laughter, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Standing on the stage, Lu Feiyu felt his ears ringing from the overwhelming noise. Yet, his face remained calm, adorned with a faint smile. Deep down, however, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of reward the officials from Chongnan would bestow upon him. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Song Tonglin had fallen into deep thought. The original reward plan they had devised was as follows. First place would receive 1.5 million huaxia coins, second place 800,000, third place 500,000, and fourth and fifth places 300,000 and 200,000, respectively. For an average beast tamer student, this was already an incredibly generous sum, enough to satisfy anyone. But now, with Lu Feiyu bringing back resources worth over 2 million on their own, the promised rewards suddenly seemed laughably meager. If word got out, Song Tonglin, as the mayor of Changnan, would undoubtedly lose face. The thought made his heart ache, but he quickly made up his mind. In that case, I'll make up the difference myself. Song Tonglin resolved silently, a determined glint in his eyes. For someone of his rank as a diamond-level beast tamer, this amount of money wasn't a significant sacrifice. Besides, it would make the reward more dignified and show proper respect to Lu Feiyu. Having reached a decision, Song Tonglin raised his hands slightly, then gestured downward, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Suddenly, an invisible aura swept over the crowd, and everyone instinctively stopped what they were doing, quietly listening to the words of the top fighter in Changnan. Lu Feiyu also looked up at the sky, eagerly anticipating the reward that awaited him. Ahem. Song Tonglin cleared his throat, his voice carrying a hint of warmth and pride. I must say, this year's students have truly surprised me. Honestly, you're the best group of students I've ever seen. At this point, he paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the students below the stage, his expression filled with rare pride. The students responded in kind, erupting into a round of enthusiastic applause. Lu Feiyu clapped along but couldn't help rolling his eyes internally, silently complaining to himself, Mayor Song may be strong, but he talks way too much. His mind wandered back to the scene before entering the secret realm earlier today, when Song Tonglin spent a full hour delivering an inspirational speech that nearly put him and the other students to sleep. In comparison, Principal Wang was much more to his liking, decisive and efficient, never wasting time. Thinking of this, Lu Feiyu recalled the moment when Principal Wang had promised him special resource privileges. According to school rules, the principal's promises typically involved 4 low-level special resources, with a total value of no more than 100,000 huaxia coins. However, Lu Feiyu boldly made an outrageous request, asking for 4 mid-level resources worth well over 1 million. To his surprise, Wang Zhentian agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Lu Feiyu glanced at Wang Zhentian on the stage. The principal's beaming smile, as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, now seemed particularly endearing. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but grin, and Wang Zhentian, noticing his gaze, gave him a big thumbs up in return. Meanwhile, Song Tonglin continued his speech, his tone rising slightly with emotion. In fact, in some of you, I see a reflection of my younger self, equally handsome, equally talented. He paused briefly, as if lost in thought, his voice dropping to a more contemplative tone. These days, I often wonder if my younger self had access to abundant resources, would I have grown faster, become stronger, reached higher limits? But such questions have no answers. Time cannot be rewound, and youth, once gone, never returns. With a sudden shift in tone, his voice became powerful and resolute. However, as those who came before, we can offer a little help to those who come after. At this, the students below the stage unconsciously held their breath, eagerly awaiting what was to come. And so, the rewards for this secret realm exploration are as follows. Song Tonglin deliberately dragged out his words, building suspense before finally announcing, 5th place, 300,000 huaxia coins. 4th place, 600,000 huaxia coins. 3rd place, 1 million huaxia coins. 2nd place, 1.6 million huaxia coins. And 1st place, 3 million huaxia coins. And every participant will receive a consolation prize of 30,000 huaxia coins. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously weary students erupted in excitement. 30,000 huaxia coins. Regardless of ranking, every participant would receive 30,000. It was like money falling from the sky. The government really knows how to deliver. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Thunderous applause filled the venue, louder and more fervent than ever before. The students' faces lit up with excitement and joy, and any fatigue they had felt was now a distant memory. Lu Feiyu was no exception. He clapped vigorously, a bright smile on his face. At this moment, all his complaints about Song Tonglin's long-windedness vanished. In fact, he thought, how could this be called long-winded? This was clearly the heartfelt guidance of a diamond-level beast master to novice beast masters, the earnest care of a city mayor for the future pillars of his city. The reward of 3 million, combined with the 2 million worth of resources from Lu Feiyu, totaled 5 million huaxia currency. Even after deducting the cost of the sun essence needed for Boss Jin's evolution, there would still be 4 million left. This enormous sum was more than enough to not only complete the evolution of one of his beasts, but also significantly enhance the other. In other words, Lu Feiyu was on the verge of owning his first S-grade beast. This kind of rapid progress was something he once thought was utterly unattainable, something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Having strong support really makes all the difference. Lu Feiyu sighed inwardly. He was well aware that Wuxia's dedication to nurturing top-tier talent and allocating resources was unmatched globally. If it weren't for the school and Shangnan's official support programs, he would still be worrying about Boss Gene's first evolution, let alone pushing it to S-grade quality. At this moment, a certain determination in Lu Feiyu's heart grew even stronger. As his thoughts swirled, Song Tonglin raised both hands again, pressing down the thunderous cheers from the crowd. His calm and steady voice echoed from above. All right, I hereby announce that this secret realm exploration competition has officially concluded. Please follow your respective teachers to safely and orderly exit the venue. The top 5 participants, please stay behind. As soon as his words fell, countless envious and jealous gazes turned toward Lu Feiyu. Everyone understood that keeping the top 5 students behind was undoubtedly to accommodate the recruitment interests of elite universities. Especially Lu Feiyu, his performance had already made him a prime target for Wuxia's top 10 universities, and even the 2 most prestigious academies would surely join the race to recruit him. At this moment, while other students were still struggling through the grueling competition of the college entrance exams, Lu Feiyu had already stepped onto the threshold of the nation's top institutions. This stark contrast left many present with a mix of emotions. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lu Feiyu discreetly collected all the resources from the round table into his spatial ring. Shortly after, staff members guided him and the other 4 winners through the crowd and toward the back of the square. After walking through a dimly lit corridor, the path ahead was gradually illuminated by warm yellow lights. A grand building came into view, catching Lu Feiyu's attention. The staff member opened the door for them and said softly, "Please, come in." Lu Feiyu took the lead, stepping into the room and quickly scanning its layout. The space was spacious and bright, with 2 sofas arranged on the left side and a mahogany desk positioned in the front right corner, flanked by 2 leatherback chairs on either side. At this moment, the sofas and chairs were already occupied, and the conversations inside came to an abrupt halt as the group entered. Numerous eyes turned toward the door, with most of them focusing on Lu Feiyu. Principal Wang, seated in one of the chairs, turned to see Lu Feiyu and greeted him warmly. "Feiyu, you're here. Come over." He motioned for Lu Feiyu to step forward and then turned to address Song Tonglin, who was seated in another chair, with a smile. "No need for introductions here, I'm sure. This is Mayor Song, the strongest beastmaster in Chang'an City." Lu Feiyu bowed respectfully to Song Tonglin and said sincerely, "Thank you, Mayor Song, for saving my life." His gratitude was genuine, and his manners were impeccable. After all, it was Song Tonglin's timely intervention that had pulled him from the brink of danger not long ago. Seeing how courteous Lu Feiyu was, Song Tonglin nodded with a gentle smile and replied in a warm but authoritative tone, "No need to thank me. Ensuring the safety of every citizen is my duty and responsibility as mayor." With these brief but meaningful exchanges, the atmosphere in the room instantly became much more amicable. Wang Zhantian stood up again, glancing at the individuals seated on the sofa. Each of them was impeccably dressed, exuding confidence, clearly top-tier admissions officers from prestigious universities. He patted Lu Feiyu on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "Go ahead and greet the teachers." At this moment, he appeared every bit the caring and dedicated principal. Lu Feiyu gave a slight nod, straightened his posture, and spoke with calm composure. "Good afternoon, teachers." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and steady, carrying a maturity beyond his years. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache was the first to rise from the sofa. A warm, enthusiastic smile spread across his face. "Truly remarkable. A young hero indeed. Lu Feiyu, your performance today has truly impressed me." This man, known as Zhang Jun, was the admissions representative from Modu University. He adjusted his suit slightly before speaking again, his voice filled with sincerity. "I, Zhang Jun, on behalf of Modu University, officially invite you to join our preparatory program. Our university will provide you with extensive resources and support. If you accept our offer, you'll have access to 3 mid-level special resource selections annually and receive a grade beast egg. Additionally, regardless of your academic performance, you'll be guaranteed a teaching position at our university upon graduation." Modu University. As Zhang Jun finished speaking, several students standing behind Lu Feiyu couldn't help but whisper in awe. This was one of China's most elite universities, located in the country's economic hub with unparalleled opportunities for growth. Even more impressive was Modu University's meteoric rise in recent years, positioning itself as a strong contender among China's top 5 universities, a dream school for countless students. The conditions Zhang Jun offered were undeniably enticing. The resource allocation for the preparatory program alone was a rare privilege. On top of that, the promise of 3 mid-level resource selections, and a grade beast egg each year was exceptionally generous. Together, these resources were valued at nearly 2 million yuan annually, amounting to almost 10 million yuan over 4 years. Adding the guaranteed teaching position after graduation, the offer seemed almost impossible to turn down. Yet, despite such an attractive proposal, Lu Feiyu remained composed, his expression unreadable. He understood clearly that while this was a promising start, it was far from the main course. The true surprises were yet to come. As expected, Zhang Jun's words seemed to signal the start of a competition. Immediately, the other university representatives could no longer hold back. One after another, they stood up, each eager to extend their invitations to Lu Feiyu. Their offers were on par with, or even surpassed, Modu universities. From resource allocations to exclusive privileges, the benefits they promised were enough to make any ordinary student's heart race with excitement. However, Lu Feiyu maintained his polite smile, refraining from giving an immediate response. His gaze quietly swept over the enthusiastic admissions officers before finally settling on two individuals who remained seated on the sofa. One wore a deep blue suit, his demeanor calm and composed. The other, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of scholarly elegance. These two were the representatives from Jingxing University and Huaxing University. These two institutions were Lu Feiyu's true targets. While both were among China's top 10 universities, Jingxing University and Huaxing University stood head and shoulders above the rest. Their superiority was evident in every aspect, whether it was the number of secret realms under their control, the distribution of resources, the quality of their faculty, or their innovative teaching methods. Jingxing University was renowned for its expertise in beast evolution and theoretical research, while Huaxing University excelled in practical combat training. Choosing either of these schools would signify stepping onto the pinnacle of China's beast-taming world. Noticing Lu Feiyu's unshaken demeanor, the once enthusiastic representatives began to sigh inwardly. They knew all too well that as long as Jingxing University and Huaxing University were present, they stood no chance of recruiting top-tier talent like Lu Feiyu. Reluctantly, they returned to their seats, shifting their attention to the students standing behind him, hoping to find potential candidates among them. After all the other teachers had taken their seats, the representative from Jingxing University slowly rose to his feet. His demeanor was calm and composed, his gaze deliberately sweeping over the representatives from other universities before finally landing on Lu Feiyu. His tone carried a faint trace of pride as he addressed him. Lu Feiyu, your performance has already met the admission standards for our Jingxing University's preparatory program. However, we do not offer any additional special privileges, only the resources that all preparatory students are entitled to. As his words settled, he paused briefly, his eyes scanning the room, a slight smile curling his lips. His tone grew even more assured, that said, even our most basic resource allocation rivals, if not surpasses, the so-called special privileges offered by other schools. More importantly, Jingxing University is renowned for its pioneering exploration of beast evolution pathways. Every preparatory student here gets an exclusive opportunity each year to delve into the evolution routes of their contracted beasts. This is something money simply cannot buy, a privilege unique to Jingxing University. Xieyu's voice was brimming with unmistakable confidence and pride, as though every word he spoke was a declaration of Jingxing University's unparalleled excellence. Even the other recruitment teachers in the room couldn't deny that these conditions were indeed highly enticing. For any beast tamer, the chance to explore the evolutionary potential of their contracted beasts was nothing short of a dream come true. Yet, for Lu Feiyu, this so-called exclusive privilege held no appeal. His Eye of Ascension had already elevated him to a level unattainable by anyone else. A chance to explore evolutionary pathways? For him, there wasn't even the possibility of trial and error. All he needed was a mere glance to discern every stage of a beast's evolution and the precise materials required. Such an ability wasn't just superior, it was overwhelmingly dominant. Before Xieyou could finish his speech, the representative from Huaxing University also rose from his seat. Standing tall and confident, his voice carried a resolute authority. At Huaxing University, our conditions are quite similar to those of Jingxing. Our preparatory students also receive the resources they deserve. But I can assure you, if you choose us, you'll never lack opportunities to battle or explore mysterious realms. At this point, representatives from the various universities began unveiling their trump cards, each doing their utmost to showcase their sincerity and advantages to Lu Feiyu. For a student with only a clever beast-taming talent, such offers were already extraordinarily generous. All eyes in the room were now fixed on Lu Feiyu, waiting in anticipation for his decision. However, Lu Feiyu merely smiled faintly, his gaze calm and unruffled, as though none of this stirred him in the slightest. He didn't respond immediately, but instead spoke slowly. Actually, I possess 2 beast-taming talents. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell into a stunned silence. The low murmurs of discussion abruptly ceased as everyone froze, their gazes locking onto Lu Feiyu in disbelief, as if they were staring at an otherworldly phenomenon. Dual talents? How could this be possible? In the world of beast tamers, such a talent was almost mythical in its rarity. The Huaqing University representative shot up from his chair, practically lunging toward Lu Feiyu. Grasping his arms tightly, his voice trembled with excitement. What did you just say? Dual talents? Are you absolutely sure? Even Feiyu, who had maintained his air of composure and superiority, could no longer keep his calm. He quickly moved closer, his eyes burning with intensity, as though he was trying to see straight through Lu Feiyu. The once indifferent eyes now burned with an intense, wolf-like gleam as they locked onto Lu Feiyu. What rank is his second talent? Is it also clevel, or something else entirely? After all, this is a dual talent, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Even two ordinary clevel talents combined could rival the effectiveness of a single level talent. In the brief silence, the eyes of the two teachers from Huaqing Capital Academy lit up with unprecedented fervor. With Lu Feiyu's talents and his performance in the secret realm, he had become an invaluable treasure in their eyes. Their professional composure had been thoroughly swept away by their excitement. If it truly is a dual talent, no matter the rank, he's an extraordinary genius. One of them murmured, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. And that's not even considering Lu Feiyu's combat potential. Someone like him must be cultivated with every resource we have. It wasn't just these two teachers who were overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Teachers from other schools could no longer contain themselves. The respect they had previously shown toward Huaqing Capital Academy had vanished, replaced by an eagerness to compete. One after another, they surged toward Lu Feiyu, their voices betraying their desperation. Lu Feiyu, whatever you want, we'll give it to you. A middle-aged teacher shouted, his face flushed with excitement. At Huaqing, you might just be a small genius, but at our school, you'd be the centerpiece of everything. All resources would be prioritized for you, and any obstacles would be cleared from your path. Exactly. Another teacher chimed in, barely able to contain his urgency. If you join our school, we'll make sure you're never disappointed. Their voices overlapped, filled with ambition and expectation. The more they clamored, the less they believed that Lu Feiyu's second talent could be as low as clevel. After all, a dual talent was already a rarity. Even if it were blevel or a level, it would be enough to drive them into a frenzy. And as for the possibility of it being even higher, though they dared not voice it, a flicker of hope lingered in their hearts. As the room buzzed with commotion, Lu Feiyu maintained his calm demeanor, a faint, unbothered smile on his lips. Slowly, he raised his head, sweeping his gaze across the excited teachers. Then, in an unhurried tone, he spoke. My second talent is not clevel. The room fell silent in an instant, as though all sound had been sucked away. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Lu Feiyu, breaths held in anticipation, afraid to miss a single word of what he might say next. Lu Feiyu's smile deepened, his gaze steady, his lips parted, and his voice rang out clearly, carrying to every corner of the room. That's the rank of my second Beastmaster talent. The moment those words landed, the entire room plunged into a stunned silence. The air seemed to freeze, and every face was locked in a state of disbelief, eyes wide as they stared at Lu Feiyu, as if trying to confirm they hadn't misheard. SSS. Not C, not B, not A, not even S, but the legendary SS level. Throughout the history of Beastmasters, this level of talent had only ever appeared twice. The first instance was during the early days of the Great Calamity, when a figure of unparalleled strength carved out sanctuaries for humanity. His deeds had since been immortalized in history books, and statues of him stood in the capitals of nearly every nation, commemorating his monumental contributions. The second was a current top-tier powerhouse of Huaxia, who single-handedly crushed opposition in the east, pacified the south, and deterred nearby nations from any acts of aggression. Even the distant superpower across the ocean, the Eagle Nation, had been forced to extend an olive branch under his shadow. And now, standing before them, was a boy destined to become the third Beastmaster with an SS-level talent. At that moment, Lu Feiyu's calm figure seemed to radiate an aura of legend in the eyes of everyone present. After a long pause, someone finally broke the silence, their voice trembling. Lu Feiyu, you're not joking, are you? It's really SSS? You didn't accidentally add an extra S, did you? Faced with their skeptical gazes, Lu Feiyu showed no sign of irritation. His expression remained calm, his eyes clear and unwavering. I understand your doubts, he said evenly. A dual talent is already incredibly rare, and an SS-level talent is something that only appears once in a century. Even I would find it hard to believe if I weren't living it myself. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable confidence, as though he were declaring an irrefutable truth. Not only were the admissions officers from various prestigious universities taken aback, but even Song Tonglin, who had been leisurely sipping his tea while sitting comfortably, was utterly caught off guard. The moment he heard the 3 letters uttered by Lu Feiyu, he spat out his tea with a loud "pft" right onto Principal Wang's face across the table. Principal Wang Zhentian froze for a moment, his face dripping with tea. However, he quickly composed himself, wiping his face with his sleeve without a hint of annoyance. He had no time to dwell on such trivial matters. His eyes were locked onto Lu Feiyu, filled with a mix of trembling anticipation and disbelief. His voice quivered slightly as he asked, "Feiyu, what you just said, is it true?" At that moment, his expression was a complicated blend of shock and uncontainable joy. If what Lu Feiyu claimed was indeed true, it would not only bring him unparalleled prestige as a principal, but also secure substantial official rewards and ample resources for the school. It might even result in a significant boost in the upcoming college entrance exam scores. For any principal, such a prospect was nothing short of a dream come true. Lu Feiyu gave a slight nod, his demeanor calm and composed. "Of course, it's true. An authentic SS-grade talent," he replied, his tone steady and unshaken, exuding a confidence that left no room for doubt. He paused briefly before continuing in an even voice. "When I first awakened my initial beast-taming talent, I was strapped for cash and had to sell my blood a few times. Afterward, feeling weak and exhausted, I fell asleep and woke up to find I had awakened a second beast-taming talent." Lu Feiyu shared the pre-prepared explanation effortlessly, his tone entirely devoid of emotion. Hearing this, Principal Wang Zhentian nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, most dual-talent beast-tamers tend to awaken their second talent within days of the first," he remarked. He then turned to the surrounding admissions officers, his tone solemn as he added, "As for the grade of the beast-taming talent, we only need to use a talent stone for a definitive test." The room buzzed with agreement as the others nodded in unison. In the beast-taming world, the talent stone was the most authoritative tool for assessing a beast-tamer's abilities. Not only could it activate latent talents, but it could also determine their rank based on the emitted light. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple corresponded to grades E through SS, while the highest SS grade talent would emit a dazzling, rainbow-like radiance. "Coincidentally, I happen to have a talent stone right here," announced Yang Xiaoyao, an admissions officer from Huaqing University, his tone tinged with a trace of pride. With a flick of his fingers, a faint glow danced at his fingertips, and a crystal-clear, jade-like stone the size of a fist appeared in his palm. Though talent stones were rare, it was not surprising for a representative of a top-tier university like Yang Xiaoyao to carry one. "Go ahead, give it a try," Yang Xiaoyao urged, handing the stone to Lu Feiyu. His eyes gleamed with excitement, his previous nonchalant attitude replaced by an unmistakable eagerness. At this moment, he regarded Lu Feiyu not as an ordinary student, but as an once-in-a-lifetime treasure. Lu Feiyu took the talent stone from him, feeling its cool surface against his palm. He was no stranger to this artifact and knew exactly how to activate it. Taking a deep breath, he clenched the stone tightly and focused on the energy coursing within it. Soon, a slight warmth began to emanate from the stone, spreading through his hand and coursing along his veins. Moments later, a dim yellow glow seeped through his fingers, casting a faint luminescence across the room. "Grade talent," someone murmured, their tone neutral. The result wasn't surprising. After all, Lu Feiyu's Crade beast-taming talent was already common knowledge. What truly interested everyone was what would happen next. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. All eyes were fixed on the talent stone in Lu Feiyu's hand, every person holding their breath in anticipation of the miraculous transformation that might follow. The talent stone in Lu Feiyu's hand showed no reaction whatsoever. Even the faint, dim yellow glow was visibly fading. For a moment, the air around seemed to freeze, only to be followed by a surge of murmurs spreading like waves. The expressions on the faces of those present ranged from confusion to disappointment, with even a hint of disdain among some. A few shook their heads in sighs of regret, as if they had already dismissed Lu Feiyu as one of those boastful fools. The loss of a potential SS-grade talent in Huaxia left the once hopeful crowd feeling a chill of dismay. Yet, amidst the growing whispers, Lu Feiyu himself remained utterly unshaken. Instead, he furrowed his brows slightly, a glint of thoughtfulness flashing in his eyes. He was certain of one thing. His second beast-taming talent was undeniably SS grade, a power so formidable that it was beyond question. So why couldn't the talent stone detect it? As his mind raced, a possibility emerged in his thoughts: the system's power might be concealing his talent from the stone. After all, his Beast King system was likely of a far higher level, surpassing the small talent stone by 100-fold. If the system intentionally obscured itself, it would explain why the stone was helpless in detecting it. Having sorted out his thoughts, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lu Feiyu's lips, and his gaze grew resolute. Silently, he decided, if it's hidden, then I'll reveal it myself. With that thought, his aura suddenly shifted, and a surging wave of beast-taming energy erupted from deep within him. His eyes sharpened as he fully activated the Eye of Ascension without holding back. In an instant, the faint yellow glow at Lu Feiyu's fingertips flared dramatically, as if awakened from dormancy. What was once dim and dull now blazed with a brightness as dazzling as the midday sun, illuminating the entire room as though it were broad daylight. But that wasn't all. Within the radiant yellow light, countless vibrant colors began to emerge, shimmering like a resplendent rainbow. These multicolored lights flowed like a river, painting the room in breathtaking hues and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across everyone's faces. The crowd stood frozen, staring in stunned silence at the talent stone in Lu Feiyu's hand. The scorn and skepticism in their eyes had long vanished, replaced by shock and growing excitement. Someone couldn't help but gulp audibly, muttering in disbelief, "Is this truly a dual talent?" Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyao, the representative from Huaxia University, reacted swiftly. He stepped out of the room, pulling out his phone to make an urgent call to the university's president. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected, and before Yang Xiaoyao could speak, the deep, commanding voice of President Xiong Ming came through the line. "Calling me this late? You'd better have a good reason." In the background, faint roars of ferocious beasts could be heard, suggesting that Xiong Ming was in the midst of a dangerous battle. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yang Xiaoyao suppressed his excitement and spoke with deliberate seriousness. "President, I have something to report. Please, don't panic." Xiong Ming chuckled lightly, his tone brimming with confidence. "There's nothing in this world that could make me, Xiong Ming, panic." Yang Xiaoyao wasted no time, cutting straight to the point. "A student in Changnan has dual talents." On the other end of the line, Xiong Ming's tone remained calm, even slightly dismissive. "Is that all? Just give them the best resources and recruit them. Does Huaxia University ever lack resources?" However, Yang Xiaoyao didn't pause and quickly added, "His second talent is SS grade." The words had barely left his mouth when a loud crash echoed through the phone, as if Xiong Ming's weapon had slipped and struck something unintended. What followed was a frantic shout from Xiong Ming. "Xiaoqing, finish it off quickly. Yang Xiaoyao, you must keep that student there. I'm heading to Changnan immediately to meet him in person. Do whatever it takes to secure him." Before Yang Xiaoyao could respond, the call abruptly ended, leaving him no chance to explain further. Staring at the call-ended screen on his phone, Yang Xiaoyao couldn't help but let out a wry smile. In his 10 years of service, it was the first time he had seen the usually composed and unflappable President Xiong Ming so visibly flustered. Listening to the faint beeping sounds echoing from his phone, Yang Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. He didn't leave but stood quietly to the side, waiting for the head of Jingxing University to finish his call. The anxious tone faintly audible from the conversation only confirmed one thing for him. The president of Jingxing University, unable to sit still, had decided to personally travel to Changnan to negotiate terms with Lu Feiyu. When the call ended, their eyes met for a brief moment, and the emotions in their gazes were a complex tangle. They had initially thought this trip to Changnan would be a mere formality. After all, in a small prefecture-level city like this, it might take a decade or even several decades to produce a student capable of qualifying for the preparatory programs of Huaxing or Jingxing University. But Lu Feiyu's emergence had completely overturned their expectations. As for the representatives from other universities, they had long given up the idea of competing. They knew all too well that a student with such an SS-level talent could only be claimed by those two top-tier institutions. Other schools? They simply didn't stand a chance. Rather than humiliating themselves, it was better to quietly step aside. Inside the room, Lu Feiyu was politely invited to sit in the leather armchair positioned at the center. The thick, soft cushioning allowed his previously tense body to relax just slightly. Song Tonglin himself brought over a cup of steaming tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enticing and soothing. Taking a small sip, Lu Feiyu found the tea to be refreshing and slightly sweet, with a crisp flavor that seemed to melt away the exhaustion of the past few days. "Excellent tea," he silently praised, marveling at the stark difference in treatment he now received after his talent had been revealed. When he first entered this room, there hadn't even been a proper seat for him, let alone a cup of tea. But now, he was seated in a luxurious, comfortable chair, drinking rare, high-quality tea personally served by none other than Song Tonglin, the mayor of Changnan and a diamond-tier beast tamer. Such an honor was likely unparalleled in the entire city. Reflecting on this, a flicker of pride rose in Lu Feiyu's heart, though he quickly suppressed it. He understood that all of this was merely the result of his extraordinary talent. But precisely because of this, he was determined to fully leverage his gift and climb to greater heights. Behind him, Wang Zui's gaze remained fixed on him, her expression laced with complexity. She now understood why she had lost so completely. It turned out that Lu Feiyu didn't just possess dual talents. One of them was an exceedingly rare SS-level talent. The sheer gap in innate ability was enough to erase any resource advantage she might have had. What's more, With his talent now revealed, the top-tier resources Lu Feiyu could access in the future would far surpass anything she, the sole heiress of the Wang family conglomerate, could dream of. At this thought, Wang Zui's usually proud face softened slightly, and a rare sense of admiration for her peers surfaced in her heart. She had to admit that Lu Feiyu's talent destined him to become one of the strongest individuals of the century. As for her, she could only stand in awe, trailing far behind. It wasn't just Wang Xueyo. The other students present also looked at Lu Feiyu with a mix of reverence and awe. If it weren't for the presence of university representatives and the mayor in the room, they would likely have scrambled to curry favor with him. After all, who wouldn't want to align themselves with someone like Lu Feiyu? A dual-talent SS-level prodigy, such a person was almost guaranteed to stand at the pinnacle of the future. As everyone mulled over their thoughts, a soft knock came from the door. Yang Xiaoyao and another representative entered, their expressions complicated. They walked straight up to Lu Feiyu, their tone earnest as they said, "Feiyu, please wait here for a moment. The president will be arriving soon." The moment those words were spoken, the room erupted into a wave of astonishment. All eyes turned sharply toward Yang Xiaoyao and his companion, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. These are the presidents of Huaqing University and Jingxing University. In the world of beast taming, no one without sufficient strength could possibly hold such a position. In fact, in any organization, the one with the greatest authority is almost always the strongest individual within that group. After all, this is a world where power resides within oneself. Strength is synonymous with authority, and the strength of these two presidents is undeniable. They are both genuine moonlight-level beast tamers, standing at the very pinnacle of the beast-taming world. After all, throughout history, there have only ever been two individuals who reached the sunlight level of beast taming. With this realization, the onlookers couldn't help but feel at ease. Those two legendary beast tamers both possess SS-level beast taming talent. This means that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next sunlight-level beast tamer is destined to be Lu Feiyu. In this light, the two presidents personally coming to Changnan City for Lu Feiyu makes perfect sense. After all, though their schedules are undoubtedly packed, what could be more important than Lu Feiyu at this moment? After a brief moment of contemplation, the other recruitment officers silently withdrew their gazes from Lu Feiyu. This young prodigy was clearly beyond their reach. However, they were still confident about recruiting other students from Changnan City. With that, they quickly adjusted their focus and resumed their efforts to attract new talent. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of Changnan Prison, the air was thick with decay and a chilling dampness. In a dimly lit cell, Benjamin sat with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, resembling a caged beast. His gaze was fixed intently on the empty space ahead, as though waiting for something. Suddenly, in the previously vacant area in front of the cell's bars, a shadowy figure began to materialize. Benjamin's pupils contracted sharply. In the next moment, he ignored the wounds covering his body and lunged forward with all his might, using both hands and feet. A sharp clanging sound reverberated through the narrow cell as the cold, unyielding shackles on his wrists and ankles scraped against each other, producing a piercing noise. The barbs on the chains dug deep into his flesh, causing blood to drip down and stain the floor. Yet Benjamin seemed oblivious to the pain. His bloodshot eyes were locked onto the hooded figure standing before him. After a moment of tense silence, the figure finally spoke. "Your performance has deeply disappointed the cult," the figure said, his voice hoarse and grating, like rusted iron scraping against itself, yet carrying a chilling authority. Hearing these words, Benjamin's eyes burned even brighter with rage, his fury threatening to consume him. Drool dripped from the corners of his mouth as his chest heaved violently. He had sacrificed everything for the cult of the beast, his years of hard work, his dignity, even his own son, and now, all he received in return was the word disappointment? It was the ultimate insult. However, the hooded figure paid no heed to his anger. His tone remained cold and detached. "Because of you, the cult's plans have been forced to accelerate. Nevertheless, the beast god is merciful and is willing to grant you a chance to redeem yourself. Tonight, kill Lu Feiyu. Offer his blood to please the beast god." Before the words had fully settled, the hooded figure extended his hand from within his cloak. His fingers, sharp like a blade, cut through the air with a chilling glint. With two crisp clang sounds, the shackles binding Benjamin's wrists and ankles shattered instantly. Chains strong enough to restrain a diamond-level beast tamer were nothing but fragile paper in the hands of this figure. Such terrifying strength was far beyond what any human beast tamer could possess. It was more akin to the raw power of some ancient, primordial beast. Benjamin's pupils trembled slightly, but within them, a glimmer of madness began to ignite. With a flick of his wrist, the hooded figure tossed a vial of red liquid toward Benjamin. It landed precisely in his blood-streaked hands. "Drink this, and you will gain power comparable to that of a diamond-level beast tamer." Of course, your beasts will die instantly as a result, the figure said, his voice as cold and venomous as a serpent's hiss, with a trace of mockery. But you already knew that, didn't you? Heh, heh, heh. A chilling, deranged laugh echoed through the cell as the hooded figure's form gradually faded into obscurity, eventually vanishing completely. In a secluded square of the mystical realm, inside a spacious room, only Lu Feiyu and an elderly man sat facing each other. Lu Feiyu studied the man before him. The elder's hair and beard were as white as snow, and the deep wrinkles on his face resembled the crisscrossing ravines of the Lust Plateau, etched with the weight of years gone by. His eyes were half closed, as if he could drift into slumber at any moment, yet an unshakable aura of authority emanated from his calm demeanor, making it impossible to underestimate him. Though he appeared to be an ordinary old man in his twilight years, Lu Feiyu knew better. This was Han Shoujing, the current president of Jingxing University and a Moonlight-level Beastmaster. Lu Feiyu's gaze lingered on Han Shoujing for a moment, his mind churning with a mix of awe and disbelief. It was difficult to reconcile the image of the unassuming elder before him with the legendary Beastmaster, whose feats were the stuff of myths. At the same time, Han Shoujing was quietly observing Lu Feiyu. Though his eyes were barely open, his gaze seemed to pierce through layers of pretense, reaching straight into Lu Feiyu's soul and exerting an invisible pressure. After a brief silence, Han Shoujing chuckled softly, raising a finger as he spoke. For the glory of Huaxia, I won't waste time with empty words. Let's get straight to the point. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable conviction. If you join Jingxing University, you'll immediately receive an steer beast egg, no delays, guaranteed. For every rank you advance, the university will reward you with another beast egg, starting at a tier minimum. Additionally, each semester, you can select 5 intermediate-level special resources. If you require advanced resources, you can exchange 5 intermediate ones for a single advanced resource. As he spoke, Han Shoujing's half-closed eyes opened slightly, revealing a sharp brilliance that was both intimidating and captivating. Leaning forward slightly, his tone grew even firmer. For every beast you contract, our university will assign experts to analyze its evolutionary path, ensuring a perfect evolution. How about that? Even if Huaxing University tries to compete, I guarantee they can't offer you better terms than what I'm proposing. His confidence was absolute, as if no one in all of Huaxia could rival him. Though his tone remained measured, an irresistible force seemed to emanate from his words. And steer beast egg. The allure of such a treasure was almost impossible to resist, not to mention the promise of meticulous evolutionary planning and abundant resource support. Han Shoujing spoke with such certainty he knew even Huaxing University couldn't match Jingxing's offer. After all, Jingxing University's expertise in beast mastery was unparalleled. With cutting-edge technology for cultivating beast eggs and a vault brimming with them, they could afford to be this generous. While steer beast eggs were exceedingly rare, they were well within Jingxing's reach. A trace of satisfaction flickered across Han Shoujing's face as he envisioned his rival, the president of Huaxing University, storming over in frustration, only to find that Lu Feiyu had already been won over. The thought alone made him chuckle softly, his amusement barely contained. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu was deep in thought. There was no denying the allure of Han Shoujing's offer. An steer beast egg was a treasure beyond monetary value. While attire beast eggs were rare, they could still be found on the market with enough wealth and connections. But steer beast eggs? Those were the exclusive privilege of the elite few, their annual availability so scarce they could be counted on one hand. Even tens of millions of Huaxia currency might not be enough to secure one. Yet here was Han Shoujing, offering to cover all of Lu Feiyu's future beast egg needs, including an steer one, right from the start. The sheer magnitude of this offer was staggering. Moreover, Lu Feiyu possessed the unique ability of the mythic bloodline pool, which allowed his contracted beasts to undergo an immediate evolution. This meant that if he accepted Jingxing University's invitation, his third contracted beast would start at S-tier potential the moment it bonded with him. The possibilities were tantalizing. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but imagine the future that awaited him if he agreed to this proposal. With such a head start, his path would be paved with unparalleled opportunities. In a world where every step forward widened the gap, his growth would become unstoppable. He firmly believed that the Huaxia authorities would never be stingy with him in the future. There might even be a chance for him to obtain an S-level beast egg. However, he didn't respond to Han Shoujing just yet. After all, the principal of Huaxing University hadn't even arrived yet. What was the rush? Even when buying clothes, one compares several options. Choosing a university requires even more careful deliberation and weighing of options. No problem at all. Lu Feiyu silently praised himself for his cleverness. Seeing that Lu Feiyu remained silent, Han Shoujing, sitting across from him, started to grow a bit uneasy. After all, this was an SS-level beastmaster with an extremely rare dual talent. Such a student was 1 in a million across all of Huaxia. If Capital University failed to recruit him and he ended up getting snatched by their competitor, Huaqing University, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. If word got out, wouldn't Han Shoujing be overshadowed by Huaqing University for the rest of his life? For someone who had dedicated his life to the growth of Capital University, this was absolutely unacceptable. His eyes gleamed, and his tone became more urgent. Erase the deal, I'll decide on this myself. Your monthly foundational resource allocation in the preparatory class will be doubled. With this kind of resource setup, not to mention being a bronze beast master, even a gold beast master would have more than enough. Feiyu, our Capital University is showing real sincerity. Han Shaoheng's words echoed through the room, carrying an undeniable determination. Such sincerity was truly rare. After all, the monthly resource allocation for the preparatory class at Capital University was already among the best in the country. Each student received 5 bottles of Spirit Essence Water, an exclusive and rare resource of Capital University, refined from countless Spirit Beast stones. Even the lowest grade Spirit Essence Water contained energy equivalent to hundreds of Spirit Beast stones. Doubling it to 10 bottles meant energy equivalent to over 1,000 Spirit Beast stones, valued at more than 2 million Huaxia yuan. More importantly, the energy in Spirit Essence Water was exceptionally pure, with an absorption rate far exceeding that of ordinary Spirit Beast stones. It significantly enhanced the training of beasts. 1 bottle of Spirit Essence Water was enough for a bronze-level beast to train under optimal conditions for a month, equivalent to 3 months of arduous practice under normal circumstances. Due to its high technical barriers, this resource was almost exclusively circulated within Capital University and couldn't be bought elsewhere, no matter how much money one had. Han Shaoheng's gaze was intense and filled with anticipation as he stared at Lu Feiyu, as if afraid he might refuse. Lu Feiyu's heart-stirred Principal Han's offer was indeed hard to turn down. He hesitated for a moment and finally opened his mouth to speak. Principal Han, this? Before he could finish, he found himself wavering. It wasn't that his willpower was weak. It was simply that the other party's offer was too tempting. Spirit Essence Water, S-level beast eggs, any one of these resources was something ordinary people could never dream of obtaining in a lifetime. Yet Han Shoujing had casually put them on the tablet was truly a grand gesture. Seeing Lu Feiyu finally speak, a glimmer of joy appeared in Han Shaoheng's eyes. He seized the opportunity and pressed on. What's there to hesitate about? S-level beast eggs. Spirit Essence Water. Can Huaqing University offer you anything like this? Before his words could settle, a cold snort interrupted the conversation from outside the door. The sound was followed by the creak of the door being pushed open, and a strong scent of blood filled the room. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly and turned to look. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard stepped into the room. His movements were steady, exuding an imposing aura, and his sharp eyes locked onto Han Shoujing with an unyielding intensity. On the man's shoulder perched a majestic bird, still and composed. The bird's feathers were a vibrant green like bamboo, and its tail shimmered with a flowing rainbow light, resembling a divine creature from the heavens. Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up as information about the beast quickly surfaced in his mind. Species, Xiangyin Feiwan. Attribute, Sound. Talent level, SS. Rank, Lunar Tier, Level 3. Skills, Harmony Song Epic, True Form of Feiwan Epic, Godspeed Epic, Wailing Oblivion Epic. Evaluation, I enjoy the sound of its voice. This was an S-level talent Lunar Tier beast. S-level credentials, 4 epic skills. The power of a 3rd-tier lunar radiance. With just a glance, Lu Feiyu instantly identified the visitor. A beast master of this caliber appearing here in the dead of night, there was no doubt about their target. As this realization struck, a slight smirk appeared on Lu Feiyu's lips. He had already guessed the visitor's identity, the principal of Huaqing University, Xiong Ming. That name was nearly legendary. Xiong Ming, as fierce as his name suggested, was not only a staunch advocate of practical combat, but also a warrior whose power instilled fear in all who faced him. In terms of personal strength, he could undoubtedly rank among the top 5, if not the top 3, across all of Huaxia. And compared to Han Shoujing, his superiority was unquestionable. However, tonight, Xiong Ming seemed particularly grim. A trace of impatience lingered in his expression, and his clothes were still stained with fresh blood, evidence of a recent battle against a beast tide. He hadn't even taken a moment to rest before rushing here. Yet, as soon as he reached the doorway, he overheard Han Shoujing brazenly criticizing Huaqing University, which only deepened the darkness on his face. Xiong Ming approached slowly, the metallic tang of blood growing stronger with each step, filling the air with a palpable sense of oppression. His cold gaze locked onto Han Shoujing like a predator sizing up its prey. However, Han Shoujing remained unfazed, standing there with an air of composure. He had known Xiong Ming for years and was well acquainted with his temperament. Instead, a faint, almost mocking smile appeared on his face as he spoke calmly. What? Did I say something wrong? Specialization matters. When it comes to resource allocation and beastmaster research, Huaqing University indeed falls short of my Jingxing University. Those words made Xiong Ming's brow furrow deeply, his expression turning even darker. And yet, Han Xiaoheng's statement wasn't baseless, leaving Xiong Ming with no grounds for rebuttal. Suppressing his frustration, Xiong Ming forced himself to remain composed. With a heavy face, he yanked a nearby sofa toward him and sat down with a loud thud. The sofa groaned under his weight, as though it might collapse. His movements were brusque and unrestrained, clearly reflecting his foul mood. But he made a conscious effort to maintain his composure. After all, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of a prodigy with SS-level talent. Lifting his gaze, Xiong Ming looked directly at Lu Feiyu and spoke bluntly, Han Xiaoheng isn't wrong. But Huaqing University's strengths lie elsewhere. What we can offer you are resources and opportunities that no other school can match. He paused briefly, the tension in his face easing slightly as confidence crept into his tone. Uncharted rare secret realms. If you dare to venture, you'll always be among the first to enter. Additionally, we'll provide a fully equipped training ground and a personalized development plan for you and your beasts, ensuring that you rise to become the strongest within your tier. At this point, Xiong Ming tilted his chin slightly, his gaze flickering toward Han Xiaoheng with a hint of provocation. We also have the world's only fully immersive holographic simulation technology. There, you can battle any opponent, even replicate the effects of enemy debuffs, all while guaranteeing your beasts remain unharmed. That's something Jingxing University simply can't offer. Shifting his tone, Xiong Ming added, as for beast eggs, we'll provide options tailored to your needs. While it's unlikely to include S-level potential, you'll be guaranteed at least 5 top-tier resources per semester. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but feel a wave of shock at Xiong Ming's proposal. Huaqing University truly lived up to its reputation as one of Wuxia's finest institutions. Such conditions were enough to tempt anyone, especially the exclusive rights to first-time exploration of secret realms. It was well known that every secret realm was formed over thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years within spatial rifts, containing treasures of unimaginable value. As a first explorer, with sufficient strength, one could claim resources that had long vanished from the outside world, potentially even S-level beast eggs or top-tier rare materials. In comparison, Jingxing University's direct offerings were undoubtedly enticing, but the allure of personally exploring and seizing such opportunities carried an entirely different kind of irresistible charm. The rewards offered by Huaqing University are much more unpredictable, but their upper limit is even higher. As for that holographic simulation technology, Lu Feiyu was extremely tempted. After all, each of his current contracted beasts possessed powerful abilities with built-in negative effects. If he could utilize the holographic simulation technology, he could fully explore the specific effects and potential side effects of these abilities without causing real harm to his beasts. This way, he could command them in battle with greater precision. Moreover, if his beasts used their abilities frequently enough, they might even gradually build resistance to the negative effects, reducing the duration of any weakened state. As the generous offers from both university principals echoed in his mind, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He wanted both. How could he not? Was it wrong for him to be greedy in this situation? Absolutely not. The offers were simply too tempting. Whether it was the holographic simulation technology from Huaqing University or the advanced resources from Jingxing University, both were incredibly appealing. Just as Lu Feiyu was torn with indecision, a sudden idea struck him like a flash of lightning. He suddenly realized was an SS-ranked beastmaster with a twin talent ability. With such extraordinary potential, even making some excessive demands wouldn't necessarily lead to rejection, let alone criticism, from the two principals. Thinking this, a sly smile curved at the corner of his lips, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Without further hesitation, he looked up, his gaze meeting those of the two principals. His lips moved slightly, clearly preparing to speak. Seeing this, Han Xiaoheng and Xiong Ming immediately straightened in their seats, their eyes fixed intently on Lu Feiyu, afraid to miss a single word he was about to say. This was an SS-ranked beastmaster with twin talents. After all, which university wouldn't want someone like him? Jingxing University and Huaqing University, as the top institutions in Huaxia, had been discreetly competing for dominance since the disaster struck, but neither had managed to outshine the other. Now, with Lu Feiyu's appearance, he had undoubtedly become the critical factor in their contest for supremacy. Feeling the anticipation in their eyes, Lu Feiyu grew even more confident. He began to speak slowly, his tone calm and deliberate. Principals, surely neither of you would want word to get out that you failed to recruit me because the other school won, right? These words caught both Han Xiaoheng and Xiong Ming off guard. They exchanged a glance, confusion evident in their eyes. However, before they could respond, Lu Feiyu continued, both of your offers are incredibly enticing, and I like them both. But no matter which school I choose, the other principal would feel regret and disappointment. That's a situation I'd rather avoid. He paused, letting the suspense build as he noticed their curiosity had reached its peak. Then, he finally proposed. So, I have a small idea. What if I could have both? In other words, could I potentially be a student of both universities at the same time? What do you think? His suggestion left both principals momentarily stunned before they exchanged another glance. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated such a request from Lu Feiyu. Ahem. Han Shoujing cleared his throat, breaking the silence first. His tone carried a hint of hesitation. Young people these days really do have bold ideas. Well, this is. Before he could finish, he glanced at Xiongming, who was also deep in thought. After a moment, Xiongming raised his head, met Han Xiaoheng's gaze, and gave a slight nod. Clearly, Xiongming had come to terms with the idea someone with Lu Feiyu's unparalleled talent was a gift from the heavens to Huaxia. He deserved the best resources and training available. While Huaqing University excelled in certain areas, there were aspects where it fell short of Jingqing University, and vice versa. So why not collaborate? By combining their strengths and training Lu Feiyu in their respective areas of expertise, they could create a truly invincible beastmaster. Their eyes met in silent agreement, a shared look of satisfaction and mutual understanding passing between them. Seeing Xiongming nod in agreement, Han Shoujing also felt a sense of relief. What he feared most was Lu Feiyu resolutely choosing Huaqing University, completely giving up Beijing University. If that were to happen, Beijing University would undoubtedly be seen as being overshadowed by Huaqing University, even becoming labeled by the public as a second choice. However, now that Lu Feiyu had decided to attend both universities, the outcome, though not perfect, was still acceptable. At least from the perspective of nurturing a beastmaster, this was the optimal solution. Han Shoujing couldn't help but nod to himself, inwardly praising. As expected of the younger generation, their thinking is indeed far more advanced than ours, the older folks. Let's go with your suggestion, Han Shoujing said decisively. The first year at Beijing University, the second year at Huaqing University, alternating in this manner. Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He had only brought up the suggestion tentatively, fully prepared to be rejected. After all, such an arrangement might seem audacious for two top-tier universities. Yet, to his surprise, Han Shoujing not only didn't oppose it, but also agreed without imposing any additional conditions. This newfound respect for Han Xiaoheng's magnanimity and open-mindedness made Lu Feiyu re-evaluate him. To rise to the position of university president within the academic world was clearly no small feat. However, while Han Shoujing agreed, Xiongming was far from pleased. He shot up from his chair, his expression dark as he glared at Han Shoujing, as though he might slam his fist on the table at any moment. Why should the first year be at your Beijing University? Xiongming's voice boomed with dissatisfaction. No way. Lu Feiyu must spend his first year at Huaqing University. I need to prioritize developing his combat instincts. Otherwise, he'll have to waste time correcting them later. Xiongming's outburst made Lu Feiyu momentarily tense, fearing that his enrollment plan might hit another snag. But he quickly realized that the argument was merely over the order of attendance, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief. In fact, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Go ahead, argue all you want. I'm getting resources from both sides anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me which school comes first. Combat instincts? Han Shoujing scoffed, his tone laced with sharpness despite his composed demeanor. Without a solid foundation in theoretical knowledge, blind combat training will only mislead the students. Xiongming, your approach is utterly ridiculous. The two presidents, usually commanding figures in their respective fields, were now locked in a heated argument within the confines of the small meeting room, debating over where Lu Feiyu should spend his first year. Xiongming's face turned bright red, veins bulging on his forehead as he gestured wildly, his voice thundering and his spit flying. Han Shoujing, though still seated, was equally flushed, his tone firm and unwavering, refusing to concede an inch. The sight of the two academic titans bickering like this amused Lu Feiyu to no end. He sat comfortably in his chair, quietly observing the heated exchange. The scene felt less like a discussion between two scholarly giants and more like a squabble between street vendors over a few cents. Lu Feiyu even found himself mentally scoring their argument styles. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Benjamin had already downed the red potion in one gulp. The blood-red liquid slid down his throat, surprisingly devoid of any metallic tang, but instead carrying a faint fruity aroma. However, the moment the liquid reached his stomach, his body froze abruptly. Blood began pouring from his ears, nose, and mouth simultaneously, gushing out like an unstoppable torrent. The man looked as though he had crawled out of the depths of hell, his expression twisted into a demonic snarl. A torrent of excruciating pain surged through his entire body, crashing against him in relentless waves. His head felt as though thousands of icy spikes were piercing through it, cold and razor-sharp, threatening to shred his sanity. Wang Jiaming clenched his teeth, his bloodshot eyes glowing like burning embers. Yet, the torment was far more than physical. He could feel the deep bond of his Beastmaster contract unraveling at an alarming rate, the once inseparable connection vanishing into nothingness. What made his heart pound with dread was the faint, anguished wailing echoing from his Beastmaster space. The sound was sharp, despairing, like the cries of a tormented ghost, piercing his very soul and sending chills down his spine. Wan Jiming's breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently as an unstoppable surge of murderous intent exploded within him. His eyes grew an even deeper crimson, as though soaked in blood, giving the eerie impression of tears of blood about to fall. Enough. Stop it, he roared suddenly, his voice a mix of agony and madness. He flung his hands forward with immense force, and with a thunderous boom, the steel-reinforced prison door before him was blasted into a grotesque hole. This door, forged from reinforced steel and fortified with special runes, crumbled like fragile paper. Shards of metal scattered across the ground, oozing a viscous, blood-like sheen. Wan Jiming stared blankly at his own hands, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. His body brimmed with an unprecedented power, as if every fiber of his being, every muscle and bone was surging with energy capable of delivering a devastating blow at the level of a diamond-tier Beastmaster. Feeling this newfound strength, a sinister smile crept across his lips, blood seeping from his gums and trailing down his chin, making his grin all the more terrifying. Lu Feiyu. Song Tong Lin, he murmured hoarsely, his voice grating like metal scraping against stone, laced with a chilling malice. Just wait for me. I'll show you what it means to live a fate worse than death. With that, he bent his legs slightly, his muscles bulging like solid rock. In the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, moving so fast that the air around him seemed to shatter with sonic booms. As he sped through the prison corridors, he scanned his surroundings, noticing the eerie stillness of the Chongnan prison. There were no guards, no alarms, just an unsettling silence, as though the entire place had fallen into a deep slumber. This unnatural calm only fueled his murderous intent. All the better, it'll make it easier to send Lu Feiyu to his grave, he thought darkly. Images of Lu Feiyu's past actions flashed through his mind, igniting a storm of killing intent in his burning gaze. His figure became a blur as he raced toward the secret realm plaza. The physical prowess of a diamond-tier Beastmaster made his speed utterly astounding. In mere minutes, he had crossed half the city and arrived near the familiar meeting room. With a mere thought, his body began to hover eerily in midair, as though lifted by an invisible force. Suspended above the ground, his view widened, and through the windows, he could clearly see the scene inside the meeting room. Two middle-aged men were locked in a heated argument, spittle flying as they shouted at each other. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu lounged back in his chair, watching their quarrel with an amused expression. Wan Jiming's sharp gaze swept the room, but Song Tonglin was nowhere to be seen. A cold, cruel smile curled his lips. Humph, lucky me. These two fools are nothing more than clowns. They can accompany Lu Feiyu to the afterlife. His body suddenly dipped lower, then plunged downward at breakneck speed, so fast that the air itself seemed to split apart, creating a deafening sonic boom. The thunderous noise caught the attention of everyone in the meeting room, and they all turned to look toward the window. By then, Wan Jiming's figure was already upon them, descending like a ferocious beast ready to strike. His eyes locked with Lu Feiyu's midair, and in that fleeting moment, Wan Jiming caught the flash of shock and confusion in the man's gaze. That expression filled him with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Grinning savagely, he muttered under his breath, Lu Feiyu, you didn't see this coming, did you? Today, I, Wan Jiming, will end your life at the height of your glory, avenging the blood of my son. Lu Feiyu was indeed shocked and utterly perplexed. He could hardly comprehend where Benjamin Wan found the audacity to attempt an assassination under the watchful eyes of not one, but two radiant moon-tier Beastmasters. Was it sheer naivety or utter foolishness? Did he not realize that even a single diamond-tier Beastmaster like Song Tonglin was enough to render him powerless? Let alone two levels above that radiant moon-tier Beastmasters. Who gave him such courage? Liang Jingru? To Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng, Benjamin Wan probably didn't even amount to an oversized insect. Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing, too, appeared surprised by the sudden assault. They exchanged glances, a flicker of cold mockery flashing in their eyes. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge them. Those who had tried were left without even a trace of their remains. At this moment, the corners of Xiong Meng's lips curled slightly upward as he murmured, interesting. Almost the instant Benjamin Wan made his move, the sound-winged skylark perched on Xiong Meng's shoulder let out a clear chirp. The sound, celestial and melodious, carried an unmatched power. The notes materialized, enveloping the entire conference room in an instant. Lu Feiyu felt a warm current surge from all directions, instantly dissipating the sense of danger Benjamin Wan had brought. Even his mind felt calm and tranquil. To his astonishment, He realized his physical condition had also significantly improved under the influence of the music. A group-wide buff skill? Lu Feiyu marveled inwardly. As expected of a radiant moon-tier beast master truly extraordinary, Xiongming snorted coldly and commanded, "Go, Shaoqing." Before his words had fully faded, the sound-winged skylark transformed into a streak of azure light, darting forward with lightning speed. Its swiftness was such that it outpaced the sound of shattering glass. By the time shards of broken glass began to fall, Lu Feiyu saw sharp, blade-like notes morph into short swords, striking directly at Benjamin Wan. Benjamin's body froze midair, and the next moment, he clutched his head as if struck by lightning. His veins bulged and writhed like serpents across his skin, teetering on the verge of bursting apart. In that instant, the sound-winged skylark flapped its wings, effortlessly enveloping Benjamin's contorted form within its feathers before swiftly retreating. In mere moments, the skylark returned to the conference room, casually tossing Benjamin's unconscious body onto the ground. His limp form collided with the cold floor, producing a dull thud. The violent impact jolted Benjamin awake, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a face he loathed to the core. Lu Feiyu was leaning over him, a mocking smile playing on his lips, his eyes brimming with ridicule. Beside him, Xiongming sneered and remarked, "Is he always this bold? I thought he might actually be capable of something big, daring to kill someone right in front of me. But in the end, this is it?" The sound-winged skylark on Xiongming's shoulder let out a low, resonant cry, as if echoing its master's disdain. Despite its small size, the bird exuded an aura so oppressive that Benjamin didn't even dare to move. He vividly recalled how, just moments ago, this very bird had rendered him unconscious with a casual strike. The overwhelming presence it radiated reminded him of the first time he had encountered the cloaked figure years ago, the same crushing strength, the same sense of helplessness. As Xiongming's mocking words echoed in the room, Lu Feiyu found himself at a loss for how to respond. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, just how fearless or reckless was Benjamin Wan to make a move against the leader of the most powerful underworld force in Changnan? Some people might think everyone in Changnan City is a fool, allowing someone like this to rise to the rank of a gang leader. Han Shoujing stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the fallen Benjamin Wan several times, his face full of disdain. He remarked casually, "Just a discarded pawn of the myriad beasts sect. Nothing worth looking at. Took some low-grade berserk potion and now can't even think straight. Probably heard about Lu Feiyu's talent somewhere and wanted to eliminate him early." Hearing this, Xiongming snorted coldly and chimed in, "Exactly. With Feiyu's kind of talent, assassination attempts are inevitable. But look at you, so slow to react. How are you going to protect him? That's why he must spend his first year at Huaqing University. No room for debate." Han Shoujing frowned upon hearing this and was about to argue back when he glanced at the barely breathing Benjamin Wan on the ground. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He sighed deeply, waved his hand and said, "Fine, do as you please. After all, I'm still your elder, and yet you don't show me the slightest respect." Xiongming completely ignored the latter half of Han's words. He immediately threw an arm around Lu Feiyu, his face lighting up with joy. "Great. From today on, you're part of Waking's preparatory class. When can you report in?" Lu Feiyu thought for a moment before replying, "In 3 days. Good lad. Decisive. I like that." Xiongming laughed heartily and gave Lu Feiyu a firm pat on the shoulder, the force of which almost made Feiyu lose his footing. However, as they joked and chatted, Benjamin Wan, lying to the side, was glaring at the trio with gritted teeth. His whole body trembled with rage, his eyes filled with venom and madness. He screamed internally, "I came here to assassinate someone. How can you just ignore me like this? Even a stray dog on the street would get more attention from you." The dual torment of anger and humiliation caused the bloodthirsty intent within Benjamin to boil over once again. With a sudden burst of strength, he flipped himself upright, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Lu Feiyu as he lunged forward in a desperate attack. Yet, before he could get close, Xiongming had already noticed. With a casual kick, he sent Benjamin flying several meters, slamming hard into the wall. "Doesn't know when to quit," Xiongming sneered. He then turned to give instructions. "Shaoqing, wake him up a bit." In an instant, a crisp bird cry echoed through the conference room. The sound materialized into tangible notes, flowing gently yet precisely over Benjamin's body. The bloodshot hue in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a clarity that drained all madness from his expression. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, his gaze devoid of the previous frenzy. "Now, tell me, how did you get involved with the Myriad Beast sect?" Xiongming pulled over a chair and sat down casually, though his eyes gleamed with an icy sharpness. Before Benjamin could respond, his body suddenly convulsed violently. His veins bulged like writhing worms, and black blood poured from his mouth and nose. Moments later, his body exploded abruptly, scattering into a cloud of blood, mist, and chunks of flesh. The nauseating stench instantly filled the room. With a deafening boom, the grotesque scene was enough to churn anyone's stomach. Fortunately, the harmonious sound skylark beside Xiongming promptly summoned a field of resonating notes, creating a barrier that kept the blood mist at bay. The three of them remained impeccably clean, their clothing untouched. Tisich, the myriad beast sect always pulls this kind of disgusting stunt. Xiongming muttered in irritation as he stood up, his tone filled with disdain. And the worst part is, they're everywhere. Seizing the moment, Lu Feiyu asked, Principal, what exactly is this myriad beast sect? The textbooks barely mention them. Xiongming's expression turned somber at the question, though he didn't seem surprised. Lu Feiyu's mind raced as he observed the principal's reaction. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person and knew little about the myriad beast sect. But now, it seemed even someone as powerful as Benjamin Wan along with the entire Wan family was nothing more than a disposable tool for them. No wonder Benjamin and his clan had been acting so recklessly lately. An extremist anti-human organization with the goal of hunting down geniuses from various nations, orchestrating beast tides, and launching terrorist attacks. Xiongming gave a brief introduction, his tone filled with disdain, and continued, with your talent, you're bound to cross paths with the Wanshou sect. But don't worry, I am here. The school has your back. A force that skulks in the shadows can hardly stir up any real trouble. His words were firm and resonated like a heavy hammer striking the air in the meeting room. As his voice trailed off, Xiongming turned his gaze toward Han Shoujing and commanded in a deep voice, keep an eye on this kid. I want to see just how many rats from the Wanshou sect are hiding in Changnan. With that, his figure abruptly vanished from the meeting room, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air. Han Shoujing shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness, still as impulsive as ever. Then, turning to Lu Feiyu, his gaze softened. You must be exhausted. Get some rest. Come on, take me to where you're staying. This old man will borrow a bed for the night. Lu Feiyu nodded, feeling secretly relieved to have such a powerful bodyguard by his side. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. Seeing this, Han Shoujing said no more and summoned his flying beast. With a low mechanical clanking sound, a towering steel giant shimmering with a silver glow appeared before them. The giant's back was crossed by an array of sharp, varied weapons, exuding a cold metallic aura that commanded respect and awe. Lu Feiyu's eyes flickered as he silently remarked to himself, impressive. But where exactly is the flying part in all this? Before he could figure it out, the giant abruptly began to transform. Every piece of metal twisted and reassembled as though alive. In just a few seconds, the giant had morphed into a sleek steel flying vessel. From its underside erupted two cobalt blue flames, reminiscent of a dragon's breath, radiating immense power. Species, 1000 transformed divine iron. Element, metal. Talent level, SS. Realm, lunar glow. First stage. Skills, infinite transformation epic, divine iron body epic, master of all weaponry epic, sky-splitting strike epic. Evaluation, an intriguing toy? Lu Feiyu silently recited the beast's stats in his mind, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. The flying vessel was just the right size to fit two people. Han Shoujing boarded first, followed closely by Lu Feiyu. In the next instant, the vessel's underside released a powerful burst of air, cutting through the night sky and leaving a faint trail as it sped toward the villa nestled in the low mountains. Upon arriving at the villa, Lu Feiyu prepared a clean room for Han Shoujing before retreating to his own quarters. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out at the night, his thoughts swirling. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and he needed time to process everything. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone and opened the bank notification. 3 million had been deposited into his account. Excitement surged through him, and a smile crept onto his face. Without hesitation, he dialed the number of Feiyu, a sales associate from Wanbao Pavilion. As China's premier retail chain, Wanbao Pavilion operated 247. Even though it was nearing midnight, Lu Feiyu had no concerns about whether Feiyu was off duty. After all, hers was the only number he had from the store. Besides, he was confident that even if Feiyu had been asleep, she wouldn't miss out on a $3.4 million sale and the accompanying commission. The call connected, and a slightly groggy voice came through, tinged with a nasal tone. Hello? It was clear she had been awakened from her sleep. Lu Feiyu got straight to the point. It's Lu Feiyu. Hearing his name, Feiyu instantly perked up. She sat upright in bed, her tone becoming professional in an instant. Good evening, Mr. Lu. How can I assist you? For a young client who had already earned her a 150,000 commission, she wasn't about to let her guard down, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. I have a deal worth 4 million. Are you in or not? If not, just give me your colleague's number. Lu Feiyu was as straightforward as ever. His tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority, a confidence stemming from his absolute control of the situation. After all, the customer is king, and for someone like him, wealthy and low maintenancy was not just a premium customer but practically a god among customers. 4 million. Feiyu's voice spiked, almost piercingly shrill. On the other end of the phone, she was clearly stunned by the staggering figure. For a junior sales assistant like her, the total annual sales she managed might not even reach 1 million. Yet here was Lu Feiyu, casually mentioning 4 million. This wasn't just about a huge commission, it could very well alter the trajectory of her career. Feiyu's mind raced as she calculated. At a 1 commission rate, 4 million would translate to 50,000 in earnings. That was nearly half a year's salary for her. Even more thrilling was the thought that if her total sales exceeded 5 million within a year, she would be promoted to a mid-level sales consultant, with a higher commission rate and naturally higher income. Her breathing quickened as excitement surged within her. She forced herself to calm down, adjusting her tone to sound more professional and reliable. Of course, Mr. Lu. What do you need? They'll deliver it to you right away. The faint rustling sounds on the other end of the line betrayed her hurried movements as she changed clothes, clearly preparing for an in-person service. Glowing, or essence and Gale's whisper, Lu Feiyu stated calmly, listing the 2 special resources required for Boss Jean's evolution. His tone was unhurried, as if 4 million were just another routine figure. Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. She was familiar with these resources, especially the glowing, or essence, a rare mineral found only in high-quality spiritual beast stone veins. It contained exceptionally pure spiritual energy and was priced at a hefty 600,000 yuan. And that was the cheapest among such special resources. As for Gale's Whisper, it was a top-tier mid-level resource, with its price doubling to 1.2 million yuan. Combined, these 2 items already came close to 2 million. Feiyu quickly composed herself and responded enthusiastically but professionally. Understood, Mr. Lu. After applying the discount, the price for these 2 special resources is 1.68 million yuan, which is 120,000 less than the market price. Lu Feiyu nodded slightly. While the price wasn't exactly low, it was indeed a sincere discount. Still, he knew this was just the beginning. Boss Jean's needs were merely an appetizer. The resources required for Black Scale's evolution were the true main course. He spoke again, his tone steady. They'll also need 5 Venom's essence, a high-grade toxin affinity beast core, and true dragon blood. The mention of these 3 items caused Feiyu's breathing to falter momentarily. She quickly recovered, maintaining her enthusiastic tone. Mr. Lu, the discounted price for 5 Venom's essence is 700,000 yuan, and the high-grade toxin affinity beast core is 1.8 million yuan. However, the Chongnan warehouse currently has no stock. I can arrange for it to be transferred from another location. As for true dragon blood, the price is 5 million yuan. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu quickly did the math in his head, a wry smile spreading across his face. His budget could barely cover the 5 Venom's essence and the beast core, but the price of true dragon blood was astronomical, completely out of his reach. 1 vial of true dragon blood costs more than everything I own. Lu Feiyu sighed inwardly. In this world of beast taming, anything associated with dragons was exorbitantly priced. True dragon blood, being a top-tier resource, was no exception. A single beast could produce only 7 or 8 drops of essence blood in a short period, and losing even 1 drop would weaken the beast significantly. Losing more than 3 drops in a short time could even damage its core essence, causing a drop in its cultivation level. This scarcity and cost made the price of true dragon blood unimaginably high. He let out a deep sigh, silently resolving to first secure the resources he could afford before worrying about the rest. That would be the essence of the 5 poisons and the beast core. Oh, by the way, I've got various resources here worth millions. Why don't you come and purchase them? Bring more people with you. Lu Feiyu decisively made the call. Hearing this, Boss Jean flashed a shrewd smile and nodded repeatedly, quickly instructing his subordinates to get things ready. In less than half an hour, the transaction was successfully completed. Lu Feiyu spent a total of 4.18 million Huaxia yuan to acquire all the evolution resources in Boss Jin's possession. At this point, the only thing Black Scale needed for its evolution was a drop of true dragon's blood. Fortunately, Lu Feiyu had the opportunity to exchange for advanced special resources once at both Huaxing and Jingxing universities, which undoubtedly paved the way for his future plans. In other words, as long as Lu Feiyu successfully enrolled in the universities, Black Scale's next evolution would be just around the corner, with no obstacles in sight. Having resolved the issue of his beast's evolution, Lu Feiyu let out a long sigh of relief. He picked up his phone to check his bank messages, furrowing his brows slightly before letting out a wry smile. The 3 million official reward had long been spent. All the resources he gathered in the secret realm had been converted into Huaxia yuan and used up, and even his remaining 60,000 savings were gone. At this moment, Lu Feiyu was utterly broke. Money really doesn't last long, he muttered as he sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his temples and letting out a heartfelt sigh. If other beast masters in the outside world heard this, they'd probably be so furious they'd want to throw punches. After all, raising a beast with S potential typically costs tens of millions or even billions. Not to mention the risk of failure during evolution. Not only would rare materials be wasted, but the beast itself could regress in rank or even face life-threatening danger. In short, every S-grade beast was a rare combination of talent, luck, and opportunity, with no room for error. And yet, Feiyu had spent less than 5 million to bring two beasts to the brink of S-level evolution simultaneously. Such disparity would be enough to make other beastmasters spit blood on the spot. The transaction was no small deal, so the sales assistant, Feiyu, was particularly attentive. Wanbao Pavilion's efficiency was exceptional. Feiyu had barely hung up the phone when he heard the roar of engines outside the villa. He opened the door to find Han Shoujing already seated in the living room, nodding slightly to indicate that everything outside was clear. Feeling reassured, Feiyu stepped out into the courtyard. Through the iron gate, he saw Feiyu standing by a car, her hands full of items and her face lit with anticipation as she looked his way. Creak. Feiyu pulled open the iron gate and walked forward to take the items. Mr. Lu, this bag contains the Spirit Light Mineral Essence and Gale Psi, and this one has the 5 Poisons Essence and a high-grade Poison Element Beast Core, Feiyu explained as she handed over the goods. You can inspect them on the spot, and if you're dissatisfied with anything, you're welcome to return or exchange them. Feiyu opened the bags, his eyes glinting briefly as he confirmed the items were precisely what he needed. Nodding, he handed Feiyu a pre-prepared bank card. There's 3 million on this. Next, a flash of light appeared in his hand as a massive amount of resources poured out from his spatial ring, quickly covering the previously empty ground. Calmly, he said, these resources are worth about 1 million or so. Go ahead and count them, then name your price. Although the resources scattered on the ground were in disarray, Feiyu showed no hint of impatience. She knelt down, gently sifting through the materials with both hands, carefully examining each piece as if appraising priceless treasures. After a moment, she looked up, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes, and confidently stated a number. A total of 1.12 million Huaxia yuan. This price was 30,000 less than what the staff at the plaza had initially estimated, clearly a result of meticulous selection. After all, as the receiving party, Wanbao Pavilion couldn't possibly purchase at market value otherwise. Where would their profit come from? Feiyu understood this perfectly well and actually thought the price was quite reasonable. Feiyu's professionalism and straightforwardness left him with a favorable impression, so he didn't dwell on it. He nodded decisively and said, all right, this amount can be used to buy these resources. He casually weighed the bag in his hand and added, didn't I have just over 60,000 stored with you? Include that and the total should match. Hearing this, Feiyu quickly did the math in her head. After confirming it was correct, she broke into a smile and said softly, all right, no problem. She organized the transaction records and then looked up at Feiyu, her gaze carrying a hint of admiration. If there's nothing else, you can head back now, Feiyu said, waving his hand casually but politely. With that, he turned and walked back into the house. His upright posture and steady steps exuded a quiet confidence. Feiyu stood in place, watching him leave, her mind involuntarily drifting back to a few days ago when a timid young man handed her 8,000 yuan with trembling hands. Back then, Feiyu had been reserved and inexperienced, a stark contrast to the composed and assertive figure he was now. The transformation in just a few days left her momentarily dazed. Snapping out of her thoughts, Feiyu called over the truck driver, and the two began loading the resources. Meanwhile, Feiyu had already entered the villa. Inside the villa, Han Shoujing was still waiting patiently in the living room. Seeing Feiyu return, he gave a slight nod, his eyes showing a trace of concern. Warmth filled Feiyu's heart as he nodded back in acknowledgement, then headed straight into his room. His steps were quick, revealing his excitement for what was to come. He couldn't wait to witness the moment Boss Jean evolved into an S-level beast. Once inside his room, Feiyu took a deep breath and summoned Boss Jean and Hei Lin from his beast space simultaneously. As two beams of light flashed, Boss Jean appeared first. After a long period of rest, it was brimming with energy, looking lively and vigorous. As soon as it materialized, it wagged its tail enthusiastically and bolted toward Feiyu, crashing into him with a loud thud. Feiyu winced in pain, looking down at the overexcited Boss Jean in his arms. A trace of helplessness crossed his face as he patted the dog's head and said, do you even know how much you weigh? If you keep doing this, you'll break my bones. Hei Lin, now perched on Feiyu's shoulder, glanced at Boss Jean with its pitch-black eyes, a hint of mockery flickering within them. It seemed to say, foolish dog. Boss Jean, embarrassed, lowered its head but wagged its tail even faster. All right, time to get down to business. Feiyu's tone turned serious as he pushed aside Boss Jean's fluffy body. From the paper bag, he retrieved a jade box containing the resources. As the lid of the box opened, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, making his clothes flutter and his hair dance wildly. At the same time, a deep and ancient sigh echoed within the room, as if it had traveled from the depths of time. This was the sigh of Gale, one of the most top-tier intermediate special resources. It was imbued with pure wind element energy, and the sigh-like sound it emitted could calm the mind and bring clarity. Staring at the resource inside the jade box, a flicker of doubt crossed Lu Feiyu's eyes. Boss Jean was clearly a light fire attribute beast, yet it required wind element resources to evolve. This seemed to defy logic. However, he quickly brushed the thought aside. Since the evolutionary eye had provided clear guidance, there had to be a reason behind it. This realization deepened his appreciation for the challenges of discovering evolution paths for beasts. Ordinary beast masters often needed tens of thousands of experiments to find the right evolution resources, expending enormous manpower and resources. For a mutated beast like Boss Jean, the difficulty of evolution was even more daunting. Thankfully, he had the evolutionary eye to assist him. Otherwise, achieving even a single evolution for Boss Jean would have been nearly impossible. With this thought, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lu Feiyu's lips, and his gaze turned resolute. Slowly, he took out the resource from the jade box, ready to witness Boss Jean's transformation. The Whisper of Gale, upon close inspection, appeared as a fist-sized mass of azure mist. Within the mist, countless tiny threads swirled and surged, radiating bursts of wild wind. At the same time, Lu Feiyu retrieved the spirit or essence and the solar essence. However, Boss Jin's interest was clearly only piqued by the solar essence. A glint of greed flashed in its eyes, while it appeared indifferent to the spirit or essence. Upon seeing the Whisper of Gale, its brows furrowed deeply, its face unmistakably marked with disgust. All the resources are ready, so why aren't you eating, Boss Jin? Lu Feiyu sighed in exasperation, looking at the reluctant creature. He reached out, grabbed Boss Jin by the head, and forcibly shoved the Whisper of Gale toward its mouth. But Boss Jin turned its head sharply in the opposite direction, its mouth twisting in defiance, its entire demeanor stubborn to the core. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly, his tone a mix of persuasion and warning. Boss Jin, the Whisper of Gale is an extraordinary treasure. Eating rare resources is a blessing, you know? Just eat it already. Despite his words, Boss Jin remained utterly unmoved, even going so far as to close its eyes, adopting an expression of resigned defiance, as if determined to resist to the very end. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu's patience finally ran out. Feigning anger, he raised his voice and bellowed, "Eat! For crying out loud! Why won't you eat? Eat! Eat!" His roar carried a trace of genuine frustration, causing Boss Jin's ears to twitch. Faced with its master's outburst, Boss Jin dared not resist any longer. Reluctantly, it turned its head back to face him, its eyes squeezed shut, its brows furrowed into a deep crease. With a grimace, it opened its mouth and finally swallowed the azure mist from Lu Feiyu's hand. Seizing the moment, Lu Feiyu quickly shoved the spirit, or essence and solar essence into Boss Jin's mouth as well. Once done, he pushed off with his foot, retreating several steps to stand near the door, his expression growing vigilant. He was keenly aware that every time a beast underwent evolution, it could trigger tremendous commotion, or even lead to a loss of control. While he himself wasn't particularly concerned, the black-scaled creature on his shoulder lacked any immunity to harm, so caution was necessary. From his position by the door, Lu Feiyu watched Boss Jin intently, his gaze sharp and unwavering. But Boss Jin simply stood there, its dog-like eyes wide and fixed on Lu Feiyu. For several minutes, the two stared at each other, and nothing happened. Could it be that I bought counterfeit goods? Lu Feiyu muttered inwardly, his suspicions growing. He activated his evolutionary eye to thoroughly examine Boss Jin's condition. On its status panel, the words evolving were prominently displayed, allowing him to breathe a small sigh of relief. Even so, Lu Feiyu didn't let his guard down. He continued to focus his attention on Boss Jin's entire form. At last, he noticed something unusual. Boss Jin's previously taut abdomen had begun to sag slightly, as if it had developed a small pot belly. The once sleek and graceful figure of the dog now appeared bloated and somewhat comical. However, just as Lu Feiyu registered this oddity, Boss Jin's belly suddenly swelled dramatically. And it wasn't just its abdomen, its entire body began to expand rapidly, as though air was being pumped into it, like a balloon on the verge of bursting. The long fur covering Boss Jin's body stood straight up under the immense pressure, each strand resembling a sharp blade. Its skin stretched to the limit, so much so that the veins and meridians beneath it became visibly pronounced. Lu Feiyu held his breath, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the transformations taking place. He could clearly see the azure threads from the Whisper of Gale coursing wildly through Boss Jin's body, wreaking havoc within. It was the uncontrollable wind raging inside, inflating Boss Jin's form to such an extreme state. An oppressive aura filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Lu Feiyu's pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, a muffled explosion resounded throughout the room. Boss Jean's body, unable to withstand the immense pressure of the gale, began to crack open, faint blue light seeping through the fissures in its skin. Under the force of the gale, Boss Jean's body slowly floated into the air, resembling a cocoon about to break open, like a butterfly on the verge of emerging. The scene was so intense that it left one holding their breath in anticipation. Countless streams of blood overflowed and dripped down from its ruptured body. The golden blood shimmered like miniature suns, radiating dazzling brilliance. Each droplet, as it fell through the air, unleashed searing energy, stirring up waves of heat that intertwined with the raging winds, forming a blazing golden flame. The fire spread rapidly, surging upward against the wind, turning into a fiery wave that completely engulfed Jean Laoban, who was struggling midair. The flames seemed almost alive, pulsing in rhythm with the howling winds, as though they were the heartbeat of a massive, living entity. Through the enhanced perception of the Ascension Eye, Lu Feiyu could clearly see the peculiar glow deep within the flames. A faint azure light, embodying the essence of the scorching sun, was fortifying Jean Laoban's control over fire and light energy. Meanwhile, a soft, milky white halo, the essence of spirit light, was gradually mending Jean Laoban's shattered body. Witnessing this, Lu Feiyu's taut nerves finally relaxed. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as confidence filled his heart. This evolution was now a foregone conclusion. After all, this evolutionary path was a creation guided by the SS-level Beastmaster talent, a route unparalleled in both safety and potential. As he anticipated, mere minutes later, the blazing golden fireball began to dim, and the fierce winds subsided. When the flames dispersed, Jean Laoban's newly transformed figure emerged before Lu Feiyu's eyes. The once enormous body, previously 10 meters long, had now shrunk slightly to a more compact 6 or 7 meters. However, the most striking change was not its size, it was its fur. Jean Laoban's once radiant golden fur now bore a deep, mysterious shade of blue-green. Its long coat flowed like ethereal clouds in the misty rain of Jiangnan, graceful and vibrant. Most astonishing of all, Jean Laoban no longer required any external support. It hovered steadily in midair, clearly having mastered the ability to fly. Lu Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he immediately activated the Ascension Eye to analyze Jean Laoban's updated attributes. Species: Sun-Chasing Wolf King. Attribute: Light. Talent level: SS. Rank: Bronze Tier 7. Skills: Body of the Sun-Chaser Epic. Grants 50 immunity to light and fire attribute attacks, immunity to abnormal statuses, doubles physical attributes, triples speed during combat, and enables brief hovering using wind manipulation. Blazing Sunburn Epic. Each attack inflicts a searing sunburn effect, significantly reducing the enemy's recovery abilities while causing intense soul pain and nearly irreparable damage. Solar Domain Epic. Summons a solar entity to judge all within the domain. Grants the beast the ability to perform short-range teleportation within the domain. Each teleport consumes stamina. Solar Burst Epic. Detonates the summoned solar entity, causing a massive area explosion with devastating damage. Consumes significant stamina. Evolution Path. Sun-Chasing Wolf King SS Tier Lord of the Solar Realm SSS Tier, Sun-Devouring Deity Mythic Tier. Note: only beasts with mythic bloodline potential can ascend to the Mythic Tier. Materials required for next evolution: Sundown Embers, Undying Soul Crystal, Flame Dragon Essence, 8 high-quality light fire attribute beast cores, or 1 top-tier beast core. Looking at Jean Laoban before him, Lu Feiyu's eyes were filled with pride and anticipation. He gently stroked its blue-green fur, sensing the immense vitality and boundless potential surging within it. He knew this was only the beginning. In the future, this sun-chasing Wolf King would ascend to even greater heights, becoming a sun-devouring deity and reigning supreme over all creation. Oh my goodness, Boss Jean, you are truly incredible. Lu Feiyu stared at Boss Jin's information panel, his eyes filled with astonishment. This evolution was nothing short of a qualitative leap. Every ability had been enhanced to an astonishing degree, especially the Chasing Sun physique, which maxed out Boss Jin's attack and defense capabilities while granting a 50 damage reduction against light and fire elemental attacks, making him the ultimate nemesis of beasts with these attributes. What was even more astounding was that Boss Jin's physical attributes had doubled, and his speed in combat had tripled. Triple the speed. A storm of emotions surged through Lu Feiyu's heart. Such ghostly speed was nearly unmatched within the same level. Enemies wouldn't even dream of attacking Fade's struggle, just to catch a glimpse of Boss Jin's movements. This ability not only incorporated the previous immunity to control effects, but also elevated his skills to an epic level. Most importantly, Boss Jin could now attack airborne enemies, meaning he was no longer at a disadvantage against foes with flight capabilities. As for the skill, Scorching Sun's Wrath, It was brutal to the extreme. The description was simple and straightforward, but its power was terrifying. Soul damage. Lu Feiyu's heart skipped a beat as he realized the horrifying potential of this skill. The soul is the weak spot of most spirit beasts and feral beasts, and every strike from Boss Gene directly targeted the soul, essentially dealing true damage. On top of that, this type of attack inflicted immense suffering on the enemy, a torment like no other. This skill was domineering and direct, leaving Lu Feiyu's heart racing with excitement. Then there was the solar domain, which elevated Boss Gene's mobility to an entirely new level. Teleportation, instant movement. Although it consumed a certain amount of stamina, for someone like Boss Gene, it was undoubtedly a deadly trump card. A sudden, unexpected strike could leave enemies defenseless, possibly even crippled. And if the situation turned unfavorable, this skill could serve as the perfect escape mechanism. After all, if you can't win, you can run, but not being able to run is the real fatal problem. The optimization of the Solar Burst skill brought even more joy to Lu Feiyu. The negative side effects were completely removed, and unleashing such a devastating attack now only required a significant amount of stamina. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but marvel. Boss Gene had now acquired both the endurance and strength to handle the consumption of epic-level skills, pushing his combat prowess to a whole new level. What was even more thrilling was that this evolution propelled Boss Gene's rank directly from Bronze Tier 1 to Tier 7. Crossing 6 minor levels in one leap, he bypassed the early and mid-bronze stages, landing straight into the late stage. Such a cultivation speed was simply jaw-dropping. What's more, Boss Gene's body still contained a massive amount of unabsorbed spiritual energy, and once it was fully refined, breaking into the silver tier would just be a matter of time. However, amidst Lu Feiyu's excitement, there was also a hint of helplessness. The special materials required for Boss Gene's next evolution had once again increased to 4 items, with quality requirements so high it was almost discouraging. 2 of the materials were things he had never even heard of before. Judging by the 8 high-quality beast cores needed for this evolution alone, Lu Feiyu could already imagine the daunting challenge of the next evolution. Oh my goodness, Boss Gene, you are truly incredible. To evolve Boss Gene into an SS-level beast companion would undoubtedly require an astronomical amount of money. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu let out a deep sigh and beckoned Boss Gene to float down from the air. He gently rubbed the wolf's face, which was no longer round and soft but sharp and imposing. With a complicated expression in his eyes, he muttered, "You're no mere companion beast anymore, you're a gold-eating beast." Despite being an S-level beast companion, Boss Gene showed no sign of irritation as Lu Feiyu kneaded its face. Its deep azure eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if silently saying, "Master, don't dislike me. I'm not that hard to take care of." After a moment, Boss Gene lowered its head slightly, its gaze shifting to He Lin, who was perched on Lu Feiyu's shoulder. A mischievous glint flickered in its eyes. Smack! Boss Gene raised a paw and lightly swatted at He Lin with a smug tone. "Huh, you little thing, just an S-level beast companion. And you dare look down on me, your granddaddy Gene? Take this." Though the swipe appeared fierce, Boss Gene clearly held back, moving neither too fast nor with much force. He Lin, however, reacted swiftly, leaping off Lu Feiyu's shoulder and dodging midair. With a graceful arc, it landed behind Lu Feiyu, peeking out cautiously with its pitch-black eyes fixed warily on Boss Gene. "What are you two up to now?" Lu Feiyu scolded, his head throbbing at Boss Gene's antics. "When will you ever grow up? You're supposed to be the leader of the pack, but you're acting like a mischievous brat." Hearing his master's reprimand, Boss Gene reluctantly withdrew its paw, though its azure eyes still gleamed with a touch of defiance. Lu Feiyu could only shake his head helplessly. Turning his attention to He Lin, he gently scooped it into his hands, softly stroking its cold, scaly surface. Sensing He Lin's low spirits, he spoke in a soothing tone. "Don't worry. In just a few days, it'll be your turn to evolve. Trust me." As soon as He Lin heard this, its previously drooping head shot up. A spark of light flickered in its jet-black eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on its fierce, dragon-like face. It nuzzled Lu Feiyu's chin affectionately with its head, a cool sensation spreading across his skin completely different from Boss Gene's soft texture, but uniquely endearing. After calming He Lin down, Lu Feiyu turned and shot a stern glare at Boss Gene, who was standing nearby, grinning foolishly. He then pushed open the door and headed toward the living room. The commotion from the beast evolution earlier had been significant, and he was certain Han Shoujeng, who was waiting in the living room, had noticed. To avoid worrying the old man, Lu Feiyu decided to explain. The moment he opened the door, Lu Feiyu froze. Sitting on the living room sofa was not only Han Shoujeng, but also Xiong Ming, who reeked of blood. Both men turned their heads to look at him as soon as they heard the door creak. Han Shoujeng was the first to speak. "All done?" Lu Feiyu nodded slightly, motioning for Boss Gene and He Lin to come out of the room. He knew there was no point in hiding the evolution from these two principles. As Crescent Moon-level Beastmasters, their senses were exceedingly sharp. Any attempt to conceal it would be futile. Besides, if these two truly harbored ill intentions toward him, they wouldn't need to act personally. When Wan Jiaming had tried to assassinate him before, they could have easily turned a blind eye and let him perish. Moreover, Lu Feiyu still needed the resources and support of Jing University and Huaqing University. Naturally, he had to show his best performance. My beast just went through an evolution, Lu Feiyu said casually as he approached them. Boss Jean obediently followed behind him, its earlier playful demeanor completely gone. Now, it appeared well-behaved and docile, as if butter wouldn't melt in its mouth. Oh, an evolution? That's great news, Han Shoujing nodded approvingly, but then his expression shifted, and his brows furrowed slightly. Wait a minute. Aren't all your beasts already at its level? How could they evolve further? Mid-sentence, Han Shoujing seemed to realize something. His expression changed abruptly, and his usually half-closed eyes snapped wide open, fixing on Boss Jean with an intense gaze. The longer he stared, the brighter his eyes gleamed, brimming with a barely concealed excitement. Incredible, Han Shoujing murmured, his voice trembling slightly. This is truly extraordinary. Han Shoujing was not only a Hallyu-level beast tamer, but also a top-tier scholar in the field of beast evolution. With just a glance, he could accurately assess a beast's innate talent and grade, down to the smallest detail. At this moment, his sharp, experienced eyes were fixed intently on Boss Jean, his gaze so intense it seemed as if he could see right through him. Boss Jean shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny, subtly moving to hide behind Lu Feiyu. Han Shoujing, however, acted as though he hadn't noticed, his eyes brimming with unconcealed amazement. He could clearly discern that Lu Feiyu's beast far surpassed ordinary ones, both in terms of bloodline aura and innate potential. From its brilliance and the pressure it exuded comparable to an S-grade Hallyu-level beast, its potential was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, the most baffling part was that this beast was still at the bronze level. How is this even possible? Han Shoujing muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Every beast he had contracted had reached its current height only after being nurtured with countless resources. Yet here was Lu Feiyu's beast, exuding such majesty and confidence at the bronze stage, as if it were the true king among beasts. Unable to hold back, Han Shoujing exclaimed in admiration, his gaze burning as he looked at Lu Feiyu. How did you achieve this? Is it a natural talent? Lu Feiyu nodded slightly, openly admitting it. He had intended to share some details about his talent with the two principals anyway. However, upon hearing this, Han Shoujing's expression grew serious, his eyes taking on a new level of gravity. He quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of Lu Feiyu's talent, even suspecting that it might defy the conventional boundaries of beast taming, enabling direct evolution regardless of a beast's current level. This alone was enough to classify it as an S-grade talent. But based on his knowledge, the legendary SS-grade talents often boasted multiple effects. With this in mind, Han Shoujing's tone became especially solemn as he made a firm promise to Lu Feiyu. Rest assured, in this world, besides Principal Xiongming, the chief governor, and myself, no one else will ever know about your talent. Your beast-taming ability will be classified as top secret and permanently sealed away. Though Xiongming remained silent, the weighty nod he gave spoke volumes. While he didn't fully grasp the extent of Lu Feiyu's talent, Han Shoujing's reaction was enough to underline its significance. This also led Xiongming to form some suspicions of his own. With the assurance from the two principals, Lu Feiyu weighed his options briefly before deciding to reveal the effects of his Eye of Advancement talent to them. Of course, he cleverly omitted any mention of the system's bestowed abilities, such as the mutation of his beast space. After all, while the exposure of an SS-grade talent wasn't unprecedented, there were other prodigies in the world. The existence of the system was his ultimate trump card and a secret he would take to his grave. A training speed multiplier? The ability to discern a contracted beast's future evolutionary paths at a glance? Evolution breakthroughs as long as resources are provided? Ignoring level restrictions? The capability to probe other beasts' basic attributes? Predicting enemy moves, damage transference, absolute loyalty? With each effect Lu Feiyu listed, the two principals' eyes widened further, their jaws dropping lower. By the time Lu Feiyu finished explaining, Han Shoujing and Xiongming were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a dinosaur egg. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, all traces of their composure and authority as high-ranking figures had vanished, replaced by a single, overwhelming thought: what kind of monstrous talent was this? How was any other beast tamer supposed to compete? It was well known that the two previous SS-grade beast tamers before Lu Feiyu had possessed purely combat-oriented talents. Once activated, their talents rendered them invincible within the same level and capable of challenging higher-level opponents. But Lu Feiyu's talent, wasn't limited to combat. It encompassed every aspect of beast taming, from training to evolution, from investigation to battle. It even directly influenced the loyalty of contracted beasts. Han Shojin took a deep breath to steady himself, his gaze complex as he looked at Lu Feiyu. He now understood that this young man before him was destined to become a legend in the world of beast tamers. Zhong Ming, on the other hand, stroked his beard in silence before muttering under his breath. This talent, it's almost like something beyond human comprehension. Even beast tamers need to progress step by step, evolving and advancing gradually. But when it comes to Lu Feiyu, the usual rules of cultivation seem to completely fall apart. His beasts under contract are advancing in levels as if they were riding a rocket. In less than 20 days since awakening his beast taming talent, his beast, nicknamed Boss Jean, had already reached Bronze Tier 7, leaping a staggering 15 levels, practically 1 level per day. This kind of speed is simply inhuman. The two principals stared blankly at Lu Feiyu, taking a long moment to snap out of their shock. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a deep sense of defeat. Especially Han Shojin, whose expression was beyond words. In the face of Lu Feiyu's defiant beast taming talent, his decades of painstaking research felt like a joke. The path of beast taming he had spent his life exploring could be seen through by Lu Feiyu in an instant. With a heavy sigh, his gaze grew more resigned and reflective. Ah, you. Han Shojin shook his head, looking at Lu Feiyu with a mix of emotions. Now he finally understood why Lu Feiyu had shown no interest when an enticing offer to customize his beast taming path was presented. He had assumed it was due to the boy's unyielding resolve, but it turned out Lu Feiyu simply didn't care for it. Seeing the principals in this state, Lu Feiyu scratched his head awkwardly. Feeling that the atmosphere had become too heavy, he thought he should say something to lighten the mood. So he humbly remarked, "Well, it's not that big of a deal. Sure, the cultivation is a bit faster, but there's no real boost to combat power. My actual combat skills are just average." The moment those words left his mouth, Han Shojin and Zhong Ming's barely composed emotions instantly collapsed. Han Shojin felt his chest tighten, his blood pressure skyrocketing, and veins bulging on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he nearly slammed the table as he retorted, "No combat power boost? So you're just crushing opponents with sheer level difference, is that it? A Bronze Tier 7 beast going up against a group of beasts, not even at Black Iron Tier 7, what kind of combat power boost do you even need? And it's 2 against 1, no less. Levels and aptitude are the ultimate combat power boost in themselves." Xiong Ming's expression darkened even further, his massive fists clenching tightly, his eyes smoldering with restrained anger. If Lu Feiyu weren't his student, he might have already thrown a punch at this infuriating display of false modesty. In a low, gruff voice he said, "If there's no combat power boost, then you should focus on honing your combat skills and awareness. Here's the deal, your practical combat classes at Huaqing will be doubled." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's face instantly showed a bitter smile. But before he could respond, Han Xiaozheng's voice followed right after. "Theoretical knowledge also plays a crucial role in enhancing a beast's combat power. Since you think your combat ability is lacking, then forget about having weekends off, come to Imperial University for lectures instead." Lu Feiyu's face grew even more pained. He hadn't expected that one casual, self-effacing remark would cost him his weekends. Seemingly oblivious to Lu Feiyu's dismay, Han Shojin continued, "For instance, this beast of yours, it's light elemental, isn't it? Such beasts can manipulate light to refract or reflect it, achieving an effect similar to invisibility, giving them a tactical advantage in battle. While this isn't exactly a skill, it's an extremely practical technique." These words made Lu Feiyu's eyes light up. He looked thoughtfully at Boss Jean, silently calculating in his mind. If Boss Jean mastered such a technique, his strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. At this realization, any resistance in his heart vanished, replaced by a sense of gratitude. Bowing respectfully to the two principals, he said, "Thank you both for your guidance." The principals were momentarily stunned. They had expected Lu Feiyu to plead or protest, but instead, he accepted the arrangement so readily. This rigorous schedule would be challenging even for university students, let alone a high schooler. At his age, with such extraordinary talent, one might expect him to be arrogant or overconfident. Yet here he was, displaying humility and resiliency. It was truly remarkable. The two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with admiration and reflection. They realized that Lu Feiyu's success was not just the result of his unparalleled talent, but also his exceptional mindset and determination. As they looked at him, their gazes carried a newfound appreciation and high expectations. The three of them chatted for a while before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The night was deep, and with two powerful beast tamers keeping watch outside, Lu Feiyu slept exceptionally soundly. When he awoke, the sky was already faintly lit. Rising, he stretched his limbs and entered his beast space to check in, only to be slightly stunned by what he saw. He Lin had advanced 2 minor levels overnight. now reaching Black Iron Tier 8. Meanwhile, Jin Laobin had been busy absorbing the residual spiritual energy within his body, steadily breaking through one minor level. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lu Feiyu's lips as he mused to himself. Looks like Jin Laobin's breakthrough really spurred him on. He had no intention of interfering. This kind of healthy competition was exactly what he hoped for. After washing up, Lu Feiyu stepped out of his room to find Xiongming had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast spread across the table. Staring at the nearly overflowing array of food, Lu Feiyu was momentarily taken aback before suppressing a laugh and silently remarking, "Who eats this much first thing in the morning?" Still, he couldn't reject Xiongming's kind gesture, so he thanked him and sat down to eat. During their conversation, he learned that Han Shoujing had returned to the capital for official matters, leaving Xiongming as the only one staying in Changnan for the next few days. After breakfast, Lu Feiyu walked to Changnan High School. Although he no longer needed to attend classes regularly, today was an exception. Principal Wang Zhentian had specifically invited him to give a speech as the student representative. Grateful for the principal's unwavering support, Lu Feiyu readily agreed. By the time he arrived at the school, the plaza was already packed with students. Wang Zhentian stood at the center, holding a microphone. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu, he cleared his throat, and a few light coughs through the microphone immediately quieted the crowd. Yesterday, the Secret Realm Exploration Tournament concluded successfully. Wang Zhentian's voice was firm and resonant, and our school, with an overwhelming advantage, claimed the championship title. As a result, the Changnan Education Resource Management Department has decided to increase our school's resource allocation by 50% this year. The moment his words ended, he deliberately paused, and as expected, the students erupted into thunderous applause. The cheers were filled with excitement, and joy. An increase in resources meant every student could benefit from it. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Once the applause subsided slightly, Wang Zhentian smiled faintly and continued, "And who deserves the most credit for all of this?" He raised the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the students below the stage. Sure enough, the entire crowd shouted in unison, "Lu Feiyu." The voices were synchronized, resounding across the plaza. Lu Feiyu's name had already spread throughout Changnan and even the broader region. His remarkable feat of securing 2 million resources in the secret realm had become a hot topic of discussion. His dual beast-taming abilities and his recent promotion to a bronze-tier beast-tamer were frequently cited by parents as a prime example to motivate their children. Look at Lu Feiyu. 2 eyes and 1 nose just like you, so why is he already at the bronze level? Not to mention, his dual affinity talent and SS-grade beast-taming aptitude had been widely lauded as legendary. Both Lu Feiyu and the Huaxia government had made no attempts to conceal these facts. For one, Huaxia needed a symbolic young figure to inspire the next generation. The power of a role model couldn't be underestimated. For another, without revealing these details, it would be impossible to explain why both Capital University and Huaxing University, the nation's top institutions, had offered him special admission. As long as the specifics of his talent remain undisclosed, it's much harder for enemies to target him. That's why, whenever parents brought up Lu Feiyu as an example to lecture their kids, the students would retort without hesitation, "Do you even know what kind of talent he has? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not passing down an SS-level talent to me." These sharp comebacks often left the parents speechless, creating an awkward atmosphere. In the square, as Wang Zhentian's voice echoed, the crowd's excitement peaked. He handed the microphone to Lu Feiyu, and as the star of the show took the stage, the noise surged like a tidal wave. Thousands of eyes locked onto the young man standing on the platform, but Lu Feiyu appeared calm, showing not even a trace of nervousness. He knew well that such occasions were merely routine. A student representative's speech was nothing more than reading a pre-prepared script, filled with the usual cliches about positivity and inspiration. The real difference lay in who delivered it. The resources Lu Feiyu had just brought to the table were tangible benefits for everyone, giving his words an inherent weight regardless of their content. The students below were brimming with enthusiasm, their applause and cheers coming in waves, nearly unending. The only exception was Lu Qianjun from Class 5 of Grade 12, who stood in the lineup with a dark expression, his eyes fixed intently on the radiant figure of Lu Feiyu on stage. His teeth clenched tightly, grinding audibly, as if trying to swallow his seething resentment. The empty space around Lu Qianjun was conspicuous. The originally tight formation of students had been disrupted, with his peers instinctively keeping their distance. The occasional glances cast his way were filled with disdain and contempt. Ever since the school-wide competition had exposed his scheme to secretly photograph and frame Lu Feiyu, Lu Qianjun's reputation had been utterly destroyed. He was now like a rat scorned by all. Thinking about his current predicament and comparing it to Lu Feiyu's bright and promising future, bitterness surged in Lu Qianjun's heart. Unable to hold it in any longer, he broke down and cried in front of everyone. Tears streamed down his darkened cheeks as his sobs, a mix of anguish and helplessness, echoed around him. His classmates recoiled further, their distaste evident, as if afraid to be tainted by his misfortune. On stage, Lu Feiyu finished reciting the prepared speech, and thunderous applause erupted once more. He nodded slightly and stepped off the platform, his expression as composed as ever. Meanwhile, Wang Zhantian, ever efficient, promptly announced the conclusion of the assembly. After the event, as Lu Feiyu walked off the stage, Wang Zhantian called him into his office. Pushing open the door, Lu Feiyu paused in surprise. The room was filled with people, all the teachers from Class 2 of Grade 10, including their homeroom teacher, Lin Wenhui. To his further astonishment, his friend Chen Yuanshan was also among them. Chen Yuanshan looked visibly uneasy, sitting awkwardly amidst the group of teachers. When he saw Lu Feiyu enter, his eyes lit up, and he immediately began making exaggerated facial expressions, like a clown on stage, trying to ease his own nervousness. Clearing his throat, Wang Zhantian began. You are all Feiyu's teachers and have contributed significantly to his growth. The school would like to express our gratitude with a small token of appreciation. As he spoke, he retrieved several paper bags from a cabinet and handed them to each teacher. Finally, he approached Lin Wenhui with a solemn expression. Ms. Lin, you've been with the school for quite some time now. During this period, you've shown remarkable dedication and passion for both the school and your students. The leadership team has taken notice, and we've unanimously decided to promote you to Deputy Director of the Grade 12 Department. The announcement caused an immediate stir in the office. The teachers exchanged glances, their shock and envy evident. Some had been with the school for over a decade, yet they remained in ordinary teaching positions. Meanwhile, Lin Wenhui, young and relatively new, had been promoted to a role that came with a significant salary increase, bonuses, and the potential for even higher positions in the future. Though they felt a pang of bitterness, the teachers understood the reason behind her promotion. Lin Wenhui's rise was no coincidence. Her new title was largely thanks to her being Lu Feiyu's homeroom teacher. His brilliance was enough to elevate her career, a case of one person's success lifting those around them. Standing in place, Lin Wenhui's expression was complicated. She realized that from this moment on, Lu Feiyu's name would be the most significant milestone in her career. Having had the privilege of mentoring such an extraordinary student, she felt her life's work had already been fulfilled. Feeling the envious gazes of her colleagues, Lin Wenhui froze momentarily, her beautiful face filled with shock. She had never expected the school to reward her so generously. A once ordinary teacher, she had now been promoted to vice principal, all thanks to Lu Feiyu's outstanding achievements. It took her a while to recover. Clearing her throat softly, she steadied herself and stammered slightly, Principal, thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. Despite her words, the excitement and joy in her voice were unmistakable. At the same time, Lin Wenhui's clear, bright eyes turned to Lu Feiyu, full of pride and gratitude. This student, who had once caused her endless worry, had grown at an unimaginable pace to reach such heights. Lu Feiyu's transformation not only filled her with pride, but also gave her a profound sense of accomplishment. This joy even surpassed the thrill of her own promotion. Seeing the radiant smile on Lin Wenhui's face, Lu Feiyu felt a warm sense of contentment in his heart. Whether in his past life or his current one, this beautiful teacher had always extended selfless help during his most challenging times. He had always been deeply grateful to her. Now, seeing Lin Wenhui's career advance because of him, with a bright future ahead, he felt he had finally repaid her kindness in some way. After rewarding the teacher, Principal Wang Zhantian turned his gaze toward Chen Yuanshan, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. You have talent and a steady character. You will join Class 1 for advanced training. Your resource allocation will be on par with the Class 1 students. The moment these words were spoken, Chen Yuanshan froze in place. He had been exchanging playful looks with Lu Feiyu, but now, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Pointing to himself, he stammered in disbelief. Me? In Class 1? Seeing his friend's stunned expression, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. He patted Chen Yuanshan on the shoulder and teased. If the principal says you're in, then you're in. What's with all the hesitation? What? Class 1 can't handle someone as important as you. Chen Yuanshan, jolted back to his senses by the pat, nodded repeatedly, his excitement bubbling over. I'm in. Of course I'm in. No problem at all, huh? Before he could finish, he burst into laughter. His face lit up with joy and exhilaration. As he spoke, he threw a grateful glance at Lu Feiyu. Though a bit naive, Chen Yuanshan wasn't clueless. He understood perfectly well that with his mediocre aptitude and ordinary background, being admitted to Changnan High School's elite Class 1 for seniors was undoubtedly thanks to Lu Feiyu. After all, Class 1 students were typically either wealthy or exceptionally talented, and the resources allocated to them were double those of regular classes. What's more, with only 80 days left until the college entrance exams, the double resources during this time, coupled with the additional 50 resource boosts due to Lu Feiyu's influence, amounted to nearly 100,000 yuan worth of cultivation resources. For Chen Yuanshan, this was nothing short of a windfall. Sensing the deep gratitude in his friend's eyes, Lu Feiyu simply smiled and sighed inwardly. Principal Wang, though a stern military man by nature, certainly knew how to navigate interpersonal relationships. Both of the people closest to him at school had benefited because of him, and Lu Feiyu silently made a note of this favor in his heart. Once everything was settled, Principal Wang waved his hand, dismissing the others from his office. He then personally made a cup of tea for Lu Feiyu and gestured for him to sit down. Without standing on ceremony, Lu Feiyu picked up the cup and took a sip. His brow furrowed slightly as he thought to himself, not as good as the tea at the mayor's place. However, he kept this thought to himself, quietly setting the cup back down. Principal Wang didn't possess the ability to read minds. At this moment, he was still beaming warmly at Lu Feiyu and said, "Feiyu, you are the pride of our Changnan city, and more so, the pride of Changnan No. 1 High School. I believe that not long from now, people all over the world will know about Changnan No. 1 High School because of your name." As he spoke, he pulled a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to Lu Feiyu. "This is a token of appreciation from everyone at the school, a small gesture of support for you. 888,000. May you prosper and succeed." In Huaxia, there's a fondness for auspicious homophones like these, symbolizing good fortune. Staring at the bank card, Lu Feiyu felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He was indeed in dire need of money at the moment, so he didn't decline. Instead, he accepted it with composure. He had always believed that kindness from others should not be refused. Such gestures should be cherished and repaid tenfold, or even 100-fold when one has the means, so as to not let down those who believed in him. Just like Lin Wenhui and Chen Yuanshan had shown kindness today. What he despised most were those who, despite desiring something in their hearts, pretended to refuse out of false modesty. "Thank you, Principal, for nurturing me. Thank you, school, for supporting me. I promise, Feiyu will not let everyone's hopes down in the future." Lu Feiyu accepted the bank card and spoke solemnly. His eyes were unwavering, and his tone was firm, as if this promise had been etched deeply into his soul. Principal Wang waved his hand and said earnestly, "You don't need to live up to others' expectations. You just need to live up to your own. Feiyu, it's okay to disappoint others, but never disappoint yourself. Do you understand?" Feeling the warmth and hope in the principal's words, Lu Feiyu nodded, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. He bid farewell to the principal and turned to return to Class 2 of Grade 12. Everything in the classroom was still familiar, but Lu Feiyu understood that today was destined to be his last lesson here. Sitting at his desk, he let his gaze drift to the blue skies and white clouds outside the window, while the teacher's voice continued to explain the lesson. He listened intently, as if trying to engrave this final moment into his memory. Time flowed like water, and Lu Feiyu was fully aware that his high school journey had reached its end. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, a few girls mustered up the courage to approach him, shyly confessing their feelings. However, Lu Feiyu's response was as sharp and straightforward as a blade. "Sorry, I don't have time for relationships." Without looking back, he strode out of the school gates with resolute steps. "Women will only slow down my path as a beast tamer," he muttered under his breath. The next morning, Lu Feiyu was up early and ready to act. He had shown Ming use his beast-taming ability to alter his appearance, then headed to the adventurers' recruitment hall in the western part of the city. The hall was bustling with people, the air thick with the mingling scents of sweat and metal. Instead of rushing to join one of the renowned adventurer groups, he chose a cold, iron bench in a shadowy corner of the hall. Sitting there with his head lowered, he looked every bit the image of a lost young man stepping into the unknown world of adulthood. His face radiated defeat and confusion, like a helpless little animal waiting to be preyed upon. Yet, this was merely a well-crafted facade. He was waiting for the adventurer group that had, in his past life, forced him to serve as bait. About 10 minutes later, the crisp sound of hard-soled leather shoes striking the floor echoed closer and closer. The polished shoes stopped right in front of him, their glossy tips reflecting the dim yellow light of the haaland, the feigned look of bewilderment in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Then came a voice, smooth and enticing, from above. "Young man, how about giving our greedy wolf adventurer group a try?" That familiar voice cut through Lu Feiyu's memories like a blade. His pupils contracted slightly, and the dazed look in his eyes was momentarily replaced by a flicker of killing intent. In the reflection of the polished shoes, his gaze burned like fire. Yet, when he raised his head, his expression shifted seamlessly back to one of innocence and timidity, like a lost fawn inviting sympathy. Can I really join?" "I'm only at the bronze level," he stammered. His voice tinged with hesitation and insecurity, as if bracing for rejection. The man paused for a moment, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, though his face retained its charming smile. "Of course, my friend. The Greedy Wolf Adventurer Group is a haven for newcomers, a place you can trust. Don't hesitate. Let's sign the contract. From this moment on, our lives will be intertwined. our fates linked. We'll be the most reliable companions to each other. Looking at Zhang Xiaojing's face, radiating with an almost blindingly bright smile, Lu Feiyu suppressed the overwhelming urge to kill him on the spot. In his previous life, it was this very man, with his deceitful grin, who had led him step by step into the abyss. When they first met, Zhang Xiaojing had been as warm and welcoming as a spring breeze, his words carrying the care and concern of an older brother. However, the moment the contract was signed, that gentle facade was torn away, revealing the greed and cruelty of a beast lurking underneath. Lu Feiyu vividly remembered how new recruits were ordered to coat their entire bodies with a special substance, one that was fatally alluring to ferocious beasts. Zhang Xiaojing himself would then carve deep gashes across their bodies, allowing the mingling scents of blood and the substance to form an irresistible delicacy. Within moments, hordes of low-level beasts would swarm in, tearing the recruits apart until nothing remained but blood-soaked earth. The agonized screams and desperate cries for help were ultimately drowned out by the savage sounds of the beasts feasting. To Zhang Xiaojing, these people were nothing more than bait to attract prey, unworthy of even a shred of compassion. As for saving them, Lu Feiyu had witnessed it firsthand. Zhang Xiaojing simply stood by, indifferent, a faintly amused smile playing on his lips. Rescuing them would waste time and money on expensive medical treatments. Letting them die, on the other hand, was merely the loss of expendable resources. A few thousand yuan for funeral expenses, if even that, was a far cheaper alternative. The fury and helplessness Lu Feiyu felt back then were etched deeply into his memory. But now, having been reborn, he had only one goal: to utterly destroy the greedy wolf adventurer team. With this thought in mind, Lu Feiyu lowered his gaze, suppressing the murderous intent surging within him. Instead, he carefully arranged his expression into a mix of hesitation and reluctant acceptance, then nodded firmly. Big brother, I'm willing to join the greedy wolf adventurer team. Hearing Lu Feiyu's response, Zhang Xiaojing's grin widened even further. Grabbing Lu Feiyu's hand enthusiastically, he exclaimed, "Come on, brother. Let's go sign the contract. Oh, by the way, my surname is Zhang. Just call me Brother Zhang. I'm the leader of the team. My strength? Silver rank 9, maybe not the strongest, but definitely a force to reckon with among the lower-tier adventurer teams. We've got a few other silver rank brothers, as well as some bronze beast tamers like yourself, and even a few iron-ranked ones. Our greedy wolf team prides itself on inclusivity." As they walked, Zhang Xiaojing kept talking, his tone lively and friendly, like a trustworthy older brother. However, anyone with a bit of life experience would immediately notice how suspiciously casual this recruitment process was. Normally, when adventurer teams recruited members, they would inquire about critical details such as the beast tamer's rank, the characteristics of their contracted beasts, and their combat history. Yet Zhang Xiaojing showed no interest in any of these essential aspects. Instead, he seemed impatient, as if afraid Lu Feiyu might change his mind and leave at any moment. Lu Feiyu sneered inwardly but didn't expose him. He allowed Zhang Xiaojing to pull him along, fully aware that this eagerness only further revealed the man's true colors. This wasn't recruitment, it was the selection of fresh bait. Before long, the two arrived at the recruitment hall's front desk. Zhang Xiaojing pulled a paper contract from his pocket and handed it to the staff member, his smile as radiant as ever. Once the staff confirmed everything was in order, they stamped the official seal, signifying the contract's legal validity. The agreement was indeed flawless. Lu Feiyu had no doubts either. He signed his name swiftly and decisively, then eagerly turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaojing. His expression bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a naive student stepping into society for the first time, his clear eyes tinged with a hint of foolish innocence. Zhang Xiaojing looked at the gullible beast tamer before him, his heart surging with glee, his lips almost stretching to his ears in a grin. He suppressed his excitement with great effort, adopting a warm demeanor as he patted Lu Feiyu's shoulder and said with a laugh, "Come on, Brother Lu. Let me take you outside the city for a look." With that, he slung an arm around Lu Feiyu's neck and half-dragged, half-bowled him out of the hall, his hurried steps betraying his fear that Lu Feiyu might change his mind. The journey was bumpy as Zhang Xiaojing drove them toward the desolate forest outside the city. The scenery outside the car window grew increasingly somber, with shadows of trees in the distance stretching grotesquely under the setting sun. Lu Feiyu sat silently in the passenger seat, his gaze casually sweeping over the car's interior, while his fingers lightly tapped his knee, as if lost in thought. Eventually, the vehicle came to a stop in a secluded clearing within the forest. Zhang Xiaojing got out first, followed closely by Lu Feiyu. As soon as the car door opened, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses, nauseating and suffocating. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly, and the black line on his shoulder quietly writhed, slipping down his sleeve, merging into the soil, and vanishing in an instant. "What are you standing there for? Move it, you idiot!" Zhang Xiaojing suddenly turned and roared at Lu Feiyu. his earlier feigned enthusiasm completely gone. In its place was a hideous expression, his bloodshot eyes bulging and veins throbbing, making him look like a ravenous beast ready to pounce. His thunderous shout startled several others nearby, drawing their attention. Two men approached, sneering as they spoke. Well, Brother Zhang's brought in another pig for slaughter. That was quick, one of them mocked. No one beats Brother Zhang's efficiency. Just in time, we're running low on pigs, the other added, both of them standing behind Zhang Shaozheng with cruel smiles. Their eyes roved over Lu Feiyu's body, appraising him like a butcher sizing up a piece of meat. Lu Feiyu flinched at their words, as if scared out of his wits. He stumbled out of the car, leaning against the door, his face a picture of panic. Yet behind his glasses, his eyes remained unnervingly calm, cold even. He scanned the scene quickly, noting that there were only 3 people present, though he couldn't shake the feeling that one was missing. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out from behind the car. "Ha ha, don't scare the kid too much, or he might wet his pants." Lu Feiyu turned to see a woman in a blood-red coat dragging a mangled corpse toward them. Her gaze landed on him, and her eyes lit up as she licked her lips, a twisted grin spreading across her face. "This one's a looker. Let me have some fun with him before we get down to business," she said. "You can, but don't kill him. A corpse won't attract any valuable beasts," Zhang Shaozheng replied with a smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. The 3 of them burst into raucous laughter, their eyes brazenly sizing up Lu Feiyu, lingering maliciously on certain areas. Lu Feiyu's expression shifted from panic to composure, and finally to an icy calm. He knew that the 4 figures from his memory were now all gathered here. As long as even one of them lived, he would not rest easy. "Since everyone's here, none of you are leaving," Lu Feiyu said in a low voice. With a sharp wave of his hand, a brilliant azure light shot out from his beast-taming space. A ferocious beast, its body covered in sleek blue fur, leapt forth. Its menacing aura filled the air, its fur rippling in the bloody wind, and its streamlined figure exuding a deadly beauty. However, Zhang Shaozheng and his comrades were unfazed. Instead, they roared with laughter. "Ha ha, this kid actually thinks he can fight back. A bronze-level beast tamer daring to challenge 4 silver-level tamers," one scoffed. The woman in red licked her lips again, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh, I do love a man with a bit of fight in him," she purred. Hearing those words, Lu Feiyu chuckled. His smile carried a hint of mischief, as if to say, just as expected. Even after altering his appearance, his innate charisma was impossible to conceal. However, when his gaze fell upon the woman in the red dress, a trace of satisfaction in his heart was instantly replaced by an inexplicable sense of disgust. The woman's bloated figure, her thick layers of makeup crumbling off her face with each movement, revealing mottled skin beneath it all, made Lu Feiyu shudder. His eyes darkened slightly, clearly unwilling to waste words on her. At that very moment, Lu Feiyu's companion beast, Jin Laoban, sensed the murderous intent brewing deep within his master. With a sudden low growl, the beast's voice was deep and commanding, like an invisible signal. Before the sound had even faded, Jin Laoban transformed into a gust of wind, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and lunged straight at the woman in red. Simultaneously, the ground was suddenly ignited by a blazing red sun. It was the woman's summoned Biasta fiery solar entity that erupted into existence within the stillness of the forest. Endless light and heat surged forth from the fiery orb, instantly setting the surrounding trees ablaze. In mere moments, the once dark forest was consumed by a raging inferno, flames devouring everything in their path, as if hell itself had descended. "So fast. Watch out. This guy's not ordinary." Zhang Shaozheng barely dodged Jin Laoban's attack, his voice sharp with urgency as he shouted, enduring the searing heat. Though tinged with panic, his tone remained decisive. His 3 subordinates immediately sprang into action, summoning their own companion beasts. Yet, just as they prepared to counterattack, a violent tremor erupted beneath their feet. "What?" Zhang Shaozheng glanced down, his expression shifting drastically. He could clearly see the solid ground beneath him splitting apart at an alarming rate, deep cracks spreading like a spider's web. Then, a glimpse of dark, scale-covered skin caught his eye. The scales stood on edge, their razor-sharp edges gleaming menacingly in the firelight. This is," Zhang Shaozheng muttered, an ominous feeling rising in his chest. Before he could react, the tremors intensified, making it difficult for him to remain standing. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted from the ground. With the earth splitting wide open, a massive creature burst forth. It was a colossal, jet-black dragon, stretching over 80 meters in length. Its scales shimmered with a cold, metallic sheen, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The dragon coiled through the air, its enormous body blotting out the sky like a storm cloud. Its obsidian eyes glowed with a chilling, murderous intent, as if it were a demon awakened from the depths of hell. Dragon form. Zhang Xiaoheng's pupils contracted, his voice trembling with unconcealed terror. He knew that in this form, the beast known as Blackscale possessed destructive power beyond comprehension, splitting the earth and shattering mountains was mere child's play. What the hell is this monster? Attack it now. Zhang Xiaozheng was flung into the air by the force of Blackscale's emergence. Struggling to steady himself, he shouted hoarsely. His 3 summoned beasts sprang into action, launching attacks one after another. Blades of wind, shards of ice, and other lethal strikes bombarded Blackscale. Yet, no matter how fierce the attacks, they failed to even scratch the dragon's impenetrable scales. Suddenly, Blackscale's massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Roar, the sound was ancient and primal, carrying an unparalleled aura of dominance that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. For a brief moment, everyone felt their spirits tremble, as if an image of a titanic dragon spanning the skies and earth had imprinted itself in their minds. The sheer terror from the depths of their souls left them paralyzed. Dragon's wrath. Zhang Xiaoheng's face turned ashen, his heart gripped by fear. He knew that Blackscale's dragon's wrath was more than just an oppressive display, it was a powerful control skill. Even beastmasters and their summoned beasts at the silver rank would be rendered immobile for a full 3 seconds. And within those 3 seconds, Blackscale opened its jaws once more, releasing a torrent of swirling black mist. The mist hissed as it met the air, corrosive and deadly, with an oddly sweet scent that spread rapidly. The vapor hung heavy in the air, enveloping the entire forest in an eerie, suffocating silence. In an instant, the cacophony of cicadas, the soft chirping of birds, the croaking of frogs, and even the faintest whispers of tiny creatures all vanished. The entire forest seemed to have been stripped of sound by an invisible force, plunging into a deathly silence. The air was thick with a suffocating chill, as if even the wind dared not linger in this ominous domain. This was no ordinary poison of the Jiao. In its dragon transformation state, it was the genuine venom of a dragon. Its toxicity was unparalleled. Contact meant instant death, leaving no room for survival. Black mist erupted from the black-scaled creature's body, spreading rapidly in the air like an enormous poisonous net, surging toward Zhang Xiaozheng and his companions with unstoppable force. 3 seconds were enough for the black mist to descend from the sky and completely engulf the trio. The moment the mist touched their skin, it seemed to possess a sinister sentience, frantically burrowing into their bodies through their pores. Almost immediately, billowing white vapor surged out from their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. As it did, their muscles and internal organs began to corrode at an alarming rate, their bodies disintegrating before anyone could react. In mere seconds, the 3 men had been utterly annihilated by the poisonous mist. All that remained on the ground were a few pitifully eroded, stark white bones, exuding an eerie, bone-chilling aura. Instant kill. This was the terrifying power of the black-scaled creature in its dragon transformation state. With the might of its true dragon bloodline, it had leapt from the 9th rank of black iron to a level capable of slaying top-tier silver-class beast tamers. Such a staggering two-realm leap in power left no doubt about the fearsome potential of the true dragon bloodline. Coo. A low, sinister laugh suddenly broke the silence as Boss Jean's figure reappeared in Lu Feiyu's line of sight. Clutching the red-clad woman by the neck with one claw, he approached with an almost jaunty stride. Thud. Upon reaching Lu Feiyu, Boss Jean loosened his grip and flung the woman to the ground at Lu Feiyu's feet as if discarding trash. He then casually dismissed the summoned Yaori with a wave of his hand. This was the sole survivor Lu Feiyu had deliberately spared. Meanwhile, the black-scaled creature descended slowly from the sky. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Boss Jean, brimming with rage as it clearly remembered the humiliation of being swatted away by him earlier. Now, with its newfound surge in power, it seemed eager to settle the score. Don't start. Lu Feiyu, sensing the creature's agitation, spoke calmly. Though reluctant, the black-scaled creature suppressed its aura. Boss Jean, however, showed no intention of backing down. Instead, he puffed out his chest arrogantly, swishing his tail in a blatant display of provocation. What are you going to do about it? His posture seemed to taunt. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu shook his head with a faint smile and then delivered a swift kick to Boss Jean's rear. Ow! Boss Jean yelped in pain, scurrying off in a flustered manner. His comical retreat brought a trace of smug satisfaction to the black-scaled creature's expression. The red-clad woman on the ground, however, was consumed by despair. Her vacant eyes stared up at the sky. She had never imagined that this seemingly young man could single-handedly annihilate nearly the entire greedy wolf mercenary group. The group, notorious though it was, had always been careful not to provoke silver-ranked beast tamers or those with significant backing. It was this caution that had allowed them to survive in this chaotic region for so long. Yet here he was, this god of death-like figure. Who was he? What had they done to offend him? Even in her confusion, she realized one thing. Lu Feiyu had come today with a purposito to settle scores with them. As she pondered, a sharp pain erupted in her abdomen. Before she could react, she was sent flying by a powerful kick, landing heavily several meters away. Lu Feiyu approached her, looking down at her from above. His voice was as cold as if it had risen from the depths of hell. Are there any other survivors? He crouched down, grabbing her disheveled hair and yanking her head up. The searing pain forced her to grimace, her limbs flailing helplessly in the air. Stammering through her trembling voice, she managed to reply, "No, none. They're all gone." Lu Feiyu's eyes darkened. Though he had expected this answer, a surge of fury still welled up within him. Images of the young, innocent faces of those who had been killed flashed through his mind, boys and girls who should have had bright futures, their lives cruelly stolen by the evil deeds of the greedy wolf mercenary group. He straightened up, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. Without hesitation, he raised his leg and delivered another forceful kick, sending the red-clad woman hurtling into the blazing inferno nearby. The flames devoured her body, casting flickering shadows on Lu Feiyu's stern profile. He stood there like an avenging demon, a figure so cold and unyielding it sent shivers down one's spine. The raging flames surged, purging everything impure in their path. As the anguished cries within the fire gradually diminished, fading into silence, Lu Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The flickering firelight illuminated his young yet stern face. His emotions churned, memories crashing over him like relentless waves. In his previous life, he had dropped out of school early, struggling to survive at the bottom of society, enduring scorn and ridicule. No background, no resources, not even access to the most basic knowledge about beast taming. He had tried to join adventuring teams but was repeatedly rejected, ultimately ending up doing odd jobs in an unremarkable little restaurant just to scrape by. At that time, Lu Feiyu's longing to become a beast tamer was like a faint candle flame, flickering precariously in the wind. When the greedy wolf adventurer team recruited him, he agreed without hesitation, even though he had a vague sense that something was amiss. Back then, I had no choice, Lu Feiyu murmured to himself, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Even if it was a trap, I had no option but to jump in. He understood that kind of despair, like a terminally ill patient praying to gods in desperation, clinging to the slimmest hope. But now, standing here, his eyes reflected the dancing flames, while his heart was calmer than ever before. It's over now. From this moment, I am simply myself, he sighed deeply, as if casting off the burdens of his past life entirely. Just then, a crisp bird call pierced the sky. The majestic Shangyin Failwan descended gracefully from above, landing elegantly before him. With a slight bow, it gestured for him to climb aboard. Lu Feiyu leapt lightly, landing steadily on the broad back of the Failwan. The soft feathers brushed against his feet, and his body was automatically secured. No matter how fiercely the wind howled during the flight, he remained unmoved. Now this is what a proper flying beast should be like, Lu Feiyu thought to himself, impressed. He couldn't help but recall Blackscale, whose slippery scales were as smooth as freshly polished tofu, making it impossible to stand on. And then there was Boss Jean's flying beast, which was so poorly trained it couldn't even maintain basic stability. Well done, decisive and ruthless. You've got potential, came the booming voice of Xiong Ming from behind, filled with unconcealed admiration. He had been trailing Lu Feiyu to ensure the safety of this SS-level student. Initially, Xiong Ming had assumed that while Lu Feiyu was exceptionally gifted, he was still just a bronze-level beast tamer. Potential was one thing, but combat strength was another. Yet to his surprise, this young man had single-handedly taken on 4 silver-level beast tamers, securing an effortless victory and dominating the battlefield in mere moments. From his vantage point in the sky, Xiong Ming had watched everything unfold, his palms sweating as he prepared to intervene at any moment. But Lu Feiyu's performance shattered his expectations. The decisiveness, the flawless coordination, it was beyond what a novice bronze-level tamer should be capable of. This kid, the more I see, the more I like him, Xiong Ming thought to himself. As for why Lu Feiyu had clashed with the other group, he didn't care in the slightest. All that mattered was that every decision the boy made was the right one. We can head to the academy today, Lu Feiyu said calmly, standing firm on the Feiluan's back. Everything had gone smoother than he had anticipated, had resolved all the lingering issues in Changnan in under 2 days. Do you need to pack anything? Xiong Ming asked, signaling to Xiaoqing. The Failwan let out a soft cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, carrying the two of them as the scenery below blurred into motion. They were already heading toward the villa on the low hill. After a moment of thought, Lu Feiyu replied, "Return the villa keys to Principal Wang." After all, it's his property. Hearing this, Xiongming nodded in agreement without further comment. Within minutes, they had left the outskirts of the city and arrived at the villa nestled in the low hills. The wings of the azure phoenix slowed their rhythm, its speed gradually decreasing as it descended. The once tiny villa, no larger than a fist from afar, grew clearer and larger in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and his previously calm expression turned icy. Before the iron gate of the villa stood four figures: Lu Guanzhong, Zhang Fengxia, Lu Qianjun, and Lu Sihan, all members of the Lu family. Their expressions varied: anxious, silent, or vacant, each revealing a different emotion. It was clear they had been waiting there for quite some time. Outside the gate, Lu Guanzhong paced back and forth restlessly, sweat faintly beading on his forehead. Beside him, Zhang Fengxia stood with a scowl, her voice rising in irritation as she ranted, "That little brat. Had rather let someone like Qin Yuanshan, who has nothing to do with us, join Class 1, but doesn't even consider our Qianjun. Has he forgotten that Lu Qianjun is his own family by blood?" As she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand and struck Lu Guanzhong hard on the back. "And you, useless. I told you to come earlier, but you didn't listen. Now look where we arrogant even catch a glimpse of him." The slap caused Lu Guanzhong to stagger, and the restlessness on his face gave way to fury. He spun around abruptly, his face flushing red, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "You are one to talk. Wasn't it because of you that Feiyu left home and cut all ties with us? Huh. He's already severed ties with this family, and yet here you are, shamelessly trying to find him. You might not care about your dignity, but I still have mine." Zhang Fengxia was momentarily stunned by his outburst, but quickly recovered with a cold snort, retaliating without hesitation. "Oh, sure. You've got dignity. You're so noble. Then why are you here today? Acting all high and mighty. Yet you're no better than me. Hypocrite." Their argument intensified, voices rising as they completely lost their composure. Just then, Lu Sihan, who had been silently keeping her head down, suddenly looked up, unable to bear it any longer. She shouted, "Enough, Dad, Mom. When we see Feiyu later, can't we just lower our heads and admit we were wrong? Feiyu has a soft hear that responds to kindness, not force. Hell forgive us. Otherwise, how is Qianjun supposed to survive at school? The college entrance exams are coming up. We can't just stand by and watch him ruin his future." Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the fiery argument. Both Zhang Fengxia and Lu Guanzhong fell silent, turning in unison to look at Lu Qianjun. He sat off to the side, staring blankly into space, his entire demeanor lifeless as if he were a shell of a person. His eyes were vacant, his expression wooden, and occasionally, he would let out a strange laugh, his face streaked with drool and snot. He looked utterly deranged. This sight filled the Lu family with growing anxiety. Ever since Lu Qianjun had returned from school the previous day, he had been in this state. They had tried countless remedies, even spending a fortune on low-grade resources said to nourish the soul, but nothing worked. In the end, they could only think of one person: Lu Feiyu. To them, with Lu Feiyu's current status and capabilities, he might have a way to bring Lu Qianjun back to normal. Even Lu Guanzhong, who prided himself on his dignity, had no choice but to swallow his pride and personally seek help. Yet, the agonizing weight wore on their nerves. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind roared through the air. Instinctively, the Lu family looked up to see a colossal azure bird descending from the sky, its massive wings casting a shadow over the ground. As the bird landed gracefully, a tall figure leapt from its back. It was none other than Lu Feiyu. Standing tall and imposing, Lu Feiyu exuded an icy indifference from his sharp features. His arrival sent a jolt through the Lu family, but the quickest to react was Zhang Fengxia. She immediately stepped forward, her face breaking into an uncharacteristically ingratiating smile. Her expression bordered on unsettling as she said, "Feiyu, it's been so long since you've been home. We just wanted to check on you, see how you've been doing." As she spoke, she cautiously inched closer. "Look at you, all grown up now. Why hold a grudge against your family?" Smack! A crisp sound cut through the air, silencing her mid-sentence. Zhang Fengxia's head snapped to the side as a bright red handprint appeared on her cheek. She froze, her expression stiff with shock, clearly not expecting such a decisive reaction. Lu Feiyu shook his right hand lightly, his gaze cold and his tone even colder. "Old hag, didn't I say this before? Every time I see you, I'll slap you. Why haven't you learned your lesson?" Lu Feiyu swung his right hand casually, a brazen smirk plastered on his face. "Oh, right. What were you trying to say earlier?" His tone was light and nonchalant, as though the slap just now was nothing more than a casual jest. However, the vivid redness on Zhang Fengxia's cheek told a different story. It was anything but a joke. The searing pain tearing through her face made it impossible for her to maintain her composure. Zhang Fengxia's chest heaved with anger, her fury nearly erupting from her eyes. But as her gaze fell on the massive and intimidating blue bird standing beside Lu Feiyu, her rage was abruptly extinguished, like cold water dousing a fire. This boy's current status was now far beyond her control. Forcing a strained, unnatural smile, she lowered her voice submissively. Feiyu, I was wrong earlier. Smack. Another crisp slap echoed through the air, this time landing on her left cheek. Zhang Fengxia staggered slightly, her left cheek swelling rapidly, creating a grotesque symmetry with her right. At this moment, she resembled nothing more than a dried-up, scraggly old boar's head. Wait, what? You don't understand me when I speak? Lu Feiyu shook both hands, his grin widening even further. Every time we meet, I'll give you a slap. I blink, and it's like we're meeting again. His tone dripped with mockery, as if he were recounting the most mundane occurrence. You. I. Zhang Fengxia clutched her burning cheeks, the stinging pain nearly driving her to the edge of reason. Her eyes brimmed with shame and resentment as her trembling lips struggled to form words. But before she could unleash her fury, Lu Sahan's actions interrupted her. Standing silently in the background all this time, Lu Sahan finally stepped forward. She quickly pulled her mother behind her, shielding her protectively. Taking a deep breath as she struggled to suppress her emotions, she forced a strained smile and slightly bowed her head. Her voice was soft and conciliatory. Xiaoyu, we were wrong before. But after all, we're family. Isn't what you're doing a bit excessive? We've already apologized, what more do you want from us? As she spoke, her tone gradually sharpened, her emotions visibly spiraling out of control. You were just a little stifled at home, but Qianjun's nearly a complete fool now. Her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes glinting with complicated emotions. Finally, unable to contain her anger any longer, she jabbed a finger toward Lu Feiyu's face, her voice rising in a furious shriek. Do you even have a shred of humanity left? Her voice rang sharp and grating, spittle flying with her words, carrying a faintly unpleasant odor. Lu Feiyu's expression remained unchanged, though his smirk grew colder. Slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes glinted with icy disdain. You think an apology means I should forgive you? His voice was calm, yet it carried an oppressive weight. The next moment, his right leg shot up abruptly, delivering a ruthless kick to Lu Sahan's abdomen. The blow was fierce and unrestrained, landing squarely on its target. Though beast tamers weren't as physically strong as their beasts, their bodies were still far superior to those of ordinary people. Lu Feiyu's foot struck Lu Sahan's stomach with precision, causing her eyes to bulge in shock as her body flew backward like a broken kite. She crashed to the ground several meters away, blood spurting from her mouth and staining the ground crimson. God damn it! Lu Feiyu's eyes gleamed with a touch of madness as he stood tall and unyielding, his grin turning ever more twisted. Today, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to go wild. No one gets to guilt-trip me. Not even Jesus could stop me. He began walking toward the fallen Lu Sahan, his steps slow and deliberate, each one pounding on the hearts of those watching. Standing over her crumpled form, he looked down with cold disdain, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Oh dear, my apologies, Miss Lu. I must have lost control of my foot for a second. So sorry about that. Lu Sahan lay curled on the ground, clutching her stomach tightly, her face contorted with pain. She tried to speak, but could only manage faint whimpers. Watching her pitiful state, Lu Feiyu let out a derisive chuckle before continuing. I've already apologized. Surely you're not still holding a grudge against me, are you, Miss Lu? Tell you what, I'm a kind-hearted person. I can't stand seeing someone groveling on the ground like a dog. Here, take this money and go see a doctor. With a flick of his wrist, the space ring on his finger glimmered faintly, and 10 crisp, red bills materialized in his hand. He gave his wrist a casual shake, sending the bills fluttering into the air like red butterflies. The notes drifted down, some landing on Lu Sahan's face, mingling with the blood at the corners of her mouth. The once bright bills were now mottled and stained, a gruesome sight to behold. This 1,000 yuan is to repay the money the Lu family spent on buying the beast egg for him. You've gone too far, Lu Feiyu. She's your sister. Your family. You both carry my blood in your veins. Blood is thicker than water, didn't you understand that? Lu Guanzhong could no longer hold back his anger. His face, flushed with rage, erupted like a volcano. He strode toward Lu Feiyu, his voice booming with fury, as if it could shatter the entire hall. Yet, to Lu Feiyu, his roar was nothing more than a faint breeze, unable to disturb the cold indifference on his face. Family! Lu Feiyu sneered, a cold smirk lifting the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with deep-seated hatred. Do you even deserve to use that word? My only family died 15 years ago, and the one who killed her was you, Lu Guanzhong. Lu Guanzhong's face froze instantly, his anger replaced by a fleeting expression of shock and shame. But Lu Feiyu wasn't finished. His words, sharp as blades, struck directly at Lu Guanzhong's heart. An affair during marriage, a mistress named Zhang Fengxia bringing her illegitimate child to seize the household. You destroyed my family with your own hands. My mother collapsed on the spot. Her health deteriorated day by day, and she died with resentment in her heart. From that day forward, your filthy bloodline has had nothing to do with me. Lu Feiyu's words were like arrows, each one piercing deeper. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. The weight of his fury suffocated everyone present. The cold smirk on Lu Feiyu's face gradually faded, replaced by a resolute and icy determination. He drew a short blade from his spatial ring, its sharp edge gleaming with a chilling light. If you want blood ties, then I'll return them to you. His voice was low, but it carried the madness of liberation. Before his words fully landed, the blade slashed across his right wrist. The knife bit into his flesh, and blood spurted out like a crimson flood, staining Lu Guanzhong's clothes in an instant. The blood dripped onto the floor, forming dark red roses that were as shocking as they were tragic. Lu Guanzhong stood frozen, his face a mix of anger and shock. He had never imagined Lu Feiyu would go to such extremes, slashing his wrist to sever their ties completely. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, sharp and suffocating. As Lu Guanzhong stared at the scene before him, an unspeakable wave of regret surged in his heart. If only he had treated Lu Feiyu better back then, even just stood up for him a little when Zhang Fengxia bullied him, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. I was such a fool, truly, he murmured to himself, his face awash with remorse. But before he could voice his regret, a towering figure stepped between him and Lu Feiyu. Xiong Meng's massive frame stood like an immovable fortress. At nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders, he instantly dwarfed Lu Guanzhong's presence, stripping him of any remaining authority. This ends here. Xiong Meng's voice was deep and icy, carrying the weight of a final judgment from the depths of hell. He advanced step by step toward Lu Guanzhong, his gaze radiating a murderous intent sharp enough to pierce the soul. Lu Guanzhong opened his mouth to retort, but Xiong Meng's massive hand shot out, gripping his throat with an iron-like grasp. In one swift motion, Lu Guanzhong was lifted off the ground. His legs kicked helplessly in the air, his face turning red as he gasped desperately for air. Xiong Meng's grip tightened, his overwhelming strength and aura of death sending waves of terror through Lu Guanzhong's heart. If I ever see you harassing my student again, Xiong Meng's voice was cold and grim, leaving the rest of his threat unspoken, yet dripping with deadly intent. Lu Guanzhong's terror-filled eyes widened further. He could feel Xiong Meng's grip growing tighter, the air thinning with the pressure against his throat. The shadow of death loomed over him, and for a moment, he thought he might actually die right there. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lu Guanzhong was on the brink of suffocation, Xiong Meng let out a cold snort and released him. Lu Guanzhong collapsed to the ground like a lifeless rag doll, clutching his throat as he gulped down air, desperate to fill his lungs. It was as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. His face was flushed purple, his eyes filled with fear and humiliation. The domineering aura he had displayed moments earlier was nowhere to be found. Scrambling on the ground, he retreated as far as he could from Xiong Meng's towering figure, which now seemed synonymous with death itself. He dared not linger a second longer. Get out of here! Xiong Meng's thunderous roar reverberated like a storm, so powerful it caused the ground to tremble slightly. The overwhelming force of his presence shattered the courage of Lu Guanzhong and the others, leaving them no choice but to flee. Hugging Lu Sihan tightly, Lu Guanzhong dared not even glance back as he turned and bolted. In her panic, Zhang Fengxia grabbed Lu Qianjun, stumbling as she urged him to run. Within moments, the once bustling villa entrance was deserted, leaving only Lu Feiyu and Xiong Meng behind. Xiong Meng's gaze fell on Lu Feiyu's still bleeding wrist. His brows furrowed slightly, but his tone was calm as he said, "Why harm yourself like this?" As he spoke, he made a simple gesture, and a faint green light shimmered into existence beside him. It was his healing beast. As a Hound beastmaster, Xiong Meng had developed a comprehensive beast system, excelling in healing, control, offense, assassination, and travel. At this moment, the pale green sprite floated toward Lu Feiyu, its translucent wings fluttering gently as it emitted a soft green glow, like a firefly in the night. The light enveloped Lu Feiyu's wrist, and the deep, bone-revealing wound healed with astonishing speed, the bleeding stopping instantly. If not for the faint pain lingering in his wrist, Lu Feiyu might have thought the injury had never existed. Looking at his wrist, Lu Feiyu allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. Some things just have to be done. If I don't crush their hopes entirely, the trouble will never end. Besides, with you here, Principal, I knew you wouldn't let my blood be shed in vain. Xiong Meng was briefly stunned by his words, then burst into hearty laughter. You sly kid, not bad. Now hurry up, pack your things and let's go. After the brief episode, Lu Feiyu returned the villa keys to Principal Wang and made arrangements with Xiongming to book a flight to the capital. Changnan, situated in the southern region of Huaxia, was quite far from the northern capital. While Lu Feiyu's beast, Qing, boasted incredible flying speed, Xiongming clearly preferred modern transportation. After all, no matter how strong a beast might be, prolonged exertion was unwise, something an experienced beastmaster like Xiongming understood well. The plane cruised steadily through the sky. Since the calamity, humanity had spent decades reopening a few safe flight routes. To avoid the threat of airborne beasts, flight speeds were intentionally reduced. What would have been an afternoon arrival stretched well into the evening. By the time their plane landed at the capital's airport, the sky had already darkened. Upon reaching Huaxia University, Xiongming guided Lu Feiyu around the campus while explaining a few key points. I'll take you to the dormitory first. We've already arranged a place for you. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., a teacher will take you to your class for registration. Tonight, feel free to explore the city and get a sense of the capital's atmosphere, but don't stay out too late. You'll need to get up early tomorrow. If you need anything, just contact me. Lu Feiyu nodded, following Xiongming along the campus's tree-lined paths. Along the way, numerous students stopped in their tracks, their curious gazes fixed on him. Over the past few days, news of this SSS-tier dual-talent prodigy had spread like wildfire online. Now, seeing him in person, they couldn't help but speculate. So, this is the genius everyone's been talking about? He doesn't look all that extraordinary, one student whispered under his breath. I mean, he's just a little better looking than me, right? 2 eyes, 1 nose, same as everyone else. Give it a rest, his companion retorted, rolling his eyes. With a face like that, I'd admit defeat any day. Lu Feiyu paid no attention to the murmurs, his expression calm and composed as he walked on, indifferent to the stares and whispers. Under Xiongming's guidance, he eventually entered the dormitory building, his figure vanishing from the crowd's sight. Originally, it was supposed to be 2 people per dorm room, but since you joined the class later, you don't have a roommate. So, lucky you, an entire dorm to yourself. Comfortable, huh? Xiongming said with a grin. Lu Feiyu smiled faintly as his gaze swept around the dorm's interior, his eyes betraying an undeniable sense of amazement. He nodded but replied modestly, it's all right, I guess. Deep down, however, he was overwhelmed, his thoughts churning like a tidal wave. Comfortable? This was beyond comfortable. It was so luxurious it felt unreal. There were no bunk beds, no cramped layouts with desks underneath. The dorm room was shockingly spacious, with 2 lavish beds on either side, each accompanied by a double-door wardrobe. One wardrobe door was slightly ajar, revealing an interior so spacious it looked like it could easily hide 3 people. Between the beds were 2 long desks, their surfaces spotless, so pristine that even someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies wouldn't find a flaw. Unable to hold back, Lu Feiyu took a few steps further into the room, his gaze taking in every detail. The more he looked, the more delighted he felt. An in-suite bathroom was expected, but there was also a small kitchen, and on top of that, the other side of the room opened up to a private outdoor balcony. Was this really a student dorm? Even a high-end apartment in the city center might not compare to this. It's all cleaned and ready for you to use, Xiongming said casually, plopping down on one of the large beds with a lazy tone. The mattress, bedding, everything's brand new, so no worries. Your student ID and campus map are in the wardrobe, didn't forget to grab them. Oh, and you've got access to special resource exchanges. You can head over to the Resource Management Center and pick out whatever you need. It's up to you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lu Feiyu, and his tone shifted to a more serious one. After all, with your talent, you probably know better than any instructor how to make the most of those resources. With that, Xiongming stood up, dusted off his clothes, and after ensuring he hadn't left anything behind, waved goodbye. All right, that's it. Rest up. Lu Feiyu walked him to the door, watching as Xiongming's figure disappeared down the hallway. He then turned back into the dorm, closing the door behind him. His eyes immediately locked onto the double-door wardrobe. A few quick steps brought him to it, and he pulled the doors open, retrieving the campus map and student ID inside. His eyes scanned the map swiftly, pinpointing the location of the Resource Management Center. A flicker of anticipation lit up his gaze. Without wasting any time, he grabbed his things and headed out, walking briskly toward the Resource Management Center. Along the way, his mind was filled with thoughts of Blackscale's evolution. Currently, Blackscale had just stepped into the Flood Dragon stage and already demonstrated formidable combat prowess. If it successfully evolved into the Devourer Sky Dragon, how terrifyingly powerful would it become? The thought made Lu Feiyu quicken his pace. Before long, he arrived at the Resource Management Center. From the outside, the building appeared unassuming, but the moment he stepped inside, he was struck by its unique atmosphere. Shelves lined up in perfect order displayed a dazzling array of rare resources, ranging from basic to top tier, all readily available. A quick glance was enough for Lu Feiyu to marvel inwardly. truly worthy of being the top academy, and Waxy 8's resource reserves were nothing short of astounding. The Resource Management Center was divided into 4 levels, each corresponding to a different tier of resources. Feiyu glanced at the signage and headed straight for the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. At the entrance of each floor, there were specialized machines to scan student IDs and verify access permissions, ensuring no unauthorized students could enter. Exits were equipped with security gates, designed to detect any stolen resources. Punishments ranged from disciplinary actions to expulsion, and in severe cases, even legal consequences. Feiyu swiped his student ID at the entrance, and after 3 soft beeps, he was granted access to the 3rd floor. Pushing the door open, he was immediately greeted by the solemn aura unique to this level. The resources here were all high-grade and rare, with some being treasures that were nearly impossible to find in the outside world. With sharp focus, Feiyu scanned the shelves as he moved, his eyes darting from one item to the next. Finally, in a transparent display case not far off, he spotted his target True Dragon Essence Blood. This was the final resource black scale needed to evolve its potential to S-grade. Without any hesitation, Feiyu strode toward the 3rd shelf, where the blood essence of ferocious beasts was stored. The towering shelf was crafted from spirit sealing wood, its surface emanating a soft, lustrous glow and a faint spiritual aura. This type of wood had the remarkable ability to preserve spiritual energy and vitality, ensuring that the resources placed on the shelf remained in peak condition even after a millennium. The shelf alone was worth over 1,000,000 Huaxia coins. Feiyu's sharp gaze swept over the shelves like an eagle, carefully examining the labels of each blood essence. The rarity of True Dragon Blood Essence had earned it a prominent spot on the 1st level of the shelf, in a highly visible and unmistakable location. Several translucent jade bottles were neatly arranged, each accompanied by a label detailing the origin and attributes of the blood essence inside. Four-winged bone dragon, renowned for its unparalleled physical strength, recommended for physical attribute beast evolutions. Heavenly Wood Azure Dragon, a wood attribute true dragon skilled in healing and control, gentle and highly compatible, recommended for wood or water attribute beast evolutions. Extinction Flame Dragon, a fire attribute true dragon adept at manipulating flames, highly unstable, not recommended for beasts below the jade rank. Feiyu read each label word by word, his brows slightly furrowed as he analyzed the information rapidly in his mind. Although Blackscale's evolution didn't specifically require true dragon blood essence of a particular attribute, he understood that blood essence with matching or similar attributes would undoubtedly maximize the evolution's effectiveness. His gaze moved slowly along the shelf until it settled on the last bottle. It was a jade-green vial, its surface glistening with a translucent sheen and emitting a faint, eerie glow. Through the glass-like exterior, the blood essence inside appeared as dark as ink, so thick it seemed as though black flames were about to drip from it. The label on the bottle bore a striking description in bold lettering: Toxic Flame Demon Dragon, dual attributes of poison and fire. The conflicting attributes make it exceptionally dangerous, usable only by beasts with true dragon bloodlines. Feiyu stared at the label, a faint smirk forming at the corner of his lips as a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. Dangerous? To him, this was practically tailor-made for Blackscale. The poison attribute perfectly aligned with Blackscale's core traits, and the usable only by beasts with true dragon bloodlines restriction only made the blood essence all the more precious. As for the dangers of the conflicting poison and fire attributes, he didn't even bat an eye. Pain? Just a tiny bit, Feiyu mused with a wry grin. A young true dragon, not even a month old. What's a bit of suffering? Plenty of beasts would jump at the chance to endure this. Without hesitation, he reached out and retrieved the jade vial. The bottle felt cool to the touch, its smooth, icy texture oddly pleasing. Wasting no more time, Feiyu tightened his grip on the vial and turned to head downstairs. As he passed through the detection gate, he moved with ease, his expression calm and unbothered, walking through without a hitch. After leaving the storage room, Feiyu didn't return to his dormitory. Instead, he followed the map's guidance and headed straight for the breakthrough chamber located within Huaxia University. For beast tamers, the later stages of breakthroughs or evolutions often triggered intense phenomena, some of which could even pose life-threatening risks. To address this, the university had established breakthrough chambers to provide students with a safe environment. Similar facilities existed in major cities, but their usage fees were exorbitant. In the past, Feiyu, constrained by his finances, had no choice but to attempt breakthroughs at home. Now, as a pre-admitted student of Huaxia University, he enjoyed the privilege of using the breakthrough chambers free of charge. Can't let a freebie go to waste. Feiyu chuckled as he swiped his card to access one of the chambers. The room was modestly sized, around 30 square meters, divided into 2 sections. The larger room was designated for beast evolutions, while the smaller room allowed the beast tamer to monitor the process. The walls were made of transparent material, enabling clear observation of the beast condition and allowing for immediate intervention if necessary to halt the evolution and prevent accidents. Standing in the smaller room, Lu Feiyu took a deep breath and summoned Blackscale and Jean Laoban from his beast-taming space. Sensing the imminent transformation, Blackscale grew unusually excited. Its scales quivered slightly, and its eyes gleamed with an uncontrollable desire, like a ferocious beast that had been caged for too long and was now on the verge of breaking free. "Come on," Lu Feiyu whispered, beckoning Blackscale as they entered a larger room. His gaze was sharp, and with a subtle movement of his fingers, a faint glow flickered on the spatial ring he wore. In an instant, 2 jade boxes and a jade vial appeared in his hand. Moving swiftly and decisively, he opened each of them one by one. The first item revealed was a high-quality dark element beast core. It was a deep, earthy brown, its surface uneven and rugged, resembling the crispy skin of fried pork belly. Its texture was covered with tiny protrusions, exuding an indescribable sense of power. Next was the 5 Venoms essence, a pitch-black liquid with an eerie sheen rippling across its surface. It emitted a strange fragrance mixed with a faint, fishy stench that instinctively made one hold their breath. Finally, the piece de resistance was the rare and precious True Dragon Essence Blood. Lu Feiyu carefully uncorked the jade vial. With a soft pop, the solid substance, initially as still and dense as black charcoal, began to liquefy rapidly. The dark liquid swirled within the vial, its surface rippling with waves that seemed to pulse with life. Tendrils of black mist and flickering flames danced together in its depths, radiating an overwhelming, heart-palpitating pressure. "Open your mouth. It's coming out," Lu Feiyu urged in a low, urgent voice as the liquid in the vial rose, threatening to overflow. He knew all too well the value of this substance. There was no room for even the slightest waste. Hearing the command, Blackscale instantly opened its massive jaws, a low growl rumbling deep from its throat. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyu released the vial, letting it drop directly into Blackscale's mouth. At the same time, he swiftly pushed both the Dark Element Beast Core and the 5 Venoms essence into its still-open maw. "Swallow it," he commanded firmly, stepping back quickly to stand beside Jean Laoban. Together, they focused intently on Blackscale, watching its transformation unfold. Blackscale's body began to tremble violently. Its pitch-black scales, previously interlocked seamlessly, suddenly flared upward like blades, each one shining with a chilling gleam and exuding an aura of menace. From beneath the scales, tendrils of black mist rose like steam from its flesh, spreading rapidly to fill the entire room. As the mist thickened, viscous black liquid began dripping from the air, hissing upon contact with the ground. The corrosive drops instantly created deep pits in the floor and walls, releasing white-hot vapors. The intertwining black and white mists enshrouded the room, plunging it into an eerie, dreamlike darkness. However, Lu Feiyu's ascension eye allowed him to see everything with perfect clarity. His sharp gaze caught the astonishing changes taking place in Blackscale's scales. The triangular scales were rapidly morphing into pentagonal shapes, layering over one another to form a dense, fortified structure. He counted 4 layers of overlapping scales, each arranged in a staggered pattern, faintly forming mysterious patterns that emitted a palpable, awe-inspiring energy. But the most striking transformation occurred on Blackscale's head. The 2 raised bulges on its skull suddenly burst open, giving way to a pair of majestic antler-like horns that grew with deliberate grace. These horns radiated an air of draconic dignity and grandeur. Dragon horns. Lu Feiyu's heart skipped a beat, his eyes alight with uncontainable excitement. As the horns fully emerged, Blackscale threw its head back and unleashed an earth-shattering roar. The deafening dragon's cry reverberated throughout the room, shaking the very foundation of the building. The immense aura of the true dragon, imbued with an overwhelming majesty, surged outward like tidal waves, making the entire structure tremble under its pressure. After the roar subsided, the black and white mists dissipated rapidly, and the room returned to calm. But what now hovered in the air was no longer the original Blackscale. It had transformed into a true black dragon, its massive body glistening with radiant, shimmering scales, its imposing horns exuding regal authority, and its presence emanating an unparalleled, domineering aura. Blackscale, evolution complete. Lu Feiyu's chest swelled with emotions he could barely contain. With a wave of his hand, he activated his Ascension Eye, capturing every detail of Blackscale's evolved form. His eyes burned with fervent admiration. This was no ordinary creature. This was a genuine dragon, an invincible existence among its peers. Upon seeing the detailed information about Hylan, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up. Hylan's level had astonishingly leapt from Black Iron Tier 9 directly to Bronze Tier 6, crossing an entire major level and 5 minor levels. Such a massive improvement left Lu Feiyu both shocked and exhilarated. Even more thrilling was the transformation in Hylan's skill set. The first three skills, True Dragon Physique, Corrosive Dragon Flame, and True Dragon Intimidation, had all advanced to epic level, with their effects significantly enhanced. The True Dragon Physique granted Hyland an impervious constitution, immune to all abnormal statuses. It also tripled its physical attributes at minimum, with even greater potential based on its size. Corrosive Dragon Flame represented the pinnacle of offensive techniques, with its toxic flames capable of incinerating everything while simultaneously draining the target's life force and converting it for its own use life force that could not naturally recover. True Dragon Intimidation, meanwhile, bestowed absolute dominance on the battlefield, intimidating any creature of a lower bloodline than Hyland. Affected enemies would descend into panic, with their attack and defense halved, and suffer a brief 2-second stun. These three skills combined to form a perfect synergy of offense, defense, and control, ensuring Hyland's invincibility in combat. However, what truly surprised and thrilled Lu Feiyu was Hyland's newly acquired legendary skill, Devouring Might. A legendary skill. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim softly in awe. This was the first time he had ever seen a legendary skill on a beast with S-level potential. Unlike the first three skills, Devouring Might did not directly enhance Hyland's immediate combat capabilities. Instead, its potential far exceeded Lu Feiyu's imagination. This skill allowed Hyland to devour all things, rapidly strengthening itself and advancing its level. In other words, as long as resources were abundant, Hyland's growth would be unmatched. Lu Feiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now I finally don't have to worry about getting beaten up by Boss Jean anymore. He chuckled as he beckoned Hyland to come closer, silently adding in his mind, in fact, it might soon be Hyland beating up Boss Jean instead. At that thought, an image of the immense energy contained in the spiritual essence water of the Capital University surfaced in his mind. If Devouring Might could be combined with the spiritual essence water, Hyland's level might surpass Boss Jean's beast at an unimaginable speed. And knowing Hyland's personality, it would undoubtedly strike back and reclaim its dignity after enduring such humiliation over the past few days. As Lu Feiyu envisioned these future scenarios, he suddenly sensed Hyland's aura surging once more. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated the Ascension Eye to observe Hyland's changes. In mere seconds, Hyland's level had broken through from Bronze Tier 6 to Bronze Tier 7, entering the late Bronze stage, and the surge in its aura showed no signs of slowing down. Could this be residual energy from the evolution resources being absorbed? Lu Feiyu murmured to himself, his tone tinged with astonishment. The evolution resources Hyland had absorbed included 2 high-grade special materials, each containing energy as vast as a mountain or ocean. Now, it seemed that Devouring Might was rapidly assimilating and converting this energy, propelling Hyland's level to new heights. His gaze burned with anticipation as he watched Hyland, waves of excitement crashing over him. The future of this corrosive sky dragon was far more brilliant than he had ever imagined. It's impossible to expend all the energy in one go during evolution. A portion of it remains dormant within the beast, gradually merging with its flesh and blood over time, enhancing its cultivation level. This process is typically measured in years. However, at this moment, Blackscale's rate of absorption is almost measured in seconds. Coiled on the ground, Blackscale's body surged with a violent energy, as if a dam had burst, relentlessly washing over its flesh and bones. With every passing second, its aura intensified, and its once heavy black scales now shimmered faintly with an almost imperceptible metallic luster. Every minute, it broke through a minor stage, as though the concept of bottlenecks simply didn't exist. This speed of absorption is insane. Lu Feiyu stared in disbelief, his eyes sparkling with shock. Beside him, Boss Jean was equally dumbfounded, his round eyes bulging as he forgot to even wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. His voice trembled as he stammered. This kid, what kind of monster has he raised? As time ticked by, 10 minutes later, the aura surrounding Blackscale finally began to stabilize. It slowly raised its lowered dragon head, exuding an oppressive presence so tangible it commanded awe. Lu Feiyu's eyes focused, and his pupils contracted sharply. Not bronze. It's silver. And not even early silver, it's mid-stage silver. It had leapt directly from Bronze Tier 6 to Silver Tier 6, crossing an entire major realm in one go. Lu Feiyu reached out, gently stroking Blackscale's dragon head, his heart brimming with emotion. Blackscale, are you truly a genius? His voice carried an unmistakable excitement, and the joy on his face was impossible to hide. Blackscale lifted its dragon head slightly, letting out a low growl, seemingly responding to its master's praise. However, its pitch-black eyes moved past Lu Feiyu, locking onto Boss Jean, who was trying to hide behind him. The icy glare in its gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Boss Jean's heart. The grudge from yesterday was still fresh like a thorn in its side. Blackscale's body suddenly swelled, its massive tail sweeping out with terrifying force. The air cracked with sharp sonic booms, as if the tail could tear through everything in its path. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Feiyu shouted hastily, grabbing hold of Blackscale's dragon horn to forcibly halt its attack. If you want to fight, do it elsewhere. Don't embarrass me here. Blackscale let out an unwilling growl but obeyed Lu Feiyu's command, withdrawing its threatening aura. Boss Jean, meanwhile, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stumbling back several steps with a pale face. Lu Feiyu retrieved both beasts into his beast space and exhaled deeply. With Blackscale's evolution complete, he had also broken through to Silver Tier 6 as a Beastmaster. Along with his enhanced physical abilities, his contract capacity had increased by 1. This meant that he could now contract a third beast at any time. The thought filled Lu Feiyu with excitement. That beast egg, which started with ensgrade potential, had been further strengthened in the mythic bloodline pool. Once contracted, it would be at an S-grade level. Such an incredible opportunity felt almost too good to be true. It was enough to make his blood boil with anticipation. Today is Thursday. Just one more day of classes, and then I can head to Capital University this weekend to claim the beast egg and other resources. Lu Feiyu silently set his goal, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Humming a cheerful tune, he walked briskly back toward his dormitory. By the time he arrived at the dormitory building, night had fully descended. Without lingering, he headed straight for his room. But as he reached the door, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Standing in front of his door was a refined-looking middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. With a straight posture and hands clasped behind his back, the man exuded an air of authority beneath his scholarly demeanor. It was clear he had been waiting there for some time. Hearing Lu Feiyu's footsteps, the man slowly turned his head. When his gaze landed on Lu Feiyu, a warm smile spread across his face as he walked forward to greet him. You must be Lu Feiyu, the man said with a friendly tone. I'm Zheng Wenhe from Capital University, but you can call me Teacher Zheng. As he introduced himself, he took out his staff ID to verify his identity to Lu Feiyu. Principal Han asked me to deliver something to you. As he spoke, Zheng Wenhe handed the bag in his hand to Lu Feiyu. In a soft voice he added, "An S-rank beast egg." Lu Feiyu instinctively took the bag, his fingers tightening slightly as he felt the weight of the item inside. Lowering his head, his gaze swept over the bag's opening, revealing a square box made of sandalwood, intricately carved with hollowed patterns. The box emitted a faint, gentle glow, not blinding, but exuding a warm and inviting aura, as if softly calling out to him. The principal also mentioned that you should come to the school this Saturday. Take whatever resources you need, Zhang Wenhe said, interrupting Lu Feiyu's train of thought. His tone carried a hint of admiration. Here, let's exchange contact information. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. Lu Feiyu nodded, pulling out his phone as the two quickly exchanged contact details. Zhang Wenhe then politely declined Lu Feiyu's invitation to come in and sit for a while, turning to leave. His steps were measured yet light, clearly intentional in giving Lu Feiyu some private space. After all, he wasn't a child. Zhang Wenhe knew all too well that Lu Feiyu would be eager to inspect the S-rank beast egg. Staying any longer would only seem intrusive. Watching Zhang Wenhe disappear into the distance, Lu Feiyu almost sprinted back to his dormitory. He quickly locked the door behind him, placing the bag he had been gripping tightly onto the table with care. Taking a moment to steady his breathing, he pulled out the exquisite sandalwood box from the bag. His fingers brushed over the box's surface, feeling the fine texture of the wood grain. Taking a deep breath, he carefully lifted the lid. In an instant, the previously soft white glow turned dazzlingly bright, flooding the entire room with light that rivaled the midday sun. Lu Feiyu instinctively squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes. In the next moment, he activated his Eye of Ascension. The sharp sting in his eyes vanished immediately, and his vision became crystal clear. Every detail of the room vividly etched before him. Detailed information about the beast egg appeared before his eyes. Species: Enchanting Envy Fox. Element: Enchantment. Talent grade: S. Stage: Skills: Fox's Power exceptional. Enchanting Arts exceptional. Pale Cascade exceptional. Kiss of Finality epic. Evolution path: Enchanting Envy Fox S-rank, Celestial Spirit Fox S-rank, Redeemer Saint Fox SS-rank. Evaluation: Nearly at the pinnacle of mortal beast eggs, an extraordinarily rare treasure. An enchantment-type beast? Lu Feiyu murmured to himself, a smile gradually spreading across his face, unable to hide his growing excitement. Beasts of the enchantment type were known for their abilities tied to the soul and powerful control effects. This wasn't just ordinary, momentary control. It could last minutes, hours, or even days of absolute dominance. In some cases, the most powerful enchantment beasts could even permanently subvert enemy beasts with a single glance, turning them into loyal allies. Whether in combat or strategic scenarios, such abilities were nothing short of game-changing. Moreover, Lu Feiyu's gaze fell on its evolution path, and his heart raced with even greater excitement. This beast had the potential to develop healing capabilities in the future. If that were true, it would become an exceptionally rare dual-type beast, capable of both offense and support a truly perfect companion. At this thought, Feiyu could no longer contain his exhilaration. Clutching the glowing beast egg in one hand, he swiftly formed seals with the other, focusing his mind. In the blink of an eye, he and the beast egg were transported into his beast space. Inside the beast space, the mythic bloodline pool lay still, its crimson waters emanating an air of mystery and depth. Without hesitation, Feiyu tossed the beast egg into the pool. The moment it touched the water, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, sinking slowly. The blinding white light merged with the crimson pool, ripples spreading across the surface as an enigmatic glow began to radiate outward. The light and the pool seemed to resonate in a peculiar harmony, as if engaging in some profound communication. Feiyu held his breath, focusing intently on the changes within the bloodline pool. Since contracting his 3 previous beasts, he had never witnessed such a strong reaction from the mythic bloodline pool. What kind of surprises will this beast bring? Feiyu wondered, his anticipation mingling with a trace of nervousness. Suddenly, the deep glow at the bottom of the pool vanished, and the water returned to an eerie calm. At this very moment, even the once clear sky within the beast space suddenly darkened. Thick, ink-like clouds gathered, crackling with electric flashes and roaring thunder. A fierce wind howled, causing Feiyu's clothes to flap wildly. Plip-plop, plip-plop. A torrential downpour began, starting as scattered drops, then quickly merging into streams, and finally transforming into a dense curtain of rain. In an instant, the heavens unleashed a deluge, shrouding the entire space in a thick veil of misty water. Feiyu stood motionless, as the rain poured down from all directions, washing over his ethereal form. Yet, he felt no chill. On the contrary, the moment the rain touched his body, it transformed into a warm current that seeped into him, flowing through every fiber of his being. It brought an indescribable sense of comfort, akin to taking a hot bath after a grueling journey through the depths of winter. Every inch of his skin, every cell, and even the core of his soul seemed to hum with a profound sense of satisfaction and joy. His gaze swept toward Jean Laoban and Hei Lin not far away. Their faces were similarly brimming with a sense of exhilaration. Hei Lin, who had been stuck at the Silver Tier 6 for some time, began to advance rapidly under the nourishing rain. Silver Tier 6, Silver Tier 7, Silver Tier 8. Within moments, it leapt 2 entire levels, reaching Silver Tier 8, just a step away from breaking into the Gold Tier. Meanwhile, Jean Laoban's transformation was even more astonishing. The residual special energy from its previous evolution seemed to be completely activated. The bottleneck of the Bronze Tier shattered in an instant. Silver Tier 1, Silver Tier 2, all the way to Silver Tier 5. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed 6 small tiers. Energy that would have taken months to process was entirely unleashed in this moment. Jean Laoban let out excited cries in the rain, its aura more powerful than ever before. However, Feiyu had no time to share in Jean Laoban's excitement. His eyes were fixed intently on the mythical bloodline pool, where ripples continuously spread across the surface of the water, stirring his emotions. Such phenomena could only be caused by the evolution of the beast egg within. If merely completing its evolution could trigger such a reaction from the heavens and earth, the potential of this beast was simply unimaginable. As the ripples intensified, the pool suddenly erupted with a massive wave, surging skyward. From the crest of the wave emerged a figure as pure and radiant as white jade. It was a fox, its entire body snow-white, with fur as lustrous and translucent as mutton-fat jade. The moment it appeared, the fierce wind ceased abruptly, the torrential rain froze midair, and the dark clouds receded like a tide. In an instant, all phenomena vanished. The sun re-emerged on the horizon, casting its warm rays across the land. The air, still heavy with moisture, refracted the sunlight into a dazzling, multicolored rainbow. A rainbow appearing heralds the birth of a rare beast. Feiyu's heart pounded wildly as his gaze locked onto the spirit fox. The next moment, a flood of information surged into his mind. Species, Qingtian spirit fox. Attributes, charm, special, talent grade, SS. Tier, Black Iron Tier 8. Skills, Spirit Fox Physique Epic, Heaven and Earth Immortality Epic, Spirit Charm Technique Epic, Kingshan's Fortune Legendary. Spirit Fox Physique. Doubles physical attributes, grants immunity to all abnormal statuses, isolates impurities, and maintains an absolutely pristine form. Heaven and Earth Immortality. Upon receiving a fatal attack, creates a duplicate to take the hit, but each use consumes 1 opportunity for a celebratory ring. Spirit Charm Technique. Charms an enemy beast, forcing it to serve for up to 30 minutes. Kingshan's Fortune. Charms the heavens and earth, gathering their blessings. Upon breaking through a major tier, A celebratory rain descends, granting temporary fortune and power boosts to those it touches. Evolution Path. Qingtian Spirit Fox SS Tier Savior Saint Fox SSS Tier Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Mythical Tier. Evaluation. A cherished child of the heavens, the embodiment of luck itself. As Lu Feiyu stared at the spirit fox, waves of astonishment surged through his heart. Even in its initial state at Black Iron Tier 8, this beast possessed such extraordinary abilities and limitless potential. A talent like this was simply unparalleled. Upon witnessing the abilities of the celestial spirit fox, Lu Feiyu's jaw dropped so wide it seemed like it could fit an entire duck egg. "No way, man. This ability is just too outrageous," he exclaimed. The spirit fox physique alone was already impressive. It was essentially a standard physical enhancement skill for any beast with strength potential or higher. The doubled physical attributes alone gave the beast an overwhelming advantage in most close combat situations. And yet, that was just the beginning. The second skill, Heaven and Earth's Death Immunity, was downright game-breaking. A single chance to cheat death. Do you realize what that means? To put it bluntly, it's a second life. Even more terrifying was the way this skill synergized with the Eye of Ascension, which converts damage into vitality. Essentially, this ability granted Lu Feiyu himself an additional life as well. Whoa! His sense of security skyrocketed instantly. In Huaxia, someone might be able to plan an assassination attempt, but there would never be a second chance to execute it. In other words, as long as Lu Feiyu stayed within Huaxia's borders, he was practically untouchable. Sure, the ability came with a minor drawback, but compared to the value of his life, that cost was negligible. What truly left him speechless, though, was the third skill, Spirit Enchantment. Calling it a control skill would be an insult to its power. This wasn't mere control, it was outright betrayal inducement. At Lu Feiyu's current level, his opponents typically had one or two contracted beasts. This skill could immediately turn one of them against its master, cutting their combat strength in half while giving Lu Feiyu an additional ally. This shift in power was devastating. Even more terrifying was how the turned beast would often attack its original master first. Beast tamers were always defenseless against their own companions, making this sudden betrayal nearly impossible to counter. For most tamers, such a backstab was a death sentence. The sheer impact of this skill was nothing short of terrifying. As a result, the moment Lu Feiyu saw this ability, he decided to treat it as his ultimate trump card, one to be used only in the most desperate of situations. Once deployed, the enemy had to die. If the skill's effects became widely known, everyone would be on guard, and achieving such devastating results again would be nearly impossible. Finally, the last legendary ability solved the mystery of the torrential rainstorm just moments ago. "So it was you, little one, causing all that chaos," Lu Feiyu murmured, glancing down at the small fox coiled around his arm. His hand gently stroked its snow-white fur, which was cool to the touch, like polished jade. He and his other beasts had just experienced this ability firsthand, and there were only two words to describe it: utterly invincible. Blackscale's strength had surged by 2 minor realms, and this was at the late silver stage, where even with abundant resources, breaking through 2 realms would normally require months of grueling effort. Yet Blackscale had managed it in under a minute. Even more astonishing was Boss G. In less than a minute of standing in the downpour, it had leaped 6 minor realms and even broken through a major one. While part of this was due to the immense energy stored within its body, the Reign of Celebration undoubtedly played a crucial role. As for Lu Feiyu himself, he could feel an unparalleled surge of power coursing through his body, as if the heavens and earth were conspiring to shield him. Perhaps it was because, within the beast-taming space, he existed as a soul entity. Lu Feiyu could feel that his soul had become tougher and more powerful than before. That unyielding sensation, akin to steel, made him instinctively clench his fist, a wave of indescribable exhilaration surging through him. For a beast tamer, a strong soul meant more contract slots, and that was precisely the goal he sought. If he could experience a few more of these celebratory reigns, Lu Feiyu was absolutely confident he could contract 2 beasts within a single realm. At this thought, he took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp and intense. This kind of enhancement was nothing short of miraculous for any beast tamer. If word got out, even high-level beast tamers would go mad with envy. After all, each additional beast contract slot represented a formidable combat force and a more diverse battle strategy. Such an ability was enough to make anyone covet it. What a treasure! No wonder even the heavens and earth are captivated by you. Lu Feiyu murmured softly, his gaze tenderly falling on the creature in his arms. It was a small fox, pure white like jade, curled up into a ball, resembling an exquisite little dumpling. Its fur was smooth and delicate, reflecting a soft, lustrous glow, as if it had been sculpted from the finest white jade. Lu Feiyu gently stroked its fur, the silky texture so pleasing it was almost intoxicating. "Let's call you Baiyu Tuan," he said with a faint smile, lifting the little fox by the scruff of its neck to examine it closely. Feiyu Tuan seemed unaccustomed to being held this way, its four limbs flailing weakly in the air, followed by a soft, disgruntled hum. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle, placing it back into the crook of his arm. So, you're a little girl, huh? He murmured. As he spoke, he turned to look at Hei Lin and Boss Jean, who stood nearby, his gaze carrying a hint of sternness. This is your little sister. Remember that, and don't let me catch either of you bullying her. Or else his voice trailed off as he added a playful yet threatening tone, letting out a couple of light scoffs. Humph, humph. Hei Lin and Boss Jean immediately understood, both letting out low growls to signify their agreement not to harm Feiyu Tuan. After all, they too had just benefited from the celebratory rain, which had allowed them to advance their realms. They naturally wouldn't dare show any disrespect. Boss Jean, in particular, appeared unusually eager to please. It quickly trotted over to Lu Feiyu, circling around Feiyu Tuan twice before panting heavily, its tongue hanging out, and its eyes narrowing in a comical display of flattery. Its tail wagged so vigorously that it seemed to blur, almost resembling the spinning blades of a helicopter, a perfect picture of an overly enthusiastic sycophant. However, the previously quiet Feiyu Tuan, nestled in Lu Feiyu's arms, seemed disturbed by this overzealous display. It raised its head slightly, blinking its clear, water-like eyes, and let out a soft sound, woo-woo. Though gentle, the tone carried an unmistakable note of caution and displeasure. Boss Jean froze instantly. It looked up at Feiyu Tuan in disbelief, its large, dog-like eyes filled with confusion and shock. Was it, the mighty Boss Jean, a high-level beast, actually being rejected? The tail that had been wagging furiously came to an abrupt halt. In that moment, the once energetic creature seemed to lose all its vitality, transforming from a helicopter into a crashed plane, slumping into a dejected, lifeless state. Seeing Boss Jean's pitiful appearance, Hei Lin seized the opportunity to step in, gleefully wagging its tail with loud thwack-thwack sounds, clearly relishing in Boss Jean's embarrassment. Hei Lin's eyes sparkled with mischief, and it even let out a few low, mocking growls, as if eager to broadcast Boss Jean's humiliation to the world. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Jean Laoban's pitiful expression. This big dog was truly a treasure. Squatting down, he gave Jean Laoban's head a gentle pat, then turned to the other two contracted beasts. His tone was soft but carried an undeniable firmness. Remember, from now on, you must live in harmony, love and respect one another, and avoid conflict. Peace is the priority, understood? The three beasts responded, either nodding or letting out low growls, signaling their agreement. Lu Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, knowing full well that such seemingly simple house rules were a fundamental lesson every beast master had to teach daily. After all, with their varying temperaments, conflicts were inevitable during their interactions. As their master, it was his responsibility to mediate and ensure fairness. After settling these matters, he spent some time playing with the three beasts, fostering their bond. Only when they all showed content expressions did he leave the beast space, feeling accomplished. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lu Feiyu woke from his sleep, freshened up, and soon heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he was greeted by a poised and professional-looking middle-aged woman. She smiled warmly and introduced herself. I'm Li Wan, the advisor for the preparatory class at Huaxing University. I'm here to escort you. Lu Feiyu nodded politely and followed Li Wan to the legendary preparatory class. The spacious classroom was neatly arranged with 18 desks and chairs, each desk holding a sleek, futuristic white helmet that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Find an empty seat and sit down, Li Wan instructed gently. Lu Feiyu complied, walking over to an unoccupied desk and taking his seat. It was then he noticed that all the other seats were already filled. The students were casting curious and even scrutinizing glances his way. They were clearly returning students, many of whom seemed to have grown up together and shared close bonds. Naturally, the arrival of a new face like Lu Feiyu sparked whispers among them. The classroom buzzed with hushed conversations, but with Lu Feiyu's sharp hearing, even the faintest murmurs couldn't escape him. So, this is the new guy with the SS steer talent? Even the class advisor came to pick him up, talk about special treatment. Not just SS steers got dual talents too. Pretty impressive. Huh, but isn't his other talent only tire? Might as well not have it at all. Man, I can smell the jealousy from here. Did you hear? He's already secured a spot for the exploration of the newborn mystic realm this month. What? Isn't that supposed to be the reward for the top student in our preparatory class? That's so unfair. Exactly. We've been working our butts off for half a month, and now he's stealing the spotlight. Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow as he listened, quickly piecing together the situation. The hostile gazes he had felt upon entering the classroom made sense. No, it was all about this so-called newborn mystic realm spot. Lowering his head, he pondered. It seemed he had inadvertently become a target of resentment. At that moment, Li Wan, standing at the podium, cleared her throat softly, instantly silencing the room. Her gaze swept across the students, authoritative yet kind, as she began to speak. Class, let us welcome our new student, Lu Feiyu. He is an SSS talent holder and, like all of you, one of the bright hopes for the future of Huaxia. The classroom fell into complete silence, all eyes now fixed on Li Wan. Also, she continued, her tone calm but firm. I'm not sure where you all heard these rumors, but let me clarify. While it's true that Lu Feiyu has been granted a spot for the newborn Mystic Realm exploration, this spot does not take away from the existing slots allocated to this class. There's no conflict there. Do you think Huaxing University would ever shortchange its students of their rightful rewards? Her words, though gentle, carried an undeniable authority. As soon as she finished, the students who had harbored resentment toward Lu Feiyu visibly relaxed. Their expressions softened, some even showing a hint of admiration and respect. The applause was encouraging, a clear sign of recognition. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's begin today's holographic simulation training. Li Wan, who had earned her position as the class advisor for the preparatory program at Huaxing University, was known for her decisive and efficient style. With a single command, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. The students moved quickly, expertly putting on the pristine white holographic helmets. Lu Feiyu glanced around, noticing how everyone acted with practiced ease, showing no hesitation. After a brief pause, he followed their lead and secured the helmet on his head. The moment the helmet fit snugly, an intricate sensation of being enveloped washed over him, as if an invisible force had surrounded his entire being. At the same time, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in his ear, collecting blood and mental energy samples. Please relax. Before the voice had even finished, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible prick at the back of his head, like the touch of a needlepoint. Sample collection complete. Identity confirmed. Lu Feiyu. Wishing you success in the holographic simulation training. The mechanical voice cut off abruptly, and darkness began to dissipate before his eyes, giving way to a brilliant, colorful scene. Raising his head, Lu Feiyu found himself standing in the middle of an expansive, boundless grassland. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of grass, while the soft blades brushed against his ankles, creating a faint, tickling sensation. The level of realism was so intense that, had he not known this was a holographic simulation, he might have believed he had been transported to another world. Amazing technology. Lu Feiyu marveled silently, his eyes scanning his surroundings. He quickly noticed Li Wan and the other students not far away. Unlike his initial sense of wonder, their expressions remained calm and composed, clearly accustomed to such scenarios. Li Wan stepped forward, her tone as sharp and efficient as ever. Today's training theme is beast combat, siege and counterattack. We'll simulate scenarios where you're surrounded and must break through or even retaliate. She paused, her gaze briefly landing on Lu Feiyu, as she added a quick explanation. Just summon your beast in your mind, and the contracted beast will appear instantly. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze sharpened, sweeping over the students with a commanding presence. Her voice grew firmer. Now, listen to my instructions. Lu Feiyu, Qian Xiaofeng, and Yang Yulinyu 3 will play the role of the surrounded. The rest of you, form teams of 5 to create siege squads. Following Li Wan's orders, the students moved swiftly, forming groups with ease, clearly familiar with this training format. The first of the surrounded, Qian Xiaofeng, a lanky young man, stepped onto the field without hesitation, while the other groups observed from the sidelines, eager to analyze his performance for potential strategies. However, every student in the preparatory class was exceptionally talented, with even the least gifted possessing S-grade aptitude. Nearly 10 of them were at the S-grade level. This natural talent, combined with the university's abundant resources, made each student a formidable opponent. A 5v-known scenario was almost guaranteed to be a crushing defeat. As expected, despite Qian Xiaofeng's best efforts, he was overpowered within minutes. His contracted beast fought valiantly, but managed to cover barely 100 meters before being overwhelmed by the combined assault of the opposing beasts. Next, it was Yang Yuelin's turn. Her strategy was more cautious, but even so, she couldn't withstand the relentless teamwork of her opponents. In the end, she joined Qian Xiaofeng in stepping off the battlefield, frustration written all over her face. Teacher, this is way too difficult. Qian Xiaofeng couldn't help but complain. This kind of trial is practically impossible to complete. Yang Yuelin chimed in. Exactly. 5 against 1? How is this even remotely fair? What's the point? Hearing their protests, the students in the siege squads nodded in agreement. Even they couldn't imagine anyone among their peers capable of not only holding their ground, but also turning the tide against such overwhelming odds. Li Wan listened to their chatter, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. She offered no explanation, only turning her gaze to Lu Feiyu. her eyes glinting with a hint of expectation. Lu Feiyu, it's your turn. At her words, Lu Feiyu stepped forward toward the battlefield, his pace steady and unhurried. His expression remained calm, devoid of panic, and even carried a trace of quiet confidence. Meanwhile, the other students watched him intently, their curiosity and intrigue evident. This boy, hailed as a prodigy among beastmasters, just how powerful was he? Could he defy the odds and achieve the impossible in this seemingly unwinnable trial? Lu Feiyu stepped forward a few paces, his heart brimming with ease. He had observed the battle just now with rapt attention, carefully analyzing every detail. The conclusion he came to was simple. Why bother running? Just crush them outright. In this washing preparatory class, the majority of students were still at the black iron level, with only a few barely breaking into the bronze tier and contracting a second battle beast, an achievement that had already earned them the title of genius. But in his eyes, these so-called geniuses were utterly insignificant. Lu Feiyu was already a silver tier 8 beastmaster, just a step away from the gold level. Moreover, his 3 S-ranked battle beasts made him even more formidable, like a tiger with wings. With such overwhelming power, this fight was nothing short of a fish-in-a-barrel scenario. As he pondered, 5 classmates had already surrounded him. Among them were 2 bronze-tier beastmasters, whose contracted beasts exuded an aura that commanded respect, clearly the result of meticulous training and real combat experience. Can he win? Someone in the crowd asked quietly, their tone tinged with doubt. Win? No way. Another immediately retorted with confidence. 1 against 5? That's impossible. Even with an SS grade talent, there's no way anyone at this stage could possess that level of combat strength. Talent is just potential. It doesn't translate to immediate power. In a real fight, he might not even be stronger than us, let alone capable of taking on 5 opponents at once. The students murmured among themselves, and almost no one believed Lu Feiyu had a chance. The crushing defeats of Qian Xiaofeng and Yang Yuelin were still fresh in their minds. And now, Lu Feiyu wanted to take on 5 opponents simultaneously? To them, it seemed like nothing more than a fool's errand, a futile display of overconfidence. I see it now. I've figured it out. A sudden, excited voice interrupted the chatter. All eyes turned toward Wang Shiyao, who was brimming with self-assurance. This combat simulation must be the school's way of humbling Lu Feiyu, the SS grade student. They're trying to teach him a lesson too much arrogance leads to downfall. The school wants to remind him that no matter how talented he is, he needs to stay grounded. Hearing this, the crowd collectively had a moment of realization. Someone nodded in agreement. Hey, you know what? For once, Wang Shiyao actually said something that makes sense. Looks like we're just pawns in this little game between the school and Lu Feiyu. What a tragedy. Still, watching an SS grade prodigy get knocked down a peg might be entertaining, another student said with a mischievous grin. I can't wait to see the look on Lu Feiyu's face when he loses, maybe hell even cry. With such a handsome face, a few tears would probably make him look even cuter. Heh, I'd love to ruffle his hair. As the crowd continued their lively discussion, Lu Feiyu calmly raised his hand and began summoning his battle beasts. When his first beast, Jin Laoban, appeared, the onlookers merely admired the wolf dog's sleek and majestic demeanor. But when He Lin emerged, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The playful smiles froze on their faces, leaving them in a comically stiff expression of shock. That hat's a dragon, someone stammered, their voice filled with disbelief and awe. You've got to be kidding me. How can a rookie beastmaster contract a true dragon? Another exclaimed, their eyes wide and their voice trembling. This is a battle beast with a minimum of doubles rank potential. How did he manage that? It's fine, Wang Shiyao took a deep breath, trying to suppress the bitterness rising within him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, an SS grade talent having something extraordinary isn't unheard of. Otherwise, how could they live up to the title of triples? However, when Lu Feiyu summoned his third beast by Yuchuanth, the entire field fell into a deathly silence. The whispers, the envy, the murmurs all vanished without a trace. The only sound left was the rustling of grass in the wind, which now seemed deafeningly loud in the stillness. Even the ever-present howling wind seemed to halt abruptly, as if frozen in time. The entire grassland was plunged into an eerie silence, so profound it felt like falling into an abyss, as though even time itself had been locked away. Standing to the side, Wang Shiyao was utterly stunned. His gaze fixed and his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Words stumbled out in fragmented disbelief. 3 contracted beasts. How is that possible? Could it be silver tier? How did he reach silver? Is he even human anymore? Wang Shiyao's voice trembled uncontrollably, unable to process the reality before him. His shock was not without reason. After all, even among the most gifted prodigies in the preparatory class, reaching bronze tier was already an impressive feat, and most were still far from mid-bronze. As for the silver tier, That was a level they believed could only be achieved around the time of their final exams, a peak they could scarcely imagine. Yet Lu Feiyu, in less than a month since awakening his beast-taming talent, had leapt across both the iron and bronze tiers to directly ascend to silver. Such speed defied all logic. The onlookers stared at Lu Feiyu with complex emotions in their eyes: shock, awe, and even a trace of fear, as though they were witnessing a being that no longer belonged to the realm of humanity. Even Li Wan, their class instructor, could not conceal her astonishment. She prided herself on her experience and knowledge, yet now she stood frozen like she had been struck by lightning. The information from the principal had clearly stated that Lu Feiyu was at the late bronze tier. But now, silver? Did that mean he had managed to leap from bronze to silver in a single night since arriving at the academy? A storm raged in Li Wan's heart, and she couldn't help but question whether the purpose of this trial to temper the students and humble their pride could still be fulfilled. As the crowd remained locked in their disbelief, Lu Feiyu's calm and unhurried voice broke the tension, carrying a faint, casual smile. Well, it's about time. I'm heading up. Those simple words struck like thunder on a clear day, jolting everyone on the grassland. His tone, his demeanor, it was as if he wasn't the one being surrounded, but rather as though he had the 5 opposing students completely cornered. The faces of the 5 students darkened visibly. After exchanging brief glances, they simultaneously issued commands, unleashing their beasts to execute their most powerful attacks. In an instant, a barrage of elemental assault-sized shards, fireballs, wooden binds rushed toward Lu Feiyu like a relentless storm, blanketing the sky. Yet, he remained motionless, his expression calm, not even bothering to lift his gaze. Then, the black-scaled beast hovering above Lu Feiyu let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound carried an overwhelming pressure, causing the very air to tremble. The beast, originally 20 meters long, suddenly began to expand, its body swelling to a monstrous 100 meters in an instant, looming like a dark cloud that blotted out the sun. The grassland was plunged into darkness, as if the world had descended into an eternal night. The roar of the black-scaled beast was like rolling thunder, its sound waves crashing down layer upon layer. The oncoming attacks, which had seemed so formidable moments before, disintegrated into nothingness under the oppressive force, vanishing without a trace. What was even more terrifying was the sight of the beasts surrounding the opposing students. One by one, they trembled violently as though struck by lightning, struggling even to remain standing. Their eyes were filled with sheer terror, as if they had been plunged into a bottomless abyss of darkness, unable to escape. The atmosphere on the grassland was suffocating, as though the air itself had solidified. Everyone was paralyzed by the scene before them, unable to move, their breaths shallow and labored. It wasn't just the beasts. Even the beast tamers themselves, once caught in the boundless roar, would freeze on the spot. They felt as though this furious sound surged down from the heavens, not only shaking their eardrums but also cutting through their very souls like an invisible blade. It dragged forth the deepest fears buried within them, a primal terror that seemed to transcend reason, as if it hailed from the ancient, untamed wilderness of ages past. Their bodies were completely immobilized. A student's eyes widened in sheer terror, his expression almost tangible in its intensity. His lips trembled slightly, and he seemed to forget entirely that this was merely a simulated environment. Instinctively, he wanted to run. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he realized that his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, so heavy that even taking a single step seemed impossibly difficult. The fear gripped him like invisible chains, binding every muscle in his body. He wasn't alone. The 5 students who had surrounded Lu Feiyu were all in the same state. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and the clattering of their teeth echoed the collapse of their spirits. Even the students who were not at the center of the battlefield turned pale upon hearing the dragon's roar. Some instinctively summoned their own beasts, hoping to shield themselves from the overwhelming pressure that seemed to envelop the entire world. What incredible power! Truly worthy of a real dragon. Wang Shiyao murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with envy and longing. A true dragon as a contracted beast, such a creature was the ultimate dream of every beast tamer. Yet even as a scion of a noble family, he knew he had no right to such a supreme existence. A control-type true dragon? Its ability to dominate is terrifying. Someone whispered in awe, their voice tinged with a faint tremor. Combine that with the offensive capabilities of other beasts, and it wouldn't even need to fleet, could easily crush all its opponents. The others nodded in agreement, their faces solemn. But just as they were processing this, their pupils suddenly contracted, and their breaths caught in their throats. High above, the massive black-scaled figure, like a storm cloud blotting out the sun, stretched its body. Its dragon head rose proudly, and it unleashed another earth-shaking roar. This time, however, the sound was accompanied by something far more menacing: a jet-black flame, thick as ink, spewing from its maw. The fire burned with an intensity that seemed as though it could consume the entire sky. The inky black flames surged like a tidal wave, darkening the heavens. In that instant, the black-scaled dragon appeared as though it were the ruler of darkness itself, descending with boundless might to gaze down upon the earth. With a thunderous roar, the devouring flames erupted, transforming into a torrential rain of black fire that poured down, covering the world below. Hiss! The air screeched as it was scorched by the overwhelming heat, the intense friction twisting the very fabric of space. The dark flames, like the scythe of death, carried an aura of utter annihilation as they closed in with terrifying speed. The 5 students and their contracted beasts were paralyzed with despair and fear. They could feel the searing heat rushing toward them, making each breath feel like inhaling a corrosive poison that burned from the inside out. Though the flames had not yet reached them, the shadow of death loomed heavily in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the devouring flames engulfed the land from horizon to horizon. The 5 students and their beasts were consumed in the destructive inferno, their forms reduced to ash in mere moments, leaving not a trace behind, not even the chance to scream. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu's gaze locked onto the epicenter of the raging flames. He could clearly see countless thin, blood-red threads emerging from the fire, flowing backward along the flames and connecting to the black-scaled dragon's body. Along these threads, an immense surge of life force flowed into the dragon at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, the energy the black-scaled dragon had expended to unleash this devastating attack was fully replenished and then some. Its strength surged back to its peak, and its imposing figure, with its head held high, seemed to declare its invincibility to all. This scene utterly shook everyone to their core. The onlooking students stood frozen, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. With just one beast it wiped out 5 beast tamers. This power is beyond comprehension. Someone finally stammered, their voice trembling with awe and reverence. The others exchanged glances, their faces painted with wry smiles. They all knew that what they had witnessed today would be etched into their memories forever, an image they would never be able to forget. Before the battle officially began, the group had been eagerly anticipating seeing Lu Feiyu make a fool of himself. But what happened? He had no intention of running away. Not only did he face the fight head-on, taking on 5 opponents alone, but he didn't even use half of his strength. With just one of his spirit beasts, he annihilated all 5 of them. This overwhelming display of power left everyone, who had only met Lu Feiyu for the first time that day, in awe and admiration. For a moment, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Everyone was left speechless, stunned by the sheer dominance of the battle. The earlier disdain and contempt they held were now completely replaced by reverence and respect. At this point, even if Lu Feiyu were to directly claim the secret realm spot from the preparatory class, no one would dare to utter a single word of objection. After all, with such strength, he deserved anything he wanted. Damn it, I swear I'm going to suddenly. A loud shout broke the silence, and everyone turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Standing there was Wang Shiyao, his face brimming with excitement, as if he were about to declare something earth-shattering. However, in the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, he dashed straight toward Lu Feiyu. In just 2 steps, he bent his knees and slid across the soft grass, coming to a perfect stop right in front of Lu Feiyu. Then, raising his head with a look of pure fanaticism, he wrapped his arms around Lu Feiyu's leg, his eyes shining with admiration as he practically shouted, "Idol, please give me your autograph," with a numbered sequence. "From now on, you are my #1 idol, Lu Feiyu. I swear, the entire Wanbao Pavilion will treat you as our most honored guest and offer you the best discounts we can give." This entire sequence of actions unfolded so seamlessly and naturally, it was almost comical. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, and after a moment of stunned silence, many couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands, exasperated. What's wrong with Wang Shiyao? Is this how a successor is supposed to act? Someone muttered under their breath. Wanbao Pavilion is doomed with a successor like that. Another person sighed, shaking their head. Then again, with Wang Shiyao's shamelessness, he might actually turn out to be a business genius. Someone couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu stood there, momentarily stunned. His lips twitched slightly as he looked down at Wang Shiyao clinging to his leg, feeling both amused and exasperated. He reached out a hand to pull him up and said with a trace of helplessness in his voice, "All right, get up already. We're classmates. There's no need to be so formal. Kneeling like this is too much for me to take. It's just an autograph. I'll give it to you once we're out of here." Hearing this, Wang Shiyao's eyes lit up. He immediately let go, scratched the back of his head, and grinned sheepishly as he asked, "Idol, am I the first one to ask for your autograph?" Lu Feiyu was about to nod when he suddenly remembered the 3 girls he had encountered in the elevator after the school-wide competition. Shaking his head, he replied, "No, you're the 4th. 4th is great. Wang Shiyou's smile didn't falter in the slightest. In fact, he looked even more delighted. For seasons of prosperity, I like it. Though he played it off casually, Wang Shiyou was secretly overjoyed. He knew that asking for an autograph was just an excuse. What truly mattered was that his dramatic slide and gesture had successfully caught Lu Feiyu's attention, leaving a lasting impression. This was the perfect way to establish a connection for future interactions. Wang Shiyou was well aware that the young man before him was no ordinary person. With Lu Feiyu's talent and strength, he was destined to rise to the pinnacle of beast tamers, not just in Huaxia but across the entire world. When that day came, if Wanbao Pavilion ever faced a major crisis, having such an idol as an ally would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset. Of course, a mere autograph wasn't enough to build a relationship. Bonds like these needed time and effort to cultivate. With that thought, Wang Shiyou's expression turned serious as he cupped his hands respectfully and declared, "Since Brother Lu has shown me such regard, I, Wang Shiyou, won't be stingy either. A Wanbao Pavilion black gold card'll personally deliver it to you today." As soon as those words left Wang Shiyou's mouth, Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned into silence. His gaze locked onto the suddenly serious little chubby boy in front of him, as if trying to determine whether this was some kind of joke. However, Wang Shiyou's expression betrayed not the slightest hint of jest. Instead, it carried an unusual maturity and sincerity far beyond his years. Lu Feiyu felt a wave of shock ripple through his heart. A black gold card from the Wanbao Pavilion? It was no exaggeration to say that this card was a symbol of supreme wealth and status. Everyone knew the hierarchy of Wanbao Pavilion's balance cards, progressing from white to black, each level representing a step closer to the pinnacle of privilege. White card holders could only enjoy a mere 10 discount, while the green card required an accumulated spending of over 30 million, granting an 80 discount. Above that was the gold card, offering a staggering 35 discount, typically owned by individuals with billions in assets and immense influence. But the black gold card? That was an entirely different league. It was exclusively gifted by Wanbao Pavilion to legendary figures who had made extraordinary contributions to either the pavilion or the nation of Huaxia. There were fewer than 100 such cardholders worldwide. What made this even more astonishing was that Wang Shiyou, as the heir to Wanbao Pavilion, possessed only 2 black gold cards under his authority to gift. And yet, he was willing to part with one of them for nothing more than an autograph? This card wasn't just a badge of identity and honor. It also granted the holder a jaw-dropping 61 discount at Wanbao Pavilion. In other words, every time Lu Feiyu used this card, Wanbao Pavilion would incur a significant loss. Such an extravagant gesture was almost unfathomable. Are you sure? Lu Feiyu's voice was low and tinged with a hint of skepticism. Though he was not one to decline the goodwill of others, the gravity of this situation compelled him to confirm. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Shiyou's lips curled into a confident smile, his gaze unwavering. A fine horse is given to a hero, and a fine card to a man of greatness. In all of Huaxia, I doubt anyone else is more deserving of the title man of greatness than you. The moment his words fell, the surrounding classmates erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Whoa Wang, that's some next-level bootlicking right there. No wonder you're the heir to Wanbao Pavilion. That smooth talk and thick skin are truly unmatched. No kidding. Now I see why Wanbao Pavilion has grown so massive. This level of business acumen is something else entirely. As the students laughed and bantered, their class advisor, Li Wan, appeared amidst the crowd without anyone noticing. She cleared her throat, her voice not loud but imbued with an undeniable authority. Quiet down. Stand up straight, all of you. Her sharp gaze swept across the group, silencing the murmurs instantly. This practical training is meant to teach you one thing. There's always someone stronger, and the sky is always higher than you think. Maybe you're considered geniuses, prodigies, or even anomalies in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the face of true top-tier powerhouses, you're insignificant. Did you see Lu Feiyu's performance? He's the standard you should be striving to reach. Li Wan's words were cold and piercing, each syllable striking the hearts of the students like a hammer. Those who had initially dismissed her with casual indifference now stood with heads bowed, their faces filled with shame. Standing off to the side, Lu Feiyu found his gaze drawn to Li Wan. It was only now that he realized how this seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman could exude such an imposing presence when she adopted a stern demeanor. No wonder she was entrusted with leading the preparatory class. However, her next words sent a chill through everyone present. Feiyu, come on, give them an extra round of practice. Let's go again. The moment the order was given, the entire training field erupted in groans and wails. The students' faces turned ashen with despair. The last thing they wanted was to face that black dragon Aghanet had already wiped out half of them in a single breath. A day of intense simulation training came to an end. The entire class had been utterly defeated by Lu Feiyu's beasts in various ways, each of them killed 4 or 5 times. Those who had been brimming with confidence were crushed before they could even react, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer power of his beasts. By the end of the session, all 17 students joined forces in a last-ditch effort to take him down, charging at Lu Feiyu with everything they had. Yet, they still couldn't shake him in the slightest. Now, the classroom was dead silent. Only Lu Feiyu stood calmly in the center, composed and unruffled. Everyone, including Wang Shiyao, who had been the most defiant at the start, had no choice but to bow their heads in genuine admiration. Every student in the Hucking preparatory class was left in awe of Lu Feiyu's strength. Even Li Wan, who was usually aloof and reserved, now looked at him with a faint Smiley-an expression of genuine acknowledgement. In just one day, Lu Feiyu had used his strength to completely conquer the Hucking preparatory class. Of course, this day of training not only cemented Lu Feiyu's dominance, but also brought him significant personal gains. Unlike his classmates who were swiftly defeated, his beasts had undergone rigorous combat practice. From the enchanting abilities of Baiyu, Tuan to a host of other skills, nearly every power was used repeatedly and honed to perfection. This allowed Lu Feiyu to gain a clearer understanding of his true capabilities. If he had to sum it up in 2 words, it would be unstoppable. Within his rank, he was unbeatable. As for opponents of higher ranks, his gaze instinctively turned toward Li Wan. Before the simulation training ended, she had ordered all the students to exit the holographic simulation, leaving only Lu Feiyu behind. She wanted to personally test just how far his strength could go. What followed was an exhilarating showdown. Li Wan prohibited Baiyu Tuan from using its enchanting abilities and instead relied on the full suppression of her beasts at the golden tier. Yet, with the coordination of his other beasts, Lu Feiyu managed to push her beasts to the peak of the golden tier and came dangerously close to challenging platinum tier beasts. This kind of combat prowess, capable of crossing an entire rank, left the experienced and well-traveled Li Wan amazed. "He's a complete monster," she exclaimed. What she didn't know, however, was that Lu Feiyu still had cards up his sleeve. If Baiyu Tuan's enchanting technique were unleashed at a critical moment, even a platinum tier beastmaster could be caught off guard and driven into a desperate situation. What was even more terrifying was that if Lu Feiyu seized the right opportunity, he could even execute a swift strike to eliminate the opposing beastmaster directly. Once that happened, all of their beasts would instantly lose their vitality. As Lu Feiyu reflected on the day's training, a faint smile played on his lips. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted his thoughts. He instinctively turned to see a round, grinning face. Wang Shiyao was rubbing his hands together with a fawning smile. "Hey, idol, what about that autograph you promised me?" With that, he pulled out a pin from his pocket and carefully placed a sheet of gold foil on the desk. Lu Feiyu glanced at the gold foil and couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance. "Wow, writing on gold? You're really pulling out all the stops here." Without hesitation, he picked up the pin and, with bold strokes, signed his name on the shimmering surface. The golden light glinted as he handed the signed foil back to Wang Shiyao. "Idol, you're amazing. Your handwriting, it's like dragons soaring to the heavens, phoenixes dancing in the skies. It's like witnessing the reincarnation of Li by himself, the elegance, the artistry." All right, stop." Lu Feiyu quickly waved his hand to interrupt, raising an eyebrow. "Don't overdo it. I know exactly how good my handwriting is. It's decent at best, nowhere near what you're saying." Wang Shiyao wasn't the least bit offended by the interruption. In fact, his grin grew even wider. He reached into his pocket again and pulled out a sleek black gold card, pressing it into Lu Feiyu's hand. In Wang Shiyao's mind, he was already prepared for Lu Feiyu to politely decline the black card. He even anticipated having to insist multiple times before finally managing to gift it. However, to his surprise, Lu Feiyu showed no intention of refusing at all. As soon as Wang Shiyao pulled out the black card, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Like a hawk locking onto its prey, he swiftly reached out, grabbed the card with a quick motion, and effortlessly secured it in his hand. Before Wang Shiyao could even react, the card had vanished from his grasp, leaving his palm empty. The polite words he had prepared were stuck in his throat, and all he could manage were a few awkward coughs. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wang Shiyao thought to himself, bewildered. He had meticulously planned this gift-giving scene, yet somehow, the other party had effortlessly taken the lead. Lu Feiyu, on the other hand, appeared completely at ease. He held the black card firmly, his fingers lightly tracing the intricate patterns on its surface. Feeling the smooth yet cool texture, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "You're too kind, my friend. Let me treat you to a meal sometime," he said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Wang Shiyao froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Brother Lu, you're a straightforward man. I like that. Just let me know when you're free, and you can choose any restaurant in the capital." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and the atmosphere immediately became more relaxed. They continued chatting for a while, their bond growing stronger. However, Lu Feiyu didn't stay long and soon excused himself, citing other matters. It wasn't an excuse, genuinely had pressing obligations. It was already Friday, and tomorrow he was scheduled to head to Capital University to study theoretical knowledge, as arranged with Han Shoujing. This trip wasn't just about learning. It also included receiving 5 special resources and 10 bottles of spiritual essence water that had been promised to him. Lu Feiyu knew these resources would further enhance his strength, paving the way for the upcoming journey into the primal secret realm. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Feiyu was seated in the single dormitory that Capital University had prepared for him. Compared to the dorms at Huaqing University, this one was similar in size but more spacious in layout and elegantly decorated, providing a comfortable living environment. However, these external conditions weren't what excited Lu Feiyu. What truly thrilled him were the results of the past 2 days. After 2 days of theoretical study, the ever-intelligent Boss Jean had fully grasped the principles of light reflection and refraction. It had even managed to seamlessly apply these concepts in battle, achieving a form of invisibility during combat. Its sharp golden eyes now gleamed with a newfound confidence that was impossible to hide. Meanwhile, Blackscale had undergone extensive testing by researchers and finally determined its optimal forma length of 140 meters. This size struck the perfect balance between power and agility, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. Standing tall with its shimmering scales reflecting a cold gleam, Blackscale exuded an aura of majesty and strength. As for White Jade Ball, its abilities were so unique and astonishing that Lu Feiyu preferred to keep them under wraps. Over the past 2 days, it had mostly played the role of a mascot, either sunbathing lazily on Lu Feiyu's shoulder or napping in the crook of his arm. Its relaxed and carefree demeanor often made Boss Jean envious. On more than one occasion, Boss Jean had been tempted to approach and test its luck, only to be met with a cold glare from White Jade Ball that immediately deterred it. However, these visible improvements were just the tip of the iceberg. With the nourishment of spiritual essence water and the 100-fold spiritual energy within the beast space, the 3 S-grade beasts were advancing at an astonishing speed, their cultivation levels soaring. At this very moment, Blackscale was on the verge of breaking through to the gold rank. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feiyu focused his mind and directed his consciousness into the beast space. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 beasts were already lined up before him. Boss Jean's golden eyes sparkled with anticipation. Blackscale stood tall with its scales faintly vibrating as if gathering strength, and White Jade Ball remained lazily sprawled, though its gaze betrayed a hint of excitement it couldn't quite conceal. They all seemed to know the critical moment had arrived. Today is no ordinary day. After all, the leap from silver to gold is a significant milestone for both beasts and beast masters alike. For a beast, advancing to gold signifies its official entry into the ranks of mid-tier beasts. Not only will all its existing abilities see a substantial boost, but those with exceptional potential may even awaken powerful ancestral abilities hidden in their bloodline. For a beast master, however, stepping into the gold realm holds even greater significance. Their beast space expands several times over, no longer limited to storing beasts and beast eggs. It can now accommodate all inanimate objects, essentially functioning as a massive portable spatial ring. The practicality of such an upgrade speaks for itself. However, breaking through to the gold realm is no easy feat. Countless beast masters spend their entire lives stuck at the bottleneck of silver rank 9, unable to advance. Yet, for those who succeed, becoming a gold-ranked beast master is not only a testament to their strength, but also a gateway to elevated social status. Major organizations compete to recruit them, offering generous salaries and benefits. That said, attempting to jump from silver rank 8 to gold in just 2 days is nearly impossible. But for Lu Feiyu, what seemed impossible has become a glimmer of hope thanks to the existence of the White Jade Cluster. With the exploration of the primal secret realm set to begin tomorrow, time was of the essence. He resolved to use the White Jade Cluster's unique ability to create an opportunity for Blackscale to break through. He had already devised a plan. The moment Blackscale reached silver rank 9, the White Jade Cluster would summon the celebratory rain. Harnessing the mysterious energy contained within the downpour, they would propel Blackscale into the gold realm in one decisive move. Alright, let's begin. Lu Feiyu's gaze swept over his beasts as he spoke with calm determination. At his command, the White Jade Cluster let out 2 soft chirps, and its aura surged dramatically. Without any hesitation, it leapt straight from Iron Rank 9 to Bronze Rank 1. Almost immediately, dark clouds gathered across the sky. Thunder roared, and lightning crackled, as if the heavens themselves were trembling in anticipation of the impending breakthrough. Moments later, a torrential rain poured down, forming a curtain of water that obscured Lu Feiyu's vision. The large raindrops splashed onto the ground, raising a misty spray. This celebratory rain was far more powerful than the last. Without needing any prompting, the beasts each focused their minds, diligently absorbing the unique energy contained within the rain. The energy was vast and boundless, surging into their bodies like an unstoppable tide. Among them, Black Scale stood out the most. Around Black Scale, the rainwater swirled like a cyclone, forming a vortex that seemed to defy nature. The suction force was so intense that even Lu Feiyu felt his feet lift slightly off the ground. The overwhelming energy poured into Black Scale, permeating every muscle and fiber, relentlessly assaulting the invisible barrier holding it back. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dull explosions echoed, each one louder and more forceful than the last, even overpowering the thunderclaps in the distance. At last, Black Scale threw its fearsome dragon head back and roared. Its pentagonal black scales gleamed brilliantly under the pounding rain. A thunderous dragon roar split the heavens, reverberating through the skies. The sheer power of the roar silenced everything around it, and even the dense clouds were forcibly dispersed. In the wake of this display, the torrential rain abruptly ceased, leaving behind only the fresh, earthy scent of rain-soaked soil. The second celebratory rain had come to an end. Lu Feiyu scanned the changes in his beast's ranks, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Black Scale had successfully advanced to Gold Rank 1, achieving a monumental transformation. Boss Jean had also reached Silver Rank 8, while the White Jade Cluster had made an astonishing leap from Bronze Rank 1 to Bronze Rank 7, edging closer to its next breakthrough. Moreover, Lu Feiyu could feel his own soul power strengthening. By his calculations, experiencing 3 more instances of the celebratory rain would grant him the ability to contract an additional beast. This revelation left him both astonished and exhilarated. Yet, what thrilled him most was the remarkable transformation displayed on Black Scale's information panel. Aside from the changes in Black Scale's level, a brand new ability had astonishingly appeared on its information panel. This was a power that only beasts of extraordinary potential could awaken upon reaching the gold tier. As an S-class beast with true dragon bloodline, Black Scale had the capacity to unlock new abilities. Lu Feiyu wasn't surprised by this development. In fact, he would have been more surprised if no new ability had emerged. What truly thrilled him, however, was the terrifying effect of this ability. Calamity Domain. A legend says, you are both calamity and myth. When the beast activates the Calamity Domain, it inflicts multiple negative effects on all enemies within the domain. Additionally, every minute, one random enemy within the domain is subjected to an instant death judgment. The rule of instant death is simple. As long as the enemy's strength does not exceed the beast's by more than one major level, they will die instantly. What makes it even more horrifying is that this effect bypasses any defensive skill below the legendary tier. Note: activating and maintaining the Calamity Domain will significantly drain the beast's stamina. Lu Feiyu stared at the 4 lines of text before him and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Then, a look of pure ecstasy spread across his face. Oh my goodness, old Hay, you're breaking the heavens with this. This ability was entirely different from the Devouring Power or the Heavenly Fortune of Baiyu Tuan. While those abilities were undoubtedly powerful, they leaned more toward support or passive effects. The Calamity Domain, on the other hand, was a direct offensive force. Inflicting multiple negative effects on all enemies simultaneously, it was essentially an unrestricted, damaging crowd control skill. That alone was terrifying. But when combined with the instant death judgment, it became utterly spine-chilling. As long as the enemy wasn't stronger by a full major level 1 look, and they're dead. Simple, brutal, and who would dare defy it? What made it even more remarkable was the lack of any significant drawbacks. The only cost was a higher stamina consumption. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle. I lose some stamina, and you lose your life. Sounds fair to me. Even Boss Jean seemed to sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from Black Scale. Without hesitation, he darted behind Lu Feiyu, not daring to even glance at Black Scale, let alone give it any chance to show off its dominance. After inspecting the changes in his beast, Lu Feiyu shifted his attention to the transformations within his beast space. His beast space, already several times larger than those of his peers at the same level, had expanded yet again. Lu Feiyu, accompanied by his beast, quickly explored every inch of the newly formed terrain. Forests, swamps, lakes, grasslands, deserts, and unbelievably, even an ocean. When he saw the vast expanse of waves stretching endlessly before him, Lu Feiyu was left utterly speechless. Hovering high above, he gazed down at the boundless beast space, his heart brimming with joy. How big is this? I can't even begin to calculate. His mind raced as he considered the possibilities. With such an enormous space, how many rare resources and beast materials could he store? Mom will never have to worry about my spatial ring running out of room again. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. After finishing his inspection, Lu Feiyu spent some time playing with his beast as usual before withdrawing his consciousness from the beast space and returning to reality. Standing in the dormitory where he had spent the past 2 days, he felt no attachment. Without hesitation, he turned and headed toward Huaxing University. Tomorrow morning marked the start of the exploration of the primal secret realm. For his first exploration, being late was not an option. The transportation system in the capital was exceptionally efficient, and the distance between the two universities wasn't far. It didn't take long for Lu Feiyu to arrive at the dormitory of Huaxing University. To his surprise, someone was waiting for him at the entrance. And it wasn't just Anyani, it was Wang Shiyao. Luge, you're finally here. Something big has happened. The moment he heard footsteps, Wang Shiyao rushed over, his face filled with urgency. He looked at Lu Feiyu, whose face was full of confusion, and continued. Tomorrow's newborn secret realm is said to be extremely dangerous. Even a gold-level beast tamer might not gain anything from it. Moreover, the senior leading the team this time is none other than Chao Huayan. That guy is notoriously cold and unapproachable. Despite being at the pinnacle of platinum-level beast tamer strength, he never looks out for his junior teammates. Rumor has it, he's even made weaker team members act as cannon fodder before. Can you imagine? As Wang Shiyao spoke, his tone grew heavier. Concern flickered in his eyes as he hesitated for a moment before adding, the top student in our class has already voluntarily withdrawn from this exploration. It's just too dangerous. With your talent, there's no need to take such risks. Let's play it safe, bide our time, and fight another day. He spoke earnestly, but his words tumbled out like rapid fire, as if afraid Lu Feiyu might not listen. However, Lu Feiyu's expression remained calm, unshaken, and without a hint of hesitation. He replied nonchalantly, thanks for the warning, but giving up is not an option. Unless, of course, you're willing to replace the steer beast egg him after? The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Shiyao nearly lost his composure. His lips twitched as he barely stopped himself from blurting out, "An steer beast egg? How about I replace it with a regular egg, would you like that?" But he swallowed the words and instead ranted internally. This guy, does he even realize how absurdly arrogant he sounds? Though his thoughts raced, Wang Shiyao couldn't help but press on, trying once more to dissuade him. Bro, you're my dear brother, me big brother. Okay? That steer beast egg you're talking about, do you think students like us in the preparatory class even have the right to covet something like that? Even if, by some miracle, you stumble upon one, do you really think Chao Huayan won't snatch it from you? If he doesn't, he'll write my surname upside down. Let's be real. With our level of talent, there's no need to risk it. His tone was tinged with urgency. After all, he had already given Lu Feiyu his black gold card out of concern. He genuinely didn't want to see his friend lose his life over this exploration. But just as he finished speaking, a sudden realization struck him like lightning. Wait a second. Wang Shiyao's eyes widened in shock as his tone shifted dramatically. What did you just say? You want an steer beast egg? What's going on here? Don't tell me you've broken through again. His voice was filled with disbelief as he stared at Lu Feiyu, scrutinizing his face for any sign of deceit. But Lu Feiyu's expression remained composed, even carrying an air of inevitability. He nodded slightly and admitted without hesitation. Wang Shiyao was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing as if something had jammed his usually quick-witted tongue. Normally sharp and eloquent, he now felt like his brain had short-circuited. 2 days. Just 2 days. He finally managed to spit out. Not 2 months. How on earth did you manage to break through to gold-level beast tamer in just 2 days? And your expression, why is it so calm? So calm, it's like, I just told you I had an upset stomach this morning. The more he spoke, the more Wang Shiyao felt his composure unraveling. He pressed a hand to his forehead, staring at Lu Feiyu with a look of utter despair, as if the world no longer made sense to him. Wang Shiyao stared at Lu Feiyu in disbelief, his eyes scanning him up and down as if trying to uncover some hidden secret. After a moment, he let out a long sigh, his tone tinged with helplessness as he tried to persuade him once more. Brother Lu, look at your talent. There's no rush for this 1 month. Why not wait until next month's secret realm exploration? We can avoid the confrontation for now, lie low, and bide our time. A few months from now, that Chao Huayan defeating him will be as easy as squashing a bug. There's no need to go and suffer under his hand now, right? Tell me, doesn't that make sense? Having said that, Wang Shiyao looked at Lu Feiyu with a pitiful expression, his lips slightly pursed, his eyes practically pleading, if you don't agree, I might just cry right here. If such an expression were on the face of a delicate young girl, it might even come across as endearing. But Wang Shiyao, standing at 1.8 meters tall, weighing 180 pounds, and built like a walking cube of muscle, that expression on him was more akin to watching a comedic spectacle utterly unwatchable. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu closed his eyes in exasperation and let out a long sigh before responding with a hint of resignation. What you're saying makes perfect sense. I'm not stupid. I won't do anything reckless. Don't worry. Wang Shiyao could hear the perfunctory tone in Lu Feiyu's words, but he chose not to press further. Stopping someone once or twice was fine, but pushing it any further would only be annoying. Still, As the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Shiyao was always thorough in his actions. Before coming here, he had already prepared a backup plan. With a faint glow from the spatial ring on his hand, a stack of color-printed documents materialized in his grip. He glanced around quickly, ensuring no one was paying attention, and then stepped closer to Lu Feiyu, shoving the documents into his hands. In a low voice, he said, "This contains information on the beast-taming talents and other details about Chao Huayan and a few other senior students. Read it and destroy it afterward. I hope this will be of some help to you. Of course, it would be even better if you don't need it." Lu Feiyu took the thick stack of documents, feeling a surge of emotion. This guy, Wang Shiyao, from the black gold card to providing intelligence, was practically giving everything he had to help him. It made Lu Feiyu feel a little guilty. He nodded solemnly, patted Wang Shiyao on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Hearing this alto-familiar line, Wang Shiyao was left speechless. Just last Friday, Lu Feiyu had said the same thing about treating him to a meal. But here they were, almost Monday, and this was the first time he'd seen Lu Feiyu since. Who knew when this next time would actually come? Noticing the doubt on Wang Shiyao's face, Lu Feiyu quickly added, "Next time for sure. Really, trust me." Wang Shiyao waved his hand dismissively, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. All right, brother Lu, just get some rest." With that, he turned and left without any hesitation. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Lu Feiyu woke up early, got himself ready, and headed to the designated location set by the school, the Secret Realm Station. The Secret Realm Station was the entry point for all nascent secret realms within the campus of Huaqing University. Standing at the entrance, Lu Feiyu looked up at the sky. Unlike the clear blue skies elsewhere, the heavens above the station were shrouded in a deep, shadowy blackness. Within this dark expanse, shimmering fragments occasionally flickered like bursts of electricity. Instead of stars and moons, the darkness was dotted with glowing entrances to various secret realms. All of this was constructed through immensely powerful spatial abilities. This station had the capability to draw in the entrances of all nascent secret realms near the capital, creating a unique spatial spectacle. "Ah, so this is the top genius of Huaxia, Lu Feiyu, isn't it?" A mocking voice laced with arrogance came from behind, dripping with intentional derision. "An SS-level prodigy, huh? Bold enough to show up here. But let me tell you, this primal secret realm is no playground for kids. You could lose your life at any moment. So why don't you just crawl back to wherever you came from, country bumpkin?" Lu Feiyu turned around, his gaze calm and sharp as it swept toward the source of the voice. Standing not far away was a short, stocky man with a buzz cut of dark stubble. His face was twisted into a smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain and provocation, as if Lu Feiyu was nothing more than an insignificant bug. Beside him stood two lackeys, their expressions equally mocking, as though they were watching a farce with a foregone conclusion. "Chao Yanhua," Lu Feiyu murmured internally, quickly matching the man's face to the profile photo he had studied in the files earlier. The identity was confirmed. The rumors were true. This guy was like a rabid dog, biting anyone he encountered. Though Lu Feiyu couldn't fathom why he was met with such hostility right off the bat, he wasn't one to tolerate disrespect. Letting out a cold chuckle, he retorted indifferently, "A rabid dog bites everyone it sees." Seems the rumors were spot on. The words had barely left his mouth when Chao Yanhua's smirk froze. His brows furrowed deeply, almost knotting together, and his jaw muscles twitched as he struggled to suppress his rising anger. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect a mere freshman from the preparatory class to publicly insult Hema, platinum-ranked beastmaster, and one of the most prominent figures among Huaqing University's senior students. Very good, very good." Chao Yanhua spat through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with malice as his gaze swept over Lu Feiyu like the edge of a blade. With a cold snort, he turned on his heel and strode toward the secret realm station, his lackeys hurrying to follow. As one of them passed by Lu Feiyu, he deliberately slowed down, made a throat-slitting gesture, and flashed a taunting grin. Lu Feiyu watched their retreating figures, his expression as calm as still water, though a cold smile played at the corners of his lips. Mere clowns. He shook his head in disdain. If this ended here, so be it. But if Chao Yanhua dared to provoke or attack him within the secret realm, Lu Feiyu had no qualms about teaching him the true meaning of humiliation. A few students arrived from behind, having witnessed the confrontation. They didn't intervene but exchanged complicated glances with Lu Feiyu, some filled with pity, others with bewilderment. To them, the freshman seemed far too reckless. Did he not know who Chao Yanhua was? Among Huaqing University's undergraduates, Chao was unmatched in tracking skills. Once targeted by him, escaping within the vast secret realm was nearly impossible. "Ah, the folly of youth," a second-year student remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. "His secret realm journey is as good as over." "Yeah, Qiao Yanhua wouldn't kill him, but making sure he can't explore the secret realm? That's a piece of cake. Another chimed in quietly. With looks of regret, the group hurried past Lu Feiyu and ventured deeper into the secret realm. Lu Feiyu, however, remained standing where he was, his expression cold and his gaze resolute. He knew they didn't understand, and he didn't need them to. His path had never been paved with others' sympathy or understanding. Ah, the impetuousness of youth. The newly discovered secret realm is fraught with danger. If you encounter any threats, you must retreat immediately. According to the school's estimation, the strongest beast in this realm is likely to have a power level ranging from high platinum to diamond. Be extremely cautious. At the entrance, a teacher spoke with a stern expression. His voice was deep and commanding, like a tolling bell that resonated in the hearts of every student. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Qiao Yanhua's face for a moment, a cold, piercing look that carried an unspoken warning. However, Qiao Yanhua merely curled his lips into a faint, enigmatic smile, his eyes filled with disdain and amusement. Mutual slaughter? He sneered inwardly. As a seasoned veteran, he was well aware of the school's boundaries, what would prompt intervention and what would be ignored. He had already calculated his limits. If he couldn't eliminate Lu Feiyu, he could at least make things miserable for him. Besides, if he were ruthless enough to deal with Lu Feiyu permanently within this secret realm, leaving no evidence behind, who could possibly hold him accountable? Everyone, enter in groups. Preparatory class, you go first. The teacher withdrew his gaze and resumed organizing the order of entry. He gestured for Lu Feiyu to step forward. Then, he carefully retrieved a badge from his pocket and pinned it to Lu Feiyu's chest, speaking with solemnity. This badge can shield you from attacks by beasts below diamond level. If it breaks, you will be automatically teleported out of the realm. Of course, you can also manually crush it to leave voluntarily. But remember, the badge offers no protection against attacks from beast tamers. Lu Feiyu nodded, listening intently to every word. He glanced down at the badge, silently marveling at the thoughtfulness of Wuxia's top academy. This method of protecting students was far superior to the wristbands provided by Changnan City's officials. The automatic defense mechanism was both safe and efficient, truly remarkable. With the badge securely in place, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate. Straightening his posture, he stepped into the glowing entrance of the secret realm. As the ethereal light enveloped him, the expected dizziness and sensation of teleportation didn't occur. Instead, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. When his vision adjusted, the scenery around him had completely transformed. The air was thick with a black-green miasma, and rising mist obscured his view, making it feel as though he had entered a sinister and desolate land. Looking down, he suddenly felt a heavy suction and a sticky sensation beneath his feet. Only then did he realize he was standing in a swamp. The black mire clung to him like a ravenous beast, slowly swallowing his feet. His entire soles were already submerged. Despite the eerie surroundings, Lu Feiyu remained unfazed. As a beast tamer, such predicaments were far from enough to unsettle him. He knew that struggling recklessly would only cause him to sink deeper. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he focused his mind, and in an instant, 3 of his beasts were summoned from his beast space. Roar! With a fierce bellow, Jin Laoban exuded a fiery battle spirit. It raised its head, and its body shone with a radiant golden light. A blazing sun suddenly rose from its form, its dazzling brilliance dispelling the black-green miasma surrounding them. The oppressive cold and dampness in the air evaporated under the intense heat, and the swamp beneath them began to change visibly. As the heat spread, the moisture in the mire rapidly evaporated. Lu Feiyu could even see bubbles in the swamp diminishing, while the sticky suction and resistance weakened significantly. The moment was right. With a powerful push of his legs, Lu Feiyu sprang out of the drying swamp, mud splattering in all directions. As he landed, Jin Laoban trotted over with a proud gait, lifting its head high with a look that clearly said, "Praise me." It was evident the beast was seeking recognition for its efforts. Seeing Jin Laoban's smug little expression, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently patted its head as a reward. Jin Laoban, delighted by the gesture, wagged its tail enthusiastically, as if all the dangers around them were now insignificant. Lu Feiyu was never one to dampen the mood. His large hand gently patted Boss Jin's canine head. "Well done." Boss Jin squinted his eyes in satisfaction, his tail wagging vigorously as a few low whimpers escaped his throat. If it were any other beast tamer, they wouldn't dare treat a platinum-tier beast so casually. But Lu Feiyu had a way of making it submit willingly. If it had been someone else, the swamp beneath their feet might have already turned into boiling water, scalding their legs, while Boss Jin would have watched indifferently. Yet Lu Feiyu appeared completely at ease. Thanks to his Ascension Eye, he could transfer damage to his beasts. For Boss Jin, a light-type beast, this heat was nothing more than a warm bath not worth mentioning. Lu Feiyu scanned his surroundings, marveling at the difficulty of this nascent, secret realm. It was indeed a challenge, but one rife with danger and opportunity, just as he had hoped. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays piercing through the mist and improving visibility. As Lu Feiyu surveyed the area, he was momentarily stunned by the breathtaking sight before him. Countless luminous blue glimmers danced in his vision, as if he were submerged in a deep ocean. The light flickered and flowed like waves, surrounding him in a dazzling glow. These weren't mere water reflections. They were priceless resources unique to the secret realm. With his Ascension Eye, he could discern the grade of each resource with a single glance. Scattered around him were at least 50 or 60 types of special resources. We've struck gold. Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up, his heart pounding with excitement. Even the lowest grade resources here would collectively be worth hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins. And these were no ordinary low-grade resources. Many were top-tier, with several even reaching the standards of mid-grade special resources. Without hesitation, he commanded Blackscale to enlarge its massive form. The colossal dragon plowed through the obstacles on the ground, carving a path with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Boss Jean used his incredible speed to gather the resources one by one, delivering them to Lu Feiyu. Perched leisurely on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, Feiyu Tuan remained relaxed. Its Heaven's Immunity ability provided Lu Feiyu with divine-like protection, rendering him fearless against any assassination attempts. As they harvested the resources with unstoppable momentum, the stillness of the Death Swamp was suddenly shattered. A thunderous crash echoed, sending foul-smelling swamp mud splattering everywhere. A massive toad, its body covered in festering pustules, crashed to the ground. The pustules burst open, releasing yellowish-white pus that pooled into a stinking lake, its nauseating stench filling the air. The toad's eyes, clouded and gray, were filled with despair. Clearly, it had never expected to lose so miserably despite launching a sneak attack as a platinum-tier beast. The next moment, a streak of pitch-black flame sliced through the air like the scythe of death, instantly reaping the toad's life. Blackscale's fire consumed everything in its path, leaving even the swamp beneath it charred and lifeless. Left behind was a smooth, glowing beast core, a crystallized essence of the toad's power. Lu Feiyu picked up the core, a wave of emotion washing over him. In such a short time, he had already reached the point where he could slay platinum-tier beasts single-handedly with hardly any effort. Feiyu Tuan's charm and control, Boss Jin's speed and precision, and Blackscale's devastating offensive power, this flawless teamwork allowed them to eliminate almost any target. So much for the so-called strength of platinum-tier beasts. However, just as Lu Feiyu was about to move forward, his ears twitched slightly. He picked up on a faint sound coming from the nearby underbrush, a weak voice, trembling with fear and desperation, pleading for mercy. Hearing the sound, Lu Feiyu's steps faltered. The voice was soft and sorrowful, like the lament of a dying life, carrying an inexplicable allure. Almost instinctively, he began moving in the direction of the sound. However, just as he lifted his foot, the small, white, jade-like creature on his shoulder suddenly stirred. Its smooth, jade-like fur brushed lightly against Lu Feiyu's neck, sending a wave of icy sensation cascading through his body. Startled, Lu Feiyu froze mid-step, his raised foot hanging in the air. Was I bewitched? He thought, his mind racing as he quickly realized something was off. That pleading voice was clearly a deceptive lure from some kind of charm-type feral beast, designed to disorient the mind. Fortunately, the white jade creature, itself a charm-type beast, was immune to external enchanting abilities and had pulled him back to his senses. Composing himself, Lu Feiyu's mind began formulating a plan. If it wants to bewitch me, I'll turn the tables. He gave a subtle signal to Jean Boss and Blackscale, his other beasts, instructing them to stay alert. Then, he deliberately set down his suspended foot, his expression shifting to a dazed, vacant look like a mindless puppet under complete control. With that, he quickened his pace toward the source of the sound. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, a peculiar fragrance wafted into his nose, momentarily clouding his thoughts. Once again, the white jade creature's timely alert brought him back to clarity. Casting a quick glance behind him, he confirmed that Jean Boss and Blackscale remained unaffected before continuing onward. The fragrance grew stronger, so much so that it gave him the illusion of being surrounded by a sea of flowers. Still not showing yourself? Quite cautious, aren't you? Lu Feiyu mused silently. At that moment, the dark, damp swamp was suddenly illuminated by streaks of rainbow-like brilliance. Raising his eyes, he spotted a strange creature perched on a tall tree not far ahead, staring coldly at him. The creature was entirely hairless, its skin smooth like silk and covered in a patchwork of vivid, colorful patterns, resembling an abstract painting. At the center of its face protruded a short snout, the tip twitching slightly as it appeared to be sniffing the scents of Lu Feiyu and his beasts, perhaps gauging their condition. Activating his Ascension Eye in secret, Lu Feiyu swiftly gathered information about the creature. Species: Dreamweaver Taper. Attribute: Charm. Talent grade: S. Level: Platinum Tier 8. Skills: Mesmerizing Voice Excellent, Mind-dulling Breath Excellent, Dreamweaving Epic, Dream Feeding Epic. A Platinum Tier 8 Dreamweaver Taper. Lu Feiyu felt a chill run through him, but he maintained his vacant, dazed facade. Perhaps due to Lu Feiyu's relatively low rank as a mere gold-tier beastmaster, the Dreamweaver Taper seemed confident that he had no chance of resisting its abilities. Its initial wariness gradually faded, replaced by a look of amusement and disdain, as if it were assessing an easy prize. Its sharp gaze swept over Lu Feiyu from head to toe, as though calculating the value of its prey. Suddenly, the colorful patches on the taper's body began to glow brightly. Radiant, multicolored imagery unfurled around it, vivid and surreal, like fragments of a dream. These visions surged toward Lu Feiyu, encircling him, while the Dreamweaver Taper's form became obscured within the kaleidoscopic display, flickering in and out of sight. In the blink of an eye, the swirling images fragmented and reassembled, forming a cage-like illusion that descended from above, attempting to trap Lu Feiyu entirely. Each vivid image carried an irresistible allure that could easily captivate the ordinary. A single glance was enough to plunge any regular beast tamer into an intoxicating dream, leaving them hopelessly trapped and becoming sustenance for the dream devourer. However, this sinister power only targeted common beast tamers and their average companions. Lu Feiyu's gaze was icy and resolute, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, confident smile. The three beasts he had contracted were each highly resistant to all abnormal statuses. The dream devourer's mesmerizing abilities were utterly ineffective against them. As the cage formed by the illusions descended, Black Scale's body suddenly expanded, its scales shimmering with a dark, ominous glow. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within its throat, reverberating across the dense forest and swamp like a storm rolling through the heavens. The deafening sound wave churned the swamp's murky waters, sending hidden birds in the forest scattering in panic, their wings flapping wildly as they fled. The air buzzed with the lingering echoes, as if the entire world had been shaken by the dragon's roar. The dream devourer, concealed within the images, froze momentarily, a trace of terror flickering in its dazed eyes. But before it could fully recover, a blinding white light streaked through the sky, followed by a searing wave of heat that surged forward with unstoppable force. Solar burst, Lu Feiyu murmured softly, his tone carrying a chilling edge. The terrifying explosion erupted midair, a cataclysmic force akin to a falling sun, shattering the stunning illusions into countless fragments. The images splintered like shattered glass, scattering in all directions. The dream devourer's body was hurled backward by the impact, tumbling uncontrollably. Its once glossy and vibrant form was now charred and blackened, its exposed flesh marred with ghastly wounds, blood streaming down in a gruesome display. In mere moments, the platinum-tier beast was gravely injured. But this was only the beginning. As the dream devourer struggled to escape the shattered illusions, Black Scale's pitch-black eyes locked onto it with unerring precision. In the next instant, its massive maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of infernal flames. The flames surged forth like the apocalypse itself, brimming with scorching toxicity and an aura of annihilation, enveloping the creature. Sensing the overwhelming power within the flames, the dream devourer's dazed eyes abruptly sharpened with clarity. Fighting through the excruciating pain, it frantically conjured a series of resplendent images to shield itself, desperately trying to block the devastating assault. But just as it poured all its effort into defense, an unforeseen change occurred. Its expression froze, eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Looking down, it saw a wolf's claw, glowing with a faint bluish-green hue, piercing straight through its chest. The claw was stained with iridescent blood, and within its grasp was a heart, still pulsating with life. The dream devourer's mind went blank, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. As a creature of enchantment, its perception was unparalleled, yet it had completely failed to sense the approach of this azure wolf. A mix of confusion, unwillingness, and terror played across its face as its dream weaving ceased. With its heart torn away, its immense vitality drained rapidly, leaving it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Moments later, the engulfing infernal flames consumed the dream devourer entirely. When the fire finally subsided, all that remained was a single beast core, glimmering with a mesmerizing rainbow hue and radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Lu Feiyu strode forward, bent down, and picked up the core. With a casual motion, he stored it in his spatial ring. A faint smile tugged at his lips, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Well done," he said softly, his tone relaxed yet assured. Having secured 2 platinum-tier beast cores in succession, Lu Feiyu was in excellent spirits. Beast cores are treasures formed from the concentrated essence of ferocious beasts at the Gold Realm or higher. Gold Realm beast cores are classified as low-grade, valued anywhere from hundreds of thousands to several million huaxia coins. Platinum Realm beast cores are considered mid-grade, typically worth over 1 million huaxia coins, with an upper limit of 2 million. Diamond Realm beast cores, naturally, are high-grade, and their market price easily surpasses 2 million huaxia coins. As for cores from beasts at the Star Shatter Realm or above, they are collectively known as top-grade beast cores. Even the lowest tier among them commands a market value exceeding tens of millions of huaxia coins. Once such a core surfaces, it inevitably triggers a frenzy of competition. This meant that the two beast cores Lu Feiyu had acquired in such a short time had already earned him at least 2 million huaxia coins. The speed at which he was making money was practically faster than robbing a bank. More importantly, the battles with these two ferocious beasts had further clarified his combat capabilities. With the terrifying strength of He Lin and Jin Laoban by his side, Lu Feiyu, though only at the Gold Realm, could effortlessly overpower platinum-level beasts. His formidable combat prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Just as Lu Feiyu safely stowed away the two beast cores, a sharp and unapologetic sound of footsteps reached his ears. The crisp and jarring noise, accompanied by a slow, mocking clap, stood out starkly in the quiet forest, still echoing with the aftermath of battle. Clap, clap, clap. The clapping grew louder as a voice dripping with sarcasm followed. Well, I must admit I underestimated you before. You truly live up to the title of an SS-level talent. Such strength. TSK. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly at the sound and turned to look. As expected, the intruder was none other than Chao Yanhua. His nauseating face bore an exaggerated, insincere smile, like a predator who had just cornered its prey, exuding an unsettling excitement. Surprised? I found you. Chao Yanhua's voice carried a malicious, teasing tone, and his grin grew even more unrestrained. Lu Feiyu remained calm, his gaze steady, silently letting the other man put on his show. Unperturbed, Chao Yanhua continued in a flippant tone, Junior, it's not that I, your senior, have anything against you. Honestly, with someone as talented as you, an SS-level genius, someone like me would usually be eager to curry favor. But alas, someone has paid a hefty price for your head, and I simply couldn't say no. The amount they offered was just too tempting. At this point, his tone shifted, and his grin became even more exaggerated, stretching almost to his ears. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling red light. Besides, killing a genius like you is just too exhilarating. Just imagining your screams. His voice grew deeper, more sinister, as if he were lost in some twisted pleasure. He even closed his eyes, letting out several low, uncontrollable growls, immersed in his grotesque fantasy. Lu Feiyu's brow furrowed slightly, clearly uninterested in this deranged display. He glanced skyward, his expression calm, while his eyes discreetly darted toward He Lin and Jin Laoban. A subtle nod was all it took for the two beasts to understand. Their auras quietly intensified, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Chao Yanhua's eyes snapped open, the light in his pupils now blazing like two fiery orbs, terrifying to behold. This sight immediately reminded Lu Feiyu of Wang Jiaming, who had perished in Changnan. Coupled with Chao Yanhua's earlier words, a chilling realization dawned on Lu Feiyu. Beast cult, he sneered inwardly, his thoughts racing. It seems Chao Yanhua is another pawn the beast cult has planted within Huaqing University. Lu Feiyu's mind worked quickly. Previously, Wang Jiaming had used a low-grade blood-boosting drug to temporarily elevate his strength from the late platinum level to combat power comparable to the diamond realm. Chao Yanhua, however, was already a peak platinum-level beastmaster. If he were to use a similar drug, his actual strength would likely far surpass Wang Jiaming's. Realizing this, Lu Feiyu's expression grew more serious, his vigilance reaching its peak. Chao Yanhua seemed to sense Lu Feiyu's shift in demeanor. His lips curled into a sinister smirk, the red glow in his eyes flickering ominously as he stared at Lu Feiyu with predatory delight, savoring the anticipation like a cat toying with a mouse. The atmosphere grew heavy as an unspoken tension filled the air. Murderous intent seeped out, silent but suffocating. Chao Yanhua's expression grew even more delighted. It seems you've already guessed my identity. Clever. Such a smart child, he'll take good care of you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sudden, piercing sonic boom erupted ahead, shaking the very air around them. In an instant, Chao Yanhua's figure vanished completely, as if he had never existed. Lu Feiyu's pupils contracted sharply, and his nerves tightened to the extreme. The next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling toward his face, carried by a foul wind. Its speed was so overwhelming that it exceeded the limits of a platinum beast tamer. Lu Feiyu's heart sank. There was no doubt now, this was a diamond beast tamer. Roar. A low, guttural growl suddenly rumbled through the air as Jin Laoban, the beast at Lu Feiyu's side, reacted first. With a powerful leap, it unhesitatingly placed its massive body between Lu Feiyu and Chao Yanhua. In an instant, its fluffy fur bristled, transforming into sharp, steel-like needles. Bang! The fist collided directly with Jin Laoban's body, producing a deafening explosion. The immense force sent Jin Laoban flying several meters back. When it landed, its fur lay scattered on the ground as though sliced by blades, and blood trickled from its mouth. The gap between gold and diamond was like a vast chasm, one that talent alone could not bridge. But that single moment of resistance bought Lu Feiyu a sliver of breathing room. Just as Chao Yanhua prepared to strike again, a sharp screech tore through the skies. A massive figure, cloaked in black scales, descended from above, its sheer weight of tens of tons crashing down toward Chao Yanhua with unstoppable force. Even in his frenzied state, the diamond beast tamer was forced to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feiyu leapt onto the neck of the black-scaled beast. He gripped its upturned scales tightly, barely managing to steady himself. Adjusting his posture, his gaze locked onto the enemy below like a hawk zeroing in on its prey. "The time is now. Attack!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the air as he directed the black-scaled beast to withdraw. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out from above, tinged with a hint of teasing. "Huh. So even you can end up in such a sorry state," came the voice. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, descended from the sky, his feet planted firmly on the back of a radiant, phoenix-like beast. His presence exuded an unstoppable aura. "Could you not rub it in? My beast got injured protecting the school, so I expect proper compensation." Lu Feiyu shot him a glance, his lips twitching with annoyance as he retorted. At the same time, he signaled the black-scaled beast to continue retreating. Taking advantage of the moment, he hauled the injured Jin Laoban onto the beast's back, quickly inspecting its condition. Though its energy was depleted, it seemed to have avoided any life-threatening injuries. "Don't worry, you'll get what you deserve," the man, Shtong Ming, replied with a faint smile. But then, his tone turned cold, and his eyes blazed with killing intent. "Right now, though, I need to clean up the trash in this school." As soon as the words left his mouth, the air around him distorted. Several beasts of varying forms materialized around him, each emanating the overwhelming pressure of a moonlight-tier beast. Their presence sealed off all possible escape routes for Chao Yanhua. Impossible. Chao Yanhua's face turned pale as his eyes darted between the fearsome beasts surrounding him. The sheer intensity of their auras left him in disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined facing the suppression of a moonlight beast tamer. The suffocating force was so overwhelming that his legs began to tremble, barely able to support him. Could it be I've been exposed all along? He whipped his head upward, staring at the principal hovering in the sky. The bloodlust that had once filled his gaze was now replaced by sheer panic. He had joined the Wan Shou sect in pursuit of a better life, not to throw it away. "Actually, no," Xiong Ming replied coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "But Lu Feiyu is someone I personally watch over. Every time he enters the primary secret realm, I make sure to keep an eye on him." Those words hit Chao Yanhua like a hammer to the chest, leaving his face ashen with fury and despair. Why? Why did this kid receive such preferential treatment? Even someone as powerful as the principal was willing to personally safeguard him. Chao Yanhua was undeniably one of the top talents at Huaqing University, yet even for someone like him, meeting the university president was as impossible as reaching for the stars. But Lu Feiyu, that kid, managed to have the president willingly act as his personal bodyguard, protecting him at all times? Such a stark contrast in treatment nearly made Chao Yanhua vomit blood from frustration. At this moment, Chao Yanhua's expression was ever-changing. His face alternated between pale and flushed, eventually settling into a deep look of regret. The murderous intent that once filled his eyes was now replaced with bloodshot veins, making him look like a cornered beast, angry, helpless, and utterly stripped of his former arrogance. "President, please could you give me another chance? I know a lot of secrets about the Wan Shou sect. I'm willing to make amends and atone for my mistakes. I beg you." Chao Yanhua's voice was hoarse and fractured, as if it had been scraped by sandpaper, carrying a tone of utter despair. His body trembled slightly, and his words were laced with a pitiful plea. But to someone like Shtong Ming, a grandmaster-level beast tamer, such desperation was laughable. At that moment, Lu Feiyu stepped out slowly from behind Shtong Ming. With his arms crossed over his chest, a cold smirk played on his lips. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Chao Yanhua, and his voice dripped with mockery. "Senior Chao, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Didn't you say you were going to take good care of me? Here I am, right in front of you. Come on, give it your best shot." As he approached step by step, his tone grew colder. "What good is being able to fight? In this world, It's strength and connections that matter. Someone like you, a brainless fool, no matter how powerful, is nothing more than cannon fodder. Lu Feiyu's words cut through Chao Yanhua like a dagger, leaving his face alternating between pale and flushed. His features twisted in anger, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He wanted nothing more than to leap forward and tear apart this sneering, taunting figure before him. But the reality of his situation left him powerless. Even if Lu Feiyu were to slap him in public, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Giorno, brother Lu, please, let bygones be bygones and put in a good word for me. Chao Yanhua forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace, trying to salvage the situation, but his pitiful appearance only earned him more disdain. All right, Feiyu, enough messing with him. Ming, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Waving his hand dismissively, his voice carried its usual authority and coldness. Anyone who joins the Wanshou sect is destined for only one end death. As for so-called intelligence, the moment he finished speaking, Ming waved his hand, and a shadow shot out from behind him like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was hovering above Chao Yanhua's head. Lu Feiyu narrowed his eyes for a clearer look at the shadow. It was a spider, its body covered in gray fur. At first glance, it appeared no larger than the palm of a hand, but within moments, its size began to swell at an alarming rate. The gray fur on its 8 legs grew rapidly, transforming into needle-like spikes that gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. The spider's 8 legs suddenly plunged downward, piercing through Chao Yanhua's skull. The sharp, blade-like hairs tore through his skin, and blood gushed out in torrents, splattering the muddy ground around him. At the same time, the spider's swollen abdomen began to contract rhythmically, as if greedily devouring Chao Yanhua's brain and soul. The excruciating pain drove Chao Yanhua to let out a blood-curdling scream. Aha! His body thrashed violently on the ground, churning the muddy swamp into chaos. But with every struggle, the spider's claws dug deeper, tearing his wounds further apart. Gradually, Chao Yanhua's screams weakened, and his convulsions subsided. Lu Feiyu glanced down and saw that the once robust Chao Yanhua was now nothing more than skin and bones, as though all the life had been drained from his body. His vacant eyes stared lifelessly into the void, devoid of any trace of vitality. His cheeks were sunken, his breaths faint and fragile. Each rib pressed tightly against his skin, carving deep grooves along his emaciated frame. The scene sent chills down one's spine. In just a few seconds, a once mighty warrior with diamond-tier combat strength had been reduced to a lifeless husk by a spider. This horrifying display of power made Lu Feiyu's throat tighten involuntarily, and he gulped. What was most alarming was that Lu Feiyu clearly saw the crimson glow in Chao Yanhua's eyes fade into lifeless dullness. He stood motionless, like a soulless puppet, as though his very essence had been devoured, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Lu Feiyu's heart sank, realizing the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze and locked eyes on the gray-haired spider. The next moment, he decisively activated his Ascension Eye, and lines of information appeared before him. Species: Soul-Devouring Demon Spider. Attribute: Soul. Talent level: SS. Realm: Second tier of Radiant Moon. Skills: Piercing Bristles Epic, Soul-Devouring Force Epic, Memory Extraction Epic, Soul Chain Link Epic. Evaluation: Your soul is nothing more than an appetizer. When his eyes landed on the description of the Memory Extraction skill, Lu Feiyu's heart jolted. In an instant, he understood Ming's cold confidence. It turned out that Ming didn't need to interrogate Chao Yanhua for any information, only needed the soul-devouring demon spider to extract memories directly. The sheer audacity of such a method sent shivers down Lu Feiyu's spine. TCH. It seems the major universities in the capital have already been infiltrated by so many scum from the beast cult, Lu Feiyu thought to himself, a mix of dismay and admiration for Ming's cunning. By now, the soul-devouring demon spider had completely consumed Chao Yanhua, leaving nothing behind. Ming's eyes grew colder, his tiger-like gaze narrowing slightly, and his face seemed to be shrouded in an icy frost. However, when he turned his attention to Lu Feiyu, his tone softened slightly. This time, you used yourself as bait to help uncover the beast cult spies. That's a major contribution, and you've earned yourself a high-grade special resource as a reward. Additionally, your beast companion's injuries in the line of duty merit a minor contribution, which can be exchanged for a mid-grade special resource. What do you think? Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's lips curved into a faint smile of satisfaction. He couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of Huaxia University. He had barely lifted a finger, and just by letting Boss Jean take some injuries, had earned both a high-grade and a mid-grade resource. It was almost too good to be true. In fact, he couldn't resist imagining. Wouldn't it be great if the beast cult sent more people to assassinate him? That way, he could rack up even more rewards. One person at a time? Ridiculous. Why not send 10 at once? After all, it was Principal Xiong doing the heavy lifting, and Boss Jean taking the hits. Lu Feiyu just had to sit back and reap the benefits. No problem, Lu Feiyu nodded, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Seeing this, Xiong Ming continued, "You're currently searching for an steer beast egg, right? As far as I know, you've already reached the gold realm, haven't you?" Before he finished speaking, Xiong Ming's tone grew noticeably heavier, and a flash of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Even as the principal of one of Wuxia's top academies, having witnessed countless prodigies, Xiong Ming couldn't help but be awed by Lu Feiyu's meteoric rise. While others his age were still struggling in the Iron Realm, and some even celebrating breakthroughs into bronze, Lu Feiyu had already blazed through iron, bronze, and silver, shooting straight into gold like a comet. The speed was simply unbelievable. It wasn't just Xiong Ming and Han Shoujing, the other principal, who were stunned. Even Wuxia's chief administrator was astonished upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, foreign powers were growing increasingly restless. If Lu Feiyu were allowed to grow unchecked, in just 3 years, the global balance of power could be completely overturned. Decades ago, Huaxia had been saved by the emergence of a beastmaster with an unparalleled SSS talent. Single-handedly, they had repelled invaders and secured decades of peace, allowing Huaxia to rebuild and rise to its current strength. At that time, the nation had been brought to the brink of collapse by early catastrophic disasters, but that beastmaster had rewritten its destiny. Now, Lu Feiyu's rapid ascent seemed to herald the rise of another generation-defining beastmaster from Huaxia. This was a reality other nations simply couldn't accept, especially the self-proclaimed beacon of humanity, the Eagle Nation, which was now feeling deeply threatened. At last, today, the Eagle Nation, in alliance with dozens of other countries, issued an official united challenge to Huaxia. "It has come to our attention that your nation has recently welcomed an SSS beast tamer. In light of this, our country, along with the Sun Never Sets Nation, Snow Bear Nation, East Island Nation, and 93 other nations, would like to extend an invitation for a competitive exchange. As beast tamers, it is our duty to promote the spirit of practical combat and enhance our battle capabilities. Therefore, we propose that this exchange adopts a mixed battle point system. The event will be held in the Primal Secret Realm located on international waters, with rankings determined by points earned through defeating opponents. The scheduled time is March 25th at 12 p.m. Beijing time. The stakes? A 20-year resource extraction right in international waters. We hope your nation will honor us with your participation." This video has already skyrocketed to the top of trending lists across various social media platforms. The footage, featuring one provocative invitation letter after another, alongside the dazzling display of 93 national flags, was a sensory overload that ignited the nerves of the Chinese people. The comments section below the video was an absolute chaos. "This is straight-up bullying. Only a fool would go." Exactly. Everyone knows Lu Feiyu would have to take on 93 opponents alone. How is that even remotely fair? Come on, grow a spine. They're throwing down the gauntlet, and you're just gonna chicken out? Fight them, heathen. Easy for you to say. Why don't you step up, then? Why should someone else risk their life for you? Coward. Shut up. You're all talk. Why don't you and your whole family go fight instead? Hey, stop arguing. Have you thought about it? If we actually win, we'd have 20 years of resources from international waters. Just imagine how powerful China would become. Unmatched, the undisputed world #1. Short-sighted much? You're just thinking about resources. That's something only winners can consider. 1 against 93? Even with SSS talent, I don't see it happening. Exactly. If we lose, not only do we get nothing, but we might also lose a top-tier genius. Double the loss. But if we back down, wouldn't we look like cowards? That'd be so humiliating. Who cares about face? Is your pride worth more than a single strand of hair from an SSS talent? Damn it. Whether we fight or not, we're screwed. They've backed us into a corner. Lu Feiyu finished watching the video and scrolling through the comments that Xiong Ming had sent over. His brows furrowed slightly as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A mixed battle point system. This was the easiest type of setup to manipulate. 93 nations joining forces wasn't just 93 times the power. It was a tidal wave, a terrifying force capable of overwhelming even the strongest individual combatant. The phrase "too many ants can kill an elephant" had never felt more appropriate. As an SSS talent, Lu Feiyu had to admit that their strategy was viciously effective. Unknown, he was confident he could annihilate any opponent in an instant. But 1 against 93? Even he found the prospect daunting. Xiong Ming's voice broke the silence. There was a mix of guilt and helplessness in his tone. "I know this might be asking a lot of you, but the 20-year resource extraction rights in international waters are incredibly important for China. To be honest, there's someone who's reached a critical stage and needs an astronomical amount of resources. If you agree, The government will immediately provide you with an steer beast egg as support. If you secure first place, you'll receive another steer beast egg as a reward. Of course, if you choose not to participate, we won't force you. You'll still receive all the resources and benefits you're entitled to, and your promotion won't be affected. Personally, I'd rather you didn't go. The risk is just too high. Even for someone with SSS-tier talent, Xiongming trailed off, his voice faltering as if even he found it hard to justify what he was saying. The room fell into a brief silence. Outside, the wind whispered softly, as though heralding the storm that was about to unfold. He simply cast a worried glance at Lu Feiyu. However, Lu Feiyu didn't immediately give a response. He neither agreed nor outright refused. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone. I need to see the beast egg first before making a decision. His gaze slightly narrowed as he weighed his options silently. Would the attributes of this beast egg be suitable for chaotic battles? If not, he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. After all, one only has a single life. Even with his SS-tier Beastmaster talent, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Yet, a trace of self-mockery flickered across Lu Feiyu's mind. No. Technically, he had 2 lives. The Jade Sphere had granted him 1 chance to withstand fatal damage, but that was far from true rebirth or time travel. In the face of a genuine life-or-death crisis, he still had to tread carefully. If the situation became utterly irreversible, death would still come for him. Seeing Lu Feiyu's resolute tone, Xiongming let out a sigh of relief. His complicated gaze lingered on Lu Feiyu for a moment, as though reluctant, but he ultimately nodded. Of course, that's not a problem, he said, sighing again. His voice tinged with helplessness and gravity. I've already brought the beast egg. Take a look. To be honest, the officials are quite concerned about your safety. They specifically selected a spatial-type beast egg for you this time. With a spatial beast, well, if you can't win, at least you can outrun them, right? As Xiongming spoke, he retrieved a beast egg from his spatial ring. In that instant, Lu Feiyu's attention was drawn to it. This beast egg was unlike any ordinary onite. Was massive. Held in Xiongming's hands, resting against his abdomen, it completely obscured his upper body, even covering his face. Its length reached nearly a meter, and its width was close to half a meter. The egg was pitch black, with streaks of black light occasionally rippling across its surface, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. From Lu Feiyu's perspective, its shape bore an uncanny resemblance to the tallnut from Plants vs. Zombies, only in a fully blackened version. Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone carrying a hint of humor. Principal, you should have told me it was spatial type from the start. You had my poor heart all over the place. His gaze swept over the beast egg, a glimmer flashing in his eyes as its basic information surfaced in his mind. I accept, Lu Feiyu declared, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he continued. These foreign dogs dare to provoke me, Lu Feiyu? They'll make sure they learn the hard way that dragon scales are not to be touched. His decision was firm. As Xiongming had mentioned, spatial-type beasts were unmatched in speed, excelling in both escape and assassination. With this beast by his side, Lu Feiyu had no concerns about being trapped during a siege. Besides, if he couldn't win the fight, was there any chance he couldn't outrun them? However, Lu Feiyu was not about to agree so easily. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone, though calm, carried an unyielding firmness. In addition to this beast egg, I also need 10 million Huaxia credits to support my cultivation and growth over the next few days. 10 million. The number dropped like a massive stone into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of astonishment. For an average family, such an amount was astronomical, possibly the accumulation of generations. Yet, to Lu Feiyu and Xiongming, this demand was not unreasonable. After all, in this mission, Lu Feiyu wasn't just acquiring resources for the nation, was gambling his life. The life of a prodigy in exchange for 10 million Huaxia credits? More than worth it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiongming nodded solemnly. No problem. I'll have the money transferred to your account immediately. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu gave a slight nod and reached out to take the beast egg that Xiongming handed over. The egg, as large as a sturdy nut, felt surprisingly light, almost weightless in his hands. Slightly intrigued, Lu Feiyu examined it carefully, marveling inwardly at the wonders of the world of beasts. His gaze swept over the egg's attributes, and his eyes grew increasingly profound. Species, Riftwing Eagle. Attribute, Space. Talent grade, S-Class. Skills, Skycarve Wings Exceptional, Boundary-Breaking Feather Exceptional, Instant Rift Exceptional, Spatial Lockdown Epic. Evolution Path, Riftwing Eagle S-Class, Shatterwing Falcon SS-Class, Domain Sovereign SSS-Class, God of the Boundless Void, Mythical Class. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can ascend to a mythical class evaluation. When his gaze fell on the final stage of the evolution path, Lu Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This beast egg would undoubtedly become his trump card for the future. Time was of the essence. It was already March 20th, leaving only 4 or 5 days until the competition date set by the Eagle Nation. With a determined thought, Lu Feiyu decided not to linger in the secret realm any longer. After giving Xiong Ming a few brief instructions, he swiftly exited and returned to his dormitory. Back in his dorm, Lu Feiyu sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to meditate for a moment before focusing his mind on his beast space. Within the space, his previously lethargic companion, Jean Laoban, had regained its vigor thanks to the abundant spiritual energy. It now hopped around energetically. The gathering of all 3 of his beasts brought an atmosphere charged with solemn anticipation. Lu Feiyu quickly approached the mythical bloodline pool at the core of the beast space. Holding the beast egg firmly in both hands, his gaze was resolute. Taking a deep breath, he released his hands and gently let the beast egg fall into the pool. The egg drifted through the air, spinning lightly before finally touching the still surface of the pool. In that instant, the mirror-like water erupted into ripples, as if a massive maw had opened to swallow the egg into the depths below. As soon as the egg sank to the bottom, the entire bloodline pool began to quake violently. Spatial ripples radiated outward from the pool's center, and the overwhelming energy threatened to tear apart this pocket dimension. Scree! A piercing eagle cry echoed through the beast space, rattling Lu Feiyu's eardrums. He looked up and saw a silver-black figure shooting up from the depths of the pool at an astonishing speed, like a streak of light. The immense force sent water splashing into the air, forming a watery vortex that spiraled skyward. The silver-black feathers glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, mingling with the cascading droplets to create a dazzling spectacle of light and shadow. A sharp glint appeared in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Activating his Ascension Eye ability, his vision sharpened exponentially. He focused intently on the figure in the sky. The creature spread its wings wide an impressive span of 10 meters. Its feathers, interwoven with silver and black hues, gleamed with a peculiar radiance. Neither dull nor glaring, they exuded an indescribable aura of majesty and mystery. Riftwing Eagle Lu Feiyu murmured softly, his eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. The birth of this beast marked a crucial step in his journey to conquer the challenges ahead. It exudes a strong sense of sci-fi and brilliance. The feathers covering the giant bird's body, unlike those of other avian species that lie flat, tilt at an almost 45-degree angle to the right. At their tips, they split into 2 short and 1 long silver-black barbs, as if every feather had transformed into a lethal blade. Just laying eyes on this majestic creature, one could feel the sharpness and killing intent radiating from it, as though the air itself were being sliced apart, stabbing straight into the soul. In terms of appearance alone, this is unquestionably top tier among the best. Even if it were just a lowly A-grade beast, its magnificent and otherworldly look would be enough to entice countless wealthy buyers to pay an astronomical price to display it as a decorative centerpiece in their gardens. But this is no mere A-grade beast, it's an S-grade creature of unparalleled potential. Skyshatter Falcon. Species: Skyshatter Falcon. Attribute: Space. Talent grade: SS. Rank: Black Iron, Stage 6. The skill information is as follows. Skyshatter Feather Epic. Each feather contains the power of sky-shattering energy. During combat, they can detach and be launched as projectiles, bypassing all defenses to deal true damage. Upon retrieval, the feathers inflict massive piercing damage on the enemy again. Void Speed Epic. Harnessing the power of space, the Falcon's speed is quadrupled in an instant. It can also traverse spatial rifts, bypassing all obstacles and avoiding any form of targeting. Aerial Sovereign Epic. While in high-altitude flight, the Falcon's physical abilities are doubled, and it gains enhancements such as increased defense, attack power, and immunity to abnormal statuses. Absolute Void Domain Legendary. Creates a spatial domain that prevents any attempts to escape while summoning countless chaotic spatial currents to mercilessly shred enemies until all opposition is annihilated. Note: this ability consumes an immense amount of energy. Its current activation will result in the beast falling into extreme exhaustion. Evolution Path. Skyshatter Falcon, S-grade Thunderstorm Sky, Lord SS-grade Stormwing Deity, Mythical grade. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can advance to the mythical grade. This is the embodiment of speed and the ultimate mastery of space. 3 epic skills and 1 legendary ability, all leaning toward devastating damage potential. The moment Lu Feiyu saw the information panel, even as someone accustomed to the existence of S-grade beasts, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. The sheer power of the Skyshatter Falcon exceeded all his expectations. First, there's Skyshatter Feather, the Falcon's most potent offensive ability in its normal state. True damage that ignores all defenses. Even a beast at the Sunlight Ear with unparalleled defensive capabilities wouldn't be able to fully withstand the lethal assault of these feathers. For a Sunlight Ear opponent, this might only amount to a minor injury, but the fact that it can inflict damage at all is already a significant advantage. After all, being able to harm an enemy versus being completely powerless against them are two entirely different scenarios. And let's not forget, this skill deals damage in two phases: the initial piercing attack and the subsequent retrieval damage. Each phase alone is enough to cause massive harm to an enemy of the same rank. Combined, it's unlikely that a creature of equal strength could even survive to endure a second hit. Then there's Void Speed, undeniably one of the Falcon's core abilities. Its effects may seem straightforward, but they are terrifying and practice sequadrupling speed in an instant. If sheer speed alone doesn't justify its epic classification, consider the addition of spatial traversal, the ability to bypass all obstacles and targeting systems, to weave effortlessly through enemy attacks. Who could possibly stop such a being? Lu Feiyu couldn't help but smirk at the thought of commanding the Skyshatter Falcon to dart freely through the chaos of the 25th Secret Realms battlefield. Trying to lock onto him amidst spatial turbulence? Pure wishful thinking. As for Aerial Sovereign and Absolute Void Domain, one grants an invincible state in high-altitude combat, while the other unleashes a cataclysmic spatial domain. The description of Absolute Void Domain left Lu Feiyu with a chill down his spine. The skill's destructive potential is beyond question, but its strict activation conditions and immense energy consumption make it a double-edged sword. It's a trump card that must never be used recklessly. Lu Feiyu took a deep breath, his gaze once again falling on the Skyshatter Falcon's evolution path. From S grade to SS grade, and finally to mythical grade, this evolutionary roadmap is brimming with limitless possibilities. To have acquired such an extraordinary beast, how could he not feel exhilarated? At that moment, Lu Feiyu made a firm resolution. The Skyshatter Falcon would be his sharpest weapon in the Secret Realm's chaotic battles. With this skill, Lu Feiyu could truly feel an unparalleled sense of security. He could fight if he wanted to, retreat whenever he chose, and live entirely on his own terms. When the time came, the ambush planned against him would undoubtedly turn into a one-man show, his personal stage. As for the so-called Alliance of 93 Nations, it was nothing more than a joke. As for the Sky Sovereign ability, while it was a common physical enhancement skill, within the realm of S-tier beast tamers, it was merely average, not particularly outstanding, yet not lacking either, with nothing especially noteworthy about it. However, what truly excited Lu Feiyu was the fourth skill, a legendary one. A pure offensive ability, named Absolute Forbidden Domain. The description of Absolute Forbidden Domain was both straightforward and ferocious. Summon countless spatial rifts to shred all enemies to death. When Lu Feiyu first read the description, his heart surged with excitement, like a tempest roaring within. No mercy, no escape. What a domineering power. Even more shocking was the fact that, the moment the domain took form, all means of escape would be rendered useless. Enemies would be left helplessly watching as their bodies and their contracted beasts were torn to shreds by the relentless torrents of spatial rifts. The despair, terror, and helplessness just imagining it made Lu Feiyu feel a twinge of pity for his future adversaries. Of course, this skill wasn't without its flaws. First, its definition of enemy was excessively broad. Aside from Lu Feiyu himself and his contracted beasts, everything else would be classified as an enemy. This meant it could only be used in areas devoid of civilians, allies, or friends. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. However, the upcoming chaotic Secret Realm battle was the perfect testing ground for such a devastating ability. Secondly, the skill had a significant drawback. After each use, the Void's Hard Eagle would fall into a state of extreme weakness. Based on Lu Feiyu's calculations, using it once a day was likely the limit. The good news, however, was that as the Void's Hard Eagle advanced in rank, this downside would gradually diminish. Perhaps, once it reached the gold tier, this terrifying power could be unleashed without restraint. Come here. After thoroughly examining the abilities of his new contracted beast, Lu Feiyu shifted his gaze away from the information panel. He looked up at the silver and black figure soaring in the sky and called out softly. In the next instant, a streak of silver and black streaked down from the sky, so fast that it left afterimages in its wake. The Void's Hard Eagle landed steadily before Lu Feiyu, lowering its majestic head as a gesture of loyalty to its master. So fast, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Looking at the imposing Void's Hard Eagle exuding an aura of immense power, a sense of joy filled his heart. However, when his eyes landed on the three sharp feather spikes atop its head, his outstretched hand hesitated for a moment. Those two short and one long spikes were so razor-sharp that he feared a single touch might leave his hand riddled with bloody holes. Screeb, the Void's Hard Eagle, seemed to sense its master's hesitation and let out a soft cry. In the blink of an eye, the feathers on its body underwent a swift transformation. The three sharp spikes atop its head merged into one, their razor edges smoothing out and taking on a soft, glossy texture, as if designed specifically for gentle stroking. It can do that? Lu Feiyu blinked in surprise before breaking into a smile. Without further hesitation, He reached out and gently stroked the eagle's head. To his surprise, the seemingly soft feathers had an incredible tactile sensation, yet they emitted a subtle suction force that firmly held his hand in place. Feeling the change, Feiyu was overjoyed. With a swift motion, he pressed his hand on the head of the void-shattering eagle and used the force to leap gracefully onto its back. The moment he landed, a powerful suction from the eagle's back firmly secured him in place, as if they had become one. The stability was unshakable, and a soft, comfortable sensation from beneath him added an unexpected sense of ease. "Take off," Feiyu exclaimed, slapping the eagle's back in excitement. The void-shattering eagle gave a mighty flap of its wings, summoning a fierce gust of wind that instantly blew Feiyu's hair straight up. In the blink of an eye, the ground below began to shrink rapidly, and the view around him shifted and morphed with dizzying speed. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he found himself soaring hundreds of meters above the ground. The roaring wind howled like a giant's fury, tearing at his ears, but he remained as steady as a rock, completely unmoved. The mysterious suction from the eagle's feathers seemed to form an invisible barrier, shielding him from the chaos. Stretching his neck, Feiyu eagerly took in the breathtaking scenery. The clouds seemed closer than ever, as if he could reach out and touch them. A newfound sense of freedom and exhilaration surged through him, unlike anything he had ever experienced. "Haha, Feiyu, finally have my own flying beast," he shouted with joy, his laughter carried away by the wind, but his excitement unmistakable. "Let's go to the spatial rift and see what's going on," he called out, slapping the eagle's back again. The wind was so strong he had to raise his voice to be heard. The void-shattering eagle responded with a piercing screech, as if reminding him to hold on tight. Then, with a sudden burst of power, it flapped its wings and accelerated sharply, the surroundings blurring into a whirlwind of motion. In the next moment, waves of spatial distortion surged around them like a relentless tide, pressing heavily against Feiyu's body. The deafening wind abruptly ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. The stark contrast between the extreme motion and the sudden stillness, combined with the crushing pressure of the space around him, left Feiyu feeling momentarily disoriented, as if the world were spinning. He nearly felt the urge to vomit. Thankfully, the spatial energy emanating from the void-shattering eagle counteracted the external pressure, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. As he adjusted to the strange sensation of traversing the rift, his curiosity got the better of him, and he began to survey his surroundings. All around him was an endless expanse of chaotic black currents, like a fallen cylindrical tunnel of pure darkness, with turbulent streams swirling incessantly, making his head spin. Occasionally, bursts of radiant color flashed through the void, catching his attention. He knew these were the portals back to the real world. Touching one would instantly return him to reality. As time passed, the initial thrill of exploring the rift began to fade. Feiyu directed the eagle to return to the beast's space, guiding it to land steadily at their starting point. As they touched down, several other beasts gathered around curiously. Feiyu patted the void-shattering eagle's head with satisfaction and declared solemnly, "From today on, your name will be Feiyu." A spatial beast with such unique feathers deserved a name that reflected its nature. He had briefly considered calling it Feiyu, but quickly dismissed the idea sharing a name with his beast would surely invite ridicule. Feiyu was not only fitting, but also carried a sense of boldness and distinction. "What a ride. Mom will never have to worry about me being blown away by the wind again." Hearing Feiyu bestow the name, Feiyu's sharp eyes lit up, and its feathers bristled like blades, spreading out in a show of fierceness. It let out a high-pitched, resonant cry, as if expressing its overwhelming joy. Feiyu's lips curved into a faint smile as he raised his hand to gently stroke Feiyu's wings, feeling the subtle quiver beneath the layers of feathers. He played with Feiyu for a while, using the moment to further solidify their bond. After a brief interaction, he willed himself out of the beast's space and returned to the real world. The moment he was back, he pulled out his phone, his eyes locking onto the bank details on the screen. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he saw the digits 10 million Huaxia yuan. Combined with the various resources he had obtained from the primal secret realm, the total value was approximately 15 million Huaxia yuan. What excited him even more was the black platinum card gifted by Wang Shiyao, which came with an incredible 39% discount. In other words, that 15 million yuan held the purchasing power equivalent to 40 million within the Wanbao Pavilion. Such a massive sum was more than enough to evolve one of his beasts to SSS rank. As this thought crossed his mind, the image of Hylan emerged vividly in his mind. As his most powerful beast at the moment, Hylan was undoubtedly the top priority. Moreover, its unique skill, Devourer of the Heavens, allowed it to rapidly absorb the energy contained in evolutionary resources and perfectly convert it into its own strength. With the Grand Melee just 5 days away, every bit of increased power would serve as critical insurance. As for his other beasts, Lu Feiyu had already made plans. He was confident that after the next grand melee, with the rewards and resources he would gain, evolving the rest of his beasts would no longer be a challenge. With this thought, he rose from his bed, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and downed it in one go, attempting to calm his excitement. Then, taking the black platinum card and his bank card, he donned a mask and headed briskly toward the Wanbao Pavilion in the capital city. Thanks to the city's convenient transportation, it took him only half an hour to arrive at the Wanbao Pavilion. The moment he got out of the car, a sudden urge to use the restroom surged from his lower abdomen, as if his bladder had been abruptly poked. That unbearable sensation left him no time to think about anything else. Ignoring the enthusiastic greetings of several sales attendants, he pressed his legs together and hurriedly dashed toward the restroom. The sound of water echoed in the confined space, akin to a waterfall crashing against rocks. After relieving himself, Lu Feiyu let out a long breath of relief, zipped up his pants, and turned to the sink to wash his hands. As he focused on washing, the muffled sound of sobbing suddenly reached his ears, followed by the harsh, angry voice of a man. "What are you even good for? You've been here for a month and haven't made a single sale. Are you just here to collect your base salary, you useless idiot?" The voice was sharp and grating, laden with biting contempt. Lu Feiyu's brows furrowed slightly but quickly smoothed out. He wasn't a saint and had no intention of meddling in such trivial matters. Shaking off the water from his hands, he pulled 2 sheets of paper towel from the dispenser, dried his hands, and walked out without a care. The moment he stepped out of the restroom, he saw a middle-aged man whose angry expression instantly melted into a fawning smile. The man nodded politely at Lu Feiyu, all traces of his earlier rage gone. Beside him stood a young woman with her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly as tears streamed down her face. Lu Feiyu only glanced at them casually, but that single look made him freeze in his tracks, his entire body stiffening. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart, tightening painfully. "Ajay." His voice trembled as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the tear-streaked woman. That familiar face, no matter how covered in tears, was one he could never mistake. She was clearly his biological elder sister, Lu Fian. Back when Lu Guanzhong and Zhang Fengxia got together, their treatment of Lu Fian had been just as cruel. Perhaps it was because Lu Fian had been strikingly beautiful from a young age that Zhang Fengxia's harshness toward her was even more severe, far surpassing what Lu Feiyu endured. Beatings and scoldings were frequent, and hunger and cold were her constant companions. In such an oppressive environment, Lu Fian barely had any room to breathe. It was no surprise that at the tender age of 12 or 13, she made the resolute decision to run away from home. From that day on, she vanished without a trace, as though she had disappeared from the face of the earth. Lu Feiyu's childhood memories of his sister were faint and blurry. The only thing he could recall was how kind she had been to him. Her mother-like care had been the sole warmth in his otherwise bleak childhood. She always saved the best things for him, even if it meant going hungry herself, just to make sure he was well fed. Because of this, her departure had devastated the young Lu Feiyu. He had even harbored resentment in his heart, wondering why she hadn't taken him with her. But now, looking back, he realized that at 12 or 13, Lu Fian had been merely a girl herself, struggling to survive against all odds. Taking her little brother with her would have only put them both in greater peril, and they might have been caught by officials and dragged back home to face even worse abuse. Now, as Lu Feiyu stood face-to-face with Lu Fian once more, a surge of overwhelming emotion threatened to consume him. He had long believed that his sister was no longer alive, never daring to imagine they would meet again. Yet here she was, standing before him. But instead of joy or relief, Lu Fian kept her head lowered, her body slightly turned to the side, her long hair falling like a curtain to obscure her face. It was as if she was deliberately avoiding his gaze. From the corner of his eye, Lu Feiyu caught sight of several glaring red marks on her cheeks, fresh handprints that told of a recent beating. In an instant, Lu Feiyu's excitement was extinguished, replaced by a storm of anger boiling in his chest. His gaze turned sharp and piercing as he fixed it on the tattooed man standing nearby. The tattoo on the man's neck shifted slightly with his nervous swallow, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he felt the icy intensity of Lu Feiyu's glare. Forcing a smile, the man stammered, "Sir, you must be mistaken. Lu Fian, she has no family, no parents, no relatives. She's just an orphan." That single sentence only confirmed what Lu Feiyu already knew. It was her. Without hesitation, he stepped closer to Lu Fian, his movements filled with urgency. Gently, he lifted her chin with his hand. Her tear-filled eyes met his, and the familiar look in them felt like a knife slicing through his heart. His voice was low, but every word carried a weight that could not be ignored. "Why are you avoiding me?" Lu Fian didn't respond. Her eyes remained downcast, the swelling and faint traces of blood on her face silently testifying to the suffering she had endured. Lu Feiyu's fingers brushed lightly over the marks on her cheek, feeling the rough, swollen skin beneath his touch. His rage erupted in full force. Whipping around, he fixed his icy gaze on the tattooed man and demanded, his voice as chilling as winter's coldest winds, "What happened here?" The tattooed man flinched, but quickly remembered the vulnerable position Lu Fian was in. His initial fear gave way to disdain, and he let out a mocking snort. A sneer spread across his face as he replied with brazen arrogance, "Humph. Here at Wambao Pavilion, useless people get what they deserve beatings. Don't like it? Then quit. There are plenty of people waiting to take her place." He shot a contemptuous glance at Lu Feiyu, sizing him up with disdain before continuing, his tone dripping with scorn. "And you penniless little punk. If you're not here to buy anything, then get lost. Don't waste our time. I don't know what the security team is doing, letting just any stray dog in here. What a nuisance." The tattooed man spoke while giving Lu Feiyu a scrutinizing look from head to toe. Noticing that Lu was not wearing a single brand name item and that his entire outfit didn't even add up to 2,000 yuan, the man's disdain deepened, and a mocking smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Feeling emboldened, he even spat a thick glob of phlegm near Lu Feiyu's feet, the act dripping with provocation. Hearing his words, Lu Feiyu's expression remained unchanged, but it was Lu Fian who couldn't hold back any longer. She lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, reflecting an anger that burned fiercely. Yet her voice was firm and resolute. "I am not worthless. It's you. You've deliberately suppressed me. You sent me to the waste beast egg section on purpose. Who in their right mind would spend tens of thousands on those discarded eggs? Isn't it normal not to have any sales?" Though her voice trembled slightly, it carried the weight of long-suppressed fury, finally finding its release. Zhou Wenhui, however, merely sneered, his disdain growing more apparent. His gaze roamed shamelessly over Lu Fian's face and figure, finally lingering on her chest, which rose and fell subtly with her anger. He swallowed hard, a vile glint flashing in his eyes before he spoke lazily, "Deliberately suppressed? Don't make me laugh. Someone has to manage that section, right? You've got no education, not even a middle school diploma, and no connections. If not you, then who? Or maybe you'd rather quit and let me handle you instead?" Ha ha ha. As he finished, his face twisted into a disgusting smile, his tone deliberately suggestive. His raucous laughter echoed through the space, grating on everyone's ears. In reality, everything Zhou Wenhui said was pure fabrication. The waste section had always been a shared responsibility among all salespeople, as customers rarely showed any interest in it. Assigning Lu Fian to this area was a calculated move to push her into a corner, hoping to break her under the weight of work and life's pressures, forcing her to submit to his vile desires. The thought of such a humiliating scenario filled Zhou Wenhui with twisted excitement, his face flushing with a perverse satisfaction. He could almost see Lu Fian groveling at his feet, and the imagined sense of power and control sent a feverish thrill through him. But just as he indulged in his sordid fantasies, a cold, piercing gaze suddenly locked onto him. Lu Feiyu slowly turned, his face devoid of any emotion as he looked at the man who was still laughing maniacally. Without warning, he took a step forward, his shoulders lowering slightly and his waist twisting as his entire body tensed like a fully drawn bow. In an instant, with a seamless motion of his waist and shoulders, his broad right hand swung through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, cutting a perfect arc before landing squarely on Zhou Wenhui's face. Smack! The resounding slap echoed through the entire Wanbao pavilion like a clap of thunder, silencing everyone around. Even customers near the restroom paused in their tracks, and people in the main hall turned their heads, drawn by the sudden commotion. As for Zhou Wenhui, it was as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. His entire body was sent flying backward, slamming heavily against the wall with a dull thud before crumpling to the ground in a heap. Dazed, he tried to get up, but his head buzzed incessantly, and his ears were filled with the ringing of what sounded like a swarm of bees, drowning out all other sounds. He raised a hand to touch his right cheek, only to find it completely numb, as if half his face had been torn off. You dare?" Zhou Wenhui slurred, barely managing to lift a trembling finger to point at Lu Feiyu. He attempted to continue his threats, but suddenly felt something foreign in his mouth. Stunned, he spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, only to see several broken teeth mixed in. He stared blankly at the teeth on the floor, the arrogance and confidence in his eyes shattering in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming terror. He immediately bent over and spat out the foreign object in his mouth. The moment he saw what it was, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind. This wasn't some small pebble. It was one of his own teeth. At this moment, his once neat rows of upper and lower teeth had been reduced to just a few wobbly remnants clinging to bloodied gums. Talking wasn't just about whether air escaped through gaps. Anna Maria was entirely wind at this point. "Damn it, you're finished." Zhou Wenhui growled through clenched teeth, his voice muffled but failing to hide his fury. Covering his mouth with one hand, he pointed a trembling finger at Lu Feiyu, shouting venomously, "You assaulted me on purpose. If I don't make sure you rot in prison for 10 years, I'm not worthy of my own name." The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers, their gazes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Some shook their heads and sighed, while others whispered among themselves, "So young, yet so ruthless? What a shame. He seemed like a decent guy, but why couldn't he keep his cool?" Amid the murmuring crowd, a few seasoned employees from Wanbao Pavilion exchanged hushed remarks, their tones dripping with disdain and schadenfreude. "That Zhou guy is at it again, isn't he? Everyone knows what a scumbag he is, throwing his weight around just because of his connections." "Exactly. I heard he harassed several female employees, driving some of them to the brink of madness. He's a complete animal. What a pity about that young man," another person sighed. "Zhou Wenhui's uncle is the deputy manager, and his connections run deep. Even if the kid's in the right, he's not walking away from this unscathed." As the murmurs grew louder, a series of heavy, purposeful footsteps echoed from upstairs. Thump, thump, thump. The sound cut through the noise, and the crowd instinctively fell silent. Moments later, a well-built man in a suit appeared at the top of the staircase, flanked by a team of security guards. His sharp gaze swept over the chaotic scene, briefly pausing on Lu Feiyu before settling on Zhou Wenhui. The moment Zhou Wenhui saw him, it was as if he had spotted his savior. Holding his swollen, barely recognizable face, he scrambled forward and clung to the man's leg, wailing, "Uncle, look at what this bastard did to me. You have to stand up for me. I want him to suffer worse than death." Su Xiu's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. Glancing down at Zhou Wenhui, he thought to himself, how many times have I told this idiot to use formal titles at work? He's hopeless. However, he refrained from scolding him outright. Instead, he reached down and yanked Zhou Wenhui to his feet. Turning his gaze toward Lu Feiyu, Su Xiu's expression grew colder, his eyes scrutinizing the young man intently. He approached with his team of security guards, stopping directly in front of Lu Feiyu. Without saying a word, he stood there, brow furrowed, his face devoid of emotion as he stared at him. Lu Feiyu remained rooted in place, his expression calm and his gaze unwavering as he met Su Xiu's stare. The air grew thick with tension, an invisible pressure hanging over the scene. The crowd held their breath, waiting anxiously to see what would happen next. The two locked eyes for a moment, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the crowd of onlookers instinctively held their breath, afraid that even the slightest movement might pull them into the confrontation. Finally, Su Xiu broke the silence, his tone laced with intimidation. "Do you even know who I am?" Lu Feiyu tilted his head slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery and disdain as he glanced at Su Xiu. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. "Are you supposed to be famous or something? Why would I bother knowing someone like you?" "Ridiculous." That single remark made Su Xiu's face darken instantly, his expression turning sinister. A twisted smirk crept onto his lips as he spoke in a low, menacing voice. "No worries. You'll find out soon enough." The confidence and commanding aura he exuded immediately stirred murmurs among the crowd. Someone whispered, asking about Su Xiu's identity, and it didn't take long for another to reply in hushed tones. "He's the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion. Around here, he's a pretty big deal." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed, shaking their heads as they looked at Lu Feiyu with pity, as though they could already foresee his grim fate. Meanwhile, standing behind Lu Feiyu, Lu Fian was pale as a sheet, her hands nervously twisting the fabric of her clothes. Her eyes were filled with guilt and panic. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her heart heavy with self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I really am a jinx. Even my brother is in danger because of me." But as the thought weighed on her, her gaze turned resolute. No matter what, she was determined to protect her only family, even if it meant sacrificing her dignity and everything else. Su Xiu sneered coldly and waved his hand, barking an order, "Take this arrogant brat down. Today, we'll make sure he learns the weight of the name Su Xiu." At his command, several burly men behind him stepped forward, their expressions fierce, exuding an intimidating presence. But just as they were about to approach, Lu Feiyu's cold voice cut through the tension, carrying an undeniable authority. "Who gave this fool such blind confidence? Open your eyes and take a good look at this." Before anyone could react, he pulled out a card from his pocket. It was thin as a cicada's wing, but exuded an extraordinary texture. The card's black surface was understated yet luxurious, with a golden, intricately inscribed Bao character shining brilliantly on the front. The back bore an equally radiant Lu character, surrounded by ornate patterns resembling dragons and phoenixes, emanating an unparalleled aura of prestige. A black gold card. The moment the card was revealed, The scene fell into a stunned silence, as if someone had pressed a mute button. Everyone held their breath. Most of the crowd didn't recognize the card, but the overwhelming presence it radiated, combined with Lu Feiyu's composed confidence as he presented it, made it impossible to dismiss. Whispers began to ripple through the onlookers. Could he be the heir to some powerful family in the capital? Su Xiu's expression froze the instant he saw the black gold card. As the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion, he was fully aware of its significance. This card represented the pinnacle of status in Wanbao Pavilion. Its holder wasn't just an esteemed guest but someone with immense influence, not only in China but across the globe. However, Su Xiu quickly forced himself to regain composure. Though his mind was in turmoil, he maintained a facade of arrogance, refusing to back down so easily. He fixed his gaze on Lu Feiyu, the smirk on his lips growing even colder, as if unwilling to admit defeat just yet. The sneer at the corner of Su Xiu's mouth quickly turned into uncontrollable laughter. He was laughing so hard that he was doubled over, barely able to catch his breath. Hehehe. Ha ha ha. A clown. A clown, indeed. If you brought a gold card, I might have doubted your identity for a moment. But you idiot. You dared to forge a black diamond card? A black diamond card. Do you even know what that means? Do you, a nobody, think you're worthy of such a thing? Are you here to put on a comedy show? Do you have any idea what a black diamond card represents at the Wanbao Pavilion? Supreme status. Top-tier treatment. People who hold one of these are escorted by bodyguards wherever they go. And you? Here you are, standing all alone. Ha ha ha. Su Xiu clutched his stomach as tears streamed down his face, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain. Since becoming the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, Su Xiu had never witnessed such an absurd spectacle. Someone walking in with a fake black diamond card and pretending to be a big shot? To him, it was the joke of the century. He laughed recklessly, his amusement so infectious that even the security guards nearby couldn't help but let a trace of contemptuous smirks cross their faces. However, Lu Feiyu stood silently, his expression growing increasingly impatient. He detested wasting time, especially on fools like these. He had no tolerance for stupidity, and the antics of the uncle and nephew duo in front of him were pushing his limits. It felt as if his entire body was crawling with ants, an unbearable itch of irritation that caused his brows to furrow slightly. Suddenly, a chill flashed in his eyes, and his impatience was replaced by an icy coldness. Raising his right hand with a flick of his wrist, the black diamond card in his hand turned into a streak of black lightning, hurtling straight at Su Xiu's face. The sound of it slicing through the air was like the whisper of death, sharp, chilling, and impossible to ignore. The speed was so startling that no one had time to react. Su Xiu's laughter cut off abruptly. A sharp, murderous intent swept toward him, causing his heart to jolt and his face to drain of color. Instinctively, he jerked his head to the left, but the black diamond card still grazed his right ear, leaving a bloody arc in its wake. Shhhk, the sound of flesh tearing echoed in the air, followed by the metallic tang of blood filling the room. Su Xiu's nostrils were overwhelmed by the stench, and his stomach churned violently, nearly forcing him to retch. But more unbearable than the smell was the searing pain radiating from his right ear. It was as if he'd been struck by lightning, the agony knocking him to the ground. Su Xiu let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his head as he writhed on the floor like a worm. Not far from him lay the severed piece of his ear, motionless in a pool of blood. The crimson liquid spread quickly across the pristine white tiles, painting a gruesome and shocking scene. Open your damned eyes and take a good look. Is this black diamond card fake or not? Lu Feiyu's voice was as cold as frost, cutting through the stunned silence of the crowd. His words were devoid of emotion, as if his earlier action had been nothing more than a casual warning. The onlookers fell silent instantly, their gazes shifting between the agonized Su Xiu writhing on the ground and the young man standing motionless, his expression icy and unyielding. A collective wave of shock rippled through the crowd, prompting many to instinctively take a few steps back, wary of being drawn into the chaos. Even the security guards, who had initially stepped forward, exchanged uneasy glances before quietly retreating. They were just regular workers earning modest wages. Why risk their lives for Wanbao Pavilion, especially when faced with someone who might have powerful connections or, worse, be utterly unhinged? The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the tension of the moment. No one dared make a move, every breath held as they waited to see what would happen next. For a moment, everyone stared at Lu Feiyu in stunned silence, as if the room had turned into a graveyard. The atmosphere was so still that it felt suffocating. Countless questions surged in the minds of the onlookers. Where did this young man get such confidence? Such audacity? Hurting people one after another, was he really not afraid of spending the rest of his life in prison? Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps, even more frantic than when Su Xiu had entered, echoed from upstairs, breaking the dead silence. All eyes turned toward the commotion. An elderly man with white hair, dressed impeccably and wearing tortoiseshell glasses, came rushing down the staircase. His face was filled with urgency, his usually composed and elegant demeanor as the manager of Wanbao Pavilion completely gone. He descended the stairs in a near frenzy, practically leaping down 2 or 3 steps at a time. At first glance, Huang Xinchuan didn't even spare the security guards, who looked like defeated dogs, nor did he pay attention to the grievously injured Zhou Wenhui or the writhing Su Xiu, who was clutching the bloody stump where his ear used to be. His gaze locked immediately onto the black and gold card lying amidst the pool of blood on the floor. The bold Bao character emblazoned on the card seemed to burn like a fiery brand, piercing straight into his heart and mind. Almost instinctively, Huang Xinchuan rushed forward, ignoring the bloodstains as he bent down to pick up the card. His hands trembled slightly, and a rare, almost servile smile appeared on his face. He meticulously wiped the blood off the card as if it were the most precious treasure on earth, unworthy of even the slightest blemish. Then, clutching the card tightly, he hurried over to Lu Feiyu. His back bent so low it seemed as though his head might touch his knees. Lifting the card high above his head with both hands, his voice quivered as he spoke. "Honored Mr. Lu, I must sincerely apologize for the poor discipline of my staff, which led to such a grave offense against you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The sight left everyone utterly dumbfounded. All eyes were fixed on Huang Xinchuan, who was practically groveling before Lu Feiyu. Shock and disbelief filled the room. How could someone so young command such deference from the branch manager of Wanbao Pavilion? It was as if they were witnessing the impossible. Manager, you must be mistaken. How could someone so young have a black gold card? This card has to be fake. Even if it's real, he must have stolen it somehow. Su Xiu, eyes bulging in disbelief, scrambled toward Huang Xinchuan, his bloodied hands clutching desperately at the manager's leg. His voice was shrill and full of accusations as he cried out his protests. Huang Xinchuan's brows furrowed deeply, his previously bowed head snapping up with a sharp, icy glare. Already furious at his subordinates' reckless behavior, Su Xiu's baseless accusations only fanned the flames of his anger. Without hesitation, he raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick. Thud. The force of the blow sent Su Xiu flying several meters through the air. His body twisted and turned mid-flight before crashing heavily to the ground. His head, specifically the right side, bore the brunt of the impact as it struck the floor. The already bleeding wound on his ear tore open further, causing fresh blood to gush out like a fountain. Racked with excruciating pain, Su Xiu convulsed violently, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The sudden, brutal kick didn't just leave Su Xiu writhing in agony, it also left Zhou Wenhui frozen in place. Just moments ago, he had been counting on his uncle to step in and teach Lu Feiyu a lesson. Now, his confidence had evaporated, replaced by cold sweat trickling down his back. His eyes were wide as saucers, his mouth agape as if he were trying to swallow an egg whole, and his gaze fixated on the crumpled Su Xiu lying on the floor, as if staring at a lifeless corpse. An overwhelming wave of regret and disbelief surged through Zhou Wenhui's chest. His gaze shifted back to Lu Feiyu, then to Lu Fian standing quietly behind him. His mind reeled, as though he had been plunged into a surreal dream. "How is this even possible?" he murmured, his voice barely audible as his thoughts churned in turmoil. He couldn't make sense of it. How could Lu Fian, who used to cower and submit like an obedient servant in his presence, suddenly have a brother like this? Out of nowhere, a relative with such a powerful background suddenly appeared. Is this a case of playing dumb to catch the tiger, or perhaps a wealthy heiress experiencing life undercover? If you've always had this status, why didn't you say so earlier? We would have treated you with utmost respect. That high commission, fast closing area? It would have been arranged immediately. How did it come to this? Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through Zhou Wenhui's mind like scenes from a movie. His expression shifted from shock to regret, then to unwillingness, his gaze filled with struggle and fear. Just then, Zhou Wenhui felt a searing, bone-deep pain in his calf, like something was ferociously gnawing at his muscles. He instinctively looked down, and in an instant, his eyes widened in horror, almost popping out of their sockets. To his disbelief, his once doting uncle, Su Xiu, was now dragging a nearly crippled leg, his body covered in blood, crawling toward him like some grotesque creature. His movements were loathsome, like a writhing maggot, yet carried a desperate madness. Su Xiu opened his bloodied mouth and clamped down on Zhou Wenhui's calf, his teeth sinking deep into the muscle, each bite tearing off chunks of flesh. "This is all your fault. You ruined my life. You bastard. You scum. They'll kill you." Su Xiu growled through clenched teeth, his voice distorted by rage and bitterness. His bloodshot eyes burned with a fiery hatred, a terrifying mix of despair and vengeance. Blood gushed from Zhou Wenhui's calf, mingling with the shredded muscle tissue, splattering grotesquely across the floor. The ground was stained a horrifying crimson, resembling a hellish nightmare. Zhou Wenhui's face turned deathly pale from the pain, cold sweat streaming down as he struggled to stay upright. He fought desperately to free himself, but his uncle's frenzied grip and biting were impossible to escape. Su Xiu's voice, hoarse and twisted, erupted from deep in his throat. Do you know how many years I've endured humiliation for this position? How many years I've been trampled underfoot? And now it's all gone. All destroyed by a useless wretch like you. My career. My life. You've ruined it all. This horrific scene left the sales associates of Wanbao Pavilion utterly dumbfounded. Some even let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zhou Wenhui, who had always flaunted his minor connections to act high and mighty, had finally met his match today. Serves him right. He's getting what he deserves. Someone muttered under their breath, their tone dripping with schadenfreude. His so-called backer is about to fall, too. Another sneered. A deputy manager is nothing in front of a black card holder. Absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu's gaze wasn't on the chaotic scene unfolding around him. His focus was on the black card being presented to him, though he made no move to take it. It was as if the card held no value to him. Instead, he gently raised his eyes to look at Lu Fian. In that moment, the icy coldness on his face melted away like snow under the warmth of spring. What replaced it was an extremely rare tenderness. It's all over now, sister. Thank you for everything you've endured all these years, he said, his voice calm yet carrying a quiet strength that brought a sense of reassurance. Lu Fian froze upon hearing his words. Her long, elegant eyes flickered with disbelief, quickly followed by a mix of elation and relief. A warm tide surged in her heart, washing away the years of hardship and suppression she had endured. She sniffled softly, trying to hold back her tears, but the long-lost sense of happiness was evident in her expression. She looked at Lu Feiyu, her face lighting up with a radiant smilia smile filled with release, gratitude, and deep reliance. While the siblings were immersed in their moment of warmth, the store manager, Huang Xinchuan, stood behind Lu Feiyu, his face as pale as a sheet, his hands trembling slightly. His mind was filled with a mix of anger and sheer terror toward both Su Xiu and Zhou Wenhui. God have mercy. I was managing this store just fine, planning to take a peaceful nap this afternoon, Huang Xinchuan roared internally. Then headquarters called out of nowhere, yelling at me. A black cardholder humiliated in my store? This is my death sentence. He had rushed out of his soundproof lounge, only to be greeted by this scene of utter chaos. The sight drained all warmth from his body, leaving him cold from head to toe. His hands trembled not from exhaustion, but from fear. At this moment, Huang Xinchuan could feel the weight of the black gold card in his hand. Though it was merely a thin piece of plastic, it felt as heavy as a mountain. This small card carried the weight of his future and even his very life. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his heart sank as if plunged into an icy abyss. If he failed to appease the young man before him, the consequences would likely go far beyond just Su Xiu and the others losing their jobs or going to jail. Even he, the store manager, would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Lu Feiyu was softly comforting Lu Fian, who was sobbing with red, tear-streaked eyes. He gently patted her shoulder, trying to calm her down. However, at that very moment, a piercing screech of brakes suddenly shattered the air, sharp enough to make one's eardrums ache. The abrupt and intense sound immediately drew everyone's attention. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly and instinctively turned toward the source of the noise, his gaze falling on the scene outside the store. What he saw was a striking sports car tearing through the dust like a wild beast. With a clean and precise drift, it came to a steady stop right at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. White smoke from the tires rose into the air, carrying an untamed aura. With a crisp click, the car door swung upward, and a middle-aged man, exuding an imposing presence, swiftly stepped out from the passenger seat. His towering frame seemed ready to burst through his clothing, his muscles taut and powerful. Despite his graying hair, he exuded vitality, his face stern and chiseled like iron. The sheer intensity of his presence made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Yet at this moment, the composed demeanor of the middle-aged man was tinged with a trace of panic in his eyes. His steps were urgent, and without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight into Wanbao Pavilion. In that instant, his arrival was like a lion storming into a flock of sheep. His invisible yet overwhelming aura of menace caused the onlookers to instinctively retreat, clearing a path for him. The man's hawk-like eyes swept across the scene, quickly locking onto the most critical detail. His gaze ultimately landed on Lu Feiyu, who stood with a slight frown, and the stunningly beautiful woman behind him, her tear-streaked face still radiating vulnerability. The red, swollen handprint on Lu Fian's face was glaringly obvious, like a blade piercing directly into the man's heart. This was Shen Bufan, the chauffeur and steward of Wang Shiyao. one of the few individuals in Wanbao Pavilion privy to its core secrets. Normally as steady as a mountain, Shin Bufan was known for remaining unshaken even in life-and-death situations. Yet when his eyes fell on the slap mark on Lu Fian's face, an uncontrollable fury erupted from deep within him, rising all the way to his head. His fists clenched tightly, the cracking of his knuckles audible as his muscles tensed. The wrinkles on his face seemed to twitch with the strain, and his entire being radiated the energy of a predator on the verge of unleashing its wrath. Damn it! Shin Bufan cursed internally, his rage threatening to overwhelm him. The scene before him was enough to shatter his composure. His young master had gone to great lengths to establish a connection with Lu Feiyu, delivering the card and intelligence in person, even stooping to maintain the relationship. And now, these blind fools had ruined everything. That slap was not only a direct insult to Wang Shiyao, but also a slap in the face of Wanbao Pavilion's dignity. Shin Bufan's murderous intent surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire room. Without uttering a word, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his icy aura seemed to freeze the air itself. The crowd could feel a chill run down their spines, as though an invisible knife was pressed against their throats, making it difficult to breathe. The once noisy scene fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's minds raced as they tried to guess the identity of this awe-inspiring man. Huang Xinchuan's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He hunched over, bowing so low that his head was nearly touching the ground. Even so, he could still feel the palpable pressure bearing down on him. Alarms blared in his mind as he nervously glanced backward through the gap between his legs. What he saw was a pair of impeccably polished leather shoes, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps, steadily closing in on him. The man was drawing nearer with every step. What brand is this? Huang Xinchuan's mind wandered aimlessly as he tried to distract himself from his growing anxiety. However, his thoughts were abruptly shattered by an excruciating pain. A sharp, tearing sensation radiated from his right hip, nearly knocking him off balance. The sheer force of the impact sent him stumbling several steps to his left, barely managing to stay on his feet. Before he could even grasp what had happened, the black gold card in his hand flew out, tracing an arc in the air. A worthless thing like you dares to touch a black gold card with your hands? A deep, commanding voice resonated, laced with an undeniable chill. Struggling to steady himself, Huang Xinchuan looked up, only to see a strong, slender hand effortlessly catch the card midair. His eyes traveled upward, and the sight of the familiar yet imposing face struck him like a bolt of lightning. Shun, Mr. Shun? What brings you here? Huang Xinchuan's voice trembled, barely coherent. His disbelief and terror were evident in his wide eyes. Standing before him was none other than Shin Bufan, one of the most prominent figures in Wanbao Pavilion. Not only was he a close confidant of the current pavilion master, but he was also the guardian of the next successor. For someone of such unparalleled status to personally appear here was utterly unimaginable. Huang Xinchuan's mind was a chaotic mess, yet his heart was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of realization. He finally understood that the cardholder's identity was far more unfathomable than he had ever anticipated. What are you standing there for? Go pick up the ear. Shin Bufan's voice suddenly rose, sharp and cutting like a blade. Huang Xinchuan jolted as though struck by lightning. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he bent down hurriedly and rushed to retrieve the severed ear lying on the ground. In just a few quick strides, he grabbed the bloody ear with trembling hands. Whose ear is it? Swallow it yourself. Shin Bufan's command was absolute, brimming with murderous intent. Huang Xinchuan dared not hesitate for even a second. He turned swiftly, yanked Su Xiu's hair, and forcefully twisted his head. One hand pressed down on Su Xiu's throat, forcing his mouth open, while the other mercilessly shoved the bloodied ear into his mouth. Su Xiu's eyes were filled with terror and humiliation as he struggled desperately, but Huang Xinchuan showed no mercy. A brutal elbow strike landed squarely on Su Xiu's face, extinguishing any resistance. Su Xiu's body went limp, as if his soul had been drained, and he ultimately swallowed his own ear mechanically. The gruesome and oppressive scene left everyone present visibly shaken. Their gazes lingered on Shin Bufan, filled with newfound awe and fear. To command the branch manager of Wanbao Pavilion like a mere dog with just a few words, such a display of power was both chilling and astonishing. But what happened next utterly defied everyone's expectations. Under the watchful, breath-held gaze of the crowd, and in the face of Lu Feiyu's cold, unwavering stare, the middle-aged man who had just exuded the ferocity of a raging lion slowly bent his rigidly upright frame. Shin Bufan bowed deeply to Lu Feiyu, his posture remarkably humble. Mr. Lu, I deeply apologize for the unpleasant experience you endured at Wanbao Pavilion today, Shin Bufan said, his voice low and sincere, every word carrying genuine remorse. On behalf of Wanbao Pavilion, I assure you that we will compensate you with 20 million Huaxia yuan in hopes of earning your forgiveness. Furthermore, I guarantee that such an incident will never occur within Wanbao Pavilion again." He paused briefly before continuing. "As for Ms. Lu's compensation, we will finalize the details by 8 p.m. tonight." Shifting his tone, Shen Bufan's voice turned icy and unrelenting. "As for the staff who dare to disturb our most valued guest, they will be dealt with according to Wanbao Pavilion's rules, branding their faces, cutting out their tongues, confiscating all wages, and imposing a heavy fine. Those unable to pay the fine will be exiled to the wilds, forced to collect resources day and night until their deaths." Every word was like a dagger, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Shen Bufan's attitude was both a display of utmost respect toward Lu Feiyu and a ruthless enforcement of Wanbao Pavilion's authority. The course of events had spiraled far beyond anyone's imagination. Hearing such a sincere apology, Lu Feiyu's expression immediately softened. The attitude of Wanbao Pavilion and the efficiency of Wang Xiao's handling of the situation left a good impression on him. Offering a compensation of 20 million right off the bat was no small gesture. After all, he held a black gold card, and with its incredible discounts, the value of that 20 million effectively doubled, equating to 50 million in purchasing power. With this compensation, not only could he afford to evolve Blackscale, but he could even evolve Boss Gene again with ease. In fact, the remaining resources could lay the foundation for the evolution of a new contracted beast, saving him several times the effort of venturing into dangerous secret realms to gather resources. Moreover, Wanbao Pavilion had been extremely thorough in their considerations. The compensation wasn't just for him, it also took Lu Fian into account. Although the exact details of her compensation hadn't been disclosed yet, judging by Wanbao Pavilion's usual practices, the items would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Thinking of this, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but marvel at how astonishingly efficient and lucrative this organization was. What pleased him the most, however, was the punishment announced by Shen Bufan. As one of the top forces in the world of beast tamers, Wanbao Pavilion naturally had a set of strict internal regulations. These rules adhered to national laws, but also subtly transcended them. For actions like those of Su Xiao and Zhou Wenhui, under ordinary legal frameworks, the most they would face might be charges of provoking trouble, with a maximum sentence of 2 or 3 years. But such a punishment would never quell Lu Feiyu's anger, nor could it erase the humiliation Lu Fian suffered from that slap. Thus, the internal rules of Wanbao Pavilion came into play. These punishments were far harsher and more unforgiving than national laws. One of these punishments was facial branding, using a special ink to tattoo words onto the face. This ink was almost impossible to remove, marking the individual as a symbol of extreme disgrace. This wasn't merely a physical mark, but a complete destruction of one's dignity. Those branded in this way would inevitably face countless judgmental stares in society and find it nearly impossible to secure a decent job. Then there was tongue removal, also known as tongue extraction, which was even more brutal and bloody. As the name suggests, it involved forcibly removing the tongue. The pain inflicted wasn't just physical, but also psychological. Many offenders, unable to endure such torment, would choose to end their lives during the process. And yet, this was merely the beginning. After the physical and mental torment, Wanbao Pavilion would confiscate all assets the offenders had earned during their tenure with the organization and impose massive fines. But with their assets seized, how could they pay the fines? The answer was obvious: they would be exiled to the wilderness to gather rare resources. The wilds were harsh and unforgiving, with minimal food and clothing, forcing them to struggle for survival daily. Anyone who managed to survive for a year under such conditions was considered extremely fortunate. Most wouldn't last even 6 months before being reduced to a shadow of their former selves. In short, from facial branding to tongue removal, followed by fines and exile, this series of punishments left Su Xiao and Zhou Wenhui's fate sealed. One could even say their names had already been written in Yan Wang's Book of Life and Death. As for why anyone would willingly accept such rules, the answer was simple and straightforward: because agreeing to these terms meant earning a salary that was 50 higher than that of regular employees. Faced with such temptation, few would turn down the opportunity. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Feiyu's expression fully relaxed. He smiled faintly, helped Shen Bufan to his feet, and said in a light-hearted tone, "Uncle Shen, you're making too much of this. Come on, get up, get up." With power comes its fair share of parasites and scumets, nothing out of the ordinary. Lu Feiyu's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He helped Shen Bufan to his feet, his movements unhurried, as though he had everything under control. As Wang Shiyao's personal bodyguard, Shen Bufan was someone Lu Feiyu was familiar with. They had even exchanged a few words before and knew each other's names. Hearing those words, Shen Bufan's previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. The rigid lines on his face softened, and he managed a faint, apologetic smile. "You're absolutely right, Mr. Lu. However, at Wanbao Pavilion, We cannot excuse the unpleasant experiences inflicted upon our customers simply because such matters are inevitable. He paused briefly, his gaze turning more earnest. We owe you our gratitude, Mr. Lu, for exposing these individuals who tarnish our reputation. Shin Bufan shifted his tone after a slight hesitation, adding, the moment my young master learned of this incident, he instructed me to handle it immediately. Unfortunately, he's currently abroad for further studies and couldn't make it back in time. I hope you can understand, Mr. Lu. His voice carried a trace of reverence, clearly reflecting the high regard he held for Lu Feiyu. Their conversation wasn't particularly hushed, and every word landed clearly in the ears of the surrounding crowd. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces frozen in shock as if cast from the same mold. Eyes widened and mouths agape, they looked as though they might swallow an egg whole. Unbelievable, they thought, stunned beyond measure. They had anticipated a fierce showdown between the imposing middle-aged man and the enigmatic young man, only to witness a completely unforeseen outcome. The once dominant Shen Bufan now appeared as meek as a child in the presence of Lu Feiyu. What truly sent shockwaves through the crowd was Shen Bufan's next statement: compensation of 20 million. The moment the figure left his lips, everyone was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. Some instinctively began counting the zeros after the 2, 1, 2, 3 only when they reached the second hand halfway did the realization dawn even zeros. The sheer length of that number felt longer than their lifetimes. And then came Shun Bufan's severe announcement of punishment, which sent a chill down everyone's spine. At that moment, the crowd understood that the aura of ruthlessness emanating from Shen Bufan was no mere facade, it was honed through blood and battle. With just a few words, he determined the fates of several individuals, as though he were a judge dictating destinies. When Shen Bufan mentioned the young master, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Shock, fear, and disbelief flickered across their faces in turns. What? This middle-aged man isn't even the highest authority? Someone murmured in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. He's just a steward? Then who exactly is this young master he speaks of? The question echoed in the minds of the onlookers, filling them with awe and unease. The young master's background seemed unfathomable, an existence capable of shaking the heavens with a single word. And as for Lu Feiyu, standing calmly amidst it all, what kind of extraordinary identity did he hold? The crowd's gazes darted repeatedly to Lu Feiyu, as if trying to discern his true face behind the mask he wore. As for Su Shidou, Zhou Wenhui, and Huang Xinxuan, the trio had long since collapsed onto the ground, their bodies smeared with blood and their faces ashen. Their eyes were vacant, wide open yet devoid of any emotion. If not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, one might have thought they were already dead. Their spirits had been utterly crushed, leaving them incapable of even contemplating resistance. They could only resign themselves to their fate. The crowd instinctively stepped back a few paces, as though afraid of being tainted by the misfortune clinging to the three. Mr. Lu, would you like to witness their punishment firsthand? Shin Bufan inclined slightly, his tone respectful, as he gestured toward the three individuals. His indifference to their lives made it clear that, in his eyes, they were no more significant than discarded objects. Lu Feiyu, however, waved his hand dismissively and replied in a detached tone, no need. Handle it as you see fit. I'm a compassionate person, don't like the sight of blood. At those words, Shun Bufan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. He froze, glancing back at Lu Feiyu, then at the blood-streaked floor, his lips twitching ever so slightly. Inwardly, he couldn't help but think, compassionate? You? After all this chaos. But he quickly composed himself, masking his momentary lapse with a polite smile. Mr. Lu, you're truly a pillar of the nation. Allow me to personally accompany you for the rest of your shopping today. Please, follow me. Shin Bufan bent slightly at the waist, extending his arm in a gesture of respect. Lu Feiyu gave a slight nod, his steps steady yet exuding an undeniable aura of composure and confidence. Under Shun's guidance, the trio made their way through the crowd toward the Wanbao Pavilion's warehouse. Behind them, Lu Fian followed closely, her arms hanging naturally at her sides, her strides light yet tinged with a trace of pride. As the three figures gradually disappeared into the distance, they left behind a scene of chaos and a group of stunned onlookers. A true man should be like that, someone finally exclaimed, breaking the silence and sparking a wave of hushed discussions. Mr. Lu, does our capital have a prominent family with the surname Lu? Why have I never heard of them? One person asked, their face full of curiosity, their tone probing. A Lu with such youth? Wait, do you think it could be that SS-level talent, Lu Feiyu? Another suddenly speculated, their eyes lighting up with realization, their voice tinged with certainty. Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. No wonder even the higher-ups of Wanbao Pavilion treated him with such respect. As the conversation continued, The crowd's guesses about Lu Feiyu's identity grew increasingly accurate, their tones gradually shifting to one of reverence. After all, in just a few days, this young man was set to head to the battlefield for the Nationa figure destined to be admired. Amidst the murmurs, the three individuals sprawled in blood and grime slowly regained consciousness. Their vacant eyes began to focus, and their previously numb expressions were replaced by a cold, calculating glint. There's a chance. The thought struck each of them like a bolt of lightning. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, they forced their battered bodies upright, lowering their profiles as they attempted to slip away unnoticed. However, before they could reach the main entrance, a group of burly men dressed in black silently surrounded them. "Gentlemen, please come with us." The leader of the group bared a chilling grin, his teeth gleaming like icy daggers in the sunlight. Though his tone was polite, the sharpness in his gaze sent shivers down their spines. The trio froze in place, their attempts to escape coming to an abrupt halt as a sense of despair enveloped them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Feiyu and his companions had already exited through a rear door and boarded a private vehicle headed straight for the Wanbao Pavilion's core warehouse. The noise of the city faded behind them, replaced by the serene landscape of lush, forested hills. The warehouse was nestled midway up a steep mountain, its peaks shrouded in mist, with birds occasionally gliding through the air, a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. "Please, step inside." Shin Bufan stood at the warehouse entrance, bowing slightly as he signaled the guards to open the door. The heavy metal doors creaked open, revealing a dazzling interior. Shin stepped aside respectfully, gesturing for Lu Feiyu to enter. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyu crossed the threshold. The sight that greeted him left him momentarily awestruck. This warehouse was so vast it seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon. The space was adorned with opulent decorations, every surface shimmering with golden radiance, as if he had stepped into a palace of pure gold. Shin Bufan followed closely behind, providing a succinct yet thorough explanation. The second floor houses top-tier special resources, while the first floor contains high-grade special resources. The True Dragon Essence Blood You're seeking is in the upper left section. Fire and light elemental resources are in the central left area, and 5 elemental spirit cores and other related resources are located in the center of the first floor. All items are clearly labeled for your convenience. His tone was calm, yet each word precisely addressed Lu Feiyu's needs. Lu Feiyu nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Noticing this, Shin Bufan respectfully stepped back, speaking in a low voice. "Please take your time. They'll be waiting outside." Lu Fian, understanding the situation, chose not to follow and instead stayed with Shan at the entrance, waiting quietly. Inside the warehouse, Lu Feiyu moved forward alone, his steps purposeful, his gaze sharp. The deeper he ventured, the more he could feel the immense energy stored within this place. The energy surged like a roaring tiger and flowed like crashing waves, boundless and overwhelming, nearly suffocating in its intensity. This warehouse was not merely a treasure trove of resource, it was also an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. He paused, taking a deep breath to attune himself to the energy coursing through the space. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he prepared to make his next move. He sighed inwardly. The energy here was fairly abundant, but it still paled in comparison to his beast space. Roughly estimated, it was only about 30 to 40 times the concentration of the average external environment, still far from the 100-fold increase he desired. As he walked to the center of the room, Lu Feiyu scanned the shelves carefully, searching for the 5-element spirit core. His eyes soon lit up with a glimmer of excitement. Raising his right hand slightly, he picked up an inconspicuous wooden box. Gently opening the lid, a surge of immense 5-elements energy instantly burst forth, like an invisible current rushing toward him. Lu Feiyu was momentarily stunned by the energy's impact, but he quickly narrowed his eyes, activating his Ascension Eye. "No doubt about it." He smirked slightly, confirming its authenticity before carefully closing the wooden box and tucking it into his bag. He turned to continue searching for other resources. This 5-element spirit core was truly top-tier, an ideal choice for evolving his beasts. Over the next stretch of time, Lu Feiyu followed the same method. With the assistance of the Ascension Eye, he could assess the quality of each resource with just a glance. Among the dazzling array of treasures, he precisely selected the finest items, securing them one by one. By the time the last resource was safely stowed away, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Lu Feiyu's eyes. At last, he had gathered all the materials needed for the SS level upgrades of Blackscale and Boss Gene. This venture had cost him a staggering 70 million Huaxia credits, with 30 million alone spent on the true dragon blood of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. It was, without a doubt, an extravagance. Fortunately, thanks to the discounts on his black gold card, the final cost was reduced to 27,300,000 Huaxia credits. With the remaining 2 million, Lu Feiyu decided to search for resources needed for Baiyu Tuan's evolution. Though he only acquired 2 out of the 4 required items, it was still a decent harvest. If it weren't for Sushio and the others, I might have gone bankrupt just trying to evolve Black Scale, Lu Feiyu thought to himself, feeling a mix of gratitude and relief. In hindsight, this opportunity might truly have been a blessing in disguise. With his bag full of spoils, Lu Feiyu unknowingly found himself at the exit of the secret realm. As he stepped out, he froze at the sight before him. Shin Bufan and Lu Fian were indeed waiting for him outside, but there was someone else unexpected. Luge. Ah, it's such a relief to see you're okay. A familiar voice called out, followed by an enthusiastic figure rushing toward him. It was none other than Wang Shiyao. Arms wide open, he attempted to give Lu Feiyu a warm hug. However, his appearance was far from presentable. His damp hair clung to his forehead, steam rising from his body as if he had just finished some intense exercise. There was even a faint smell of sweat lingering in the air. Faced with such enthusiasm, Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow and deftly sidestepped the embrace. Weren't you studying abroad? Why are you back all of a sudden? Studying abroad can't compare to how important you are. Wang Shiyao replied with a cheeky grin, utterly unfazed by the awkward dodge. He pulled a leather folder out of his spatial ring and handed it to Lu Feiyu. Besides, I brought back all the data I needed. This contains basic information on participants from other countries. It's not complete, but it should be good enough. Take a look when you have time. It'll definitely come in handy. Lu Feiyu took the folder and weighed it in his hand. A wave of warmth washing over him. He realized that the so-called study trip was just to cover. Wang Shiyao's real purpose had been to gather this crucial intel for him. Thanks a lot. Next time, dinner's on me. Lu Feiyu said with a smile, his tone sincere. Yet deep down, he felt a bit embarrassed. This was already the 3rd time he had promised next time to Wang Shiyao, and even he was beginning to feel guilty about it. As thick-skinned as he was, he couldn't help but blush slightly at this point. However, Wang Shiyao was quite understanding. Waving his hand generously, he said, no need for formalities between brothers. Let's catch up another time. Uncle Shin, take Brother Lu and Sister Lu to the Imperial Grand Hotel for dinner. Put the bill on me. Hearing this, Shun Bufan gave a slight bow and responded respectfully, understood, young master. He then turned to Lu Feiyu and Lu Fian, the siblings, slightly bent at the waist, and gestured for them to follow. Lu Feiyu didn't bother declining politely. After all, Wang Shiyao's goodwill had already been made evident multiple times, and rejecting it further would seem insincere. He led his sister and followed Shin Bufan out, silently noting this act of kindness in his heart. The meal had reached its peak, with dishes tasting their best and the wine flowing freely. Lu Feiyu set down his glass and glanced across the table at his elder sister. At that moment, Lu Fian was slumped over the table, her breathing steady clearly. She was heavily intoxicated. Lu Feiyu sighed softly, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. His sister, after all, was just an ordinary person, without the innate talent of a beast master. Her physical constitution couldn't match the robust strength of those with such abilities. Moreover, with her mind weighed down by worries, the alcohol took its toll even faster. From her rambling words, Lu Feiyu pieced together a difficult story: a 12 or 13-year-old girl, traveling alone from Changnan to the capital. No education, no connections, navigating life on her own. The hardships she endured were easy to imagine. His gaze fell on the dark circles beneath her eyes, and a pang of sorrow struck his heart, causing him to sigh again. He pulled out his phone and called Shin Bufan, giving him brief instructions to arrange for Lu Fian's safe return. Shin Bufan arrived promptly, took over the responsibility of getting her home, and mentioned a compensation plan for her that was very much in line with Wang Shiyao's usual style: straightforward and bold. Lu Fian was to be promoted to manager of her Wanbao Pavilion branch, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, plus sales commissions, bonuses, and holiday benefits. Altogether, her annual income would easily exceed 1 million. For an ordinary individual, such a package was nothing short of a dream. Moreover, the branch had just gone through a restructuring under Lu Feiyu's influence, and every staff member, from sales clerks to security personnel and even the manager, held a deep respect for him. Naturally, no one dared to object to Lu Fian's promotion. In fact, they'd be too busy trying to curry favor with her. The work environment promised to be exceptionally pleasant. Lu Feiyu had no objections to the arrangement, but whether or not to accept it would be up to Lu Fian once she woke up. He had always respected others' choices, even when it came to his closest family members, and wouldn't make decisions on their behalf. Once Shin Bufan ensured Lu Fian was safely home, Lu Feiyu finally felt at ease and returned to Huaxing University. By the time Lu Feiyu reached his dormitory, night had fallen. The sky was draped in a veil of darkness, the remnants of twilight blending with the encroaching night, casting a faint, hazy glow over the earth. He pushed open the door, tidied up briefly, and immediately set about dealing with the precious resources he had acquired from Wang Shiyao, depositing them all into his Beastmaster space. Closing his eyes, he let his consciousness dive in. When he reopened them, he found himself within the Beastmaster space. Since advancing to the Golden Beastmaster rank, his Beastmaster space had grown significantly larger, safer, and richer in spiritual energy, eliminating the need to waste time in a breakthrough chamber. As Feiyu pondered which of his beasts would undergo evolution next, a sudden wet sensation touched the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw none other than the usually majestic Jean Laoban, who was now enthusiastically licking his right hand. Those clear blue eyes sparkled with joy and flattery, resembling an affectionate puppy begging for attention. Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to rub Jean Laoban's head and said with a smile, "What's this?" Feeling excited at the sight of evolution resources, a dog's mouth stretched into a human-like grin, looking adorably silly. Meanwhile, in Feiyu's right hand, he firmly held a bag of evolution resources that unmistakably belonged to Boss Jean. "Old Jean, you're so impatient again," Feiyu teased with a smile. With a slight release of his grip, the bag of special resources traced a perfect arc through the air and landed precisely in Boss Jean's embrace. Overjoyed, Boss Jean let out an excited howl. With one swift motion, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the bag along with the wooden box inside, exuding an air of urgency and eagerness. It was no surprise, really. As the big brother of Feiyu's beast team, Boss Jean had the most seniority, yet its strength still lagged behind the other companions, especially when it came to that legendary skill the others had already acquired it. But Boss Jean had yet to grasp it, which dealt a significant blow to its pride. Watching Boss Jean's impatient demeanor, Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle. He understood its feelings all too well. That was precisely why, when choosing the second beast to evolve to SSS level, he didn't hesitate to select Boss Jean. Perhaps evolving by Yutuan or Kongyu first would have made the team even stronger, but as a beast tamer, he knew that these fierce creatures were, at their core, just children in need of care and attention. Oh whoa. After swallowing the resources, Boss Jean tilted its head back and let out a triumphant howl, its face radiating satisfaction and anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hylan quietly shrank down, transforming into a small, sleek black dragon that coiled itself around Feiyu's left wrist. Its obsidian-like scales gleamed with a cold, sharp luster under the sunlight, resembling a top-tier black bracelet. "Here, this one's for you," Feiyu said with a cheerful grin, handing another bag of resources to Hylan. Hylan, following the command, moved gracefully, its movements elegant and composed. Yet as soon as it dove into the bag, its body expanded dramatically, bursting the bag open. The paper bag shredded into pieces, fluttering down like white silk. Hylan's scales bristled, its razor-sharp reverse scales slicing the wooden box apart. The five-element spirit core and true dragon essence blood floated in midair, and with a single snap of its jaws, Hylan swallowed them all in one go. In stark contrast to Boss Jin's impatient gobbling, Hylan's approach seemed far more refined. At least it knew to unwrap the packaging before eating. Seeing this, Feiyu quickly retreated 100 meters with Bai Yutuan and Kongyu, clearly well-versed in the potential phenomena that might occur during the evolution process. Crossing his arms, he stood silently, patiently awaiting the transformation of his two beasts. Unexpectedly, the first to show signs of change was not Boss Jean, but Hylan. Its originally pitch-black scales began to shimmer with vibrant, multicolored light, resembling flowing rainbows. Moments later, intense flames erupted, steaming water vapor rose into the air, and sharp golden flashes sliced through the atmosphere like blades. Gentle green light danced like a spring breeze, while the ground beneath Hylan's feet began to ripple unnaturally, as if mimicking waves. The earth alternated between splitting open into meter-wide, bottomless cracks and gathering into towering mounds several meters high. The elemental forces of fire, water, metal, wood, and earth manifested in full display, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Feiyu kept his eyes fixed on the scene, his heart surging with excitement. He knew that Hylan's evolution would bring about an unprecedented transformation. As a beast tamer, even though Feiyu had anticipated the possible phenomena that might occur during Blackscale's evolution, the scene unfolding before his eyes far exceeded his imagination, leaving him utterly awestruck. The elemental phenomena grew increasingly intense. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, as if the light of the world had been completely devoured. Within the darkness, thunder roared and lightning tore across the heavens, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Gale-force winds howled like blades, churning in all directions, while torrential rain poured down, the raindrops pounding the ground like iron balls, each drop carrying an overwhelming force. The moist air quickly spread, saturating the beast-taming space with concentrated spiritual energy. A surge of boundless vitality and life force rippled through the rain, as though all of creation was offering its tribute to this momentous evolution. Then, the unexpected happened. A blazing flame suddenly erupted amidst the downpour, rising into the sky. The collision of fire and rain created billowing white steam. Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed as he focused on black scale. To his astonishment, flames began to leap out from between the jet-black scales of the creature. These flames surged upward like raging dragons, defying the rain and tearing through the oppressive clouds that had blanketed the heavens. A resonant whoosh echoed across the land, a sound resembling a sigh of liberation. The dense clouds dispersed, and golden sunlight pierced through the sky, streaming directly onto Blackscale. The radiant light, combined with the fiery aura, rendered Blackscale's figure even more enigmatic and majestic. Meanwhile, the earth itself seemed to respond to this evolution. The ground beneath their feet began to heave violently, forming countless mounds that collided and intertwined. Stones and soil scattered in all directions, eventually coalescing into a grand, stone throne. The throne, stretching over 100 meters in length, exuded an imposing aura, as though it was not crafted for mere mortals, but for a dragon king about to descend upon the world. Lu Feiyu's heartbeat quickened as his gaze remained locked on Blackscale. At this moment, Blackscale's body stretched to its full extent in midair. Its scales, once purely black, now shimmered with an indescribable iridescence. Lu Feiyu rubbed his eyes, confirming that it was not an illusion. The multicolored sheen of the black scales was both regal and mysterious, a beauty beyond words. Blackscale let out a thunderous dragon's roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, its massive body expanded to a colossal 100 meters in length, blotting out the sun and radiating an unparalleled sense of dominance. In the next moment, Blackscale suddenly dove from the sky, a 100-meter-long black streak slicing through the air as it plummeted downward. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world held its breath, the impact as profound as the shattering of a sun. With a deafening crash, Blackscale's enormous body landed firmly upon the stone throne. The dragon's form and the throne fit together seamlessly, as though they were made as one. The dark throne accentuated Blackscale's commanding presence and austere aura, making it even more awe-inspiring and intimidating. At last, Blackscale's SS-grade evolution was complete. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in Lu Feiyu's ear that had finally acquired his first SS-grade beast. However, just as he prepared to activate the Ascension Eye to examine Blackscale's detailed information, a familiar yet unfamiliar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep detection complete. The host has successfully elevated a beast to SS grade within 1 month of awakening the system. As a result, the scheduled Starry Beast Tamer talent draw has been brought forward and is now available for use. To reward the host's relentless dedication to the path of beast taming, an additional talent draw will be granted upon elevating a beast to mythical grade. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Lu Feiyu's previously narrowed eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within them, brimming with anticipation and ambition. Wow! The talent draw eligibility, which was originally only available at the Starry Sky level, can now be accessed already? And at such a critical moment before the upcoming Secret Realm Battle Royale, gaining an additional SS-level beast taming talent would bring an unimaginable boost in strength. Lu Feiyu could hardly believe it. What was there to hesitate about? Of course, he had to go for it. What? Save the chance for later. Not a chance. With that thought, Lu Feiyu immediately opened his personal panel and used the draw eligibility without any hesitation. In an instant, a massive circular wheel slowly materialized in front of him, emitting a soft golden glow. The wheel was evenly divided into 10 sections, each representing an SS-level talent symbols of the pinnacle power of a beast tamer. However, at this moment, one section of the wheel had already gone completely dim, leaving only 9 sections still faintly glowing. If I could collect all 10 beast taming talents, how strong would I become? A bold thought flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind, but he quickly calmed himself, focusing intently on the wheel. Without hesitation, he used his consciousness to tap the golden pointer at the center. In a flash, the previously still pointer spun wildly, so fast that even Lu Feiyu's sharp eyes couldn't follow its motion. There was no gradual slowing. Instead, it abruptly stopped, landing directly on one of the glowing sections, giving Lu Feiyu no time to guess the result. The next moment, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SS-level talent fate link. As the system's voice faded, a series of talent descriptions appeared before Lu Feiyu. 1. The contracted beast levels will always remain synchronized, with the strongest level serving as the baseline. 2. Contracted beasts will share life force, and damage taken will be distributed among all the beasts. 3. The beast tamer can temporarily merge all contracted beasts into one entity, designating one beast's consciousness as the dominant force. Note: the merged entity will possess all the abilities of the contracted beasts, and its level will increase by 2 major stages. Note: this ability may influence the personalities of the beasts. Use with caution. Note: after the merge ends, one random ability from one of the beasts will be temporarily disabled. If the same ability is disabled twice, the beast will permanently lose that ability. Note: a bronze-level beast tamer can maintain the merged entity for 1 minute. For each major level increase, the duration is extended by 1 additional minute. The moment Lu Feiyu saw these effects, he was completely stunned. This is absolutely insane, he muttered to himself, barely able to contain his excitement. The first effect instantly synchronizes the levels of all contracted beasts to match the strongest one. Do you know what this means? For example, if Blackscale is currently at Gold Tier 7, then all his other beasts would instantly rise to Gold Tier 7 as well. Even if Skyfeather was previously only at Iron Tier, it would instantly leap through Iron, Bronze, and Silver, straight to Gold. The speed of this power-up was simply unheard of. Even more terrifying, any new beast contracted in the future would also immediately reach the level of the strongest beast at the moment of contracting. Training time? Irrelevant. This alone would save Lu Feiyu countless resources and effort, making it a god-tier ability. The second effect, shared life force and distributed damage, might sound simple, but it was incredibly powerful. Lu Feiyu currently had 4 contracted beasts, meaning each of their life forces would effectively quadruple, and any damage taken would be split among the 4, reducing it to just a quarter of what it would normally be. In other words, his overall defensive capability had increased more than tenfold. This is basically giving my beasts a cheat code. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but marvel. Just these 2 effects alone would already overshadow most S-level talents. However, what truly left Lu Feiyu in awe was the third ability, Beast Fusion, merging all contracted beast powers and levels into one, then boosting the level by 2 major stages. Imagine if Blackscale served as the dominant consciousness. Its merged form would directly reach Saint Tier strength. What kind of terrifying existence would that be? Unreal. There's no other way to describe it. Lu Feiyu took a deep breath, trying to calm his surging emotions. Still, he noticed the drawbacks of the fusion ability, potential personality changes in the beasts, and the risk of permanently losing abilities after repeated penalties. These were significant trade-offs, especially the risk of permanent loss of abilities, which made Lu Feiyu realize he would need to be extremely cautious about when to use this power. Even so, the overwhelming strength of Fate Link was undeniable. Each of its 3 effects was game-changing, far exceeding Lu Feiyu's expectations. With this talent, my beast-taming team will be unstoppable. Secret Realm Battle Royale? Ha! Now I am the true king of the chaos. A confident smile spread across Lu Feiyu's face as his eyes gleamed with determination. All that could be said was, this SS-level beast-taming talent was truly worthy of its title. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.